return to thine own country, for I swear by my fortune, if ever mine eye espy thee, or if any bring thee into me after this, I will smite off thy head and that of whoso bringeth thee. Then she cried out to her officers, saying, Put him out from before me. So they thrust him out, and when he came to himself, he recited these couplets. You're far, yet in my heart you're nearest near, absent yet present in my sprite do appear. By Allah, ne'er t'other I've inclined, but tyranny of time in patience spare. Nights pass while still I love you and they end, and burns my breast with flames of falsire. FN number 153. I was a youth who parting for an hour bore not, then what of months that make a year? Jealous am I of breeze breath fanning thee, ye jealous mad of fair soft-sided fear. Then he once more fell down in a swoon, and when he came to himself, he found himself without the palace whither they had dragged him on his face. So he rose, stumbling over his skirts and hardly crediting his escape from Nur al-Huda. Now this was grievous to Shawai, but she dared not remonstrate with the queen by reason of the violence of her wrath. And forthright Hassan went forth, distracted and knowing not whence to come or whither to go. The world, for all its wideness, was straitened upon him, and he found none to speak a kind word with him and comfort him, nor any to whom he might resort for counsel or to apply for refuge. Wherefore he made sure of death, for that he could not journey to his own country and knew none to travel with him, neither wist he the way thither, nor might he pass through the Wadi of the Jan and the land of beasts and the islands of birds. So giving himself up for lost he wept himself, till he fainted, and when he revived, he bethought him of his children and his wife and of that might befall her with her sister, repenting him of having come to those countries and of having hearkened to none, and recited these couplets. Suffer mine eye babes weep lost of love and tears express, rare is my solace and increases my distress, the cup of severance chances to the dregs I've drained, who is the man to bear love loss with manliness? Ye spread the carpet of disgrace. FN number 154, betwixt us twain, when shalt be uprolled, O carpet of disgrace? I watched the while you slept, and if you deemed that I forgot your love I but forget forgetfulness, woe's me. Indeed my heart is pining for the love of you, the only leeches who can cure my case. See ye not what befell me from your fell disdain? Debased am I before the lower and high no less. I hid my love of you, but longing laid it bare, and burns my heart with fire of passion's sorest stress. Deign have pity on my piteous case, for I have kept our troth in secrecy and patent place. Would heaven I what shall time ere deign us twain rejoin? You are my heart's desire, my sprite's sole happiness, my vitals bear the severance wound. Would heaven that you with tidings from your camp would deign my soul to bless. Then he went on, till he came without the city, where he found the river, and walked along its bank, knowing not whither he went. Such was Hassan's case, but as regards his wife Manar al-Sana, as she was about to carry out her purpose and to set out, on the second day after the departure of the old woman with her children, behold, there came into her one of the chamberlains of the king her sire, and kissed ground between his hands, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 817th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Manar al-Sana was about to set out upon the journey, behold, a chamberlain of the king, her sire, came into her and kissing the ground before her, said, O princess, the supreme king, thy father saluteth thee and biddeth thee to him. So she rose and accompanied the chamberlain to learn what was required by her father, who seated her by his side on the couch, and said to her, O my daughter, know that I have this night had a dream which maketh me fear for thee, and that long sorrow will betide thee from this thy journey. Quoth she, How so, O my father, and what didst thou see in thy dream? And quoth he, I dreamt that I entered a hidden hoard, wherein was great store of monies, of jewels, of jacinths and of other riches, but 'twas as if naught pleased me of all this treasure and jewelry save 7 bezels, which were the finest things there. I chose out one of the 7 jewels, for it was the smallest, finest and most lustrous of them, and its water pleased me. So I took it in my hand palm and fared forth of the treasury. When I came without the door, I opened my hand, rejoicing, and turned over the jewel, when, behold, there swooped down on me out of the welkin a strange bird from a far land, for it was not of the birds of our country, and, snatching it from my hand, returned with it whence it came. FN number 155, whereupon sorrow and concern and sore vexation overcame me, and my exceeding chagrin so troubled me that I awoke, mourning and lamenting for the loss of the jewel. At once on awaking I summoned the interpreters and expounders of dreams and declared to them my dream, FN number 156, and they said to me, Thou hast 7 daughters, the youngest of whom thou wilt lose, and she will be taken from thee perforce, without thy will. Now thou, O my girl, art the youngest and dearest of my daughters and the most affectionate of them to me, and look thou art about to journey to thy sister, and I know not what may befall thee from her, so go thou not, but return to thy palace. But when the princess heard her father's words, her heart fluttered and she feared for her children and bent earthwards her head a while. Then she raised it and said to her sire, O king, Queen Nur al-Huda hath made ready for me an entertainment and awaiteth my coming to her, hour by hour. These 4 years she hath not seen me, and if I delay to visit her, she will be wroth with me. The utmost of my stay with her shall be a month, and then I will return to thee. Besides, who is the mortal who can travel our land and make his way to the islands of Wak? Who can gain access to the White Country and the Black Mountain and come to the land of Camphor and the Castle of Crystal? And how shall he traverse the Island of Birds and the Wadi of Wild Beasts and the Valley of the Jann and enter our islands? If any stranger came hither, he would be drowned in the seas of destruction, so be of good cheer and eyes without a tear and end my journey, for none may avail to tread our earth. And she ceased not to persuade him, till he deigned give her leave to depart. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 818th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the princess ceased not to persuade him till he deigned give her leave to depart, and bade 1,000 horses court her to the river and abide there, till she entered her sister's city and palace and returned to them, when they should take her and carry her back to him. Moreover, he charged her tarry with her sister but 2 days and return to him in haste, and she answered, hearing and obedience. Then rising up she went forth and he with her and farewelled her. Now his words had sunken deep into her heart and she feared for her children, but it availeth not to fortify herself by any device against the onset of destiny. So she set out and fared on diligently 3 days, till she came to the river and pitched her tents on its bank. Then she crossed the stream, with some of her counsellors, pages and suite, and, going up to the city and the palace, went into Queen Nur al-Huda, with whom she found her children, who ran to her weeping and crying out, O our father! At this, the tears railed from her eyes and she wept. Then she strained them to her bosom, saying, What? Have you seen your sire at this time? But the hour had never been, in which I left him. If I knew him to be in the house of the world, I would carry you to him. Then she bemoaned herself and her husband and her children, weeping and reciting these couplets. My friends, despite this distance and this cruelty, I pine for you, incline to where'er you be. My glance forever turns toward your hearth and home, and mourns my heart the bygone days you owned with me. How many a night foregathered you withouten the one living, the faithful ever, fain and free. When her sister saw her fold her children to her bosom, saying, 'Tis I who have done thus with myself and my children, and have ruined my own house, she saluted her not, but said to her, O ho, whence hadst thou these children? Say, hast thou married unbeknown to thy sire, or hast thou committed fornication? FN number 157. And thou have played the piece, it behoveth thou be exemplarily punished. And if thou have married sons a knowledge, why didst thou abandon thy husband and separate thy sons from thy sire and bring them hither? And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 819th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that quoth Nur al-Huda, the queen, to her sister Manar al-Sana, the princess, and thou have married sons a knowledge, why didst thou abandon thy husband and separate thy sons from their sire and bring them to our land? Thou hast hidden thy children from us. Thinkest thou we know not of this? Allah Almighty, He who is cognizant of the concealed, hath made known to us thy case and revealed thy condition and bared thy nakedness. Then she bade her guards seize her and pinion her elbows and shackle her with shackles of iron. So they did as she commanded, and she beat her with a grievous beating, so that her skin was torn, and hanged her up by the hair, after which she cast her in prison and wrote the king her father a writ acquainting him with her case and saying, there hath appeared in our land a man, a mortal, by name Hassan, and our sister Manar al-Sana voucheth that she is lawfully married to him and bare him 2 sons, whom she hath hidden from us and thee. Nor did she discover aught of herself till there came to us this man and informed us that he wedded her, and she tarried with him a long while, after which she took her children and departed, without his knowledge, bidding as she went his mother tell her son, when his longing began to rack to come to her in the islands of Wak. So we laid hands on the man and sent the old woman Shahwai to fetch her and her offspring, enjoining her to bring us the children in advance of her. And she did so, whilst Manar al-Sana equipped herself and set out to visit me. When the boys were brought to me and ere the mother came, I sent for Hassan the mortal who claimeth her to wife, and he on entering and at first sight knew them and they knew him, whereby was I certified that the children were indeed his children and that she was his wife, and I learned that the man's story was true and he was not to blame, but that the reproach and the infamy rested with my sister. Now I feared the rending of our unavail before the folk of our isles, so when this wanton, this traitress, came into me, I was incensed against her and cast her into prison and bastinadoed her grievously and hanged her up by the hair. Behold, I have acquainted thee with her case, and it is thine to command, and whatso thou orderest us that we will do. Thou knowest that in this affair is dishonour and disgrace to our name and to thine, and haply the islanders will hear of it, and we shall become amongst them by word, wherefore it befitteth thou return us an answer with all speed. Then she delivered the letter to a courier, and he carried it to the king, who, when he read it, was wroth with exceeding wrath with his daughter Manar al-Sana, and wrote to Nur al-Huda, saying, I commit her case to thee and give thee command over her life, so, if the matter be as thou sayest, kill her without consulting me. When the queen had received and read her father's letter, she sent for Manar al-Sana, and they set before her the prisoner drowned in her blood and pinioned with her hair, shackled with heavy iron shackles and clad in haircloth, and they made her stand in the presence abject and abashed. When she saw herself in this condition of passing humiliation and exceeding abjection, she called to mind her former high estate and wept with sore weeping and recited these 2 couplets. O Lord, my foes are faint to slay me in despite, nor deem I anywise to find escape by flight. I have recourse to thee to annul what they have done. Thou art th asylum, Lord, of fearful suppliant white. Then wept she grievously, till she fell down in a swoon, and presently coming to herself, repeated these 2 couplets, FN number 158. Troubles familiar with my heart are grown, and I with them, erst shunning, for the generous are sociable still. Not one mere kind alone of woe doth leer with me lie, praise be God. There are with me thousands of kinds of ill. And also these. Oft times mischance shall straiten noble breast with grief, whence issue is for him to shape, but when the mesh is straightest, tightest, seem they loose, though deemed I ne'er to find escape. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 820th night, she pursued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Queen Nur al-Huda ordered into the presence her sister Princess Manar al-Sana, they set her between her hands and she, pinioned as she was recited the verses aforesaid. Then the Queen FN number 159, sent for a ladder of wood and made the eunuchs lay her on her back, with her arms spread out and bind her with cords thereto, after which she bared her head and wound her hair about the ladder rungs, and indeed all pity for her was rooted out from her heart. When Manar al-Sana saw herself in this state of abjection and humiliation, she cried out and wept, but none succoured her. Then said she to the Queen, O my sister, how is thy heart hardened against me? Hast thou no mercy on me nor pity on these little children? But her words only hardened her sister's heart, and she insulted her, saying, O wanton! O harlot! Allah have no ruth on whoso sueth for thee. How should I have compassion on thee, O traitress? Replied Manar al-Sana, who lay stretched on the ladder, I appeal from thee to the Lord of the heavens, concerning that wherewith thou revilest me and whereof I am innocent. By Allah, I have done no whoredom, but am lawfully married to him, and my Lord knoweth an I speak sooth or not. Indeed, my heart is wroth with thee, by reason of thine excessive hard-heartedness against me. How canst thou cast at me the charge of harlotry, without knowledge? But my Lord will deliver me from thee, and if that whoredom whereof thou accusest me be true, may he presently punish me for it. Quoth Nur al-Huda after a few moments of reflection, how durst thou bespeak me thus? And rose and beat her till she fainted away, FN number 160, whereupon they sprinkled water on her face till she revived, and in truth her charms were wasted for excess of beating and the straitness of her bonds and the sore insults she had suffered. Then she recited these two couplets. If aught I've sinned in sinful way, or done ill deed and gone astray, the past repent I, and I come to you and for your pardon pray. When Nur al-Huda heard these lines, her wrath redoubled, and she said to her, Wilt speak before me in verse, O whore, and seek to excuse thyself for the mortal sins thou hast sinned? 'Twas my desire that thou shouldst return to thy husband, that I might witness thy wickedness and matchless brazen-facedness. For thou gloriest in thy lewdness and wantonness and mortal heinousness. Then she called for a palm stick, and, whenas they brought the jarrad, she arose and baring red arms to elbows, beat her sister from head to foot, after which she called for a whip of plaited thongs, wherewith if one smote an elephant, he would start off at full speed, and came down therewith on her back and her stomach and every part of her body, till she fainted. When the old woman Shahwai saw this, she fled forth from the Queen's presence, weeping and cursing her, but Nur al-Huda cried out to her eunuchs, saying, Fetch her to me. So they ran after her and seizing her, brought her back to the Queen, who bade throw her on the ground, and making them lay hold of her, rose and took the whip, with which she beat her, till she swooned away, when she said to her waiting women, Drag this Aloman beldam forth on her face and put her out. And they did as she bade them. So far concerning them, but as regards Hassan, he walked on beside the river, in the direction of the desert, distracted, troubled, and despairing of life, and indeed he was dazed and knew not night from day for stress of affliction. He ceased not faring on thus, till he came to a tree whereto he saw a scroll hanging. So he took it and found written thereon these couplets. When in thy mother's womb thou wast, I cast thy case the bestest best, and turned her heart to thee, so she fostered thee on fondest breast. We will suffice thee in waiter shall cause thee trouble or unrest, we laid thee in thine enterprise, so rise and bow to our behest. When he had ended reading this scroll, he made sure of deliverance from trouble and of winning reunion with those he loved. Then he walked forward a few steps and found himself alone in a wild and perilous wold wherein there was none to company with him, upon which his heart sank within him for horror and loneliness, and his side muscles trembled for that fierce place, and he recited these couplets. O Zephyr of morn, and thou pass where the dear ones dwell, bear greeting of lover whoever in love longing roams. And tell them I'm pledged to yearning and pawned to pine, and the might of my passion all passion of lovers and thrones. Their sympathies haply shall breathe in a breeze like thee, and quicken forthright this framework of rotting bones. FN number 161. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 821st night, she resumed, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when her son read the scroll he was certified of deliverance from his trouble and made sure of winning reunion with those he loved. Then he walked forward a couple of steps and stopped, finding himself alone in a wild and perilous wold wherein was none to company with him, so he wept sore and recited the verses before mentioned. Then he walked on a few steps farther beside the river, till he came upon two little boys of the sons of the sorcerers, before whom lay a rod of copper graven with talismans, and beside it a skullcap FN number 162, of leather, made of 3 gauze and wroughten in steel with names and characters. The cap and rod were upon the ground, and the boys were disputing and beating each other, till the blood ran down between them, whilst each cried, none shall take the wand but I. So Hassan interposed and parted them, saying, what is the cause of your contention? And they replied, O uncle, be thou judge of our case, for Allah the Most High hath surely sent thee to do justice between us. Quoth Hassan, tell me your case, and I will judge between you. And quoth one of them, we twain are brothers German, and our sire was a mighty magician, who dwelt in a cave on yonder mountain. He died and left us this cap and rod, and my brother saith, none shall have the rod but I, whilst I say the like. So be thou judge between us and deliver us each from other. Hassan asked, what is the difference between the rod and the cap, and what is their value? The rod appears to be worth 6 coppers FN number 163, and the cap 3, whereto they answered, thou knowest not their properties. And what are their properties? Each of them hath a wonderful secret virtue, wherefore the rod is worth the revenue of all the islands of Wak and their provinces and dependencies, and the cap the like. By Allah, O my sons, discover to me their secret virtues. So they said, O uncle, they are extraordinary, for a further wrought 135 years at their contrivance, till he brought them to perfection and engrafted them with secret attributes which might serve him extraordinary services, and engraved them after the likeness of the revolving sphere, and by their aid he dissolved all spells, and when they had made an end of their fashion, death, which all needs must suffer, overtook him. Now the hidden virtue of the cap is, that whoso sitteth it on his head is concealed from all folk's eyes, nor can any see him, whilst it remaineth on his head, and that of the rod is that whoso owneth it hath authority over 7 tribes of the jinn, who all serve the order and ordinance of the rod, and whenever he who possesseth it smiteth therewith on the ground, their kings come to do him homage, and all the jinn are at his service. Now when Hassan heard these words, he bowed his head groundwards a while, then said in himself, by Allah, I shall conquer every foe by means of this rod and cap, inshallah. And I am worthier of them both than these 2 boys. So I will go about forthright to get them from that wing by graft, that I may use them to free myself and my wife and children from yonder tyrannical queen, and then he will depart from this dismal stead, whence there is no deliverance for mortal man nor flight. Doubtless, Allah caused me not to fall in with these 2 lads, but that I might get the rod and cap from them. Then he raised his head and said to the 2 boys, if ye would have me decide the case, I will make trial of you and see what each of you deserveth. He who overcometh his brother shall have the rod, and he who faileth shall have the cap. They replied, O uncle, we depute thee to make trial of us, and do thou decide between us as thou deems fit. Hassan asked, Will ye hearken to me and have regard to my words? And they answered, Yes. Then said he, I will take a stone and throw it, and he who outrunneth his brother thereto and picketh it up shall take the rod, and the other who is outraced shall take the cap. And they said, We accept and consent to this thy proposal. Then Hassan took a stone and threw it with his might, so that it disappeared from sight. The two boys ran under and after it, and when they were at a distance, he donned the cap and handing the rod in hand, removed from his place that he might prove the truth of that which the boys had said, with regard to the scant properties. The younger outran the elder and coming first to the stone, took it and returned with it to the place where they had left Hassan, but found no signs of him. So he called to his brother, saying, Where is the man who was to be umpire between us? Quoth the other, I espy him not, neither wot I whether he hath flown up to heaven above or sunk into earth beneath. Then they sought for him, but saw him not, though all the while he was standing in his stead hard by them. So they abused each other, saying, Rod and cap are both gone, they are neither mine nor thine, and indeed our father warned us of this very thing, but we forgot whatso he said. Then they retraced their steps, and Hassan also entered the city, wearing the cap and bearing the rod, and none saw him. Now when he was thus certified of the truth of their speech, he rejoiced with exceeding joy, and making the palace, went up into the lodging of Shah Y, who saw him not, because of the cap. Then he walked up to shelf FN number 164, over her head upon which were vessels of glass and chinaware, and shook it with his hand, so that what was thereon fell to the ground. The old woman cried out and beat her face. Then she rose and restored the fallen things to their places, FN number 165, saying in herself, By Allah, methinks Queen Nur al-Huda hath sent a Satan to torment me, and he hath tricked me this trick. I beg Allah Almighty, deliver me from her and preserve me from her wrath. For, O Lord, if she deal thus abominably with her half-sister, beating and hanging her, dear as she is to her sire, how will she do with a stranger like myself, against whom she is incensed? And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 822nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the ancient lady of calamities cried, when Queen Nur al-Huda doeth such misdeed to her sister, what will she do to a stranger like myself, against whom she is incensed? Then said she, I conjure thee, O devil, by the most compassionate, the bountiful great, the high of estate, of dominion a little man and jinn did create, and by the writing upon the seal of Solomon David a son, on both be the peace, speak to me and answer me. Quoth Hassan, I am no devil, I am Hassan, the afflicted, the distraught. Then he raised the cap from his head and appeared to the old woman, who knew him, and taking him apart, said to him, What is come to thy reason, that thou returnest hither? Go hide thee, for, if this wicked woman have tormented thy wife with such torments, and she his sister, what will she do, and she light on thee? Then she told him all that had befallen his spouse, and that wherein she was of travail and torment and tribulation, and straitly described all the pains she endured, adding, And indeed the queen repenteth her of having let thee go, and hath sent one after thee, promising him 100 weight of gold and my rank in her service, and she hath sworn that, if he bring thee back, she will do thee and thy wife and children dead. And she shed tears and discovered to Hassan what the queen had done with herself, whereat he wept and said, O my lady, how shall I do to escape from this land and deliver myself and my wife and children from this tyrannical queen, and how devise to return with them in safety to my own country? Replied the old woman, Woe to thee! Save thyself. Quoth he, There is no help but I deliver her and my children from the queen perforce and in her despite. And quoth Shah, Why, how canst thou forcibly rescue them from her? Go and hide thyself, O my son, till Allah Almighty empower thee. Then Hassan showed her the rod and the cap, whereat she rejoiced with joy exceeding and cried, Glory be to him who quickeneth the bones, though they be rotten. By Allah, O my son, thou and thy wife were but of you lost folk, now, however, thou art saved, thou and thy wife and children. For I know the rod and I know its maker, who was my sheikh in the science of grammar. He was a mighty magician and spent 135 years working at this rod and cap, till he brought them to perfection, when death the inevitable overtook him. And I have heard him say to his 2 boys, O my sons, these 2 things are not of your lot, for there will come a stranger from a far country, who will take them from you by force, and ye shall not know how he taketh them. Said they, O our father, tell us how he will avail to take them. But he answered, I wot not. And O my son, added she, how availedst thou to take them? So he told her how he had taken them from the 2 boys, whereat she rejoiced and said, O my son, since thou hast gotten the whereby to free thy wife and children, give ear to what I shall say to thee. For me there is no warning with this wicked woman, after the foul fashion in which she durst use me, so I am minded to depart from her to the caves of the magicians and there abide with them until I die. But do thou, O my son, don the cap and hand the rod in hand and enter the place where thy wife and children are. And bind her bonds and smite the earth with the rod, saying, Be ye present, O servants of these names. Whereupon the servants of the rod will appear, and if there present himself one of the chiefs of the tribes, command him whatso thou shalt wish and will. So he farewelled her and went forth, donning the cap and handing the rod, and entered the place where his wife was. He found her well nigh lifeless, bound to the ladder by her hair, tearful-eyed and woeful-hearted, in the sorriest of plights, knowing no way to deliver herself. Her children were playing under the ladder, whilst she looked at them and wept for them and herself, because of the barbarities and sore treatings and bitter penalties which had befallen her, and he heard her repeat these couplets FN number 166. There remained not aught save a fluttering breath, and an eye whose owner is confounded, and a desirous liver whose bowels are burned with fire, notwithstanding which she is silent. The exulting foe pitieth her at the sight of her. Alas for her whom the exulting foe pitieth! When her son saw her in this state of torment and misery and ignominy and infamy, he wept till he fainted, and when he recovered he saw his children playing and their mother swoon for excess of pain. So he took the cap from his head, and the children saw him and cried out, O our father. Then he covered his head again, and the princess came to herself, hearing their cry, but saw only her children weeping and shrieking, O our father. When she heard them name their sire and weep, her heart was broken and her vitals rent asunder, and she said to them, What maketh you in mind of your father of this time? And she wept sore and cried out, From a bursting liver and an aching bosom, where are ye and where is your father? Then she recalled the days of her union with her son and what had befallen her since her desertion of him, and wept with sore weeping till her cheeks were seared and furrowed and her face was drowned in a briny flood. Her tears ran down and wetted the ground, and she had not a hand loose to wipe them from her cheeks, whilst the flies fed their fill on her skin, and she found no helper but weeping and no solace but improvising verses. Then she repeated these couplets. I call to mind the parting day that rent our loves in twain, when, as I turned away, the tears in very streams did rain. The cameleer urged on his beasts with him, what while I found nor strength nor fortitude, nor did my heart with me remain. Back I turned, and knowing of the road nor might shake off the trance of grief and longing love that numbed my heart and brain, and worst of all bittered me, on my return, was one who came to me, in lowly guise, to glory in my pain. Since the beloved's gone, O soul, forswear the sweet of life nor covet its continuance, for, wanting him, 'twere vain. List, O my friend, unto the tale of love, and God forbid that I should speak and that thy heart to hearken should not deign. As 'twere as my himself, of passion I discourse fancies rare and marvellous, linked in an endless chain. FN number 167. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 823rd night, she continued, when Hassan went in to his wife he saw his children and heard her repeating the verses aforementioned. FN number 168. Then she turned right and left, seeking the cause of her children's crying out, "O our father!" But saw no one and marveled that her sons should name their sire at that time and call upon him. But when Hassan heard her verses, he wept till he swooned away and the tears railed down his cheeks like rain. Then he drew near the children and raised the cap from his head unseen of his wife, whereupon they saw him and they knew him and cried out, saying, "O our father!" Their mother fell a weeping again, when she heard them name their sire's name and said, "There is no avoiding the doom which Almighty Allah hath decreed," adding, "O strange! What gareth them think of their father of this time and call upon him, albeit it is not of their wont." Then she wept and recited these couplets. The land of lamping moon is bare and drear, O in of me pour forth the brimming tear. They marched, how shall I now be patient? That I nor heart nor patience so nigh swear. O ye, who marched yet bide in heart of me, will you, O lords of me, return to that we were? What harm if they return and I enjoy meeting, and they had ruth on tears of care? Upon the parting day they dimmed the zeal, the sad surprise, and lit the flames that flare. So longed I for their stay, but fortune stayed longings and turned my hope to mere despair. Return to us, O love, by Allah, deign. Enow of tears have flowed for absence bane. Then Hassan could no longer contain himself, but took the cap from his head, whereupon his wife saw him and recognizing him screamed a scream which startled all in the palace, and said to him, "How camest thou hither? From the sky hast thou dropped or through the earth hast thou come up?" And her eyes brimmed with tears and Hassan also wept. Quoth she, "O man, this be no time for tears or blame. Fate hath had its course and the sight was blinded and the pen hath run with what was ordained of Allah when time was begun. So, Allah upon thee, whensoever thou comest, go hide, lest any espy thee and tell my sister and she do thee and me die." Answered he, "O my lady and lady of all queens, I have adventured myself and come hither, and either I will die or I will deliver thee from this strait and travel with thee and my children to my country, despite the nose of this thy wickedest sister." But as she heard his words she smiled and for a while fell to shaking her head and said, "Far, O my fief, far is it from the power of any except Allah Almighty to deliver me from this my strait. Save thyself by flight and wend thy ways and cast not thyself into destruction, for she hath conquering hosts none may withstand. Given that thou tookest me and wentest forth, how canst thou make thy country and escape from these islands and the perils of these awesome places? Verily, thou hast seen on thy way hither, the wonders, the marvels, the dangers and the terrors of the road, such as none may escape, not even one of the rebel jinns. Depart, therefore, forthright and add not cark to my cark and care to my care, neither do thou pretend to rescue me from this my plight, for who shall carry me to thy country through all these vales and thirsty wolds and fatal steads?" Rejoined Hassan, "By thy life, O light of mine eyes, I will not depart this place nor fare but with thee." Quoth she, "O man, how canst thou avail unto this thing and what manner of man art thou? Thou knowest not what thou sayest. None can escape from these realms, even had he command over jinns, ifrits, magicians, chiefs of tribes and marids. Save thyself and leave me, perchance Allah will bring about good after ill." Answered Hassan, "O lady of fair ones, I came not save to deliver thee with this rod and with this cap." And he told her what had befallen him with the two boys, but, whilst he was speaking, behold, up came the queen and heard their speech. Now when he was ware of her, he donned the cap and was hidden from sight, and she entered and said to the princess, "O wanton, who is he with whom thou wast talking? Answered Manar al-Sana, who is with me that should talk with me, except these children? Then the key took the whip and beat her, whilst Hassan stood by and looked on, nor did she leave beating her till she fainted, whereupon she bade transport her to another place. So they loosed her and carried her to another chamber, whilst Hassan followed unseen. That they cast her down, senseless, and stood gazing upon her, till she revived and recited these couplets, FN number 169. I have sorrowed on account of our disunion with a sorrow that made the tears to overflow from my eyelids, and I vowed that if fortune reunite us, I would never again mention our separation, and I would say to the envious, die ye with regret, by Allah I have now attained my desire. Joy hath overwhelmed me to such a degree that by its excess it hath made me weep. O I, how hath weeping become thy habit? Thou weepest in joy as well as in sorrows. When she ceased her verse the slave girls went out from her, and Hassan took off the cap, whereupon his wife said to him, See, O man, all this befell me not save by reason of my having rebelled against thee and transgressed thy commandment and gone forth without thy leave. FN number 170. So, Allah upon thee blame me not for my sins, and know that women never wot a man's worth till they have lost him. Indeed, I have offended and done evil, but I crave pardon of Allah Almighty for whatso I did, and if He reunite us, I will never again gainsay thee in aught, no, never. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 824th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Hassan's wife besought pardon of him, saying, Blame me not for my sin, and indeed I crave mercy of Allah Almighty. Quoth Hassan, and indeed his heart ached for her, 'twas not thou that wast in fault, nay, the fault was mine and mine only, for I fared forth and left thee with one who knew not thy rank, neither thy worth nor thy degree. But know, O beloved of my heart and fruit of my vitals and light of mine eyes, that Allah, blessed be He, hath ordained to me power of releasing thee. So, say me, wouldst thou have me carry thee to thy father's home, there to accomplish what Allah decreeth unto thee, or wilt thou forthright depart with me to mine own country, now that relief is come to thee? Quoth she, Who can deliver me save the Lord of the heavens? Go to thy motherland and put away from thee false hope, for thou knowest not the perils of these parts which, and thou obey me not, soon shalt thou sight. And she improvised these couplets. On me and with me bides thy volunty, why then such anger, such despite to me? Waiter befelless heaven forbid that love fade for long time or e'er forgotten be. Ceased not the spite haunt our sides, till seen our love estranged, and then estranged was he. In truth I trusted to fair thoughts of thine, though spake the wicked spy maliciously. We'll keep the secret twixt us twain, and bold although the brand of blame unsheathed he see. The livelong day in longing love I spent, hoping acceptance message from my friend. Then wept she and her children, and the handmaidens heard them, so they came into them and found them weeping, but saw not Hassan with them, wherefore they wept for ruth of them and damned Queen Nur al-Huda. Then Hassan took patience till night came on and her guards had gone to their sleeping places, when he arose and girded his waist, then went up to her and, loosing her, kissed her on the head and between the eyes and pressed her to his bosom, saying, How long have we wearied for our motherland and for reunion there? Is this our meeting in sleep, or on wake? Then he took up the elder boy and she took up the younger, and they went forth the palace, and Allah veiled them with the veil of his protection, so that they came safe to the outer gate which closed the entrance to the queen's seraglio. But finding it locked from without, Hassan said, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Verily we are Allah's, and unto him shall we return. With this they despaired of escape, and Hassan beat hand upon hand, saying, O dispeller of dolours! Indeed, I had bethought me of everything and considered its conclusion but this, and now, when it is daybreak, they will take us, and what device have we in this case? And he recited the following 2 couplets, FN number 171. Thou madest fair thy thought of fate, when as the days were fair, and fearedst not the unknown ills that they to thee might bring. The nights were fair and calm to thee, thou wast deceived by them, for in the peace of night is born full many a troublous thing. Then Hassan wept, and his wife wept for his weeping and for the abasement she had suffered and the cruelties of time and fortune. Balks me my fate as though she were my foe, each day she showereth me new cark and care. Fate, when I aim at good, brings clear reverse, and lets foul morrow wait on day that's fair. And also these. Irks me my fate and clean unknows that I of my high worth her shifts and shafts despise. She nights parading what ill will she works, I night parading patience to her eyes. Then his wife said to him, By Allah, there is no relief for us but to kill ourselves and be at rest from this great and weary travail, else we shall suffer grievous torment on the morrow. At this moment, behold, they heard a voice from without the door say, By Allah, O my lady Manar al-Sana, I will not open to thee and thy husband Hassan, except ye obey me in whatso I shall say to you. When they heard these words they were silent for excess of fright and would have returned whence they came, when lo! The voice spake again saying, What aileth you both to be silent and answer me not? Therewith they knew the speaker for the old woman Shah-Wai, lady of calamities, and said to her, Whatsoever thou biddest us, that will we do, but first open the door to us, this being no time for talk. Replied she, By Allah, I will not open to you until ye both swear to me that you will take me with you and not leave me with yonder whore. So, whatever befalleth you shall befall me, and if ye escape, I shall escape, and if ye perish, I shall perish, for yonder abominable woman, Trebade FN number 172, that she is, entreateth me with indignity and still tormenteth me on your account, and thou, O my daughter, knowest my worth. Now recognizing her they trusted in her and sware to her an oath such as contented her, whereupon she opened the door to them and they fared forth and found her riding on a Greek jar of red earthenware with a rope of palm fibers about its neck, FN number 173, which rolled under her and ran faster than a Najdi colt, and she came up to them, and said, Follow me and fear naught. For I know 40 modes of magic by the least of which I could make this city a dashing sea, swollen with clashing billows, and ensorcel each damsel therein to a fish, and all before dawn. But I was not able to work aught of my mischief, for fear of the king her father and of regard to her sisters, for that they are formidable, by reason of their many guards and tribesmen and servants. However, soon will I show you wonders of my skill in witchcraft. And now let us on, relying upon the blessing of Allah and his good aid. Now Hassan and his wife rejoiced in this, making sure of escape, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 825th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Hassan and his wife, accompanied by the ancient Dame Shah-Wai, fared forth from the palace, they made sure of deliverance and they walked on till they came without the city, when he fortified its heart and, smiting the earth with the rod, cried, Ho, ye servants of these names, appear to me and acquaint me with your conditions. Thereupon the earth clave asunder and out came 10 FN number 174, Ifrits, with their feet in the bowels of the earth and their heads in the clouds. They kissed the earth 3 times before Hassan and said as with one voice, At Summers. Here are we at thy service, O our Lord and ruler over us. What dost thou bid us do? For we hear and obey thy commandment. And thou wilt, we will dry thee up seas and remove mountains from their places. So Hassan rejoiced in their words and at their speedy answer to his evocation. Then taking courage and bracing up his resolution, he said to them, Who are ye and what be your names and your races, and to what tribes and clans and companies appertain ye? They kissed the earth once more and answered as with one voice, saying, "We are 7 kings, each ruling over 7 tribes of the jinn of all conditions, and Satans and Marids, flyers and divers, dwellers in mountains and wastes and wolds and haunters of the seas. So bid us do whatso thou wilt, for we are thy servants and thy slaves, and whoso possesseth this rod hath dominion over our necks, and we owe him obedience." Now when Hassan heard this, he rejoiced with joy exceeding, as did his wife and the old woman, and presently he said to the kings of the jinn, "I desire of you that ye show me your tribes and hosts and guards." "O our Lord," answered they, "if we show thee our tribes, we fear for thee and these who are with thee, for their name is Legion, and they are various in form and fashion, figure and favour. Some of us are heads sans bodies, and others bodies sans heads, and others again are in the likeness of wild beasts and ravening lions. However, if this be thy will, there is no help but we first show thee those of us who are like unto wild beasts. But, O our Lord, what wouldest thou of us at this present?" Quoth Hassan, "I would have you carry me forthwith to the city of Baghdad, me and my wife and this honest woman." But, hearing his words, they hung down their heads and were silent, whereupon Hassan asked them, "Why do ye not reply?" And they answered as with one voice, "O our Lord and ruler over us, we are of the covenant of Solomon son of David, on the twain be peace, and he sware us in that we would bear none of the sons of Adam on our backs, since which time we have borne no mortal on back or shoulder, but we will straightway harness thee horses of the jinn, that shall carry thee and thy company to thy country." Hassan inquired, "How far are we from Baghdad?" And they, 7 years' journey for a diligent horseman. Hassan marvelled at this and said to them, "Then how came I hither in less than a year?" And they said, "Allah softened to thee the hearts of his pious servants, else hast thou never come to this country, nor hadst thou set eyes on these regions, no, never. For the Sheikh Abd al-Qaddis, who mounted thee on the elephant and the magical horse, traversed with thee, in 10 days, 3 years' journey for a well-girt rider, and the Ifrit Danash, to whom the Sheikh committed thee, carried thee a 3 years' march in a day and a night, all which was of the blessing of Allah Almighty, for that the Sheikh Abu al-Ruwaysh is of the seed of Asaf bin Bakir, FN number 175, and knoweth the most great name of Allah. FN number 176. Moreover, from Baghdad to the palace of the damsels is a year's journey, and this maketh up the 7 years. When Hassan heard this, he marvelled with exceeding marvel and cried, "Glory be to God, facilitator of the hard, fortifier of the weak heart, approximator of the far and humbler of every froward tyrant, who hath eased us of every accident and carried me to these countries and subjected to me these creatures and reunited me with my wife and children. I know not whether I am asleep or awake, or if I be sober or drunken." Then he turned to the jinn and asked, "When ye have mounted me upon your steeds, in how many days will they bring us to Baghdad?" And they answered, "They will carry you thither under the year, but not till after ye have endured terrible perils and hardships and horrors, and ye have traversed thirsty wadis and frightful wastes and horrible steads without number, and we cannot promise thee safety, O our Lord, from the people of these islands." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 826th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Jann said to Hassan, We cannot promise thee safety, O our Lord, from this Ilandri, nor from the mischief of the Supreme King and his enchanters and warlocks. It may be they will overcome us and take you from us, and we fall into affliction with them. And all to whom the tidings shall come after this will say to us, Ye are wrongdoers. How could ye go against the Supreme King and carry a mortal out of his dominions, and eke the king's daughter with him?" Adding, "Wert thou alone with us the thing were light, but he who conveyed thee hither is capable to carry thee back to thy country and reunite thee with thine own people forthright and in readiest plight. So take heart and put thy trust in Allah and fear not. For we are at thy service, to convey thee to thy country. Hassan thanked them therefore and said, Allah requite you with good. But now make haste with the horses. They replied, we hear and we obey, and struck the ground with their feet, whereupon it opened and they disappeared within it and were absent a while, after which they suddenly reappeared with 3 horses, saddled and bridled, and on each saddle-bow a pair of saddle-bags, with 11 bottles of water in one pocket and the other full of provaunt. So Hassan mounted one steed and took a child before him, whilst his wife mounted a second and took the other child before her. Then the old woman alighted from the jar and bestrode the 3rd horse, and they rode on, without ceasing, all night. At break of day, they turned aside from the road and made for the mountain, whilst their tongues ceased not to name Allah. Then they fared on under the highland all that day, till Hassan caught sight of a black object afar, as it were a tall column of smoke twisting skywards. So he recited somewhat of the Quran and Holy Writ, and sought refuge with Allah from Satan the stoned. The black thing grew plainer as they drew near, and when hard by it, they saw that it was an Ifrit, with a head like a huge dome and the tusks like grapnels and jaws like a lane and nostrils like ewers and ears like leathern targes and mouth like a cave and teeth like pillars of stone and hands like winnowing forks and legs like masts. His head was in the cloud and his feet in the bowels of the earth had ploughed. When as Hassan gazed upon him he bowed himself and kissed the ground before him, saying, O Hassan, have no fear of me. For I am the chief of the dwellers in this land, which is the first of the Isles of Wak, and I am a Muslim and an adorer of the one God. I have heard of you and your coming, and when I knew of your case, I desired to depart from the land of the magicians to another land, void of inhabitants and far from men and jinn, that I might dwell there alone and worship Allah till my fated end came upon me. So I wish to accompany you and be your guide, till ye fare forth of the Wak Islands, and I will not appear save at night, and do ye hearten your hearts on my account, for I am a Muslim, even as ye are Muslims. When Hassan heard the Ifrit's words, he rejoiced with exceeding joy and made sure of deliverance, and he said to him, Allah requite thee weal. Go with us, relying upon the blessing of Allah. So the Ifrit forewent them, and they followed, talking and making merry, for their hearts were pleased and their breasts were eased, and Hassan fell to telling his wife all that had befallen him and all the hardships he had undergone, whilst she excused herself to him and told him, in turn, all she had seen and suffered. They ceased not faring all that night. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 827th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that they ceased not faring all that night, and the horses bore them like the blinding 11, and when the day rose all put their hands to the saddle-bags and took forth provaunt which they ate and water which they drank. Then they sped diligently on their way, preceded by the Ifrit, who turned aside with them from the beaten track into another road, till then untrodden, along the seashores, and they ceased not faring on, without stopping, across wadis and wolds a whole month, till on the 31st day there rose before them a dust cloud, that walled the world and darkened the day, and when Hassan saw this, he was confused and turned pale, and more so when a frightful crying and clamour struck their ears. Thereupon the old woman said to him, O my son, this is the army of the Wak Islands, that hath overtaken us, and presently they will lay violent hands on us. Hassan asked, What shall I do, O my mother? And she answered, Strike the earth with the rod. He did so, whereupon the 7 kings presented themselves and saluted him with the salam, kissing ground before him and saying, Fear not, neither grieve. Hassan rejoiced at these words and answered them, saying, Well said, O princes of the jinn and the Ifrits. This is your time. Quoth they, Get ye up to the mountain top, thou and thy wife and children and she who is with thee, and leave us to deal with them, for we know that you all are in the right and they in the wrong, and Allah will aid us against them. So Hassan and his wife and children and the old woman dismounted, and dismissing the horses, ascended the flank of the mountain. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 828th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Hassan with his wife, his children and the ancient dame ascended the mountain flank after they had dismissed the coursers. Presently, up came Queen al-Huda, with the troops right and left, and the captains went round about among the host and ranged them rank by rank in battle array. Then the hosts charged down upon each other and clashed together the twain with a mighty strain. The brave pressed on amain, and the coward to fly was fain, and the jinn cast flames of fire from their mouths, whilst the smoke of them rose up to the confines of the sky, and the two armies appeared and disappeared. The champions fought and heads flew from trunks, and the blood ran in rills, nor did brand leave to play and blood to flow and battle fire to flow, till the murk o' night came, when the two hosts drew apart and, alighting from their steeds, rested upon the field by the fires they had kindled. Therewith the 7 kings went up to Hassan and kissed the earth before him. He pressed forwards to meet them and thanked them and prayed Allah to give them the victory, and asked them how they had fared with the queen's troops. Quoth they will not withstand us more than 3 days, for we had a better of them today, taking some 2,000 of them prisoners and slaying of them much folk whose compt may not be told. So be of the good cheer and broad of breast. Then they farewelled him and went down to look after the safety of their troops, and they ceased not to keep up the fires till the morning rose with its sheen and shone, when the fighting men mounted their horses of noble strain and smote one another with thin-edged skean, and with brawn of bill they thrust amain, nor did they cease that day battle to darraign. Moreover, they passed the night on horseback, clashing together like dashing seas. Raged among them the fires of war, and they stinted not from battle and jar, till the armies of Wak were defeated and their power broken and their courage quelled. Their feet slipped, and whither they fled soever defeat was before them, wherefore they turned tail and all flight began to avail. But the most part of them were slain, and their queen and her chief officers and the grandees of her realm were captive ta'en. When the morning morrowed, the 7 kings presented themselves before Hassan and set for him a throne of alabaster inlaid with pearls and jewels, and he sat down thereon. They also set thereby a throne of ivory, plated with glittering gold, for the Princess Manar al-Sana, and another for the ancient Dame Shahrazad al-Dawi. Then they brought before them the prisoners, and among the rest, Queen Nur al-Huda with elbows pinioned and feet fettered, whom when Shahrazad saw, she said to her, thy recompense, O harlot, O tyrant, shall be that 2 bitches be starved and 2 mares stinted of water, till they be athirst. Then shalt thou be bound to the mares' tails, and these driven to the river, with the bitches following thee, that they may rend thy skin, and after, thy flesh shall be cut off and given them to eat. How couldst thou do with thy sister such deed, O strumpet, seeing that she was lawfully married, after the ordinance of Allah and of his apostle? For there is no monkery in al-Islam, and marriage as one of the institutions of the apostles, on who be the peace. FN number 177, nor were women created but for men. Then Hassan commanded to put all the captives to the sword, and the old woman cried out, saying, slay them all and spare none. FN number 178. But, when Princess Manar al-Sana saw her sister in this plight, a bondswoman and in fetters, she wept over her and said, O my sister, who is this hath conquered us and made us captives in our own country? Quoth Nur al-Huda, verily, this is a mighty matter. Indeed this man Hassan hath gotten the mastery over us, and Allah hath given him dominion over us and over all our realm, and he hath overcome us and the kings of the jinn. And quoth his sister, indeed, Allah aided him not against you, nor did he overcome you nor capture you save by means of this cap and rod. So Nur al-Huda was certified and assured that he had conquered her by means thereof, and humbled herself to his sister, till she was moved to ruth for her, and said to her husband, what wilt thou do with my sister? Behold, she is in thy hands, and she hath done thee no misdeed that thou shouldest punish her. Replied Hassan, the torturing of thee was misdeed enow. But she answered, saying, she hath excuse for all she did with me. As for thee, thou hast set my father's heart on fire for the loss of me, and what will be his case, if he lose my sister also? And he said to her, 'Tis thine to decide, do whatso thou wilt. So she bade loose his sister and the rest of the captives, and they did her bidding. Then she went up to Queen Nur al-Huda and embraced her, and they wept together a long while, after which quoth the queen, O my sister, bear me not malice for that I did with thee, and quoth Manar al-Sana, O my sister, this was foreordained to me by fate. Then they sat on the couch talking, and Manar al-Sana made peace between the old woman and her sister, after the goodliest fashion, and their hearts were set at ease. Thereupon Hassan dismissed the servants of the rod, thanking them for the succor which they had afforded him against his foes, and Manar al-Sana related to her sister all that had befallen her with Hassan her husband, and everything he had suffered for her sake, saying, O my sister, since he hath done these deeds and is possessed of this might, and Allah Almighty hath gifted him with such exceeding prowess, that he hath entered our country and beaten thine army and taken thee prisoner and defied our father, the supreme king, who hath dominion over all the princes of the jinn, it behoveth us to fail not of what is due to him. Replied Nur al-Huda, by Allah, O my sister, thou sayest sooth in whatso thou tellest me of the marvels which this man hath seen and suffered, and none may fail of respect to him. But was all this on thine account, O my sister? And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 829th night, she pursued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Princess Manar al-Sana repeated to her sister these praises of Hassan, the other replied, by Allah, this man can claim all respect more by token of his generosity. But was all this on thine account? Yes, answered Manar al-Sana. And they passed the night in converse till the morning morrowed, and the sun rose, and they were minded to depart. So they farewelled one another, and Manar al-Sana gave Godspeed to the ancient dame after the reconciling her with Queen Nur al-Huda. Thereupon Hassan smote the earth with a rod, and its servants the jinn appeared and saluted him, saying, Praise be Allah, who hath set thy soul at rest. Command us what thou wilt, and we will do it for thee in less than the twinkling of an eye. He thanked them for their saying, and said to the Malaric, Why to with good? Saddle me 2 steeds of the best. So they brought him forthwith 2 saddled coursers, one of which he mounted, taking his elder son before him, and his wife rode the other, taking the younger son in front of her. Then the queen and the old woman also backed horse and departed, Hassan and his wife following the right, and Nur al-Huda and Shahwai the left-hand road. The spouses fared on with their children, without stopping, for a whole month, till they drew in sight of the city, which they found compassed about with trees and streams, and, making the trees, dismounted beneath them, thinking to rest there. As they sat talking, behold, they saw many horsemen coming towards them, whereupon Hassan rose, and going to meet them, saw that it was King Hassan, lord of the land of Camphor and castle of Crystal, with his attendants. So Hassan went up to the king and kissed his hands and saluted him, and when Hassan saw him, he dismounted, and seating himself with Hassan upon carpets under the trees, returned his salam and gave him joy of his safety, and rejoiced in him with exceeding joy, saying to him, O Hassan, tell me all that hath befallen thee, first and last. So he told him all of that, whereupon the king marveled and said to him, O my son, none never reached the islands of Wak and returned thence but thou, and indeed thy case is wondrous, but Alhamdulillah, praise be God for safety. Then he mounted and bade Hassan ride with his wife and children into the city, where he lodged them in the guest house of his palace, and they abode with him 3 days, eating and drinking in mirth and merriment. After which Hassan sought Hassan's leave to depart to his own country, and the king granted it. Accordingly they took horse, and the king rode with them 10 days, after which he farewelled them and turned back, whilst Hassan and his wife and children fared on a whole month, at the end of which time they came to a great cavern, whose floor was of brass. Quoth Hassan to his wife, "Kennest thou yonder cave?" And quoth she, "No." Said he, "Therein dwelleth a sheikh, Abu al-Ruwaysh hight, to whom I am greatly beholden, for that he was the means of my becoming acquainted with King Hassan." Then he went on to tell her all that had passed between him and Abu al-Ruwaysh, and as he was thus engaged, behold, the sheikh himself issued from the cavern mouth. When Hassan saw him, he dismounted from his steed and kissed his hands, and the old man saluted him and gave him joy of his safety and rejoiced in him. Then he carried him into the ante and sat down with him, whilst Hassan related to him what had befallen him and the islands of Wak, whereat the elder marvelled with exceeding marvel and said, "O Hassan, how didst thou deliver thy wife and children?" So he told them the tale of the cap and the rod, hearing which he wondered and said, "O Hassan, O my son, but for this rod and the cap, thou hadst never delivered thy wife and children." And he replied, "Even so, O my lord." As they were talking, there came a knocking at the door, and Abu al-Ruwaysh went out and found Abd al-Qaddis mounted on his elephant. So he saluted him and brought him into the cavern, where he embraced Hassan and congratulated him on his safety, rejoicing greatly in his return. Then said Abu al-Ruwaysh to Hassan, "Tell the Sheikh Abd al-Qaddis all that hath befallen thee, O Hassan." He repeated to him everything that had passed, first and last, till he came to the tale of the rod and cap, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 830th night, she resumed, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Hassan began relating to Sheikh Abd al-Qaddis and Sheikh Abu al-Ruwaysh, who sat chatting in the cave, all that had passed, first and last, till he came to the tale of the rod and cap, where, upon quoth Abd al-Qaddis, "O my son, thou hast delivered thy wife and thy children and hast no further need of the two. Now we were the means of thy winning to the islands of Wak, and I have done thee kindness for the sake of my nieces, the daughters of my brother, wherefore I beg thee, of thy bounty and favour, to give me the rod and the Sheikh Abu al-Ruwaysh the cap." When Hassan heard this, he hung down his head, being ashamed to reply, "I will not give them to you," and said in his mind, "Indeed these two sheikhs have done me great kindness and were the means of my winning to the islands of Wak, and but for them I had never made the place, nor delivered my children, nor had I gotten me this rod and cap." So he raised his head and answered, "Yes, I will give them to you, but, O my lords, I fear lest the Supreme King, my wife's father, come upon me with his commando and combat with me in my own country, and I be unable to repel them, for want of the rod and the cap." Replied Abd al-Qaddis, "Fear not, O my son, we will continually succour thee and keep watch and ward for thee in this place, and whosoever shall come against thee from thy wife's father or any other, him we will fend off from thee, wherefore be thou of good cheer and keep thine eyes cool of tear, and hearten thy heart and broaden thy breast, and feel naught whatsoever of fear, for no harm shall come to thee." When Hassan heard this he was abashed and gave the cap to Abu al-Ruwaysh, saying to Abd al-Qaddis, "Accompany me to my own country and I will give thee the rod." At this the two elders rejoiced with exceeding joy and made him ready riches and treasures which beggar all description. He abode with them 3 days, at the end of which he set out again, and the Sheikh Abd al-Qaddis made ready to depart with him. So he and his wife mounted their beasts, and Abd al-Qaddis whistled, when, behold, a mighty big elephant trotted up with 4 hands and feet on amble from the heart of the desert, and he took it and mounted it. Then they farewelled Abu al-Ruwaysh, who disappeared within his cavern, and they fared on across country, traversing the land in its length and breadth wherever Abd al-Qaddis guided them by a short cut and an easy way, till they drew near the land of the princesses, whereupon Hassan rejoiced at finding himself once more near his mother, and praised Allah for his safe return and reunion with his wife and children after so many hardships and perils, and thanked him for his favours and bounties, reciting these couplets. Haply shall Aladdin us twain unite, and locked in strict embrace we'll hail the light, and wonders that befell me I'll recount, and all I suffered from the severance blight, and fain I'll cure mine eyes by viewing you, forever yearn my heart to see your sight. I hid a tale for you my heart within, which when we meet o morn I'll fain recite. I'll blame you for the deeds where you were done, but while blame endeth love shall stay in sight. Hardly had he made an end of these verses, when he looked and behold, the rose to view the green dome FN number 179, and the jetting fount and the emerald palace, and the mountain of clouds showed to them from afar, whereupon quoth Abd al-Qaddis, Rejoice, O Hassan, in good tidings, tonight shalt thou be the guest of my nieces. At this he joyed with exceeding joy, and as also did his wife, and they alighted at the domed pavilion, where they took their rest FN number 180, and ate and drank, after which they mounted horse again and rode until they came upon the palace. As they drew near, the princesses who were daughters of the king, brother to Sheikh Abd al-Qaddis, came forth to meet them and saluted them, and their uncle who said to them, O daughters of my brother, behold, I have accomplished the need of this your brother Hassan, and have helped him to regain his wife and children. So they embraced him and gave him joy of his return in safety and health, and of his reunion with his wife and children, and it was a day of festival FN number 181, with them. Then came forward Hassan's sister, the youngest princess, and embraced him, weeping with sore weeping, whilst he also wept for his long desolation, after which she complained to him of that which she had suffered for the pangs of separation and weariness of spirit in his absence, and recited these two couplets. After thy faring never chanced to be a shape, but did thy form therein descry, nor closed mine eyes in sleep, but thee I saw, e'en as though dwelling twixt the lid and eye. When she had made an end of her verses, she rejoiced with joy exceeding, and Hassan said to her, O my sister, I thank none in this matter save thyself over all thy sisters, and may Allah Almighty vouchsafe thee aidance and countenance. Then he related to her all that had passed in his journey, from first to last, and all that he had undergone, telling her that had betided him with his wife's sister, and how he had delivered his wife and wees, and he also described to her all that he had seen of marvels and grievous perils, even to how Queen Nur al-Huda would have slain him and his spouse and children, and none saved them from her but the Lord the Most High. Moreover, he related to her the adventure of the cap and the rod, and how Abd al-Qaddis and Abu al-Ruwaysh had asked for them, and he had not agreed to give them to the twain save for her sake, wherefore she thanked him and blessed him, wishing him long life, and he cried, By Allah, I shall never forget all the kindness thou hast done me from incept to conclusion. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 831st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Hassan foregathered with the princesses, he related to his sister all that he had endured, and said to her, Never will I forget what thou hast done for me from incept to conclusion. Then she turned to his wife Manar al-Sana and embraced her and pressed her children to her breast, saying to her, O daughter of the Supreme King, was there no pity in thy bosom, that thou partedst him and his children, and settedst his heart on fire for them? Say me, didst thou desire by this deed that he should die? The princess laughed and answered, Thus was it ordained of Allah, extolled and exalted be he, and whoso beguileth folk, him shall Allah begule. FN number 182. Then they set on somewhat of meat and drink, and they all ate and drank and made merry. They abode thus 10 days in feast and festival, mirth and merry-making, at the end of which time Hassan prepared to continue his journey. So his sister rose and made him ready riches and rarities, such as defy description. Then she strained him to her bosom, because of leave-taking, and threw her arms round his neck whilst he recited on her account these couplets. The solace of lovers is naught but far, and parting is naught save grief singular, and ill will and absence are naught but woe, and the victims of love naught but martyrs are. And how tedious is night to the loving wight from his true love parted 'neath evening star. His tears course over his cheeks, and so he cries, "Oh tears, be the more to flow." With this Hassan gave the rod to Sheikh Abd al-Qaddis, who joyed therein with exceeding joy, and thanking him and securing it mounted and returned to his own place. Then Hassan took horse with his wife and children and departed from the palace of the princesses, who went forth FN number 183 with him, to farewell him. Then they turned back and Hassan fared on, over wild and wold, 2 months and 10 days, till he came to the city of Baghdad, the house of peace, and repairing to his home by the private postern which gave upon the open country, knocked at the door. Now his mother, for long absence, had forsworn sleep, and given herself to mourning and weeping and wailing, till she fell sick and ate no meat, neither took delight in slumber but shed tears night and day. She ceased not to call upon her son's name, albeit she despaired of his returning to her, and as he stood at the door, he heard her weeping and reciting these couplets. By Allah, heal, O my lords, the unwhole of wasted frame and heart worn with dole, and you grant her a meeting 'tis but your grace shall whelm in the boons of the friend her soul. I despair not of union the Lord can grant, and to wheel of meeting our woes control. When she had ended her verses, she heard her son's voice at the door, calling out, O mother, mother our fortune hath been kind and hath vouchsafed our reunion. Hearing his cry she knew his voice and went to the door, between belief and misbelief, but when she opened it she saw him standing there and with him his wife and children, so she shrieked aloud, for excess of joy, and fell to the earth in a fainting fit. Hassan ceased not soothing her, till she recovered and embraced him, then she wept with joy, and presently she called his slaves and servants and bade them carry all his baggage into the house. FN number 184, so they brought in every one of the loads, and his wife and children entered also, whereupon Hassan's mother went up to the princess and kissed her head and bussed her feet, saying, O daughter of the Supreme King, if I have failed of thy due, behold, I crave pardon of Almighty Allah. Then she turned to Hassan and said to him, O my son, what was the cause of this long strangerhood? He related to her all his adventures from beginning to end, and when she heard tell of all that had befallen him, she cried a great cry and fell down fainting at the very mention of his mishaps. He solaced her, till she came to herself and said, By Allah, O my son, thou hast done unwisely in parting with the rod and the cap, for hast thou kept them with the care due to them. Thou wert master of the whole earth, in its breadth and length, but praise be Allah, for thy safety, O my son, and that of thy wife and children. They passed the night in all pleasance and happiness, and on the morrow Hassan changed his clothes and donning a suit of the richest apparel, went down into the bazaar and bought black slaves and slave girls and the richest stuffs and ornaments and furniture such as carpets and costly vessels and all manner other precious things, whose like is not found with kings. Moreover, he purchased houses and gardens and estates and so forth, and abode with his wife and his children and his mother, eating and drinking and pleasuring, nor did they cease from all joy of life and its solace till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the severer of societies. And glory be to him who hath dominion over the seen and the unseen, FN number 185, who is the living, the eternal, who dieth not at all. And men also recount the adventures of Khalifah the fisherman of Baghdad. There was once in tides of yore and in ages and times long gone before, in the city of Baghdad, a fisherman, Khalifah hight, a pauper wight, who had never once been married in all his days. FN number 186, it chanced one morning, that he took his net and went with it to the river, as was his wont, with a view of fishing before the others came. When he reached the bank, he girt himself and tucked up his skirts, then stepping into the water, He spread his net and cast it a first cast and a second, but it brought up naught. He ceased not to throw it, till he had made 10 casts, and still naught came up therein, wherefore his breast was straitened and his mind perplexed concerning his case, and he said, I crave pardon of God the great. There is no God but he, the living, the eternal, and unto him I repent. There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Whatso he willeth is and whatso he nilleth is not. Upon Allah, to whom belong honour and glory, dependeth daily bread. Whenas he giveth to his servant, none denieth him, and whenas he denieth a servant, none giveth to him. And of the excess of his distress, he recited these 2 couplets. And fate afflict thee, with grief manifest, prepare thy patience and make broad thy breast, for of his grace the Lord of all the worlds shall send to wait upon unrest sweet rest. Then he sat awhile pondering his case, and with his head bowed down recited also these couplets. Patience with sweet and with bitter fate, and weet that his will he shall consummate. Night oft upon woe as on abscess acts and brings it up to the bursting state, and chance and change shall pass sore youth and fleet from his thoughts and no more shall bate. Then he said in his mind, I will make this one more cast, trusting in Allah, so haply he may not disappoint my hope. And he rose and casting into the river the net as far as his arm availed, gathered the cords in his hands and waited a full hour, after which he pulled at it and, finding it heavy, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 832nd night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Khalifa the fisherman had cast his net sundry times into the stream, yet had it brought up naught, he pondered his case and improvised the verses afore quoted. Then he said in his mind, I will make this one more cast, trusting in Allah who haply will not disappoint my hope. So he rose and threw the net and waited a full hour, after which time he pulled at it and, finding it heavy, handled it gently and drew it in, little by little, till he got it ashore, when lo and behold, he saw in it a one-eyed, lame-legged ape. Seeing this quoth Khalifa, there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah. Verily, we are Allah's and to him we are returning. What meaneth this heartbreaking, miserable ill luck and hapless fortune? What is come to me this blessed day? But all this is of the destinies of Almighty Allah. Then he took the ape and tied him with a cord to a tree which grew on the river bank, and grasping a whip he had with him, raised his arm in the air, thinking to bring down the scourge upon the quarry, when Allah made the ape speak with a fluent tongue, saying, O Khalifa, hold thy hand and beat me not, but leave me bounden to this tree and go down to the river and cast thy net, confiding in Allah, for he will give thee thy daily bread. Hearing this, Khalifa went down to the river and casting his net, let the cords run out. Then he pulled it in and found it heavier than before, so he ceased not to tug at it, till he brought it to land, when, behold, there was another ape in it, with front teeth wide apart, FN number 187, coal-darkened eyes and hands stained with henna dyes, and he was laughing and wore a tattered waistcloth about his middle. Quoth Khalifa, Praise be Allah who hath changed the fish of the river into apes. FN number 188. Then, going up to the first ape, who was still tied to the tree, he said to him, See, O unlucky, how fulsome was the counsel thou gavest me. None but thou made me light on this second ape, and for that thou gavest me good morrow with thy one eye and thy lameness. FN number 189. I am become distressed and weary, without dirham or dinar. So saying, he hent in hand a stick, FN number 190, and flourishing it thrice in the air, was about to come down with it upon the lame ape, when the creature cried out for mercy and said to him, I conjure thee, by Allah, spare me for the sake of this my fellow, and seek of him thy need, for he will guide thee to thy desire. So he held his hand from him and throwing down the stick, went up to and stood by the second ape, who said to him, O Khalifa, this my speech, FN number 191, will profit thee naught, except thou hearken to what I say to thee, but, an thou do my bidding and cross me not, I will be the cause of thine enrichment. Asked Khalifa, and what hast thou to say to me that I may obey thee therein? The ape answered, Leave me bound on the bank and hie thee down to the river, then cast thy net a third time, and after I will tell thee what to do. So he took his net and going down to the river, cast it once more and waited a while. Then he drew it in and finding it heavy, laboured at it and ceased not his travail till he got it ashore, when he found in it yet another ape, but this one was red, with a blue waistcloth about his middle, his hands and feet were stained with henna and his eyes blackened with coal. When Khalifa saw this, he exclaimed, Glory to God the Great! Extolled be the perfection of the Lord of Dominion! Verily, this is a blessed day from first to last. Its ascendant was fortunate in the countenance of the first ape, and the scroll, FN number 192, is known by its superscription. Verily, today is a day of apes. There is not a single fish left in the river, and we are come out today but to catch monkeys. Then he turned to the third ape and said, And what thing art thou also, O unlucky? Quoth the ape, Dost thou not know me, O Khalifa? And quoth he, Not I. The ape cried, I am the ape of Abu al-Sayyid at FN number 193, the Jew, the Shroff. Asked Khalifa, And what dost thou for him? And the ape answered, I give him good morrow at the first of the day, and he gaineth 5 ducats, and again at the end of the day, I give him good even, and he gaineth other 5 ducats. Whereupon Khalifa turned to the first ape and said to him, See, O unlucky, what fine apes other folks have. As for thee, thou givest me good morrow with thy one eye and thy lameness and thy ill omened phiz, and I become poor and bankrupt and hungry. So saying, he took the cattle stick and flourishing it thrice in the air, was about to come down with it on the first ape, when Abu al-Sayyid's ape said to him, Let him be, O Khalifa, hold thy hand and come hither to me, that I may tell thee what to do. So Khalifa threw down the stick and walking up to him cried, And what hast thou to say to me, O monarch of all monkeys? Replied the ape, Leave me and the other 2 apes here, and take thy net and cast it into the river, and whatever cometh up, bring it to me, and I will tell thee what shall gladden thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 833rd night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the ape of Abu al-Sayyid said to Khalifa, Take thy net and cast it into the river, and whatever cometh up, bring it to me, and I will tell thee what shall gladden thee. He replied, I hear and obey, and took the net and gathered it on his shoulder, reciting these couplets. When straitened is my breast I will of my Creator pray, who may and can the heaviest weight lighten in easiest way. For ere man's glance can turn or close his eye, by God his grace waxeth the broken whole and yieldeth jail its prison prey. Therefore with Allah one and all of thy concerns commit, whose grace and favour men of which shall never more gainsay. And also these twain. Thou art the cause that castest man in ban and bane, sorrow e'en so and sorrow's cause thou canst assain. Make me not covet aught that lies beyond my reach. How many a greedy wight his wish hath failed to gain. Now when Khalifa had made an end of his verse, he went down to the river and casting his net, waited a while, after which he drew it up and found therein a fine young fish, FN number 194, with a big head, a tail like ladle and eyes like 2 gold pieces. When Khalifa saw this fish, he rejoiced, for he had never in his life caught its like. So he took it, marvelling, and carried it to the ape of Abu al-Sayyid the Jew, as to where he had gotten possession of the universal world. Quoth the ape, O Khalifa, what wilt thou do with his and with thine ape? And quoth the fisherman, I will tell thee, O monarch of monkeys, all I am about to do. Know then that first, I will cast about to make away with yonder accursed, my ape, and take thee in his stead and give thee every day to eat of whatso thou wilt. Rejoined the ape, since thou hast made choice of me, I will tell thee how thou shalt do, wherein, if it please Allah Almighty, shall be the mending of thy fortune. Lend thy mind, then, to what I say to thee, and 'tis this: take another cord and tie me also to a tree, where leave me and go to the midst of the dike, FN number 195, and cast thy net into the Tigris. FN number 196. Then after waiting a while, draw it up and thou shalt find therein a fish, than which thou never sawest a finer in thy whole life. Bring it to me and I will tell thee how thou shalt do after this. So Khalifa rose forthright and casting his net into the Tigris, drew up a great catfish, FN number 197, the bigness of a lamb. Never had he set eyes on its like, for it was larger than the first fish. He carried it to the ape, who said to him, gather thee some green grass and set half of it in a basket, lay the fish therein and cover it with the other moiety. Then, leaving us here tied, shoulder the basket and betake thee to Baghdad. If any bespeak thee or question thee by the way, answer him not, but fare on till thou comest to the market street of the money changers, at the upper end of whereof thou wilt find the shop of Master, FN number 198, Abu al-Sayyid at-Jew, Sheikh of the Shroffs, and wilt see him sitting on a mattress, with a cushion behind him and the two coffers, one for gold and one for silver, before him, while around him stand his Mamelukes and Negro slaves and servant lads. Go up to him and set the basket before him, saying, O Abu al-Sayyid at, verily I went out today to fish and cast my net in thy name, and Allah Almighty sent me this fish. He will ask, hast thou shown it to any but me? And do thou answer, no, by Allah. Then will he take it of thee and give thee a dinar. Give it back to him and he will give thee 2 dinars, but do thou return them also, and so do with everything he may offer thee, and take naught from him, though he give thee the fish's weight in gold. Then will he say to thee, tell me what thou wouldest have, and do thou reply, by Allah, I will not sell the fish save for 2 words. He will ask, what are they? And do thou answer, stand up and say, bear witness, O ye who are present in the market, that I give Kali for the fisherman my ape in exchange for his ape, and that I barter for his lot my lot and luck for his luck. This is the price of the fish, and I have no need of gold. If you do this, I will every day give thee good morrow and good even, and every day thou shalt gain 10 dinars of good gold, whilst this one-eyed, lame-legged ape shall daily give the Jew good morrow, and Allah shall afflict him every day with an avani, FN number 199, which he must needs pay, nor will he cease to be thus afflicted till he is reduced to beggary and hath naught. Hearken then to my words, so shalt thou prosper and be guided aright. Quoth Khalifa, I accept thy counsel, O monarch of all the monkeys. But, as for this unlucky, may Allah never bless him, I know not what to do with him. Quoth the ape, let him go, FN number 200, into the water, and let me go also. I hear and obey, answered Khalifa, and unbound the 3 apes, and they went down into the river. Then he took up the catfish, FN number 201, which he washed, then laid it in the basket upon some green grass, and covered it with other, and lastly shouldering his load, set out chanting the following mole, FN number 202. Thy case commit to a heavenly Lord, and thou shalt safety see. Act kindly through thy worldly life, and live repentance free. Mate not with folk suspected, lest eke thou shouldst suspected be, and from reviling keep thy tongue, lest men revile at thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 834th night, she resumed, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Kali for the fisherman, after ending his song, set out with the basket upon his shoulder and ceased not faring till he entered the city of Baghdad. And as he threaded the streets the folk knew him and cried out to him, saying, What hast thou there, O Khalifa? But he paid no heed to them and passed on till he came to the market street of the money changers and fared between the shops, as the ape had charged him, till he found the Jew seated at the upper end, with his servants in attendance upon him, as he were a king of the kings of Khorasan. He knew him at first sight, so he went up to him and stood before him, whereupon Abu al-Sayyidat raised his eyes and recognizing him, said, Welcome, O Khalifa. What wantest thou and what is thy need? If any have misaided thee or spited thee, tell me and I will go with thee to the chief of police, who shall do thee justice on him. Replied Khalifa, Nay, as thy head liveth, O chief of the Jews, none hath misaided me. But I went forth this morning to the river and, casting my net into the Tigris on thy luck, brought up this fish. Therewith he opened the basket and threw the fish before the Jew who admired it and said, By the Pentateuch and the 10 Commandments, FN number 203, I dreamt last night that the Virgin came to me and said, Know, O Abu al-Sayyidat, that I have sent thee a pretty present. And doubtless 'tis this fish. Then he turned to Khalifa and said to him, By thy faith, hath any seen it but I? Khalifa replied, No, by Allah and by Abu Bakr the Veridical, FN number 204, none hath seen it save thou, O chief of the Jews. Whereupon the Jew turned to one of his lads and said to him, Come, carry this fish to my house and bid Sayada, FN number 205, dress it and fry and broil it, against I make an end of my business and hie me home. And Khalifa said, Go, O my lad, let the master's wife fry some of it and broil the rest. Answered the boy, I hear and I obey, O my lord, and, taking the fish, went away with it to the house. Then the Jew put out his hand and gave Khalifa the fisherman a dinar, saying, Take this for thyself, O Khalifa, and spend it on thy family. When Khalifa saw the dinar on his palm, he took it, saying, Lord to the Lord of Dominion, as if he had never seen aught of gold in his life, and went somewhat away. But, before he had gone far, he was minded of the ape's charge and turning back threw down the ducat, saying, Take thy gold and give folk back their fish. Dost thou make a laughing stock of folk? The Jew hearing this thought he was jesting and offered him 2 dinars upon the other, but Khalifa said, Give me the fish and no nonsense. How knewest thou I would sell it at this price? Whereupon the Jew gave him 2 more dinars and said, Take these 5 ducats for thy fish and leave greed. So Khalifa hent the 5 dinars in hand and went away, rejoicing, and gazing and marvelling at the gold and saying, Glory be to God. There is not with the Caliph of Baghdad what is with me this day. Then he ceased not faring on till he came to the end of the market street, when he remembered the words of the ape and his charge, and returning to the Jew, threw him back the gold. Quoth he, What aileth thee, O Khalifa? Dost thou want silver in exchange for gold? Khalifa replied, I want no dirhams nor dinars. I only want thee to give me back folks' fish. With this the Jew waxed wroth and shouted out at him, saying, O fisherman, thou bringest me a fish not worth a sequin and I give thee 5 for it, yet art thou not content. Art thou jinn mad? Tell me for how much thou wilt sell it. Answered Khalifa, I will not sell it for silver nor for gold, only for 2 sayings, FN number 206, thou shalt say me. When the Jew heard speak of the 2 sayings, his eyes sank into his head, he breathed hard and ground his teeth for rage and said to him, O nail-paring of the Muslims, wilt thou have me throw off my faith for the sake of thy fish, and wilt thou debauch me from my religion and stultify my belief and my conviction which I inherited of old from my forebears? Then he cried out to the servants who were in waiting and said, Out on you! Bash me this unlucky rogue's neck and bastinado him soundly. So they came down upon him with blows and ceased not beating him till he fell beneath the shop, And the Jew said to them, Leave him and let him rise. Whereupon Khalifa jumped up, as if naught ailed him, and the Jew said to him, Tell me what price thou asketh for this fish, and I will give it thee, for thou hast gotten but scant good of us this day. Answered the fisherman, Have no fear for me, O master, because of the beating, for I can eat 10 donkeys' rations of stick. The Jew laughed at his words and said, Allah upon thee, tell me what thou wilt have, and by the right of my faith, I will give it thee. The fisherman replied, Naught from thee will remunerate me for this fish, save the 2 words whereof I spake. And the Jew said, Meseemeth thou wouldest have me become a Muslim. FN number 207. Khalifa rejoined, By Allah, O Jew, and thou Islamize twill nor advantage the Muslims nor damage the Jews, and in like manner, and thou hold to thy misbelief twill nor damage the Muslims nor advantage the Jews. But what I desire of thee is that thou rise to thy feet and say, Bear witness against me, O people of the market, that I barter my ape for the ape of Khalifa the fisherman, and my lot in the world for his lot, and my luck for his luck. Quoth the Jew, If this be all thou desirest, 'twill sit lightly upon me. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 835th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Jew said to Khalifa the fisherman, If this be all thou desirest, 'twill sit lightly upon me. So he rose without stay or delay, and standing on his feet, repeated the required words, after which he turned to the fisherman and asked him, Hast thou aught else to ask of me? No, answered he, and the Jew said, Go in peace. Hearing this, Khalifa sprung to his feet forthright, shook up his basket and net, and returned straight to the Tigris, where he threw his net and pulled it in. He found it heavy and brought it not ashore but with travail, when he found it full of fish of all kinds. Presently, up came a woman with a dish, who gave me a dinar, and he gave her fish for it, and after her an eunuch, who also bought a dinar's worth of fish, and so forth till he had sold 10 dinars worth. And he continued to sell 10 dinars worth of fish daily for 10 days, till he had gotten 100 dinars. Now Khalifa the fisherman had quarters in the passage of the merchants, FN number 208, and, as he lay one night in his lodging much bemused with hashish, he said to himself, O Khalifa, the folk all know thee for a poor fisherman, and now thou hast gotten 100 golden dinars. Needs must the commander of the faithful, Harun al-Rashid, hear of this from some one, and haply he will be wanting money, and will send for thee and say to thee, I need a sum of money, and it hath reached me that thou hast 100 dinars, so do thou lend them to me those same. I shall answer, O commander of the faithful, I am a poor man, and whoso told thee that I had 100 dinars lied against me, for I have naught of this. Thereupon he will commit me to the chief of police, saying, Strip him of his clothes and torment him with a bastinado till he confess and give up the 100 dinars in his possession. Wherefore, meseemeth to provide against this predicament, the best thing I can do, is to rise forthright and bash myself with the whip, so to use myself to beating. And his hashish, FN number 209, said to him, Rise, doff thy dress. So he stood up, and putting off his clothes, took a whip he had by him and set handy 11 pillow. Then he fell to lashing himself, laying every other blow upon the pillow, and roaring out the while, Alas! Alas! By Allah, 'tis a false saying, O my lord, and they have lied against me, for I am a poor fisherman and have naught of the goods of the world. The noise of the whip falling on the pillow and on his person resounded in the still of night, and the folk heard it, and amongst others the merchants, and they said, Whatever can ail the poor fellow, that he crieth and we hear the noise of blows falling on him? 'Twould seem robbers have broken in upon him and are tormenting him. Presently they all came forth of their lodgings, at the noise of the blows and the crying, and repaired to Khalifa's room, but they found the door locked, and said one to other, Belike the robbers have come in upon him from the back of the adjoining saloon. It behoveth us to climb over by the roofs. So they clomb over the roofs and coming down through the skylight, FN number 210, saw him naked and flogging himself and asked him, What aileth thee, O Khalifa? He answered, Know, O folk, that I have gained some dinars and fear lest my case be carried up to the Prince of True Believers, Harun al-Rashid, and he sent for me and demand of me those same gold pieces, whereupon I should deny, and I fear that, if I deny, he will torture me, so I am torturing myself, by way of accustoming me to what may come. The merchants laughed at him and said, Leave this fooling, may Allah not bless thee and the dinars thou hast gotten. Verily thou hast disturbed us this night and hast troubled our hearts. So Khalifa left flogging himself and slept till the morning, when he rose and would have gone about his business, but bethought him of his 100 dinars and said in his mind, When I leave them at home, thieves will steal them, and if I put them in a belt, FN number 211, about my waist, peradventure someone will see me and lay in wait for me till he come upon me in some lonely place and slay me and take the money, but I have a device that should serve me well, right well. So he jumped up forthright and made him a pocket in the collar of his gabardine and tying the 100 dinars up in a purse, laid them in the collar pocket. Then he took his net and basket and staff and went down to the Tigris. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 836th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Khalifa the fisherman, having set his 100 dinars in the collar pocket, took basket, staff and net and went down to the Tigris, where he made a cast but brought up naught. So he removed from that place to another and threw again, but once more the net came up empty, and he went on removing from place to place till he had gone half a day's journey from the city, ever casting the net which kept bringing up naught. So he said to himself, By Allah, I will throw my net a stream but is once more, whether ill come of it or weal. FN number 212, then he hurled the net with all his force, of the excess and his wrath, and the purse with 100 dinars flew out of his collar pocket and, lighting in midstream, was carried away by the strong current, whereupon he threw down the net and plunged into the water after the purse. He dived for it nigh 100 times, till his strength was exhausted and he came up for sheer fatigue without chancing on it. When he despaired of finding the purse, he returned to the shore, where he was nothing but staff, net and basket, and sought for his clothes, but could light on no trace of them. So he said in himself, O vilest of those wherefore was made the byword, the pilgrimage is not perfected save by copulation with a camel. FN number 213. Then he wrapped the net about him and taking staff in one hand and basket in other, went trotting about like a camel in rut, running right and left and backwards and forwards, dishevelled and dusty, as he were a rebel married let loose from Solomon's prison. FN number 214, so far for what concerns the fisherman Khalifa, but as regards the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, he had a friend, a jeweller called Ibn al-Qunaz, FN number 215, and all the traders, brokers and middlemen knew him from the Caliph's merchant, wherefore there was naught sold in Baghdad, by way of rarities and things of price or Mamelukes or handmaidens, but was first shown to him. As he sat one day in his shop, behold, there came up to him the sheikh of the brokers, with a slave girl, whose like seers never saw, for she was of passing beauty and loveliness, symmetry and perfect grace, and among her gifts was that she knew all arts and sciences and could make verses and play upon all manner musical instruments. So Ibn al-Qunaz bought her for 5,000 golden dinars and clothed her with other 1,000, after which he carried her to the Prince of True Believers, with whom she lay the night and who made trial of her in every kind of knowledge and accomplishment and found her versed in all sorts of arts and sciences, having no equal in her time. Her name was Kut al-Kulub, FN number 216, and she was even as saith the poet. I fix my glance on her, whene'er as she wends, and non-acceptance of my glance breeds pain. She favours graceful-necked gazelle at gaze, and graceful as gazelle to say we fain. And where is this, FN number 217, beside the saying of another? Give me brunettes, the Syrian spears, so limber and so straight, tell of the slender dusky maids, so lithe and proud of gait. Languid of eyelids, with a down like silk upon her cheek, within her wasting lover's heart she queens it still in state. On the morrow the Caliph sent for Ibn al-Ghunaz the jeweller, and bade him receive 10,000 dinars as to her price. And his heart was taken up with the slave girl Kut al-Kulub, and he forsook the lady Zubaydah bint al-Qasim, for all she was the daughter of his father's brother, FN number 218, and he abandoned all his favourite concubines and abode a whole month without stirring from Kut al-Kulub's side save to go to the Friday prayers and return to her in all haste. This was grievous to the lords of the realm, and they complained thereof to the Wazir Juf'ar the Barmecide, who bore with the commander of the faithful and waited till the next Friday, when he entered the cathedral mosque and, foregathering with the Caliph, related to him all that occurred to him of extraordinary stories anent seen love and lovers, with intent to draw out what was in his mind. Quoth the Caliph, By Allah, O Juf'ar, this is not of my choice, but my heart is caught in the snare of love, and wot I not what is to be done. The Wazir Juf'ar replied, O Commander of the Faithful, thou knowest how this girl Kut al-Kulub is become at thy disposal, and of the number of thy servants, and that which hand possesseth soul coveteth not. Moreover, I will tell thee another thing, which is that the highest boast of kings and princes is in hunting and the pursuit of sport and victory, and if thou apply thyself to this, perchance it will divert thee from her, and it may be thou wilt forget her. Rejoined the Caliph, Thou sayest well, O Juf'ar, come let us go hunting forthright, without stay or delay. So soon as Friday prayers were prayed, they left the mosque and at once mounting their she-mules rode forth to the chase. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 837th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Caliph Harun al-Rashid and their Wazir Juf'ar would go forth hunting and chasing, they mounted 2 she-mules and fared on into the open country, occupied with talk, and their attendants outwent them. Presently the heat became over-hot, and al-Rashid said to his Wazir, O Juf'ar, I am sore athirst. Then he looked around, and espying a figure in the distance on a high mound, asked Juf'ar, Seest thou what I see? Answered the Wazir, Yes, O Commander of the Faithful, I see a dim figure on a high mound, belike he is the keeper of the garden of a cucumber plot, and in whatso-wise water will not be lacking in his neighbourhood, presently adding, I will go to him and fetch thee some. But al-Rashid said, My mule is swifter than thy mule, so do thou abide here, on account of the troops, whilst I go myself to him and get of this person, FN number 219, drink and return. So saying, he urged his she-mule, which started off like racing wind or railing water, and, in the twinkling of an eye, made the mound, where he found the figure he had seen to be none other than Khalifa the fisherman, naked and wrapped in the net, and indeed he was horrible to behold. As to and fro he rolled, with eyes for very redness like cresset gleam and dusty hair in dishevelled trim, as he were in a fit or a lion grim. Al-Rashid saluted him, and he returned his salutation, but he was wroth, and fires might have been lit at his breath. Quoth the Caliph, O man, hast thou any water? And quoth Khalifa, Ho thou, art thou blind, or in mad? Get thee to the river Tigris, for 'tis behind this mound. So al-Rashid went around the mound, and going down to the river, drank and watered his mule. Then, without a moment's delay, he returned to Khalifa and said to him, What aileth thee, O man, to stand here, and what is thy calling? The fisherman cried, This is a stranger and sillier question than that about the water. Seest thou not the gear of my craft on my shoulder? Said the Caliph, Belike thou art a fisherman. And he replied, Yes. Asked al-Rashid, Where is thy gaberdine, FN number 220, and where are thy waistcloth and girdle, and where be the rest of thy raiment? Now these were the very things which had been taken from Khalifa, like for like. So, when he heard the Caliph name them, he got into his head that it was he who had stolen his clothes from the river bank, and coming down from the top of the mound, swiftlier than the blinding levin, laid hold of the mule's bridle, saying, "Hark, man, bring me back my things and leave jesting and joking." Al-Rashid replied, "By Allah, I have not seen thy clothes nor know aught of them." Now the Caliph had large cheeks and a small mouth. FN number 221. So Khalifa said to him, "Belike, thou art by trade a singer or a piper on pipes. But bring me back my clothes fairly and without more ado, or I will bash thee with this my staff till thou bepiss thyself and befoul thy clothes." When Al-Rashid saw the staff in the fisherman's hand and that he had the vantage of him, he said to himself, "By Allah, I cannot brook from this mad beggar half a blow of that staff." Now he had on the satin gown, so he pulled it off and gave it to Khalifa, saying, "O man, take this in place of thy clothes." The fisherman took it and turned it about and said, "My clothes are worth 10 of this painted Abba cloak," and rejoined the Caliph, "Put it on till I bring thee thy gear." So Khalifa donned the gown, but finding it too long for him, took a knife he had with him, tied to the handle of his basket, FN number 222, and cut off nigh a third of the skirt, so that it fell only beneath his knees. Then he turned to Al-Rashid and said to him, "Allah upon thee, O piper, tell me what wage thou gettest every month from thy master, for thy craft of piping." Replied the Caliph, "My wage is 10 dinars a month." And Khalifa continued, "By Allah, my poor fellow, thou makest me sorry for thee. Why, I make thy 10 dinars every day. Hast thou a mind to take service with me, and I will teach thee the art of fishing and share my gain with thee? So shalt thou make 5 dinars a day and be my slavey, and I will protect thee against thy master with this staff." Quoth Al-Rashid, "I will well," and quoth Khalifa, "Then get off thy she-ass and tie her up, so she may serve us to carry the fish hereafter, and come hither, that I may teach thee to fish forthright." So Al-Rashid alighted and, hobbling his mule, tucked his skirts into his girdle, and Khalifa said to him, "O piper, lay hold of the net thus and put it over thy forearm thus and cast it into the Tigris thus." Accordingly, the Caliph took heart of grace and, doing as the fisherman showed him, threw the net and pulled at it, but could not draw it up. So Khalifa came to his aid and tugged at it with him, but the two together could not hale it up, whereupon said the fisherman, "O piper of ill omen, for the first time I took thy gown in place of my clothes, but this second time I will have thine ass and will beat thee to boot, till thou bepiss and beskite thyself. And I find my net torn." Quoth Al-Rashid, "Let the twain of us pull at once." So they both pulled together and succeeded with difficulty in hauling the net ashore, when they found it full of fish of all kinds and colours. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 838th night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Khalifa the fisherman and the Caliph hauled that net ashore, they found it full of fish of all kinds. And Khalifa said to Al-Rashid, "By Allah, O piper, thou art foul of favour, but, an thou apply thyself to fishing, thou wilt make a mighty fine fisherman. But now 'twere best thou bestraddle thine ass and make for the market and fetch me a pair of frails, FN number 223, and I will look after the fish till thou return, when I and thou will load it on thine ass's back. I have scales and weights and all we want, so we can take them with us, and thou wilt have nothing to do but to hold the scales and pouch the price, for here we have fish worth 20 dinars. So be fast with the frails and loiter not." Answered the Caliph, "I hear and obey," and mounting, left him with his fish, and spurred his mule, in high good humour, and ceased not laughing over his adventures with the fisherman, till he came up to Juf'ah, who said to him, "O Commander of the Faithful, belike, When thou wentest down to drink, thou found a pleasant flower garden and entradest and tookest thy pleasure therein alone. At this Al-Rashid fell a-laughing again, and all the Barmecides rose and kissed the ground before him, saying, O Commander of the Faithful, Allah make joy to endure for thee and do away annoy from thee. What was the cause of thy delaying when thou faredst to drink, and what hath befallen thee? Quoth the Caliph, Verily, a right wondrous tale and a joyous adventure and a wondrous hath befallen me. And he repeated to them what had passed between himself and the fisherman and his words, Thou stolest my clothes. And how he had given him his gown and how he had cut off a part of it, finding it too long for him. Said Ja'far, By Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, I had it in mind to beg the gown of thee, but now I will go straight to the fisherman and buy it of him. The Caliph replied, By Allah, he hath cut off a third part of the skirt and spoilt it. But, O Ja'far, I am tired with fishing in the river, for I have caught great store of fish which I left on the bank with my master Khalifa, and he is watching them and waiting for me to return to him with a couple of frails and a match. FN number 224. Then we are to go, I and he, to the market and sell the fish and share the price. Ja'far rejoined, O Commander of the Faithful, I will bring you a purchaser for your fish. And Al-Rashid retorted, O Ja'far, by the virtue of my holy forefathers, whoso bringeth me one of the fish that are before Khalifa, who taught me angling, I will give him for it a gold dinar. So the crier proclaimed among the troops that they should go forth and buy fish for the Caliph, and they all arose and made for the riverside. Now, while Khalifa was expecting the Caliph's return with the two frails, behold, the Mamelukes swooped down upon him like vultures and took the fish and wrapped them in gold-embroidered kerchiefs, beating one another in their eagerness to get at the fisherman. Whereupon quoth Khalifa, Doubtless these are of the fish of paradise. FN number 225, and handing two fish in right hand and left, plunged into the water up to his neck and fell saying, O Allah, by the virtue of these fish, let thy servant the piper, my partner, come to me at this very moment. And suddenly up to him came a black slave which was the chief of the Caliph's negro eunuchs. He had tarried behind the rest, by reason of his horse having stopped to make water by the way, and finding that naught remained of the fish, little or much, looked right and left, till he espied Khalifa standing in the stream, with a fish in either hand, and said to him, Come hither, O fisherman. But Khalifa replied, Begone and none of your impudence. FN number 226. So the eunuch went up to him and said, Give me the fish and I will pay thee the price. Replied the fisherman, Art thou little of wit? I will not sell them. Therewith the eunuch drew his mace upon him, and Khalifa cried out, saying, Strike not, O loon. Better our jest than the mace. FN number 227. So saying, he threw the two fishes to the eunuch, who took them and laid them in his kerchief. Then he put hand in pouch, but found not a single dirham, and said to Khalifa, O fisherman, verily thou art out of luck, for, by Allah, I have not a silver about me. But come tomorrow to the palace of the Caliphate and ask for the eunuch's sandal, whereupon the castratos will direct thee to me, and by coming thither thou shalt get what falleth to thy lot, and therewith wend thy ways. Quoth Khalifa, Indeed, this is a blessed day, and its blessedness was manifest from the first of it. FN number 228. Then he shouldered his net and returned to Baghdad, and as he passed through the streets, the folk saw the Caliph's gown on him and stared at him till he came to the gate of his quarter, by which was the shop of the Caliph's tailor. When the man saw him wearing a dress of the apparel of the Caliph, worth 1,000 dinars, he said to him, O Khalifa, whence hast thou that gown? Replied the fisherman, What aileth thee to be impudent? I had it of one whom I taught to fish and who is become my apprentice. O gave him the cutting off of his hand. FN number 229. for that he stole my clothes and gave me escape in their place. So the tailor knew that the Caliph had come upon him as he was fishing and jested with him and given him the gown semicolon, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 839th night, she resumed, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Caliph came upon Khalifah the fisherman and gave him his own gown in jest wherewith the man fared home. Such was his case. But as regards Harun al-Rashid, he had gone out a-hunting and a-fishing only to divert his thoughts from the damsel, Kut al-Kulub. But when Zubaydah heard of her and of the Caliph's devotion to her, the lady was fired with a jealousy which the more especially fireth women, so that she refused meat and drink and rejected the delights of sleep and awaited the Caliph's going forth on a journey or what not, that she might set a snare for the damsel. So when she learnt that he was gone hunting and fishing, she bade her women furnish the palace fairly and decorate it splendidly and serve up viands and confections, and amongst the rest she made a china dish of the daintiest sweetmeats that can be made wherein she had put bang. Then she ordered one of her eunuchs go to the damsel Kut al-Kulub and bid her to the banquet, saying, the lady Zubaydah bint al-Qasim, the wife of the commander of the faithful, hath drunk on medicine today, and, having heard tell of the sweetness of thy singing, longeth to divert herself somewhat of thine art. Kut al-Kulub replied, hearing and obedience are due to Allah and the ladies Zubaydah, and rose without stay or delay, and knowing what was hidden for her in the secret purpose. Then she took with her what instruments she needed and, accompanying the eunuch, ceased not faring till she stood in the presence of the princess. When she entered, she kissed ground before her again and again, then rising to her feet, said, peace be on the lady of the exalted house Sabasi and scion of the Prophet's family. May Allah fulfill thee of peace and prosperity in the days and the years. FN number 230. Then she stood with the rest of the women and eunuchs, and presently the lady Zubaydah raised her eyes and considered her beauty and loveliness. She saw a damsel with cheeks smooth as rose and breasts like granado, a face moon bright, a brow flower white and great eyes black as night. Her eyelids were languid and her face beamed with light, as if the sun from her forehead arose and the murks of the night from the locks of her brow, and the fragrance of musk from her breath strayed, and flowers bloomed in her lovely face and laid, the moonbeam from her forehead, and in her slender shape the branches swayed. She was like the full moon shining in the nightly shade, her eyes wantoned, her eyebrows were like a bow arched, and her lips of coral moulded. Her beauty amazed all who espied her, and her glances amated all who eyed her. Glory be to him who formed her and fashioned her and perfected her. Brief, she was even as saith the poet of one who favoured her. When she's incensed thou seest folk like slain, and when she's pleased, their souls are quick again. Her e'en are armed with glances magical wherewith she kills and quickens as she's fain. The worlds she leadeth captive with her eyes, as though the worlds were all her slavish train. Quoth the ladies Zubaydah, welcome, and welcome and fair cheer to thee, O Kut al-Kulub. Sit and divert us with thine art and the goodliness of thine accomplishments. Quoth the damsel, I hear and I obey, and, putting out her hand, shook the tambourine, whereof one of its praises speaketh in the following verses. Ho thou, O the tabret, my heart takes flight, and love-smit cries while thy fingers smite. Thou takest naught but a wounded heart, the while for acceptance longs the wight. So say thou word or heavy or light, play waiter thou please, it will charm the sprite. Sois bon, unveil thy cheek, Marbell rise, deftly dance and all hearts delight. Then she smote the tambourine briskly and so sang thereto, that she stopped the birds in the sky and the place danced with them blithely, after which she lay down the tambourine and took the pipe, FN number 231, whereof it is said, she hath eyes whose babes with their fingers sign to sweet tunes without a discordant line. And as the poet also said in this couplet, and, when she announced their will to sing, for union joy to sit time divine. Then she laid down the pipe, after she had charmed therewith all who were present, and took up the lute, whereof saith the poet. How many a blooming bough in the glee girl's hand is fain as lute to which great souls by charm of cunning strain. She sweeps tormenting lute strings by her artful touch with fingertips that surely chain with endless chain. Then she tightened its pegs and tuned its strings, and laying it in her lap, bended over it as mother bendeth over child, and it seemed as it were of her and her lute that the poet spoke in these couplets. Sweetly discourses she on Persian string, and an intelligence makes understand, and teaches she that loves a murderer, who oft the reasoning Muslim hath unmanned. A maid, by Allah, in whose palm a thing of painted wood like mouth can speech command. With lute she stauncheth flow of love, and so stops flow of blood the cunning leech's hand. Then she preluded in 14 different modes, and sang to the lute an entire piece, so as to confound the gazers and delight her hearers. After which she recited these 2 couplets. The coming unto thee is blessed, therein new joys for I attend, its blisses are continuous, its blessings never end. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 840th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the maiden, Kut al-Kulub, after singing these songs and sweeping the strings in presence of the ladies Ubaidah, rose and exhibited tricks of sleight of hand and legerdemain and all manner pleasing arts, till the princess came near to fall in love with her, and said to herself, Verily, my cousin Al-Rashid is not to blame for loving her. Then the damsel kissed ground before Ubaidah and sat down, whereupon they set food before her. Presently they brought her the drugged dish of sweetmeats, and she ate thereof, and hardly had it settled in her stomach when her head fell backward and she sank on the ground sleeping. With this, the lady said to her women, Carry her up to one of the chambers, till I summon her, and they replied, We hear and we obey. Then said she to one of her eunuchs, Fashion me a chest and bring it hitherto to me. And shortly afterwards she bade make the semblance of a tomb, and spread the report that Kut al-Kulub had choked and died, threatening her familiars that she would smite the neck of whoever should say, She is alive. Now, behold, the Caliph suddenly returned from the chase, and the first inquiry he made was for the damsel. So there came to him one of his eunuchs, whom the lady Zubaydah had charged to declare she was dead, if the Caliph should ask for her, and, kissing ground before him, said, May thy head live, O my lord. Be certified that Kut al-Kulub choked in eating and is dead. Whereupon cried Al-Rashid, God never gladden thee with good news, O thou bad slave. And entered the palace, where he heard of her death from every one, and asked, Where is her tomb? So they brought him to the sepulchre and showed him the pretended tomb, saying, This is her burial place. When he saw it, he cried out and wept and embraced it, quoting these 2 couplets, FN number 232. By Allah, O tomb, have her beauties ceased and disappeared from sight, and is the countenance changed, and one, that shone so wonder bright? O tomb, thou art neither heaven nor garden, verily, how comes it then that swaying branch and moon in thee unite? The Caliph, weeping sore for her, abode by the tomb a full hour, after which he arose and went away, in the utmost distress and the deepest melancholy. So the ladies Ubaidah saw that her plot had succeeded, and forthright sent for the eunuch and said, Hither with the chest. He set it before her, when she bade bring the damsel, and locking her up therein, said to the eunuch, Take all pains to sell this chest, and make it a condition with the purchaser that he buy it locked, then give alms with its price. FN number 233. So he took it and went forth to do her bidding. Thus fared it with these. But as for Khalif or the fisherman, when morning morrowed and shone with its light and sheen, he said to himself, I cannot do aught better today than visit the eunuch who bought the fish of me, for he appointed me to come to him in the palace of the Caliphate. So he went forth of his lodging, intending for the palace, and when he came thither, he found Mamelukes, Negro slaves and eunuchs standing and sitting, and looking at them. Behold, seated amongst them was the eunuch who had taken the fish of him, with the white slaves waiting on him. Presently, one of the Mameluke lads called out to him, whereupon the eunuch turned to see who he was, and lo, it was the fisherman. Now when Khalifa was aware that he saw him and recognized him, he said to him, I have not failed thee, O my little tulip. FN number 234, on this wise are men of their word. Hearing his address, Sandal the eunuch, FN number 235, laughed and replied, By Allah, thou art right, O fisherman, and put his hand to his pouch, to give him somewhat, but at that moment there arose a great clamour. So he raised his head to see what was to do, and finding that it was the Wazir Juf'ar the Barmecide coming forth from the Caliph's presence, he rose to him and forewent him, and they walked about, conversing for a longsome time. Khalifa the fisherman waited a while, then, growing weary of standing and finding that the eunuch took no heed of him, he set himself in his way and beckoned to him from afar, saying, O my lord Tulip, give me my due and let me go. The eunuch heard him, but was ashamed to answer him because of the minister's presence, so he went on talking with Jafar and took no notice whatever of the fisherman. Whereupon quoth Khalifa, O slow, O pay. FN number 236, may Allah put to shame all churls and all who take folks' goods and unniggardly with them. I put myself under thy protection, O my lord Branbelly. FN number 237, to give me my due and let me go. The eunuch heard him, but was ashamed to answer him before Jafar, and the minister saw the fisherman beckoning and talking to him, though he knew not what he was saying, so he said to Sandal, misliking his behaviour, O eunuch, what would yonder beggar with thee? Sandal replied, Dost thou not know him, O my lord the Wazir? And Jafar answered, By Allah, I know him not. How should I know a man I have never seen but at this moment? Rejoined the eunuch, O my lord, this is the fisherman whose fish we seized on the banks of the Tigris. I came too late to get any and was ashamed to return to the Prince of True Believers, empty-handed, when all the Mamelukes had some. Presently I espied the fisherman standing in midstream, calling on Allah, with 4 fishes in his hands, and said to him, Give me what thou hast there and take their worth. He handed me the fish and I put my hand into my pocket, purposing to gift him with somewhat, but found naught therein and said, Come to me in the palace, and I will give thee wherewithal to aid thee in thy poverty. So he came to me today and I was putting hand to pouch, that I might give him somewhat, when thou camest forth and I rose to wait on thee and was diverted with thee from him, till he grew tired of waiting, and this is the whole story, how he cometh to be standing here. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 841st night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Sandal the eunuch related to Jafar the Barmecide the tale of Khalifa the fisherman, ending with, This is the whole story and how he cometh to be standing here. The Wazir, hearing this account, smiled and said, O eunuch, how is it that this fisherman cometh in his hour of need and thou satisfiest him not? Dost thou not know him, O chief of the eunuchs? No, answered Sandal, and Jafar said, This is the master of the commander of the faithful, and his partner, and our lord the caliph has arisen this morning, strait of breast, heavy of heart and troubled of thought. Nor is there aught will broaden his breast save this fisherman. So let him not go, till I crave the caliph's pleasure concerning him and bring him before him. Perchance Allah will relieve him of his oppression and console him for the loss of Kut al-Kulub, by means of the fisherman's presence, and he will give him wherewithal to better himself, and thou wilt be the cause of this. Replied Sandal, O my lord, do as thou wilt, and may Allah Almighty long continue thee a pillar of the dynasty of the Commander of the Faithful, whose shadow Allah perpetuate. FN number 238, and prosper it, root and branch. Then the Wazir Jafar rose up and went into the Caliph, and Sandal ordered the Mamelukes not to leave the fisherman, whereupon Khalifa cried, "How goodly is thy bounty, O Tulip! The seeker is become the sought. I come to seek my due, and they imprison me for debts in arrears." FN number 239. When Jafar came into the presence of the Caliph, he found him sitting with his head bowed earthwards, breast straightened and mind melancholy, humming the verses of the poet. My blamers instant bid that I for her become consoled, but I, what can I do, whose heart declines to be controlled? And how can I in patience bear the loss of lovely maid, when fails me patience for a love that holds with firmest hold? Ne'er I'll forget her, nor the bowl that twixt us both went round, and wine of glances maddened me with drunkenness ensouled. When as Jafar stood in the presence, he said, "Peace be upon thee, O Commander of the Faithful, defender of the honor of the faith and descendant of the uncle of the Prince of the Apostles, Allah sustain him and save him and his family one and all." The Caliph raised his head and answered, "And on thee be peace and the mercy of Allah and his blessings." Quoth Jafar, "With leave of the Prince of True Believers, his servant would speak without restraint." Asked the Caliph, "And when was restraint put upon thee in speech, and thou the Prince of Wazirs? Say what thou wilt." Answered Jafar, "When I went out, O my lord, from before thee, intending for my house, I saw standing at the door thy master and teacher and partner, Khalifa the fisherman, who was aggrieved at thee and complained of thee, saying, 'Glory be to God.' I taught him to fish, and he went away to fetch me a pair of frails, but never came back, and this is not the way of a good partner or of a good apprentice. So, if thou hast a mind to partnership, well and good, and if not, tell him, that he may take to partner another." Now when the Caliph heard these words he smiled, and his straightness of breast was done away with, and he said, "My life on thee, is this the truth thou sayest, that the fisherman standeth at the door?" And Jafar replied, "By thy life, O Commander of the Faithful, he standeth at the door." Quoth the Caliph, "O Jafar, by Allah, I will assuredly do my best to give him his due. If Allah at my hands send him misery, he shall have it, and if prosperity, he shall have it." Then he took a piece of paper and cutting it in pieces, said to the Wazir, "O Jafar, write down with thine own hand 20 sums of money, from 1 dinar to 1,000, and the names of all kinds of officers and dignitaries from the least appointment to the Caliphate, also 20 kinds of punishment from the lightest beating to death." FN number 240. "I hear and obey, O Commander of the Faithful," answered Jafar, and did as he was bidden. Then said the Caliph, "O Jafar, I swear by my holy forefathers and by my kinship to Hamza." FN number 241. "And Akil," FN number 242, "that I mean to summon the fisherman and bid him take one of these papers, whose contents none knowest save thou and I, and whatsoever is written in the paper which he shall choose, I will give it to him, though it be the Caliphate. I will divest myself thereof and invest him therewith, and grudge it not to him, and, on the other hand, if there be written therein hanging or mutilation or death, I will execute it upon him. Now go and fetch him to me." When Jafar heard this, he said to himself, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. It may be somewhat will fall to this poor wretch's lot that will bring about his destruction, and I shall be the cause. But the Caliph hath sworn, so nothing remains now but to bring him in, and naught will happen save whatso Allah willeth." Accordingly he went out to Khalifa the fisherman and laid hold of his hand to carry him unto the Caliph, whereupon his reason fled, and he said in himself, "What a stupid I was to come after yonder ill-omened slave, Tulip, whereby he hath brought me in company with bran belly." Jafar fared on with him, with Mamelukes before and behind, whilst he said, "Doth not arrest suffice, but these must go behind and before me, to hinder my making off?" Till they had traversed 7 vestibules, when the Wazir said to him, "Mark my words, O fisherman. thou standest before the commander of the faithful and defender of the faith. Then he raised the great curtain and Khalifa's eyes fell on the Caliph, who was seated on his couch, with the lords of the realm standing in attendance upon him. As soon as he knew him, he went up to him and said, Welcome, and welcome to thee, O piper. 'Twas not right of thee to make thyself a fisherman and go away, leaving me sitting to guard the fish, and never to return. For, before I was aware, there came up Mamelukes on beasts of all manner colours, and snatched away the fish from me, I standing alone, and this was all of thy fault. For, hast thou returned with the phrase forthright, we had sold 100 dinars worth of fish. And now I come to seek my due, and they have arrested me, but thou, who hath imprisoned thee also in this place. The Caliph smiled and raising a corner of the curtain, put forth his head and said to the fisherman, Come hither and take thee one of these papers. Quoth Khalifah the fisherman, Yesterday thou wast a fisherman, and today thou hast become an astrologer, but the more trades a man hath, the poorer he waxeth. Thereupon, Jafar said, Take the paper at once, and do as the commander of the faithful biddeth thee without prating. So he came forward and put forth his hand saying, Far be it from me that this piper should ever again be my knave and fish with me. Then taking the paper he handed it to the Caliph, saying, O piper, what hath come out for me therein? Hide naught thereof. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 842nd night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Khalifah the fisherman took up one of the papers and handed it to the Caliph he said, O piper, what have come out to me therein? Hide naught thereof. So Al-Rashid received it and passed it on to Jafar and said to him, Read what is therein. He looked at it and said, There is no majesty, there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Said the Caliph, Good news, FN number 243, O Jafar. What sayest thou therein? Answered the Wazir, O Commander of the Faithful, there came up from the paper, Let the fisherman receive 100 blows with a stick. So the Caliph commanded to beat the fisherman and they gave him 100 sticks, after which he arose, saying, Allah damn this, O bran belly. Add jail and sticks part of the game. Then said Jafar, O Commander of the Faithful, this poor devil is come to the river, and how shall he go away thirsting? We hope that among the alms deeds of the Commander of the Faithful, he may have leave to take another paper, so haply somewhat may come out wherewithal he may succour his poverty. Said the Caliph, By Allah, O Jafar, if he take another paper and death be written therein, I will assuredly kill him, and thou wilt be the cause. Answered Jafar, If he die he will be at rest. But Khalifah the fisherman said to him, Allah ne'er gladden thee with good news. Have I made Baghdad straight upon you, that ye seek to slay me? Quoth Jafar, Take thee a paper and crave the blessing of Allah Almighty. So he put out his hand and taking a paper, gave it to Jafar to read it and was silent. The Caliph asked, Why art thou silent, O son of Yahya? And he answered, O Commander of the Faithful, there hath come out on this paper, naught shall be given to the fisherman. Then said the Caliph, His daily bread will not come from us, bid him fare forth from before our face. Quoth Jafar, By the claims of thy pious forefathers, let him take a third paper, it may be it will bring him alimony. And quoth the Caliph, Let him take one and no more. So he put out his hand and took a third paper, and behold, therein was written, Let the fisherman be given 1 dinar. Jafar cried to him, I sought good fortune for thee, but Allah willed not to thee aught save this dinar. And Khalifah answered, Verily, a dinar for every 100 sticks were good luck, may Allah not send thy body health. The Caliph laughed at him and Jafar took him by the hand and led him out. When he reached the door, Sandal the eunuch saw him and said to him, Hither, O fisherman. Give us portion of that which the Commander of the Faithful hath bestowed on thee, whilst jesting with thee. Replied Khalifah, By Allah, O Julep, thou art right. Wilt share with me, O nigger? Indeed I have eaten stick to the tune of 100 blows and have earned 1 dinar, and thou art but too welcome to it. So saying, he threw him the dinar and went out, with the tears flowing down the plain of his cheeks. When the eunuch saw him in this plight, he knew that he had spoken sooth and called to the lads to fetch him back. So they brought him back, and Sandal, putting his hand to his pouch, pulled out a red purse, whence he emptied 100 golden dinars into the fisherman's hand, saying, Take this gold in payment of thy fish and wend thy ways. So Khalifa, in high good humour, took the 100 ducats and the caliph's 1 dinar and went his way, and forgot the beating. Now, as Allah willed it for the furthering of that which he had decreed, he passed by the mart of the handmaidens, and seeing very mighty ring where many folks were foregathering, said to himself, What is this crowd? So he brake through the merchants and others, who said, Make wide for the skipper Rapscallion, FN number 244, and let him pass. Then he looked, and behold, he saw a chest, with an eunuch seated thereon and an old man standing by it, and the sheikh was crying, O merchants, O men of money, who will hasten and hazard his coin for this chest of unknown contents from the palace of the ladies Ubaidah bint Al-Qasim, wife of the commander of the faithful. How much shall I say for you? Allah bless you all. Quoth one of the merchants, By Allah, this is a risk. But I will say 1 word and no blame to me. Be it mine for 20 dinars. Quoth another, 50, and they went on bidding, one against other, till the price reached 100 ducats. Then said the crier, Will any of you bid more, O merchants? And Khalifa the fisherman said, Be it mine for 100 ducats and 1 dinar. The merchants, hearing these words, thought he was jesting and laughed at him, saying, O eunuch, sell it to Khalifa for 100 ducats and 1 dinar. Quoth the eunuch, By Allah, I will sell it to none but him. Take it, O fisherman, the Lord bless thee in it, and here with thy gold. So Khalifa pulled out the ducats and gave them to the eunuch, who, the bargain being duly made, delivered to him the chest and bestowed the price in alms on the spot. After which he returned to the palace and acquainted the lady Zubaydah with what he had done, whereat she rejoiced. Meanwhile the fisherman hove the chest on shoulder, but could not carry it on this wise for the excess of its weight, so he lifted it onto his head and thus bore it to the quarter where he lived. Here he set it down, and being weary, sat a while, bemusing what had befallen him and saying in himself, Would heaven I knew what is in this chest. Then he opened the door of his lodging and haled the chest until he got it into his closet, after which he strove to open it, but failed. Quoth he, What folly possessed me to buy this chest? There is no help for it but to break it open and see what is herein. So he applied himself to the lock, but could not open it, and said to himself, I will leave it till tomorrow. Then he would have stretched him out to sleep, but could find no room, for the chest filled the whole closet. So he got upon it and lay him down, but, when he had lain a while, behold, he felt something stir under him, whereat sleep forsook him and his reason fled. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 843rd night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Khalifa the fisherman lay down upon the chest and thus tarried a while, behold, something stirred beneath him, whereat he was affrighted and his reason fled. So he arose and cried, Meseems the be jinns in the chest. Praise to Allah who suffered me not to open it. For, had I done so, they had risen against me in the dark and slain me, and from them would have befallen me naught of good. Then he lay down again when, lo, the chest moved a second time, more than before, whereupon he sprang to his feet and said, There it goes again, but this is terrible. And he hastened to look for the lamp, but could not find it and had not the wherewithal to buy another. So he went forth and cried out, Ho, people of the quarter. Now the most part of the folk were asleep, but they awoke at his crying and asked, What aileth thee, O Khalifa? He answered, Bring me a lamp, for the jinn are upon me. They laughed at him and gave him a lamp, wherewith he returned to his closet. Then he smote the lock of the chest with a stone and broke it, and opening it, saw a damsel like a houri lying asleep within. Now she had been drugged with bhang, but at that moment she threw up the stuff and awoke. Then she opened her eyes, and feeling herself confined and cramped, moved. At this sight quoth Khalifa, By Allah, O my lady, whence art thou? And quoth she, Bring me jessamine, and narcissus. FN number 245, and Khalifa answered, There is naught here but henna flowers. FN number 246. Thereupon she came to herself, and considering Khalifa, said to him, What art thou? Presently adding, And where am I? He said, Thou art in my lodging. Asked she, Am I not in the palace of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid? And quoth he, What manner of thing is al-Rashid? FN number 247. O madwoman, thou art naught but my slave girl. I bought thee this very day for 100 dinars and 1 dinar, and brought thee home, and thou wast asleep in this here chest. When she had heard these words, she said to him, What is thy name? Said he, My name is Khalifa. How comes my star to have grown propitious, when I know my ascendant to have been otherwise? She laughed and cried, Spare me this talk. Hast thou anything to eat? Replied he, No, by Allah, nor yet to drink. I have not eaten these 2 days, and am now in want of a morsel. She asked, Hast thou no money? And he said, Allah keep this chest which hath begged me. I gave all I had for it, and am become bankrupt. The damsel laughed at him and said, Up with thee and seek of thy neighbours somewhat for me to eat, for I am hungry. So he went forth and cried out, Ho, people of the quarter. Now the folk were asleep, but they awoke and asked, What aileth thee, O Khalifa? Answered he, O my neighbours, I am hungry and have nothing to eat. So one came down to him with a bannock, and another with broken meats, and third with a bittock of cheese, and a fourth with a cucumber, and so on till his lap was full, and he returned to his closet and laid the whole between her hands, saying, Eat. But she laughed at him, saying, How can I eat of this, when I have not a mug of water whereof to drink? I fear to choke with a mouthful and die. Quoth he, I will fill thee this pitcher. FN number 248. So he took the pitcher, and going forth, stood in the midst of the street, and cried out, saying, Ho, people of the quarter. Quoth they, What calamity is upon thee tonight? FN number 249. O Khalifa. And he said, Ye gave me food and I ate, but now I am athirst, so give me to drink. Thereupon one came down to him with a mug, and another with a ewer, and a third with a gugglet, and he filled his pitcher and, bearing it back, said to the damsel, O my lady, thou lackest nothing now. Answered she, True, I want nothing more at this present. Quoth he, Speak to me and say me thy story. And quoth she, Fie upon thee. And thou knowest me not, I will tell thee who I am. I am Kut-al-Kulub, the Caliph's handmaiden, and the lady Zubaydah was jealous of me, so she drugged me with bhang and set me in this chest, presently adding, Alhamdulillah, praise be God for that the matter hath come to easiest issue and no worse. But this befell me not save for thy good luck, for thou wilt certainly get of the Caliph al-Rashid money galore, that will be the means of thine enrichment. Quoth Khalifa, I not al-Rashid he in whose palace I was imprisoned? Yes, answered she, and he said, By Allah, never saw I more niggardly wight than he, that pipe a little of good and wit. He gave me 100 blows with a stick yesterday, and but 1 dinar, for all I taught him to fish and made him my partner, but he played me false. Replied she, Leave this unseemly talk, and open thine eyes and look thou bear thyself respectfully, whenas thou seest him after this, and thou shalt win thy wish. When he heard her words, it was as if he had been asleep and awoke, and Allah removed the veil from his judgment, because of his good luck, FN number 250, and he answered, on my head and eyes. Then said he to her, sleep, in the name of Allah. FN number 251, so she lay down and fell asleep, and he afar from her, till the morning, when she sought of him in case, FN number 252, and paper and, when they were brought, wrote to Ibn al-Qunas, the Caliph's friend, acquainting him with her case and how at the end of all that had befallen her she was with Khalifa the fisherman, who had bought her. Then she gave him the scroll, saying, take this and hie thee to the jewel market and ask for the shop of Ibn al-Qunas the jeweller and give him this paper and speak not. I hear and I obey, answered Khalifa, and going with the scroll to the market, inquired for the shop of Ibn al-Qunas. They directed him to thither, and on entering it he saluted the merchant, who returned his salam with contempt and said to him, what dost thou want? Thereupon he gave him the letter and he took it, but read it not, thinking the fisherman a beggar, who sought an alms of him, and said to one of his lads, give him half a dirham. Quoth Khalifa, I want alms, read the paper. So Ibn al-Qunas took the letter and read it, and no sooner knew its import than he kissed it and laying it on his head, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 844th night, she resumed, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Ibn al-Qunas read the letter and knew its import, he kissed it and laid it on his head. Then he arose and said to Khalifa, O my brother, where is thy house? Asked Khalifa, what wantest thou with my house? Wilt thou go thither and steal my slave girl? Then Ibn al-Qunas answered, no, so, on the contrary, I will buy thee somewhat whereof you may eat, thou and she. So he said, my house is in such a quarter, and the merchant rejoined, thou hast done well. May Allah not give thee health, O unlucky one. FN number 253. Then he called out to two of his slaves and said to them, carry this man to the shop of Mohsin the Shruf and say to him, O Mohsin, give this man 1,000 dinars of gold, then bring him back to me in haste. So they carried him to the money changer, who paid him the money, and returned with him to their master, whom they found mounted on the dapple she-mule worth 1,000 dinars, with Mamelukes and pages about him, and by his side another mule like his own, saddled and bridled. Quoth the jeweller to Khalifa, Bismillah, mount this mule. Replied he, I won't, for by Allah, I fear she throw me. And quoth Ibn al-Qunas, by God, needs must thou mount. So he came up, and mounting her, faced Agrippa, caught hold of her tail and cried out, whereupon she threw him on the ground, and they laughed at him, but he rose and said, did I not tell thee I would not mount this great genius? Thereupon Ibn al-Qunas left him in the market, and repairing to the Caliph, told him of the damsel, after which he returned and removed her to his own house. Meanwhile, Khalifa went home to look after the handmaid and found the people of the quarter foregathering and saying, verily, Khalifa is today in a terrible pickle. FN number 254, would we knew whence he can have gotten this damsel. Quoth one of them, he is a mad pimp, haply he found her lying on the road drunken, and carried her to his own house, and his absence showeth his offence. As they were talking, behold, up came Khalifa, and they said to him, what a plight is thine, O unhappy! Knowest thou not what is come for thee? He replied, no, by Allah. And they said, but just now there came Mamelukes and took away thy slave girl whom thou stolest, and sought for thee, but found thee not. Asked Khalifa, and how came they to take my slave girl? And quoth one, had he fallen in their way, they had slain him. But he, so far from heeding them, returned running to the shop of Ibn al-Qunas, whom he met riding, and said to him, by Allah, 'twas not right of thee to wheedle me and meanwhile send thy Mamelukes to take my slave girl. Replied the jeweller, O idiot, come with me and hold thy tongue. So he took him and carried him into a house handsomely builded, where he found the damsel seated on a couch of gold, with 10 slave girls like moons round her. Sighting her, Ibn al-Qunas kissed ground before her, and she said, "What hast thou done with my new master, who bought me with all he owned?" He replied, "O my lady, I gave him 1,000 gold dinars," and related to her Khalifa's history from first to last, whereat she laughed and said, "Blame him not, for he is but a common wight. These are the 1,000 dinars are a gift from me to him, and Almighty Allah willing, he shall win of the Caliph what shall enrich him." As they were talking, there came an eunuch from the commander of the faithful, in quest of Kut al-Kulub, for, when he knew that she was in the house of Ibn al-Qunas, he could not endure severance, but bade bring her forthwith. So she repaired to the palace, taking Khalifa with her, and going into the presence, kissed ground before the Caliph, who rose to her, saluting and welcoming her, and asked her how she had fared with him who had bought her. She replied, "He is a man, Khalifa the fisherman hight, and there he standeth at the door. He telleth me that he hath an account to settle with the commander of the faithful, by reason of a partnership between him and the Caliph in fishing." Asked Al-Rashid, "Is he at the door?" And she answered, "Yes." So the Caliph sent for him, and he kissed ground before him and wished him endurance of glory and prosperity. The Caliph marvelled at him and laughed at him and said to him, "O fisherman, wast thou in very deed my partner?" FN number 255, yesterday? Khalifa took his meaning, and heartening his heart and summoning spirit replied, "By him who bestowed upon thee the succession to thy cousin, FN number 256, I know her not in anywise, and have had no commerce with her save by way of sight and speech." Then he repeated to him all that had befallen him, since he last saw him, FN number 257, whereat the Caliph laughed and his breast broadened, and he said to Khalifa, "Ask of us what thou wilt, O thou to bringest to owners their own." But he was silent. So the Caliph ordered him 50,000 dinars of gold and a costly dress of honor such as great sovereigns don, and a she-mule, and gave him black slaves of the Sudan to serve him, so that he became as he were one of the kings of that time. The Caliph was rejoiced at the recovery of his favorite, and knew that all this was the doing of his cousin wife, the Lady Zubaydah, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 845th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Caliph rejoiced at the recovery of Kut al-Kulub, and knew that all this was the doing of the Lady Zubaydah, his cousin wife, wherefore he was sore enraged against her and held aloof from her a great while, visiting her not, neither inclining to pardon her. When she was certified of this, she was sore concerned for his wrath, and her face, that was wont to be rosy, waxed pale and want ill. When her patience was exhausted, she sent a letter to her cousin, the commander of the faithful, making her excuses to him and confessing her offences, and ending with these verses: "I long once more the love that was between us to regain, that I may quench the fire of grief and bait the force of bane. O lords of me, have ruth upon the stress my passion deals. Enough to me is what you doled of sorrow and of pain. 'Tis life to me, and deign you keep the troth you deigned to plight. 'Tis death to me, and troth you break, and fondest vows profane. Given I sinned a sorry sin, ye grant me ruth, for naught by Allah, sweeter is than friend who is of pardon fain." When the Lady Zubaydah's letter reached the Caliph, and reading it he saw that she confessed her offence and sent her excuses to him, therefore, he said to himself, "Verily, all sins doth Allah forgive, aye, gracious, merciful is he." FN number 258, and he returned her an answer, expressing satisfaction and pardon and forgiveness for what was past, whereat she rejoiced greatly. As for Khalifa, the fisherman, the Caliph assigned him a monthly solder of 50 dinars and took him into a special favor, which would lead to rank and dignity, honor and worship. Then he kissed ground before the commander of the faithful and went forth with stately gait. When he came to the door, the eunuch Sandal, who had given him the 100 dinars, saw him, and knowing him, said to him, "O fisherman, whence all this?" So he told him all that had befallen him, first and last, Whereat Sandal rejoiced, because he had been the cause of his enrichment, and said to him, Wilt thou not give me largesse of this wealth which is now become thine? So Khalifa put hand to pouch, and taking out a purse containing 1,000 dinars, gave it to the eunuch, who said, Keep thy coins, and Allah bless thee therein. And marvelled at his manliness and at the liberality of his soul, for all his late poverty. FN number 259. Then leaving the eunuch, Khalifa mounted his she-mule and rode, with the slave's hands on her gripper, till he came to his lodging at the Khan, whilst the folk stared at him in surprise for that which had betided him of advancement. When he alighted from his beast they accosted him and inquired the cause of his change from poverty to prosperity, and he told them all that had happened to him from incept to conclusion. Then he bought a fine mansion and laid out thereon much money, till it was perfect in all points. And he took up his abode therein and was wont to recite thereon these 2 couplets. Behold a house that's like the dwelling of delight, FN number 260, its aspect heals the sick and banishes despite. Its sojourn for the great and wise appointed it, and fortune fair therein abideth day and night. Then, as soon as he was settled in his house, he sought him in marriage the daughter of one of the chief men of the city, a handsome girl, and went in unto her and led a life of solace and satisfaction, joyance and enjoyment, and he rose to passing affluence and exceeding prosperity. So, when he found himself in this fortunate condition, he offered up thanks to Allah, extolled and excelled be He, for what He had bestowed on him of wealth exceeding and all favours ever succeeding, praising his Lord with the praise of the grateful and chanting the words of the poet. To Thee be praise, O Thou who showest unremitting grace, O Thou whose universal bounties high and low embrace. To Thee be praise from me. Then deign accept my praise, for I accept Thy boons and gifts with grateful soul in every case. Thou hast with favours overwhelmed me, benefits and largesse and gracious doors my memory ne'er ceaseth to retrace. All men from mighty main, Thy grace and goodness, drain and drink, and in their need Thou, only Thou, to the mark refuge place. So for the sake of Him who came to teach mankind in ruth prophet, pure, truthful worded sign of the noblest race, ever be Allah's blessing and His peace on him and all his aids. FN number 261, and kin while pilgrims fare his noble tomb to face. And on his helpmeets, FN number 262, one and all, companions great and good, though time eternal while the bird shall sing in shady wood. And thereafter Khalifa continued to pay frequent visits to the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, with whom he found acceptance and who ceased not to overwhelm him with boons and bounty, and he abode in the enjoyment of the utmost honour and happiness and joy and gladness, and in riches more than sufficing and in rank ever rising, brief, a sweet life and a savoury, pure as pleasurable, till there came to him the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of societies, and extolled be the perfection of him to whom belong glory and permanence, and he is the living, the eternal, who shall never die. Note: I have followed the example of Mr. Payne and had translated in its entirety the tale of Khalifa the Fisherman from the Breslau Edit. Volume 4. Pages 315 to 365. Night in preference to the unsatisfactory process of amalgamating it with that of the Mac. Edit. Given the above. Khalifa the Fisherman of Baghdad. There was once, in days of yore and in ages and times long gone before, in the city of Baghdad, a fisherman, by name Khalif, a man of muckle talk and little luck. One day, as he sat in his cell, FN number 263, he bethought himself and said, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Would heaven I knew what is my offence in the sight of my Lord, and what caused the blackness of my fortune and my littleness of luck among the fishermen, albeit, and I say it who should not, in the city of Baghdad there is never a fisherman like myself. Now he lodged in a ruined place called a Khan, to wit, an inn, FN number 264, without a door, And when he went forth to fish, he would shoulder the net, without basket or fish slices, FN number 265, and when the folk would stare at him and say to him, O Caliph, why not take with thee a basket, to hold the fish thou catchest? He would reply, even as I carry it forth empty, so would it come back, for I never manage to catch aught. One night he arose, in the darkness before dawn, and taking his net on his shoulder, raised his eyes to heaven and said, Allah mine, O thou who subjectedst the sea to Moses son of Imran, give me this day my daily bread, for thou art the best of bread givers. Then he went down to the Tigris and spreading his net, cast it into the river and waited till it had settled down, when he haled it in and drew it ashore, but behold, it held naught save a dead dog. So he cast away the carcass, saying, O morning of ill doom! What a handsel is this dead hound, after I had rejoiced in its weight FN number 266. Then he mended the rents in the net, saying, Needs must thereafter this carrion be fish in plenty, attracted by the smell, and made a second cast. After a while, he drew up and found in the net the half FN number 267, of a camel, that had caught in the meshes and rent them right and left. When Caliph saw his net in this state, he wept and said, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. I wonder what is my offence and the cause of the blackness of my fortune and the littleness of my luck, of all folk, so that I catch neither catfish nor sprat, FN number 268, that I may broil on the embers and eat. For all I dare say there is not in the city of Baghdad a fisherman like me. Then with a bismillah he cast his net a third time, and presently drawing it ashore found therein an ape scurvy and one-eyed, mangy, and limping, handing an ivory rod in forehand. When Caliph saw this, he said, This is indeed a blessed opening. What art thou, O ape? Dost thou not know me? No, by Allah, I have no knowledge of thee. I am thine ape. What use is there in thee, O my ape? Every day I give thee good morrow, so Allah may not open to thee the door of daily bread. Thou failest not of this, O when I FN number 269, of ill omen. May Allah never bless thee. Needs must I pluck out thy sound eye and cut off thy whole leg, so thou mayst become a blind cripple and I be quit of thee. But what is the use of that rod thou hendest in hand? O Caliph, I scare the fish therewith, so they may not enter thy net. Is it so? Then this very day will I punish thee with a grievous punishment, and devise thee all manner torments, and strip thy flesh from thy bones, and be at rest from thee, sorry bit of goods that thou art. So saying, Caliph the fisherman unwound from his middle a strand of rope, and binding him to a tree by his side, said, Look'ee, O dog of an ape. I mean to cast the net again, and if aught come up therein, well and good, but, if it come up empty, I will verily and assuredly make an end of thee, with the cruelest tortures, and be quit of thee, thou stinking lot. So he cast the net, and drawing it ashore, found in it another ape, and said, Glory be to God the Great. I was wont to pull naught but fish out of this Tigris, but now it yieldeth nothing but apes. Then he looked at the second ape, and saw him fair of form and round of face, with pendants of gold in his ears, and a blue waistcloth about his middle, and he was like unto a lighted taper. So he asked him, What art thou, thou also, O ape? And he answered, saying, O Caliph, I am the ape of Abu al-Sayyidat, the Caliph's Shroff. Every day, I give him good morrow, and he maketh a profit of 10 gold pieces. Cried the fisherman, By Allah, thou art a fine ape, not like this ill-omened monkey, O mine. So saying, he took a stick FN number 270, and came down upon the sides of the ape, till he broke his ribs, and he jumped up and down. And the other ape, the handsome one, answered him, saying, O Caliph, what will it profit thee to beat him, though thou belabour him till he die? Caliph replied, How shall I do? Shall I let him wend his ways that he may scare me the fish with his hang-dog face and give me good even and good morrow every day, so Allah may not open to me the door of daily bread? Nay, I will kill him and be quit of him, and I will take thee in his stead. So shalt thou give me good morrow, and I shall gain 10 golden dinars a day. Thereupon the comely ape made answer, I will tell thee a better way than that, and if thou hearken to me, thou shalt be at rest, and I will become thine ape in lieu of him. Asked the fisherman, and what dost thou counsel me? And the ape answered, saying, Cast thy net and thou shalt bring up a noble fish, never saw any its like, and I will tell thee how thou shalt do with it. Replied Caliph, Look'ee, thou too. And I throw my net and there come up therein the third ape. Be assured that I will cut the 3 of you into 6 bits. And the second ape rejoined, So be it, O Caliph. I agree to this thy condition. Then Caliph spread the net and cast it and drew it up, when behold, in it was a fine young barbel FN number 271, with a round head, as it were a milking pail, which when he saw, his wits fled for joy, and he said, Glory be to God. What is this noble creature? Were yon reaps in the river, I had not brought up this fish. Quoth the seemly ape, O Caliph, and thou give ear to my rede, 'twill bring thee good fortune. And quoth the fisherman, May God damn him who would gainsay thee henceforth. Thereupon the ape said, O Caliph, take some grass and lay the fish thereon in the basket FN number 272, and cover it with more grass, and take also somewhat of basil FN number 273, from the greengrocer's, and set it in the fish's mouth. Cover it with a kerchief and push thee through the bazaar of Baghdad. Whoever bespeaketh thee of selling it, sell it not but fare on, till thou come to the market street of the jewellers and money changers. Then count 5 shops on the right-hand side, and the 6th shop is that of Abu al-Sayyidat the Jew, the Caliph's Shroff. When thou standest before him, he will say to thee, What seekest thou? And do thou make answer, I am a fisher wight, I threw my net in thy name and took this noble barbel, which I have brought thee as a present. If he give thee aught of silver, take it not, be it little or mickle, for it will spoil that which thou wouldest do, but say to him, I want of thee naught save one word, that thou say to me, I sell thee my ape for thine ape and my luck for thy luck. And the Jew say this, give him the fish and I shall become thine ape, and this crippled, mangy and one-eyed ape will be his ape. Caliph replied, Well said, O ape. Nor did he cease faring Baghdadwards and observing that which the ape had said to him, till he came to the Jew's shop and saw the Shroff seated, with eunuchs and pages about him, bidding and forbidding and giving and taking. So he set down his basket, saying, O Sultan of the Jews, I am a fisher wight and went forth today to the Tigris, and casting my net in thy name, cried, This is for the luck of Abu al-Sayyidat. And there came up to me this bunny which I have brought thee by way of present. Then he lifted the grass and discovered the fish to the Jew, who marvelled at its make and said, Extolled be the perfection of the most excellent Creator. Then he gave the fisherman a dinar, but he refused it, and he gave him 2. This also he refused, and the Jew stayed not, adding to his offer, till he made it 10 dinars, but he still refused, and Abu al-Sayyidat said to him, By Allah, thou art a greedy one. Tell me what thou wouldest have, O Muslim. Quoth Caliph, I would have of thee but a single word. FN number 274. When the Jew heard this, he changed colour and said, Wouldst thou oust me from my faith? Wend thy ways. And Caliph said to him, By Allah, O Jew, naught mattereth an thou become a Muslim or a Nazarene. Asked the Jew, Then what wouldst thou have me say? And the fisherman answered, Say, I sell thee my ape for thy ape and my luck for thy luck. The Jew laughed, deeming him little of wit, and said by way of jest, I sell thee my ape for thy ape and my luck for thy luck. Bear witness against him, O merchants. By Allah, O unhappy, thou art debarred from further claim on me. So Caliph turned back, blaming himself and saying, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Alas that I did not take the gold. And fared on blaming himself in the matter of the money till he came to the Tigris, but found not the 2 apes, whereupon he wept and slapped his face and strewed dust on his head, saying, but that the 2nd ape wheedled me and put to cheat on me, the 1-eyed ape had not escaped. And he gave not over wailing and weeping, till heat and hunger grew sore on him, so he took the net, saying, come, let us make a cast, trusting in Allah's blessing, belike I may catch a catfish or a barbel which I may boil and eat. So he threw the net and waiting till it had settled, drew it ashore and found it full of fish, whereat he was consoled and rejoiced and busied himself with unmeshing the fish and casting them on the earth. Presently, up came the woman seeking fish and crying out, fish is not to be found in the town. She caught sight of Caliph, and said to him, wilt thou sell this fish, O master? And said Caliph, I am going to turn it into clothes, 'tis all for sale, even to my beard. FN number 275, take what thou wilt. So she gave him a dinar and he filled her basket. Then she went away and behold, up came another servant, seeking a dinar's worth of fish. Nor did the folk cease till it was the hour of mid-afternoon prayer and Caliph had sold 10 golden dinars worth of fish. Then, being faint and famished, he folded and shouldered his net and, repairing to the market, bought himself a woolen gown, a calotte with a plaited border and a honey-coloured turband for a dinar, receiving 2 dirhams by way of change, wherewith he purchased fried cheese and a fat sheep's tail and honey, and setting them in the oilman's platter, ate till he was full and his ribs felt cold. FN number 276, from the mighty stuffing. Then he marched off to his lodgings in the magazine, clad in the gown and the honey-coloured turband and with the 9 golden dinars in his mouth, rejoicing in what he had never in his life seen. He entered and lay down, but could not sleep for anxious thoughts, and abode playing with the money half the night. Then said he in himself, haply the Caliph may hear that I have gold and say to Juf'ah, go to Caliph the fisherman and borroweth some money of him. If I give it him, it will be no light matter to me, and if I give it not, he will torment me, but torture is easier to me than the giving up of the cash. FN number 277, however, I will arise and make trial of myself if I have a skin proof against stick or not. So he put off his clothes and taking the sailor's plaited whip, of 160 strands, ceased not beating himself, till his sides and body were all bloody, crying out at every stroke he dealt himself and saying, O Muslims, I am a poor man. O Muslims, I am a poor man. O Muslims, whence should I have gold? Whence should I have coin? Till the neighbours, who dwelt with him in that place, hearing him crying and saying, go to men of wealth and take of them, thought that thieves were torturing him, to get money from him, and that he was praying for aidance. Accordingly they flocked to him each armed with some weapon, and finding the door of his lodging locked and hearing him roaring out for help, deemed that the thieves had come down upon him from the terrace roof. So they fell upon the door and burst it open. Then they entered and found him mother naked and bareheaded with body dripping blood, and all together in a sad pickle. So they asked him, what is this case in which we find thee? Hast thou lost thy wits, and hath jinn madness visited thee this night? And he answered them, nay, but I have gold with me, and I feared lest the Caliph sent to borrow of me, and it were no light matter to give him aught. Yet, and I gave not to him 'tis only too sure that he would put me to the torture, wherefore I arose to see if my skin was stick-proof or not. When they heard these words they said to him, may Allah not assain thy body, unlucky madman that thou art. Of a surety thou art fallen mad tonight. Lie down to sleep, may Allah never bless thee. How many 1,000 dinars hast thou, that the Caliph should come and borrow of thee? He replied, by Allah, I have naught but 9 dinars. And they all said, by Allah, he is not otherwise than passing rich. Then they left him wondering at his want of wit, and Caliph took his cash and wrapped it in a rag, saying to himself, "Where shall I hide all this gold? And I bury it, they will take it, and if I put it out on deposit, they will deny that I did so, and if I carry it on my head, FN number 278, they will snatch it, and if I tie it to my sleeve, they will cut it away." Presently, he espied a little breast pocket in the gown and said, "By Allah, this is fine. 'Tis under my throat and hard by my mouth. If any put out its hand to hand it, I can come down on it with my mouth and hide it in my throttle." So he set the rag containing the gold in the pocket and lay down, but slept not that night for suspicion and trouble and anxious thought. On the morrow, he fared forth of his lodging on fishing intent and, betaking himself to the river, went down into the water, up to his knees. Then he threw the net and shook it with might and main, whereupon the purse fell down into the stream. So he tore off gown and turband and plunged in after it, saying, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great." Nor did he give over diving and searching the stream bed, till the day was half spent, but found not the purse. Now one saw him from afar diving and plunging, and his gown and turband lying in the sun at a distance from him, with no one by them, so he watched him, till he dived again, when he dashed at the clothes and made off with them. Presently, Caliph came ashore and, missing his gown and turband, was chagrined for their loss with passing cark and care, and ascended a mound, to look for some passer-by, of whom he might inquire concerning them, but found none. Now the Caliph Harun al-Rashid had gone May hunting and chasing that day, and, returning at the time of the noon heat, was oppressed thereby and thirsted, so he looked for water from afar, and seeing a naked man standing on the mound said to Ja'far, "Seest thou what I see?" Replied the Wazir, "Yes, O Commander of the Faithful, I see a man standing on a hillock." Al-Rashid asked, "What is he?" And Ja'far answered, "Haply he is the guardian of a cucumber plot." Quoth the Caliph, "Perhaps he is a pious man." FN number 279, I would fain go to him, alone, and desire of him his prayers, and abide ye where you are. So he went up to Caliph, and saluting him with the salam said to him, "What art thou, O man?" Replied the fisherman, "Dost thou not know me? I am Caliph the fisherman." And the Caliph rejoined, "What?" The fisherman with the woolen gown and the honey-coloured turban, FN number 280. When Caliph heard him name the clothes he had lost, he said in himself, "This is he who took my duds, belike he did but jest with me." So he came down from the knoll and said, "Can I not take a noontide nap?" FN number 281, "But thou must trick me this trick. I saw thee take my gear and knew that thou wast joking with me." At this, laughter got the better of the Caliph, and he said, "What clothes hast thou lost?" "I know nothing of that whereof thou speakest, O Caliph." Cried the fisherman, "By God the Great, except thou bring me back the gear, I will smash thy ribs with this staff." For he always carried a quarter-staff. Quoth the Caliph, "By Allah, I have not seen the things whereof thou speakest." And quoth Caliph, "I will go with thee and take note of thy dwelling place and complain of thee to the chief of police, so thou mayst not trick me this trick again. By Allah, none took my gown and turban but thou, and except thou give them back to me at once, I will throw thee off the back of that she-ass thou ridest and come down on thy pate with this quarter-staff, till thou canst not stir." Thereupon he tugged at the bridle of the mule so that she reared upon her hind legs, and the Caliph said to himself, "What calamity is this I have fallen into with this madman?" Then he pulled off the gown he had on, worth 100 dinars, and said to Caliph, "Take this gown in lieu of thine own." He took it, and donning it saw it was too long, so he cut it short at the knees and turbanded his head with the cut-off piece, then said to the Caliph, "What art thou and what is thy craft? But why ask? Thou art none other than a trumpeter." Al-Rashid asked, "What showed thee that I was a trumpeter by trade?" And Caliph answered, "Thy big nostrils and little mouth." Cried the Caliph, "Well guessed. Yes, I am of that graft. Then said Caliph, and thou wilt hearken to me, I will teach thee the art of fishing. 'Twill be better for thee than trumpeting, and thou wilt eat lawfully. FN number 282. Replied the Caliph, teach it me so that I may see whether I am capable of learning it. And Caliph said, come with me, O trumpeter. So the Caliph followed him down to the river and took the net from him, whilst he taught him how to throw it. Then he cast it and drew it up, when, behold, it was heavy, and the fisherman said, O trumpeter, and the net be caught on one of the rocks, drag it not too hard, or it will break, and by Allah, I will take thy she-ass in payment thereof. The Caliph laughed at his words and drew up the net, little by little, till he brought it ashore and found it full of fish, which when Caliph saw, his reason fled for joy, and presently he cried, by Allah, O trumpeter, thy luck is good in fishing. Never in my life will I part with thee. But now I mean to send thee to the fish bazaar, where do thou inquire for the shop of who made the fisherman, and say to him, my master Caliph saluteth thee and biddeth thee send him a pair of frails and a knife, so he may bring thee more fish than yesterday. Run and return to me forthright. The Caliph replied, and indeed he was laughing, on my head, O master. And, mounting his mule, rode back to Jafar, who said to him, tell me what hath betided thee. So the Caliph told him all that had passed between Caliph the fisherman and himself, from first to last, adding, I left him awaiting my return to him with the baskets, and I am resolved that he shall teach me how to scale fish and clean them. Quoth Jafar, and I will go with thee to sweep up the scales and clean out the shop. And the affair abode thus, till presently the Caliph cried, O Jafar, I desire of thee that thou dispatch the young Mamelukes, saying to them, whoso bringeth me a fish from before yonder fisherman, I will give him a dinar, for I love to eat of my own fishing. Accordingly Jafar repeated to the young white slaves what the Caliph had said, and directed them where to find the man. They came down upon Caliph and snatched the fish from him, and when he saw them and noted their goodliness, he doubted not but that they were of the black-eyed trees of paradise. So he caught up a couple of fish and ran into the river, saying, O Allah mine, by the secret virtue of these fish, forgive me. Suddenly, up came the chief eunuch, questing fish, but he found none, so seeing Caliph ducking and rising in the water, with the 2 fish in his hands, called out to him, saying, O Caliph, what hast thou there? Replied the fisherman, 2 fish, and the eunuch said, give them to me and take 100 dinars for them. Now when Caliph heard speak of 100 dinars, he came up out of the water and cried, hand over the 100 dinars. Said the eunuch, follow me to the house of Al-Rashid and receive thy gold, O Caliph, and, taking the fish, made off to the palace of the Caliphate. Meanwhile Caliph betook himself to Baghdad, clad as he was in the Caliph's gown, which reached only to above his knees, FN number 283, turbanded with a piece he had cut off therefrom and girt about his middle with a rope, and he pushed through the centre of the city. The folk there lay laughing and marvelling at him, and saying, whence hast thou that robe of honour? But he went on, asking, where is the house of Al-Rashid, FN number 284? And they answered, say, the house of Al-Rashid. And he rejoined, 'tis all the same, and fared on, till he came to the palace of the Caliphate. Now he was seen by the tailor, who had made the gown and who was standing at the door, and when he noticed it upon the fisherman, he said to him, for how many years hast thou had admission to the palace? Caliph replied, ever since I was a little one. And the tailor asked, whence hadest thou that gown thou hast spoilt on this wise? Caliph answered, I had it of my apprentice the trumpeter. Then he went up to the door, where he found the chief eunuch sitting with the 2 fishes by his side, and seeing him sable black of hue, said to him, wilt thou not bring the 100 dinars, O uncle Tulip? Quoth he, on my head, O Caliph, when, behold, out came Jafar from the presence of the Caliph, and seeing the fisherman talking with the eunuch and saying to him, this is the reward of goodness, O uncle Tulip, went into Al-Rashid and said to him, O Commander of the Faithful, thy master the fisherman is with the chief eunuch, dunning him for 100 dinars. Cried the Caliph, bring him to me, O Jafar, and the minister answered, hearing and obeying. So he went out to the fisherman and said to him, O Caliph, thine apprentice the trumpeter biddeth thee to him. Then he walked on, followed by the other till they reached the presence chamber, where he saw the Caliph seated, with a canopy over his head. When he entered, Al-Rashid wrote 3 scrolls and set them before him, and the fisherman said to him, So thou hast given up trumpeting and turned astrologer. Quoth the Caliph to him, Take thee a scroll. Now in the first he had written, Let him be given a gold piece, in the second, 100 dinars, and in the third, let him be given 100 blows with a whip. So Caliph put out his hand, and by the decree of the predestinator, it lighted on the scroll wherein was written, Let him receive 100 lashes, and kings, whenas they ordain aught, go not back therefrom. So they threw him prone on the ground and beat him 100 blows, whilst he wept and roared for succour, but none succoured him, and said, By Allah, this is a good joke, O trumpeter. I teach thee fishing, and thou turnest astrologer and drawest me an unlucky lot. Fie upon thee, FN number 285, in thee is naught of good. When the Caliph heard his speech, he fell fainting in a fit of laughter, and said, O Caliph, no harm shall betide thee, fear not. Give him 100 gold pieces. So they gave him 100 dinars, and he went out, and ceased not faring forth till he came to the trunk market, where he found the folk assembled in a ring about a broker, who was crying out and saying, At 100 dinars, less 1 dinar. A locked chest. So he pressed on and pushed through the crowd and said to the broker, Mine for 100 dinars. The broker closed with him and took his money, whereupon there was left him nor little nor much. The porters disputed a while about who should carry the chest, and presently all said, By Allah, none shall carry this chest but Zuraik. FN number 286, and the folk said, Blue Eyes hath the best right to it. So Zuraik shouldered the chest, after the goodliest fashion, and walked a rear of Caliph. As they went along, the fisherman said in himself, I have nothing left to give the porter. How shall I rid myself of him? Now I will traverse the main streets with him and lead him about, till he be weary and sat it down and leave it, when I will take it up and carry it to my lodging. Accordingly, he went round about the city with the porter from noontide to sundown, till the man began to grumble and said, O my lord, where is thy house? Quoth Caliph, Yesterday I knew it, but today I have forgotten it. And the porter said, Give me my larger and take thy chest. But Caliph said, Go on at thy leisure, till I bethink me where my house is, presently adding, O Zuraik, I have no money with me. 'Tis all in my house, and I have forgotten where it is. As they were talking, there passed by them one who knew the fisherman, and said to him, O Caliph, what bringeth thee hither? Quoth the porter, O uncle, where is Caliph's house? And quoth he, 'Tis in the ruined khan in the Rowasan quarter. FN number 287. Then said Zuraik to Caliph, Go to, would heaven thou hadst never lived nor been. And the fisherman trudged on, followed by the porter, till they came to the place when the Hamil said, O thou whose daily bread Allah cut off in this world, have we not passed this place a score of times? Hast thou said to me, 'Tis in such a stead, thou hadst spared me this great toil, but now give me my wage and let me wend my way. Caliph replied, Thou shalt have silver, if not gold. Stay here, till I bring thee the same. So he entered his lodging, and taking a mallet he had there, studded with 40 nails, wherewithen he smote a camel, he had made an end of it, rushed upon the porter and raised his forearm to strike him therewith, but Zuraik cried out at him, saying, Hold thy hand. I have no claim on thee, and fled. Now having got rid of the Hamil, Caliph carried the chest into the khan, whereupon the neighbours came down and flocked about him, saying, O Caliph, whence hast thou this robe and this chest? Quoth he, from my apprentice Al-Rashid who gave them to me, and they said, the pimp is mad. Al-Rashid will assuredly hear of his talk and hang him over the door of his lodging and hang all in the Khan on account of the droll. This is a fine farce. Then they helped him to carry the chest into his lodging and it filled the whole closet. FN number 288, thus far concerning Caliph, but as for the history of the chest, it was as follows. The Caliph had a Turkish slave girl, by name Qut al-Kulub, whom he loved with love exceeding, and the ladies Ubaidah came to know of this from himself and was passing jealous of her and secretly plotted mischief against her. So, whilst the commander of the faithful was absent sporting and hunting, she sent for Qut al-Kulub and, inviting her to a banquet, set before her meat and wine, and she ate and drank. Now the wine was drugged with bhang, so she slept, and Zubaydah sent for her chief eunuch and putting her in a great chest, locked it and gave it to him, saying, take this chest and cast it into the river. Thereupon he took it up before him on he mule and set out with it for the sea, but found it unfit to carry, so, as he passed by the trunk market, he saw the sheikh of the brokers and salesman and said to him, wilt thou sell me this chest, O uncle? The broker replied, yes, we will do this much. But, said the eunuch, look thou sell it not except locked, and the other, 'tis well, we will do that also. FN number 289, so he set down the chest, and they cried it for sale, saying, who will buy this chest for 100 dinars? And behold, up came Caliph the fisherman and bought the chest after turning it over right and left, and there passed between him and the porter that which hath been before set out. Now as regards Caliph the fisherman, he lay down on the chest to sleep, and presently Qut al-Kulub awoke from her bang and finding herself in the chest, cried out and said, alas! Whereupon Caliph sprang off the chest lid and cried out and said, ho, Muslims! Come to my help. There are ifrits in the chest. So the neighbours awoke from sleep and said to him, what mattereth thee, O madman? Quoth he, the chest is full of ifrits, and quoth they, go to sleep, thou hast troubled us this night, may Allah not bless thee. Go in and sleep, without madness. He ejaculated, I cannot sleep, but they abused him and he went in and lay down once more. And behold, Qut al-Kulub spoke and said, where am I? Upon which Caliph fled forth the closet and said, O neighbours of the hostelry, come to my aid. Quoth they, what hath befallen thee? Thou troublest the neighbours' rest. O folk, the be ifrits in the chest, moving and speaking. Thou list, what do they say? They say, where am I? Would heaven thou wert in hell. Thou disturbest the neighbours and hinderest them of sleep. Go to sleep, would thou hadst never lived nor been. So Caliph went in fearful because he had no place wherein to sleep save upon the chest lid when lo. As he stood, with ears listening for speech, Qut al-Kulub spake again and said, I'm hungry. So in sore affright he fled forth and cried out, Ho neighbours! Ho dwellers in the Khan, come aid me. Said they, what is thy calamity now? FN number 290, and he answered, the ifrits in the chest say, we are hungry. Quoth the neighbours one to other, 'Twould seem Caliph is hungry, let us feed him and give him the supper odds, else he will not let us sleep tonight. So they brought him bread and meat and broken victuals and radishes and gave him a basket full of all kinds of things, saying, eat till thou be full and go to sleep and talk not, else will we break thy ribs and beat thee to death this very night. So he took the basket with the provant and entered his lodging. Now it was a moonlight night and the moon shone in full sheen upon the chest and lit up the closet with its light. Seeing this he sat down on his purchase and fell to eating of the food with both hands. Presently Qut al-Kulub spake again and said, open to me and have mercy upon me, O Muslims. So Caliph arose and taking a stone he had by him, broke the chest open and behold, therein lay a young lady as she were the sun's shining light with brow flower white, face moon bright, cheeks of rose hue exquisite and speech sweeter than sugar bite, and in dress worth 1,000 dinars and more bedight. Seeing this his wits flew from his head for joy, and he said, By Allah, thou art of the fair. She asked him, What art thou, O fellow? And he answered, O my lady, I am Caliph the fisherman. Quoth she, Who brought me hither? And quoth he, I bought thee, and thou art my slave girl. Thereupon said she, I see on thee a robe of the raiment of the Caliph. So he told her all that had betided him, from first to last, and how he had bought the chest, wherefore she knew that the lady Zubaydah had played her false, and she ceased not talking with him till the morning, when she said to him, O Caliph, seek me from someone in case and read pen and paper and bring them to me. So he found with one of the neighbors what she sought and brought it to her, whereupon she wrote a letter and folded it and gave it to him, saying, O Caliph, take this paper and carry it to the jewel market, where do thou inquire for the shop of Abu al-Hasan the jeweller and give it to him. Answered the fisherman, O my lady, this name is difficult to me, I cannot remember it. And she rejoined, Then ask for the shop of Ibn al-Ukab. FN number 291, quoth he, O my lady, what is a new cab? And quoth she, 'Tis a bird which folk carry on fist with eyes hooded. And he exclaimed, O my lady, I know it. Then he went forth from her and fared on, repeating the name, lest it fade from his memory, but, by the time he reached the jewel market, he had forgotten it. So he accosted one of the merchants and said to him, Is there any here named after a bird? Replied the merchant, Yes, thou meanest Ibn al-Ukab. Caliph cried, That's the man I want, and making his way to him, gave him the letter, which when he read and knew the purport thereof, he fell to kissing it and laying it on his head, for it is said that Abu al-Hasan was the agent of the lady Kate al-Kulab and her intendant over all her property in lands and houses. Now she had written to him, saying, From Her Highness the Lady Kate al-Kulab to Sir Abu al-Hasan the jeweller. The instant this letter reacheth thee, set apart for us a saloon completely equipped with furniture and vessels and negro slaves and slave girls and what not else is needful for our residence and seemly, and take the bearer of the missive and carry him to the bath. Then clothe him in costly apparel and do with him thus and thus. So he said, hearing and obeying, and locking up his shop, took the fisherman and bore him to the bath, where he committed him to one of the bathmen, that he might serve him, according to custom. Then he went forth to carry out the lady Kate al-Kulab's orders. As for Caliph, he concluded, of his lack of wit and stupidity, that the bath was a prison, and said to the bathman, What crime have I committed that ye should lay me in limbo? They laughed at him and made him sit on the side of the tank, whilst the bathman took hold of his legs, that he might shampoo them. Caliph thought he meant to wrestle with him and said to himself, This is a wrestling place FN number 292, and I knew naught of it. Then he arose and seizing the bathman's legs, lifted him up and threw him on the ground and broke his ribs. The man cried out for help, whereupon the other bathmen came in a crowd and fell upon Caliph, and overcoming him by dint of numbers, delivered their comrade from his clutches and tended him till he came to himself. Then they knew that the fisherman was a simpleton and served him till Abu al-Hasan came back with a dress of rich stuff and clad him therein, after which he brought him a handsome mule, ready saddled, and taking him by the hand, carried him forth of the bath and said to him, Mount. Quoth he, How shall I mount? I fear lest she throw me and break my ribs into my belly. Nor would he back the mule, save after much travail and trouble, and they stinted not faring on, till they came to the place which Abu al-Hasan had set apart for the lady Kate al-Kulab. Thereupon Caliph entered and found her sitting, with slaves and eunuchs about her, and the porter at the door, staff in hand, who when he saw the fisherman sprang up and kissing his hand, went before him, till he brought him within the saloon. Here the fisherman saw what amazed his wit, and his eye was dazzled by that which he beheld of riches past count and slaves and servants, who kissed his hand and said, "May the bath be a blessing to thee." FN number 293. When he entered the saloon and drew near unto Kate al-Kulub, she sprang up to him and taking him by the hand, seated him on a high mattressed divan. Then she brought him a vase of sherbet of sugar, mingled with rose water and willow water, and he took it and drank it off and left not a single drop. Moreover, he ran his finger round the inside of the vessel FN number 294, and would have licked it, but she forbade him, saying, "That is foul." Quoth he, "Silence, this is naught but good honey," and she laughed at him and set before him a tray of meats, whereof he ate his sufficiency. Then they brought a ewer and basin of gold, and he washed his right hand and abode in the gladdest of life and the most honourable. Now hear what befell the commander of the faithful. When he came back from his journey and found not Kut al-Kulub, he questioned the lady Zubaydah of her, and she said, "She is verily dead, may thy head live, O Prince of True Believers." But she had bidden dig a grave amidst the palace and had built over it a mock tomb, for her knowledge of the love the Caliph bore to Kut al-Kulub. So she said to him, "O Commander of the Faithful, I made her a tomb amidst the palace and buried her there." Then she donned black, FN number 295, a mere sham and pure pretense, and feigned mourning a great while. Now Kut al-Kulub knew that the Caliph was come back from his hunting excursion, so she turned to Caliph and said to him, "Arise, hie thee to the bath and come back." So he rose and went to the hammam bath, and when he returned, she clad him in a dress worth 1,000 dinars and taught him manners and respectful bearing to superiors. Then said she to him, "Go hence to the Caliph and say to him, O Commander of the Faithful, 'tis my desire that this night thou deign be my guest." So Caliph arose and mounting his she-mule, rode, with pages and black slaves before him, till he came to the palace of the Caliphate. Quoth the wise, "Dress up a stick and 'twill look chick." FN number 296, and indeed his comeliness was manifest and his goodliness, and the folk marvelled at this. Presently, the chief eunuch saw him, the same who had given him the 100 dinars that had been the cause of his good fortune, so he went into the Caliph and said to him, "O Commander of the Faithful, Caliph the fisherman is become a king, and on him is a robe of honour worth 1,000 dinars. The Prince of True Believers bade admit him, so he entered and said, "Peace be with thee, O Commander of the Faithful and Vice-Regent of the Lord of the Three Worlds and Defender of the folk of the Faith. Allah Almighty prolong thy days and honour thy dominion and exalt thy degree to the highmost height." The Caliph looked at him and marvelled at him and how fortune had come to him at unawares. Then he said to him, "O Caliph, whence hast thou that robe which is upon thee?" He replied, "O Commander of the Faithful, it cometh from my house." Quoth the Caliph, "Hast thou then a house?" And quoth Caliph, "Yea, verily. And thou, O Commander of the Faithful, art my guest this day." Al-Rashid said, "I alone, O Caliph, or I and those who are with me?" And he replied, "Thou and whom thou wilt." So Jafar turned to him and said, "We will be thy guests this night," whereupon he kissed ground again and withdrawing, mounted his mule and rode off, attended by his servants and suite of Mamelukes, leaving the Caliph marvelling at this and saying to Jafar, "Sawest thou Caliph, with his mule and dress, his white slaves and his dignity? But yesterday I knew him for a buffoon and a jester." And they marvelled at this much. Then they mounted and rode, till they drew near Caliph's house, when the fisherman alighted and, taking a bundle from one of his attendants, opened it and pulled out therefrom a piece of Dabi silk FN number 297, and spread it under the hoofs of the Caliph's she-mule. Then he brought out a piece of velvet kimcob FN number 298, and a third of fine satin, and did with them likewise, and thus he spread well nigh 20 pieces of rich stuffs, till Al-Rashid and his suite had reached the house, when he came forward and said, "Bismillah, FN number 299, O Commander of the Faithful. Quoth Al-Rashid to Ja'far, I wonder to whom this house may belong, and quoth he, it belongeth to a man hight Ibn al-Ukab, syndic of the jewelers. So the Caliph dismounted and entering, with his courtiers, saw a high-builded saloon, spacious and boon, with couches on dais and carpets and divans strewn in place. So he went up to the couch that was set for himself on 4 legs of ivory, plated with glittering gold and covered with 7 carpets. This pleased him, and behold, up came Caliph, with eunuchs and little white slaves, bearing all manner sherbets, compounded with sugar and lemon and perfumed with rose and willow water and the purest musk. The fisherman advanced and drank and gave the Caliph to drink, and the cupbearers came forward and served the rest of the company with the sherbets. Then Caliph brought a table spread with meats of various colours and geese and fowls and other birds, saying, in the name of Allah. So they ate their fill, after which he bade remove the tables and kissing the ground 3 times before the Caliph craved his royal leave to bring wine and music. FN number 300, he granted him permission for this, and turning to Ja'far, said to him, as my head liveth, the house and that which is therein is Caliph's, for that he is ruler over it, and I am in admiration at him, whence there came to him this passing prosperity and exceeding felicity. However, this is no great matter to him who saith to a thing, be, and it becometh. What I most wonder at is his understanding, how it hath increased, and whence he hath gotten this loftiness and this lordliness. But, when Allah willeth weal unto a man, he amendeth his intelligence before bringing him to worldly affluence. As they were talking, behold, up came Caliph, followed by cupbearer lads like moons, belted with zones of gold, who spread a cloth of Siglaton FN number 301, and set thereon flagons of chinaware and tall flasks of glass and cups of crystal and bottles and hanaps FN number 302, of all colours, and those flagons they filled with pure clear and old wine, whose scent was as the fragrance of virgin musk, and it was even as saith the poet. Ply me, and also my mate be plied with pure wine pressed in the olden tide. FN number 303, daughter of nobles FN number 304, they lead her forth FN number 305, in raiment of goblets beautified. They belt her round with the brightest gems, and pearls and unions, the ocean's pride. So I by these signs and signets know wherefore the wine is entitled bride. FN number 306. And round about these vessels were confections and flowers, such as may not be surpassed. When Al-Rashid saw this from Caliph, he inclined to him and smiled upon him and invested him with an office. So Caliph wished him continuance of honour and endurance of days, and said, will the Commander of the Faithful deign give me leave to bring him a singer, a lute player her like was never heard among mortals ever? Quoth the Caliph, thou art permitted. So he kissed ground before him, and going to a secret closet, called Kut al-Kulub, who came after she had disguised and falsed and veiled herself, tripping in her robes and trinkets, and she kissed ground before the Commander of the Faithful. Then she sat down, and tuning the lute, touched its strings and played upon it, till all present were like to faint for excess of delight, after which she improvised these verses. Would heaven, I wot, will ever time bring our beloveds back again? And, will union and its bliss to bless two lovers deign? Will time issue to us united days and joined joy, while from the storms and stowers of life in safety we remain? Then know who bade this pleasure be, our parting past and gone, and made one house our meeting stead throughout the nights contain. By him, draw near me, love, and closest cling to side of me, else were my wearied wasted life a vanity, a bane. When the Caliph heard this, he could not master himself, but rent his raiment and fell down a swoon, whereupon all who were present hastened to doff their dress and throw it over him, whilst Kut al-Kulub signed to Caliph and said to him, hide yonder chest and bring us what is therein. for she had made ready therein a suit of the Caliph's wear against the like of such hour as this. So Caliph brought it to her, and she threw it over the commander of the faithful, who came to himself, and knowing her Fakat al-Kulub, said, Is this the day of resurrection, and hath Allah quickened those who are in the tombs, or am I asleep, and is this an imbroglio of dreams? Quoth Kat al-Kulub, We are on wake, not on sleep, and I am alive, nor have I drained the cup of death. Then she told him all that had befallen her, and indeed, since he lost her, life had not been light to him, nor had sleep been sweet, and he abode now wondering, then weeping, and anon afire for longing. When she had made an end of her story, the Caliph rose and took her by the hand, intending for her palace, after he had kissed her inner lips, and had strained her to his bosom, whereupon Caliph rose and said, By Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, thou hast already wronged me once, and now thou wrongest me again. Quoth al-Rashid, Indeed thou speakest sooth, O Caliph, and bade the Wazir Ja'far give him what should satisfy him. So he straightway gifted him with all for which he wished, and assigned him a village, the yearly revenues whereof were 20,000 dinars. Moreover, Kat al-Kulub generously presented him the house and all that was therein of the furniture and hangings and white slaves and slave girls and eunuchs, great and small. So Caliph became possessed of this passing affluence and exceeding wealth, and took him a wife, and prosperity taught him gravity and dignity, and good fortune overwhelmed him. The Caliph enrolled him among his equerries, and he abode in all solace of life and its delights till he deceased and was admitted to the mercy of Allah. Furthermore they relate a tale anent FN number 307. Masrur Zain al-Mawasif, FN number 308. There was once in days of yore and in ages and times long gone before a man and a merchant Masruhite, who was of the comeliest of the folk of his tide, a wight of wealth galore and in easiest case, but he loved to take his pleasure in verdures and flower gardens, and to divert himself with the love of the fair. Now it fortuned one night, as he lay asleep, he dreamt that he was in a garth of the loveliest, wherein were 4 birds, and amongst them a dove, white as polished silver. That dove pleased him, and for her grew up in his heart an exceeding love. Presently, he beheld a great bird swoop down on him and snatch the dove from his hand, and this was grievous to him. After which he awoke, and not finding the bird strave with his yearnings till morning, when he said in himself, There is no help but that I go today to some one who will expound to me this vision. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 846th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the merchant awoke, he strave with his yearnings till morning, when he said to himself, There is no help but that I go this day to someone who will expound to me this vision. So he went forth and walked right and left, till he was far from his dwelling place, but found none to interpret the dream to him. Then he would have returned, but on his way behold, the fancy took him to turn aside to the house of a certain trader, a man of the wealthiest, and when he drew near to it, suddenly he heard from within a plaintive voice from a sorrowful heart reciting these couplets. The breeze o' morn blows usurds from her trace fragrant, and heals the lovesick lover's case. I stand like captive on the mounds and ask while tears make answer for the ruined place. Quoth I, By Allah, breeze o' morning, say shall time and fortune I this stead regrace? Shall I enjoy a fawn whose form bewitched and languorous eyelids wasted frame and face? When Masrur heard this, he looked in through the doorway and saw a garden of the goodliest of gardens, and at its further end a curtain of red brocade, purfled with pearls and gems, behind which sat 4 damsels, and amongst them a young lady over 4 feet and under 5 in height, as she were drawn dew of the lune and the full moon shining boon. She had eyes cold with nature's dye and joined eyebrows, a mouth as it were Solomon's seal, and lips and teeth bright with pearls and corals light, and indeed she ravished all wits with her beauty and loveliness and symmetry and perfect grace. When Masrur espied her, He entered the porch and went on entering till he came to the curtain, whereupon she raised her head and glanced at him. So he saluted her, and she returned his salam with sweetest speech, and, when he considered her more straightly, his reason was dazed and his heart amazed. Then he looked at the garden and saw that it was full of jessamine and gillyflowers and violets and roses and orange blossoms and all manner sweet-scented blooms and herbs. Every tree was girt about with fruits, and the course down water from 4 daises, which faced one another and occupied the 4 corners of the garden. He looked at the firsty one and found written around it with a vermilion these 2 couplets. Ho thou the house! Grief never home in thee, nor time worked reason on thine owner's head. All good betide the house which every guest harbours, when sore distressed the way instead. Then he looked at the 2nd dais and found written thereon in red gold these couplets. Robe thee, O house, in richest raiment time, long as the birdies on the branchlets chime, and sweetest perfumes breathe within thy walls, and love meet beloved in bliss sublime, and dwell thy dwellers all in joy and pride long as their wandering stars heaven hill shall climb. Then he looked at the 3rd, whereon he found written in ultramarine these 2 couplets. Ever thy pomp and pride, O house, display while darkeneth night and shineth sheeny day. Boon fortune bless all entering thy walls, and home sowed well in thee, forever and aye. Then he looked at the 4th and saw painted in yellow characters this couplet. This garden and this lake in truth are fair sitting steads, by the Lord of Ruth. Moreover, in that garden were birds of all breeds, ring-dove and cushat and nightingale and culver, each singing his several song, and amongst them the laddie, swaying gracefully to and fro in her beauty and grace and symmetry and loveliness, and ravishing all who saw her. Presently quoth she to Masrur, Holy man, what bringeth thee into a house other than thy house, and wherefore comest thou in unto women other than thy women, without leave of their owner? Quoth he, O my lady, I saw this garden, and the goodliness of its greenery pleased me, and the fragrance of its flowers, and the carolling of its birds. So I entered, thinking to gaze on it a while, and went my way. Said she, with love and gladness, and Masrur was amazed at the sweetness of her speech, and the coquetry of her glances, and the straightness of her shape, and transported by her beauty and seemly hair, and the pleasantness of the garden and the birds. So in the disorder of his spirits he recited these couplets. As a crescent moon in the garth her form mid basil and jasmine and rose I scan, and violet faced by the myrtle spray, and new human's bloom and myrobalan, by her perfume the zephyrs perfumed breathe, and with scented sighings the branches fan. O garden, thou perfect of beauty art, all charms comprising in perfect plan, and melodious birdies sing madrigals, and the full moon FN number 309, shineth in branch Aidwan, its ring-dove, its culver, its mocking-bird, and its philomer sing my soul Tian man, and the longing of love all my wits confuseth for her charms, as the man whom his wine bemisseth. Now when Zayn al-Mawasif heard his verse, she glanced at him with eyes which bequeathed 1,000 sighs, and utterly ravished his wisdom and wits, and replied to him in these lines. Hope not of our favours to make thy prey, and of what thou wishest thy greed allay, and cease thy longing. Thou canst not win the love of the fair through right feign tsa. My glances to lovers are baleful, and naught I reek of thy speech. I have said my say. Ho, thou! Begone about thy business, for we are none of the woman tribe who are neither thine nor another's. FN number 310, and he answered, O my lady, I said nothing ill. Quoth she, thou soughtest to divert thyself. FN number 311, and thou hast had thy diversion, so wend thy ways. Quoth he, O my lady, belike thou wilt give me a draught of water, for I am athirst. Whereupon she cried, How canst thou drink of a Jew's water, and thou a Nazarene? But he replied, O my lady, your water is not forbidden to us, nor ours unlawful to you, for we are all as one creation. So she said to her slave girl, Give him to drink, and she did as she was bidden. Then she called for the table of food, and there came 4 damsels, high-bosomed maids, bearing 4 trays of meats and 4 gilt flagons full of strong old wine, as it were the tears of a slave of love for clearness, and a table around whose edge were graven these couplets. For eaters a table they brought and set in the banquet hall, and 'twas dight with gold, like th eternal garden that gathers all man wants of meat and wines manifold. And when the high-breasted maids had set all this before him, quoth she, Thou soughtest to drink of our drink, so up and at our meat and drink. He could hardly credit what his ears had heard, and sat down at the table forthright, whereupon she bade her nurse FN number 312 give him a cup, that he might drink. Now her slave girls were called, one Hubub, another Qutub, and the third Sikub, FN number 313, and she who gave him the cup was Hubub. So he took the cup, and looking at the outside saw written these couplets. Drain not the howl, but with lovely wight who loves thee in wine makes bright to bright. And where her scorpions FN number 314, that o thee greep and guard thy tongue, lest thou vex his sprite. Then the cup went round, and when he emptied it he looked inside and saw written. And where her scorpions when pressing them, and hide her secrets from foes despite. Whereupon Masrur laughed her wards, and she asked him, What causeth thee to laugh? For the fullness of my joy, quoth he. Presently, the breeze blew on her, and the scarf FN number 315 fell from her head, and discovered a fillet FN number 316 of glittering gold, set with pearls and gems and jacinths, and on her breast was a necklace of all mannering jewels and precious stones, to the centre of which hung a sparrow of red gold, with feet of red coral and bill of white silver, and body full of nard powder and pure ambergris and odoriferous musk. And upon its back was engraved, The nard is my wine-scented powder, my bread, and the bosom's my bed, and the breast's my stead, and my neck-nape complains of the weight of love, of my pain, of my pine, of my dreary head. Then Masrur looked at the breast of her shift, and behold, thereon lay wroughten in red gold this verse. The fragrance of musk from the breasts of the fair zephyr borrows, to sweeten the morning air. Masrur marvelled at this with exceeding wonder, and was dazed by her charms, and amazement gat hold upon him. Then said Zayn al-Mawasif to him, Begone from us and go about thy business, lest the neighbours hear of us, and even us with the lewd. He replied, By Allah, O my lady, suffer my sight to enjoy the view of thy beauty and loveliness. With this she was wroth with him, and leaving him, walked in the garden, and he looked at her shift sleeve and saw upon it embroidered these lines. The weaver white wrote with gold or bright, and her wrists on brocade rained a brighter light. Her palms are adorned with a silvern sheen, and favour her fingers the ivory's white, for their tips are rounded like priceless pearl, and her charms would enlighten the nightiest night. And, as she paced the garth, Masrur gazed at her slippers and saw written upon them these pleasant lines. The slippers that carry these fair young feet cause her form to bend in its gracious bloom. When she paces and waves in the breeze she owns, she shines fullest moon in the murkiest gloom. She was followed by her women, leaving Hubub with Masrur by the curtain, upon whose edge were embroidered these couplets. Behind the veil a damsel sits with gracious beauty dight, praise to the Lord who decked her with these inner gifts of sprite. Guards her the garden, and the bird fain bears her company, gladden her wine draughts and bowl, but makes her brighter bright. Apple and cassia blossom show their envy of her cheeks, and borrows pearl resplendency from her resplendent light, as though the sperm that gendered her were drop of Marguerite. FN number 317, happy who kisses her and spends in her embrace the night. So Masrur entered into a long discourse with Hubub, and presently said to her, O Hubub, hath thy mistress a husband or not? She replied, My lady hath a husband, but he is actually abroad on a journey with merchandise of his. Now as he heard that her husband was abroad on a journey, his heart lusted after her, and he said, O Hubub, Glorified be he who created this damsel and fashioned her. How sweet is her beauty and her loveliness and her symmetry and perfect grace. Verily, into my heart is fallen sore travail for her. O Hubub, so do that I come to enjoy her, and thou shalt have of me what thou wilt of wealth and what not else. Replied Hubub, O Nazarene, if she heard thee speak thus, she would slay thee, or else she would kill herself, for she is the daughter of a zealot FN number 318, of the Jews, nor is there her like amongst them. She hath no need of money, and she keepeth herself ever cloistered, discovering not her case to any. Quoth Masrur, O Hubub, and thou wilt but bring me to enjoy her, I will be to thee slave and foot-page, and will serve thee all my life, and give thee whatsoever thou seekest of me. But quoth she, O Masrur, in very sooth this woman hath no lust for money nor yet for men, because my lady Zayn al-Mawasif is of the cloistered, going not forth her house door in fear lest folk see her, and but that she bore with thee by reason of thy strangerhood, she had not permitted thee to pass her threshold, no, not though thou wert her brother. He replied, O Hubub, be thou our go-between, and thou shalt have of me 100 gold dinars and a dress worth as much more, for that the love of her hath gotten hold of my heart. Hearing this, she said, O man, let me go about with her in talk, and I will return thee and answer and acquaint thee with what she saith. Indeed, she loveth those who beheim her, and she affecteth those who set forth her charms and beauty and loveliness in verse, and we may not prevail over her save by wiles and soft speech and beguilement. Thereupon Hubub rose, and going up to her mistress, accosted her with privy talk of this and that, and presently said to her, O my lady, look at yonder young man, the Nazarene, how sweet is his speech and how shapely his shape. When Zayn al-Mawasif heard this, she turned to her and said, An thou like his comeliness, love him thyself. Art thou not ashamed to address the like of me with these words? Go, bid him be gone about his business, or I will make it the worse for him. So Hubub returned to Masrur, but acquainted him not with that which her mistress had said. Then the lady bade her hie to the door and look if she saw any of the folk, lest foul befall them. So she went, and returning, said, O my lady, without a folk in plenty, and we cannot let him go forth this night. Quoth Zayn al-Mawasif, I am in dole because of a dream I have seen, and am fearful therefrom. And Masrur said, What sawest thou? Allah never trouble thy heart. She replied, I was asleep in the middle of the night, when suddenly an eagle swooped down upon me from the highest of the clouds, and would have carried me off from behind the curtain, wherefore I was affrighted at him. Then I awoke from sleep, and bade my women bring me meat and drink, so haply, when I had drunken, the dolour of the dream would cease from me. Hearing this, Masrur smiled and told her his dream from first to last, and how he had caught the dove, whereat she marvelled with exceeding marvel. Then he went on to talk with her at great length, and said, I am now certified of the truth of my dream, for thou art the dove and I the eagle, and there is no hope but that this must be, for, the moment I set eyes on thee, thou tookest possession of my vitals and settest my heart afire for love of thee. Thereupon Zayn al-Mawasif became wroth with exceeding wrath, and said to him, I take refuge with Allah from this. Allah upon thee, be gone about thy business ere the neighbours espy thee, and the betide us sore reproach, adding, Hark, man! Let not thy soul covet that it shall not obtain. Thou weariest thyself in vain, for I am a merchant's wife and a merchant's daughter, and thou art a druggist. And when sawest thou a druggist and a merchant's daughter conjoined by such sentiment? He replied, O my lady, never lacked loveless between folk FN number 319, so cut thou not off from me hope of this, and whatsoever thou seekest of me of money and raiment and ornaments and what not else, I will give thee. Then he abode with her in discourse and mutual blaming, whilst she still redoubled in anger, till it was black night, when he said to her, O my lady, take this gold piece and fetch me a little wine, for I am athirst and heavy-hearted. So she said to the slave girl Hubub, Fetch him wine and take naught from him, for we have no need of his dinar. So she went whilst Masrur held his peace and bespake not the laddie, who suddenly improvised these lines. Leave this thy design and depart, O man, nor tread paths by lewdness and crying to pan. Love is a net shall enmesh thy sprite, make thee rise a morning sad, weary and wan, for as by thou shalt eke be the cause of talk, and for thee shall blamed me my tribe and clan. Yet scant I marvel thou lovest to fair gazelles hunting lions we I shall scan. And he answered her with these. Joy of boughs, bright branch of my robalin, have ruth on the heart all thy charms and man. Death cup to the dregs thou garest me drain and don sweet of love with its bane and ban. How can soothe thy heart which for stress of bind burns with living coals which my longings fan? Hearing these lines she exclaimed, away from me. Quoth the sore, whoso loseth his sight wearieth his sprite. By Allah, I am tired of discourse with thee and chiding, and indeed thy soul coveteth that shall never become thine. Nay, though thou gave me my weight in gold, thou shouldst not get thy wicked will of me. For, I know naught of the things of the world, save pleasant life, by the boon of Allah Almighty. He answered, O my lady Zayn al-Mawasif, ask of me what thou wilt of the goods of the world. Quoth she, what shall I ask of thee? For sure thou wilt fare forth and prate of me in the highway, and I shall become a laughing stock among the folk, and they will make a byword of me in verse, me who am the daughter of the chief of the merchants and whose father is known of the notables of the tribe. I have no need of money or raiment, and such love will not be hidden from the people, and I shall be brought to shame, I and my kith and kin. With this Masrur was confounded and could make her no answer, but presently she said, indeed, the master thief, if he steal, stealeth not but what is worth his neck, and every woman who doth lewdness with other than her husband is styled a thief. So, if it must be thus and no help FN number 320, thou shalt give me whatsoever my heart desireth of money and raiment and ornaments and what not. Quoth he, and thou sought of me the world and all its regions contain from its east to its west, 'twere but a little thing, compared with thy favour. And quoth she, I will have of thee 3 suits, each worth 1,000 Egyptian dinars, and adorned with gold and fairly purfled with pearls and jewels and jacinths, the best of their kind. Furthermore I require that thou swear to me thou wilt keep my secret nor discover it to any, and that thou wilt company with none but me, and I in turn will swear to thee a true oath that I will never false thee in love. So he sware to her the oath she had required, and she sware to him, and they agreed upon this, after which she said to her nurse Hubab, tomorrow go thou with Masrur his lodging and seek somewhat of musk and ambergris and nard and rose water and see what he hath. If he be a man of condition, we will take him into favour, but an he be otherwise we will leave him. Then said she to him, O Masrur, I desire somewhat of musk and ambergris and aloes wood and nard, so do thou send it me by Hubab. And he answered, with love and gladness, my shop is at thy disposal. Then the wine went round between them, and their seance was sweet, but Masrur's heart was troubled from the passion and pining which possessed him, and when Zayn al-Mawasif saw him in this plight, she said to her slave girl Sakab, arouse Masrur from his stupor, mayhap he will recover. Answered Sakab, hearkening and obedience, and sang these couplets. Bring gold and gear and a lover thou, and him thy love sore success shalt row. Joy the smiling fawn with the black-edged ear and the bending lines of the cassia both, on her look, and a marvel therein shalt sight, and pour out thy life fair thy life term show. Love's effect be this, and thou weet the same, but, and gold deceive thee, leave gold and go. Hereupon Masrur understood her and said, I hear and apprehend. Never was grief but after came relief, and after affliction dealing he will order the healing. Then Zayn al-Mawasif recited these couplets. From love's stupor awake, O Masrur, 'twere best, for this day I dread my love rend thy breast, and tomorrow I fear me folks' marvel tale shall make us a byword from east to west. Leave love of my like or thou'lt gain thee blame, why turn thee towards such loves unblessed? For one strange of lineage whose kind repel thou shalt wake ill-famed, of friends dispossessed. I'm a zealot's child and affright the folk, would my life were ended and I at rest. Then Masrur answered her improvisation and began to say these lines. To grief leave a heart that to love ne'er ceased, nor blame, for your blame ever love increased. You misrule my vitals in tyrant guise. Morn and eve I wend not or west or east. Love's law forbids me to do me die. They say love's victim is ne'er released. Well away. Could I find in love's court a judge I'd plain and win to my rights at least. They ceased not from mutual chiding till morning morrowed, when Zayn al-Mawasif said, O Masrur, 'tis time for thee to depart, lest one of the folk see thee and foul befall us twain. So he arose and accompanied by nurse Hubub fared on, till they came to his lodging, where he talked with her and said to her, All thou seekest of me is ready for thee, so but thou wilt bring me to enjoy her. Hubub replied, Hearten thy heart, whereupon he rose and gave her 100 dinars, saying, O Hubub, I have by me a dress worth 100 gold pieces. Answered she, O Masrur, make haste with the trinkets and other things promised her, ere she change her mind, for we may not take her, save with wile and guile, and she loveth the saying of verse. Quoth he, hearing and obeying, and bringing her the musk and ambergris and linaloes and rose water, returned with her to Zayn al-Mawasif and saluted her. She returned his salam with the sweetest speech, and he was dazed by her beauty and improvised these lines. O thou sheeniest sun who in night dost shine, O who stole my soul with those large black ears, O slim-shaped fair with a graceful neck, O who shamest rose with those checks so thine. Blind not our sight with thy fell disdain, that shall load us with pain and pine. Passion homes in our remorse, nor will be quenched the fire of yearning in vitals line. Your love has housed in heart of me and of issue, but you see I ne'er a sign. Then haply you will pity this hapless wight, thy sad lover, and then know the morn divine. When Zayn al-Mawasif heard his verses, she cast at him a glance of eyes that bequeathed him 1,000 regrets and sighs, and his wits and soul were ravished in such wise, and answered him with these couplets FN number 321. Think not from her, of whom thou art enamoured, I to win delight, so put desire from thee away. Leave that thou hop street, for 'gainst her rigours whom thou lovest among the fair, in vain is all thou canst essay. My looks to lovers bring discomfiture and woe. Indeed, I make no count of that which thou dost say. When Masrur heard this, he hardened his heart and took patience, concealing his case and saying in himself, There is nothing for it against calamity save long-suffering. And after this fashion they abode till nightfall, when Zayn al-Mawasif called for food, and they set before her a tray wherein were all manner of dishes, quails and pigeons and mutton and so forth, whereof they ate their sufficiency. Then she bade take away the tables, and they did so, and fetched the lavatory gear, and they washed their hands, after which she ordered her women to bring the candlesticks, and they set on candelabra and candles therein of camphorated wax. Thereupon quoth Zayn al-Mawasif, By Allah, my breast is straitened this night and I am affevered, and quoth Masrur, Allah broaden thy breast and banish thy bane. Then she said, O Masrur, I am used to play at chess, say me, knowest aught of the game? He replied, Yes, I am skilled therein, whereupon she commanded her handmaid Hubub fetch her the chessboard. So she went away, and presently returning with the board, set it before her, and behold, it was of ivory marked tried ebony with squares marked in glittering gold, and its pieces of pearl and ruby. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 847th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Zayn al-Mawasif bade the chessboard be brought, they set it between her hands, and Masrur was amazed at this, when she turned to him and said, Wilt have red or white? He replied, O princess of the fair and adornment of morning air, do thou take the red, for they formous are and fitter for the like of thee to bear, and leave the white to my care. Answered she, so be it, and, taking the red pieces, ranged them opposite the white, then put out her hand to a piece, purposing the first pass into the battle plain. Masrur considered her fingers, which were white as paste, and was confounded at their beauty and shapely shape, whereupon she turned to him and said, O Masrur, be not bedazed, but take patience and calm thyself. He rejoined, O thou whose beauty shameth the moon, how shall a lover look on thee and have patience boon? And while this was doing she cried, Checkmate FN number 322, and beat him, wherefore she knew that he was gin mad for love of her, and said to him, O Masrur, I will not play with thee save for a set stake. He replied, I hear and obey, and she rejoined, Swear to me and I will swear to thee that neither of us would cheat. FN number 323, the adversary. So both swear this, and she said, O Masrur, an I beat thee, I will have 10 dinars of thee, but an thou beat me, I will give thee a mere nothing. He expected to win, so he said, O my lady, be not false to thine oath, for I see thou art an overmatch for me at this game. Agreed, said she, and they ranged their men and fell again to playing and pushing on their pawns and catching them up with the queens and aligning and matching them with the castles and solacing them with the onslaught of the knights. Now the adornment of qualities wore on head a kerchief of blue brocade, so she loosed it off and tucking up her sleeve, showed a wrist like a shaft of light and passed her palm over the red pieces, saying to him, Look to thyself. But he was dazzled at her beauty, and the sight of her graces bereft him of reason, so that he became dazed and amazed, and put out his hand to the white man, but it alit upon the red. Said she, O Masrur, where be thy wits? The red are mine and the white thine, and he replied, Whoso looketh at thee perforce loseth all his senses. Then, seeing how it was with him, she took the white from him and gave him the red, and they played and she beat him. He ceased not to play with her and she to beat him, whilst he paid her each time 10 dinars, till, knowing him to be distraught for love of her, she said, O Masrur, thou wilt never win to thy wish, except thou beat me, for such was our understanding, and henceforth, I will not play with thee save for a stake of 100 dinars a game. With love and gladness, answered he, and she went on playing and ever beating him, and he paid her 100 dinars each time. And on this wise they abode till the morning, without his having won a single game, when he suddenly sprang to his feet. Quoth she, What wilt thou do, O Masrur? And quoth he, I mean to go to my lodging and fetch somewhat of money, it may be I shall come to my desire. Do whatso seemeth good to thee, said she. So he went home, and taking all the money he had, returned to her, improvising these 2 couplets. In dream I saw a bird or speed, meseemed, love's garden decked with blooms that smiled and gleamed, but I shall ken, when won my wish and will of thee, the truthful sense of what I dreamed. Now when Masrur returned to her with all his monies, they fell a playing again, but she still beat him and he could not beat her once, and in such case they abode 3 days, till she had gotten of him the whole of his coin, whereupon said she, O Masrur, what wilt thou do now? And he replied, I will stake thee a druggist's shop. What is its worth? Asked she, and he answered, 500 dinars. So they played 5 bouts, and she won the shop of him. Then he betted his slave girls, lands, houses, gardens, and she won the whole of them, till she had gotten of him all he had, whereupon she turned to him and said, Hast thou aught left to lay down? Cried he, By him who made me fall into the snare of thy love, I have neither money to touch nor aught else left, little or much. She rejoined, O Masrur, the end of whatso began in content shall not drive man to repent, wherefore, and thou regret aught, take back thy good and begone from us about thy business, and I will hold thee quit towards me. Masrur rejoined, By him who decreed these things to us, though thou sought to take my life, 'twere a wee thing to stake for thine approof, because I love none but thee. Then said she, O Masrur, fare forthright and fetch the Qazi and the witnesses and make over to me by deed all thy lands and possessions. Willingly, replied he, and, going forth without stay or delay, brought the Qazi and the witnesses and set them before her. When the judge saw her, his wits fled and his mind was amazed and his reason was dazed for the beauty of her fingers, and he said to her, O my lady, I will not write out the writ of conveyance, save upon condition that thou buy the lands and mansions and slave girls and that they all pass under thy control and into thy possession. She rejoined, We agreed upon that. Write me a deed, whereby all Masrur's houses and lands and slave girls and whatso his right hand possesseth shall pass to Zayn al-Mawasif and become her property at such a price. So the Qazi wrote out the writ and the witnesses set hands thereto, whereupon she took it. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 848th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Zayn al-Mawasif took from the Qazi the deed which made over her lover's property to her, she said to him, O Masrur, now gang thy gait. But her slave girl Hubab turned to him and said, Recite us some verses. So he improvised upon that game of chess these couplets. Of time and what befell me I complain, mourning my loss by chess and eyes of bane. For love of gentlest, softest-sided fair whose like is not of maids or mortals train, the shafts of glances from those e'en who shot and led her conquering host to battle plain red men and white men and the clashing knights and, crying look to thee, came forth amain, and, when down charging, fingertips she showed that gloomed like blackest night the sable stain. The whites I could not rescue, could not save while ecstasy made tear, floods rail and drain. The pawns and castles with their queens fell low and fled. The whites nor could the brunt sustain. Yea, with her shaft of glance at me she shot, and soon that shaft had pierced my heart and brain. She gave me choice between her hosts, and I the whites like moonlight first to choose was fain, saying, This argent folk best fitteth me, I love them, but the red by thee be ta'en. She played me for free accepted stake, yet amorous mercy I could ne'er obtain. O fire of heart, O pine and woe of me, wooing a fair like moon mist starry train, burns not my heart, oh no, nor aught regrets of good or land, but her eyes disdain. Amazed I'm grown and dazed for drear hair and blame my time who brought such pine and pain. Quoth she, Why art thou so bedazed? Quoth I, Wine drunken white shall more of wine assain. That mortal stole my sense by silk soft shape, which doth for heart core hardest rock contain. I nerved self and cried, This day she's mine by bet, nor fear I prove she inhumane. My heart ne'er ceased to seek possession, till beggared I found me for conditions twain. Will youth who loveth shun the love dealt blow, or were he whelmed in love's high surging main? Oh, woke the slave Sanzine a coin to turn, thralled to repine for what he ne'er shall gain. Zayn al-Mawasif hearing these words marvelled at the eloquence of his tongue and said to him, O Masrur, leave this madness and return to thy right reason and wend thy ways, for thou hast wasted all thy movables and immovables at the chess game, yet hast not won thy wish, nor hast thou any resource or device whereby thou mayst attain to it. But he turned to her and said, O my lady, ask of me whatso thou wilt and thou shalt have it, for I will bring it to thee and lay it at thy feet. Answered she, O Masrur, thou hast no money left. O goal of all hopes, if I have no money, the folk will help me. Shall the giver turn asker? I have friends and kinsfolk, and whatsoever I seek of them, they will give me. O Masrur, I will have of thee 4 pods of musk and 4 vases of civet FN number 324, and 4 pounds of ambergris and 4,000 dinars and 400 pieces of royal brocade, purfled with gold. And thou bring me these things, O Masrur, I will grant thee my favours. This is a light matter to me, O thou that puttest the moons to shame, replied he, and went forth to fetch her what she sought. She sent her maid Hubab after him, to see what worth he had with the folk of whom he had spoken to her. But, as he walked along the highways he turned and seeing her afar off, waited till she came up to him and said to her, "Whither away, O Hubub?" So she said to him, "My mistress sent me to follow for this and that," and he replied, "By Allah, O Hubub, I have nothing to hand." She asked, "Then why didst thou promise her?" And he answered, "How many a promise made is unkept of its maker. Fine words in love matters needs must be." When she heard this from him, she said, "O Masrur, be of good cheer and eyes clear, for, by Allah, most assuredly I will be the means of thy coming to enjoy her." Then she left him nor ceased walking till she stood before her mistress weeping with sore weeping, and said, "O my lady, indeed he is a man of great consideration, and good repute among the folk." Quoth Zayn al-Mawasif, "There is no device against the destiny of Almighty Allah. Verily, this man found not in me a pitiful heart, for that I despoiled him of his substance and he got of me neither affection nor complaisance in granting him amorous joy, but, if I incline to his inclination, I fear lest the thing be bruited abroad." Quoth Hubub, "O my lady, verily, grievous upon us is his present plight and the loss of his good, and thou hast with thee none save thyself and thy slave girl Sakab, so which of us two would dare prate of thee, and we thy handmaids?" With this, she bowed her head for a while groundwards, and the damsels said to her, "O my lady, it is our rede that thou send after him and show him grace and suffer him not ask of the sordid, for how bitter is such begging." So she accepted their counsel and calling for inkcase and paper, wrote him these couplets. "Joy is nigh, O Masrur, so rejoice in true rede, when as night shall fall thou shalt do kind deed, crave not of the sordid alone. Fair youth, wine stole my wits, but they now take heed, all thy good I reft shall return to thee, O Masrur, and I'll add to the amorous mead, for indeed th art patient, and sweet of soul when wronged by thy lover's tyrannic greed. So haste to enjoy us and luck to thee, lest my folk come between us. Speed, love, all speed. Hurry ousest thou, nor delay, and while my mate is far, on love's fruit come feed." Then she folded the paper and gave it to Hubub the handmaid, who carried it to Masrur and found him weeping and reciting in a transport of passion and love-longing these lines. "A breeze of love on my soul did blow that consumed my liver for stress of low. When my sweetheart went all my longings grew, and with tears in torrent mine eyelids flow. Such my doubt and fears, did I tell their tale to deaf rocks and pebbles they'd melt for woe. Would heaven I what shall I cite delight, and shall win my wish and my friend shall know. Shall be folded up nights that doomed us part, and I be healed of what harms my heart." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 849th night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that while Masrur, transported by passion and love-longing, was repeating his couplets in sing-song tone, Hubub knocked at his door, so he rose and opened to her, and she entered and gave him the letter. He read it and said to her, "O Hubub, what is behind thee of thy lady's news?" FN number 325. She answered, "O my lord, verily, in this letter is that dispenseth me from reply, for thou art of those who readily descry." Thereat he rejoiced with joy exceeding and repeated these two couplets. Came the writ whose contents a new joy revealed, which in vitals mine I would keep unsealed, and my longings grew when I kissed that writ, as were pearl of passion therein concealed. Then he wrote a letter answering hers and gave it to Hubub, who took it and returned with it to her mistress and forthright fell to extolling his charms to her and expatiating on his good gifts and generosity, for she was become a helper to him, to bring about his union with her lady. Quoth Zayn al-Mawasif, "O Hubub, indeed he tarrieth to come to us," and quoth Hubub, "He will certainly come soon." Hardly had she made an end of speaking when behold, he knocked at the door, and she opened to him and brought him into her mistress, who saluted him with the salam FN number 326, and welcomed him and seated him by her side. Then she said to Hubub, "Bring me a suit of brocade." So she brought a robe broidered with gold, and Zayn al-Mawasif threw it over him, whilst she herself donned one of the richest dresses and crowned her head with a net of pearls of the freshest water. About this she bound a fillet of brocade, purfled with pearls, jacinths and other jewels, from beneath which she let down 2 dresses FN number 327, each looped with a pendant of ruby, charactered with glittering gold, and she loosed her hair, as it were the sombrest night, and lastly she incensed herself with aloes wood and scented herself with musk and ambergris, and Hubub said to her, "Allah save thee from the evil eye." Then she began to walk, swaying from side to side with gracefullest gait, whilst Hubub, who excelled in verse-making, recited in her honour these couplets. Shamed is the bow of ban by pace of her, and harmed our lovers by the gaze of her. A moon she rose from murks, the hair of her, a sun from locks the brow in case of her, blessed is she nights with by the grace of her, who dies in her with oath by days of her. So Zayn al-Mawasif thanked her and went up to Masrur, as she were full moon displayed. But when he saw her, he rose to his feet and exclaimed, "And my thought deceive me not, she is no human, but one of the brides of heaven." Then she called for food and they brought a table, about whose marge were written these couplets, FN number 328. Dip thou with spoons in sauces for and gladden heart, and I with many a various kind of stew and fricassee and fry. Thereon fat quails, ne'er shall I cease to live and tender them, and rails and fowls and dainty birds of all the kinds that fly. Glory to God for the kebabs, for redness all aglow, and botherbs, steeped in vinegar, in pouring is thereby. Fair fall the rice with sweet milk dressed, wherein the hands did plunge and eke the forearms of the fair were buried, bracelet high. How my heart yearneth with regret over 2 plates of fish that by 2 muncher cakes of bread of 2 FN number 329, did lie. Then they ate and drank and made mirth and merriment, after which the servants removed the table of food and set on the wine service. So cup and tuss FN number 330, passed round between them, and they were gladdened in soul. Then Masrur filled the cup and saying, "O whose thrall am I and who is my mistress?" FN number 331, chanted these improvised couplets. Mine eyes I admire that can feed their fill on charms of a girl rising world's delight. In her time she hath none to compare for gifts of spirit and body a mere delight. Her shape breeds envy in coquetry when fares she forth in her symmetry dight, with luminous brow shaming moon of dark and crown-like dress and the brightest bright. When treads she earth's surface her fragrance scents the zephyr that breathes over plain and height. When he ended his extempore song she said, "O Masrur, whoso religiously keepeth his faith and hath eaten our bread and salt, it behoveth us to give him his due. So put away from thee all thought of what hath been, and I will restore thee thy lands and houses and all we have taken from thee." He replied, "O my lady, I acquit thee of that whereof thou speakest, though thou hadst been false to the oath and covenant between us, for I will go and become a Muslim." Zayn al-Mawasif protested that she would follow suit FN number 332, when Hubub cried to her, "O my lady, thou art young of years and knowest many things, and I claim the intercession of Almighty Allah with thee for, except thou do my bidding and heal my heart, I will not lie the night with thee in the house." And she replied, "O Hubub, it shall be as thou wilt. Rise and make us ready another sitting room." So she sprang to her feet and gat ready a room and adorned and perfumed it after fairest fashion, even as her lady loved and preferred. After which she again set on food and wine, and the cup went round between them, and their hearts were glad. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 850th night, she resumed, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Zayn al-Mawasif bade her maid Hubub make ready a private sitting room, she arose and did her bidding, after which she again set food and wine before them, and cup and tass went round gladdening their hearts. Presently quoth Zayn al-Mawasif, O Masrur, come is the time of union and favour, so, as thou studiest my love to savour, recite us some verses surpassing of flavour. Upon this he recited the following Ode FN number 333. I am taken, my heart bums with living flame for union shorn when as severance came, in the love of a damsel who forced my soul and with delicate cheeklet my reason stole. She hath eyebrows united and eyes black white, and her teeth are 11 that smiles in light. The tale of her years is but 10+4, tears like dragon's blood. FN number 334, for her love I pour. First I saw that face mid parterre and rill, outshining the loon on horizon hill, and stood like a captive for awe, and cried, Allah's peace, O who in domain FN number 335, doth hide. She returned my salam, gaily answering with the sweetest speech likest pearls a string. But when heard my words, she right soon had known my want, and her heart waxed hard as stone, and quoth she, Be not this a word silly bold. But quoth I, Refrain thee nor flight and scold. And today thou consent such a fair whirlite, they like as the loved, mine the lover white. When she knew my mind she but smiled in mirth, and cried, Now, by the Maker of heaven and earth, I'm a Jewess of Jewry's driest e'er seen, and thou art naught save a Nazarene. Why seek my favours? Thine's of the cast, and this deed thou dost old repent the past. Say, does love allow with two faiths to play? Men shall blame thee like me, at each break of day. Wilt thou laugh at beliefs and deride their right, and in thine and mine prove thee sinful sprite? And thou lovedest me, thou hadst turned Jew, losing worlds for love and my favours due, and by the Evangel strong oath hast sworn to keep our secret intact from scorn. So I took the Torah and sware strong oath I would hold to the covenant made by both. Then by law, religion and creed I swear, and bound her by oaths that most binding were, and asked her, Thy name, O my dear delight? And she, Zayn al-Mawasif, at home I'm hight. O Zayn al-Mawasif, cried I, hear my call, thy love hath made me thy veriest thrall. Then I peeped neath her chin veil and spied such charms that the longing of love filled my heart with qualms. Neath the curtain I ceased not to humble me, and complain of my heartfelt misery, but when she saw me by love beguiled she raised her face veil and sweetly smiled, and when breeze of union our faces kissed with musk pod she scented fair neck and wrist, and the house with her essences seemed to drip, and I kissed bew wine from each smiling lip. Then like branch of ban neath her robe she swayed in joys erst in lawful FN number 336, she lawful made, and conjoined through our night we lay with kiss of inner lip, long for we. The world hath no grace but the one loved fear in thine arms to clasp with possession sheer. With the morn she rose and she bade goodbye while her brow shone brighter than moon K, reciting at parting, while teardrops hung on her cheeks. These scattered and others strung, FN number 337, Allah's pact in mind all my life I'll bear in the lovely nights, and strong oath I swear. Zayn al-Mawasif was delighted and said to him, O Masrur, how goodly are thine gifts. May he live not who would harm thy heart. Then she entered her boudoir and called him, so he went into her and taking her in his arms, embraced her and hugged her and kissed her and got of her that which he had deemed impossible and rejoiced in winning sweet of amorous will. Then said she, O Masrur, thy good is unlawful to me and is lawfully thine again now that we are become lovers. So she returned to him all she had taken of him and asked him, O Masrur, hast thou a flower garden whither we may wend and take our pleasure? Whereto he answered, Yes, O my lady, I have a garden that hath not its like. Then he returned to his lodgings and bade his slave girls make ready a splendid banquet and a handsome room, after which he summoned Zayn al-Mawasif who came surrounded by her damsels, and they ate and drank and made mirth and merriment, whilst the cup passed round between them and their spirits rose high. Then lover withdrew with beloved, and Zayn al-Mawasif said to Masrur, I have bethought me of some dainty verses, which I would fain sing to the lute. He replied, do sing them. So she took the lute and tuning it, sang to a pleasant air these couplets. Joy from stroke of string doth to me incline, and sweet is a morning our early wine, one as love unveileth the amorist's heart, and by rending the veil he displays his sign, with a draught so pure, so dear, so bright, as in hand of moon's FN number 338. The sun's sheeny shine o' nights, it cometh with joy to raise the hoar of sorrow by boon divine. Then ending her verse, she said to him, O Masrur, recite us somewhat of thy poetry and favour us with the fruit of thy thought. So he recited these two couplets. We joy in full moon who the wine bears round, and in concert of lutes that from gardens sound, where the dove moans at dawn and where bend about a morn, and all pathways of pleasure are found. When he had finished his recitation, she said to him, make us some verses on that which hath passed between us, and thou be occupied with love of me. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 851st night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Zayn al-Mawasif said to Masrur, and thou be occupied with love of me, make us some verses on that hath passed between us, with love and gladness, he replied and improvised the following qasida, FN number 339. Stand thou and hear what fell to me for love of you, gazelle to dree. Shot me a white doe with her shaft, O glances wounding woundily. Love was my ruin, for was I straitened by longing ecstasy. I loved and wooed a young coquette girded by strong artillery, whom in a garth I first beheld, a form whose sight was symmetry. I greeted her, and when she deigned greeting return, salam, quoth she, what be thy name? Said I, she said, my name declares my quality. FN number 340, Zayn al-Mawasif I am hight. Cried I, O deign I mercy see, such is the longing in my heart no lover claimeth rivalry. Quoth she, with me and thou right in love, and to enjoy me pleadest plea, I want of thee, O much wealth, beyond all compt my wants, O thee. I want, O thee, full many a rope of sendal, silk and damaskry, a quarter quintalique of musk, these of one night shall pay the fee. Pearls, unions, and carnelian, FN number 341 stones, the bestest best of jewelry. Of fairest patience showed I show in contrariety alb. At last she favoured me one night when rose the moon a crescent we, and stranger blame me for her sake I say, O blamers listen ye. She showeth locks of goodly length, and black as blackest night its blee, while on her cheeks the roses glow like glass of flame incendiary. In every eyelash is a sword, and every glance hath archery. Her liplets twain old wine contain, and dews of fount-like purity. Her teeth resemble strings o' pearls, arrayed in line and fresh from sea. Her neck is like the neck of doe, pretty and carven perfectly. Her bosom is a marble slab whence rise two breasts like towers on Lee, and on her stomach shows a crease perfumed with rich perfumery, beneath which same there lurks a thin limit of mine expectancy. A something rounded, cushioned high and plump, my lords, to high degree, to meet us like a royal throne, whither my longings wander free. Betwixt two pillars man shall find benches of high-built tracery. It hath specific qualities, drive sanest men to insanity. Full-mouthed hath like mouth of neck, or well begirt by stony key. Firm lips with camelries compare, and shows it eye of gramoisy. And draw thou nigh with doughty will to do thy doing lustily. Thou'll find it faint to face thy bout, and strong and fierce in valiancy. It bendeth backwards every brave shorn of his battle bravery. At times amiable, but full of spunk to battle with the painery. T will show thee liveliness, glow and perfect in its raillery. Zayn al-Mawasif it is like complete in charms and courtesy. To her dear arms one night I came, and one meed given lawfully, I passed with her that self-same night, best of my nights, in gladdest glee. And when the morning rose, she rose and crescent like a vision me, then swayed her supple form as sway the lances lopped from limber tree. and when farewelling me, she cried, when shall such nights return to me? Then I replied, O ein light, when he vouchsafeth his decree. FN number 342. Zayn al-Mawasif was delighted with this ode, and the utmost gladness gat hold of her. Then said she, O Masrur, day dawn draweth nigh, and there is naught for it save to fly for fear of scandal and spy. He replied, I hear and obey, and rising led her to her lodging, after which he returned to his quarters. FN number 343, and passed the rest of the night pondering on her charms. When the morning morrowed with its sheen and shone, he made ready a splendid present and carried it to her and sat by her side. And thus they abode a while, in all solace of life and its delight, till one day there came to Zayn al-Mawasif a letter from her husband reporting to her his speedy return. Thereupon she said in herself, May Allah not keep him nor quicken him. If he come hither, our life will be troubled. Would heaven I might despair of him. Presently entered Masrur and sat with her at chat, as was his wont, whereupon she said to him, O Masrur, I have received a missive from my mate, announcing his speedy return from his wayfaring. What is to be done, since neither of us without other can live? He replied, I know not, but thou art better able to judge, being acquainted with the ways of thy man, more by token that thou art one of the sharpest-witted of women and past mistress of devices such as devised that were of fail the wise. Quoth she, he is a hard man and jealous of his household, but, when he shall come home and thou hearest of his coming, do thou repair to him and salute him and sit down by his side, saying, O my brother, I am a druggist. Then buy of him somewhat of drugs and spices of sorts, and call upon him frequently, and prolong thy talks with him, and gainsay him not in whatsoever he shall bid thee, so haply that I would contrive may betide, as it were by chance. I hear and I obey, quoth Masrur, and fared forth from her, with heart a fire for love. When her husband came home, she rejoiced in meeting him, and after saluting him bade him welcome. But he looked in her face, and seeing it pale and sallow, for she bad washed it with saffron, using one of women's arts, asked her of her case. She answered that she had been sick, she and her women, from the time of his wayfaring, adding, Verily, our hearts have been engrossed with thoughts of thee because of the length of thine absence. And she went on to complain to him of the misery of separation, and to pour forth copious tears, saying, Hast thou but a companion with thee, my heart had not borne all this cark and care for thee. So, Allah upon thee, O my Lord, travel not again without a comrade, and cut me not off from news of thee, that my heart and mind may be at rest concerning thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 852nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Zayn al-Mawasif said to her mate, Travel not without comrade, and cut me not off from news of thee, that my heart and mind may be at rest concerning thee, he replied, with love and gladness. By Allah, thy bead is good indeed, and right is thy rede. By thy life, it shall be as thou dost heed. Then he unpacked some of his stock in trade, and carrying the goods to his shop, opened it and sat down to sell in the Soko. FN number 344. No sooner had he taken his place than lo and behold, up came Masrur, and saluting him, sat down by his side and began talking, and talked with him a while. Then he pulled out a purse, and taking forth gold, handed it to Zayn al-Mawasif's man and said, Give me the worth of these dinars in drugs and spices of sorts, that I may sell them in my shop. The Jew replied, I hear and I obey, and gave him what he sought. And Masrur continued to pay him frequent visits till, one day, the merchant said to him, I have a mind to take me a man to partner in trade. Quoth Masrur, and I also desire to take a partner, for my father was a merchant in the land of Al-Yaman and left me great store of money, and I fear lest it fare from me. Quoth the Jew, turning towards him, Wilt thou be my partner, and I will be thy partner and a true friend and comrade to thee at home and abroad, and I will teach thee selling and buying, giving and taking?" And Masrur rejoined, "With all my heart." So the merchant carried him to his place and seated him in the vestibule, whilst he went in to his wife and said to her, "I have provided me with a partner and have bidden him hither as a guest, so do thou get us ready good guest cheer." When as she heard this, she rejoiced, divining that it was Masrur, and made ready a magnificent banquet, FN number 345, of her delight in the success of her device. Then, when the guest drew nigh, her husband said to her, "Come out with me to him and bid him welcome and say, Thou gladden Estes." FN number 346. But Zayn al-Mawasif made a show of anger, crying, "Wilt thou have me display myself before a strange man? I take refuge with Allah. Though thou cut me to bits, I will not appear before him." Rejoined he, "Why shouldst thou be abashed at him, seeing that he is a Nazarene and we are Jews, and, to boot, we are become chums, he and I?" Quoth she, "I am not minded to present myself before a strange man, on whom I have never once set eyes and whom I know not any wise." Her husband thought she spoke sooth and ceased not to importune her, till she rose and veiling herself, took the food and went out to Masrur and welcomed him, whereupon he bowed his head groundwards, as he were ashamed, and the Jew, seeing such dejection, said in himself, "Doubtless, this man is a devotee." They ate their fill, and the table being removed, wine was set on. As for Zayn al-Mawasif, she sat over against Masrur and gazed on him, and he gazed on her till ended day, when he went home, with a heart to fire a prey. But the Jew abode pondering the grace and the comeliness of him, and, as soon as it was night, his wife according to custom served him with supper, and they seated themselves before it. Now he had a mockingbird which was wont, whenever he sat down to meat, to come and eat with him and hover over his head, but in his absence the fowl was grown familiar with Masrur and used to flutter about him as he sat at meals. Now when Masrur disappeared and the master returned, it knew him not and would not draw near him, and this made him thoughtful concerning his case and the fowl's withdrawing from him. As for Zayn al-Mawasif, she could not sleep with her heart thinking of Masrur, and thus it was with her a second and even a third night, till the Jew became aware of her condition and, watching her while she sat distraught, began to suspect somewhat wrong. On the fourth night, he awoke in the middle thereof and heard his wife babbling in her sleep and naming Masrur, what while she lay on her husband's bosom, wherefore he misdoubted her, but he dissembled his suspicions, and when morning morrowed he repaired to his shop and sat therein. Presently, up came Masrur and saluted him. He returned his salam and said to him, "Welcome, O my brother," adding anon, "I have wished for thee," and he sat talking with him for an hour or so, after which he said to him, "Rise, O my brother, and hie with me to my house, that we may enter into the pact of brotherhood." FN number 347, replied Masrur, with joy and goodly gree, and they repaired to the Jew's house, where the master went in and told his wife of Masrur's visit, for the purpose of conditioning their partnership, and said, "Make us ready a goodly entertainment, and needs must thou be present and witness our brotherhood." But she replied, "Allah upon thee, cause me not show myself to this strange man, for I have no mind to company with him." So he held his peace and forbore to press her, and bade the waiting women bring food and drink. Then he called the mockingbird, but it knew not its lord, and settled upon Masrur's lap, and the Jew said to him, "O my master, what is thy name?" He answered, "My name is Masrur," whereupon the Jew remembered that this was the name which his wife had repeated all night long in her sleep. Presently, he raised his head and saw her making signs FN number 348, with her forefingers to Masrur and motioning to him with her eyes, wherefore he knew that he had been completely cozened and cuckolded, and said, "O my lord, excuse me a while, till I fetch my kinsmen, so they may be present at our swearing brotherhood." Quoth Masrur, "Do what seemeth good to thee," whereupon the Jew went forth the house, and returning privily by a back way. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 853rd night, She pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Zayn al-Mawasif's husband said to Masrur, excuse me a while, till I fetch my cousins to witness the brother bond between me and thee." Then he went forth and, privily returning behind the sitting room, that took his station hard by a window which gave upon the saloon and whence he could watch them without their seeing him. Suddenly quoth Zayn al-Mawasif to her maid Sakab, "Whither is thy master gone?" And quoth she, "He is gone without the house." Cried the mistress, "Lock the door and bar it with iron, and open thou not till he knock, after thou hast told me." Answered Sakab, "So shall it be done." Then, while her husband watched them, she rose and filling a cup with wine, flavored with powdered musk and rose water, went close to Masrur, who sprang up to meet her, saying, "By Allah, the water of thy mouth is sweeter than this wine. Here it is for thee," said she, and filling her mouth with wine, gave him to drink thereof, whilst he gave her the like to drink, after which she sprinkled him with rose water from front to foot, till the perfume scented the whole place. All this while, the Jew was looking on and marvelling at the stress of love that was between them, and his heart was filled with fury for what he saw, and he was not only wroth, but jealous with exceeding jealousy. Then he went out again, and coming to the door found it locked, and knocked a loud knock of the excess of his rage, whereupon quoth Sakab, "O my lady, here is my master," and quoth Zayn al-Mawasif, "Open to him, would that Allah had not brought him back in safety." So Sakab went and opened the door to the Jew, who said to her, "What ailed thee to lock the door?" Quoth she, "It hath never ceased to be locked thus during thine absence, and nor hath it been open night nor day." And cried he, "Thou hast done well, this pleaseth me." Then he went into Masrur, laughing and dissembling his chagrin, and said to him, "O Masrur, let us put off the conclusion of our pact of brotherhood this day and defer it to another." Replied Masrur, "As thou wilt," and hied him home, leaving the Jew pondering his case and knowing not what to do, for his heart was sore troubled, and he said in himself, "Even the mocking-bird disowneth me, and the slave girls shut the door in my face and favour another." And of his exceeding chagrin, he fell to reciting these couplets. Masrur joys life made fair by all delight of days, fulfilled of boons, while mine the sorest grief displays. The days have falsed me in the breast of her I love, and in my heart are fires which all-consuming blaze. Yea, time was clear for thee, but now 'tis past and gone, while yet her lovely charms thy wit and senses gaze. Espied these eyes of mine her gifts of loveliness, oh, hard my case, and saw my woe on spirit ways. I saw the maiden of the tribe deal rich old wine of lips like salsable to friend my love betrays. E'en so, O mocking-bird, thou dost betray my breast, and to a rival teachest love and lover ways. Strange things indeed and wondrous saw these e'en of me, which were they sleep drowned still from sleep's abyss would raise. I see my best beloved hath forsworn my love, and eke like my mocking-bird throw me a startled strays. By truth of Allah, Lord of worlds, who, whatso wills his fate, for creatures works and none his hest gainsays, for shrill deal to that ungodly wight his due, who but to sate his wicked with her heart withdrew. When Zayn al-Mawasif heard this, her side muscles trembled, and quoth she to her handmaid, "Hearest thou those lines?" Whereupon quoth the girl, "I never heard him in my born days recite the like of these verses, but let him say what he will." Then, having assured himself of the truth of his suspicions, the Jew began to sell all his property, saying to himself, "Unless I part them by removing her from her motherland, that Wayne will not turn back from this that they are engaged in, no, never." So, when he had converted all his possessions into coin, he forged a letter and read it to Zayn al-Mawasif, declaring that it had come from his kinsman, who invited him to visit them, him and his wife. She asked, "How long shall we tarry with them?" And he answered, 12 days. Accordingly she consented to this and said, "Shall I take any of my maids with me?" Whereto he replied, "Take Hubab and Sakab and leave Qutb here." Then he made ready a handsome camel litter FN number 349, for his spouse and her women, and prepared to set out with them, whilst she sent to her leman, telling him what had betided her, and saying, O Masrur, and the trysting time FN number 350, that is between us past, and I come not back. Know that he hath cheated and cozened us, and planned a plot to separate us each from other, so forget thou not the plighted faith betwixt us, for I fear that he hath found out our love, and I dread his craft and perfidy. Then, whilst her man was busy about his march, she fell a weeping and lamenting, and no peace was left her, night or day. Her husband saw this, but took no note thereof, and when she saw there was scant help for it, she gathered together her clothes and gear and deposited them with her sister, telling her it had befallen her. Then she farewelled her, and going out from her, drowned in tears, returned to her own house, where she found her husband had brought the camels and was busy loading them, having set apart the handsomest dromedary for her riding. And when she saw this and knew that needs must she be separated from Masrur, she waxed clean distraught. Presently it chanced that the Jew went out on some business of his, so she fared forth to the first tore out a door, and wrote thereon these couplets, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 854th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Zayn al-Mawasif saw her spouse summon the camels and knew that the march needs must be, she waxed clean distraught. Presently it chanced that the Jew went out on some business, so she fared forth to the first door and wrote thereon these couplets. Bear us alarms, O dove, from this our stead, from lover to beloved fast severed. Bid him fro me ne'er cease to yearn and mourn, or happy days and hours forever fled. Eke I in grief shall ever mourn and yearn, dwelling on days of love and lust ahead. Long was our joyance, seeming aye to last, when night and morning to reunion led, till croaked the raven FN number 351, of the wold one day his cursed croak, and did our union dead. We sped and left the homestead dark and void, its gates unpeopled and its dwellers sped. Then she went to the second door and wrote thereon these couplets. O who passest this doorway, by Allah, see the charms of my fear in the glooms, and make plea for me, saying, I think of the past and weep, yet boot me no tears flowing full and free. Say, and fail thee patience, for what befell scatter earth and dust on the head of thee, and or travel lands east and west, and deem God soiceth thy case, so bear patiently. Then she went to the third door and wept sore, and thereon wrote these couplets. Fare softly, Masrur, and her sanctuary thou seek, and read what adoreth she. Ne'er forget love plight, if true man, how oft hast savoured night's bitter and sweetest gree. O Masrur, forget not her neighbourhood, for with thee must her gladness and joyance flee. But beweep those dearest two-nighted days when thou camest veiled in secrecy, when for sake of us over farthest wone, span the world for us dive in sea. Allah bless the past days. Ah, how glad they were when in gardens of fancy the flowers plucked we. The nights of union from us are fled, and parting glooms dimmed their radiancy. Ah, had this lasted as hoped we, but he left only our breasts and the rosary. Were revolving days on reunion on? Then our vow to the Lord shall accomplished be. Learn thou our lots are in hand of him who on lines of skull FN number 352, writes our destiny. Then she wept with sore weeping and returned to the house, wailing and remembering what had passed, and saying, Glory be to God who hath decreed to us this. And her affliction redoubled for severance from her beloved and her departure from him of the land, and she recited these couplets. Allah's peace on thee, house of vacancy. Ceased in thee all our joys, all our jubilee. O thou dove of the homestead, ne'er cease to bemoan whose moons and full moons FN number 353, sorest severance tree. Masrur, fare softly and mourn our loss, loving thee our eyes lose their brilliancy, with thy sight had seen, on our marching day, tears shed by a heart in hell's flagrancy. forget not the plight in the garth shade pledged when we sat veiled in privacy. Then she presented herself before her husband, who lifted her into the litter he had let make for her, and, when she found herself on the camel's back, she recited these couplets. The Lord, empty house. To thee peace decree long we bore therein growth of misery, would my life thread were shorn in that safe abode, and o night I had died in mine ecstasy. Homesickness I mourn, and my strangerhood irks my soul, nor the riddle of future I ree. Would I what shall I ever that house see and find it, as erst, home of joy and glee? Said her husband, O Zayn al-Mawasif, grieve not for thy departure from thy dwelling, for thou shalt return to it ere long, inshallah. And he went on to comfort her heart and soothe her sorrow. Then all set out and fared on till they came without the town and struck into the high road, whereupon she knew that separation was certain, and this was very grievous to her. And while such things happened, Masrur sat in his quarters, pondering his case and that of his mistress, and his heart forewarned him of severance. So he rose without stay and delay, and repairing to her house, found the outer door padlocked, and read the couplets she had written thereon, upon which he fell down in a fainting fit. When he came to himself, he opened the first door, and entering, read what was written upon the second and likewise upon the third doors, wherefore passion and love-longing and distraction grew on him. So he went forth and hastened in her track, till he came up with a light caravan FN number 354, and found her at the rear, whilst her husband rode in the van, because of his merchandise. When he saw her, he clung to the litter, weeping and wailing for the anguish of parting, and recited these couplets. Would I what for what crime shot and pierced are we through the days with estrangement's artery? O my heart's desire, to thy door I came one day, when high waxed mine expectancy, but I found the home waste as the wold and void, and I planed my spine and groaned wretchedly, and I asked the walls of my friends who fared with my heart in pawn and in pendency, and they said, all marched from the camp and left an ambushed sorrow on hill and lea, and a writ on the walls did they write, as write folk who keep their faith while the worlds are three. Now when Zayn al-Mawasif heard these lines, she knew that it was Masrur. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 855th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Zayn al-Mawasif heard these lines she knew that it was Masrur, and wept, she and her handmaids, and said to him, O Masrur, I conjure thee by Allah, turn back, lest my husband see us twain together. At her words he swooned away, and when he revived, they took leave each of other, and he recited the following couplets. The caravan chief calleth loud, O night, ere the breeze bear his cry in the morning light. They girded their loads and prepared to fare, and hurried while murmured the leader white. They sent the scene on its every side, as their march through the valley they expedite. After winning my heart by their love they went, O morn, when their track could deceive my sight. O my neighbour fair, I recked ne'er to part, or the ground bedews with my tears to sight. Woe betide my heart, now hath severance hand to heart and vitals dealt bane and blight. Then he clung to the litter, weeping and wailing, whilst she besought him to turn back ere morn for fear of scorn. So he came up to her hordage and farewelling her a second time, fell down in a swoon. He lay an hour or so without life, and when he revived he found the caravan had fared forth of sight. So he turned in the direction of their wayfare, and scenting the breeze which blew from their quarter, chanted these improvised lines. No breeze of union to the lover blows, but moan he maketh burnt with fiery woes. There zephyr fans him at the dawn o' day, but when he wakes the horizon lonely shows. On bed of sickness strawn in pain he lies, and weeps he bloody tears in burning throes. For the fair neighbour with my heart they bore mid travellers, urging beasts with cries and blows. By Allah from their stead no zephyr blew, but sniffed high as the white on eyeballs goes. FN number 355, and snuff the sweetest south as musk it breathes, and on the longing lover scent bestows. Then Masrur returned, mad with love longing, to her house, and finding it lone from end to end deaf end number 356, and forlorn of friend, wept till he wet his clothes, after which he swooned away and his soul was like to leave his body. When he revived, he recited these two couplets. O Springcamp, have ruth on mine, overthrowing my objection, my leanness, my tears aye flowing, waft the scented powder FN number 357, of breezes they breathe in hope it cure heart of a grief air growing. Then he returned to his own lodging confounded and tearful-eyed, and abode there for the space of 10 days. Such was his case, but as regards the Jew, he journeyed on with Zayn al-Mawasif half a score days, at the end of which he halted at a certain city, and she, being by that time assured that her husband had played her false, wrote to Masrur a letter and gave it to Hubab, saying, Send this to Masrur, so he may know how foully and fully we have been tricked and how the Jew hath cheated us. So Hubab took it and dispatched it to Masrur, and when it reached, its news was grievous to him, and he wept till he watered the ground. Then he wrote a reply and sent it to his mistress, subscribing it with these two couplets. Where is the way to consolation's door? How shall console him flames burn evermore? How pleasant were the days of yore all gone, would we had somewhat of those days of yore. When the missive reached Zayn al-Mawasif, she read it and again gave it to her handmaid Hubab, saying to her, Keep it secret. However, the husband came to know of their correspondence and removed with her and her two women to another city, at a distance of 20 days' march. Thus it befell Zayn al-Mawasif, but as regards Masrur, sleep was not sweet to him, nor was peace peaceful to him or patience left to him, and he ceased not to be thus till, one night, his eyes closed for weariness, and he dreamt that he saw Zayn al-Mawasif come to him in the garden and embrace him, but presently he awoke and found her not, whereupon his reason fled and his wits wandered and his eyes ran over with tears, love longing to the utterest gat hold of his heart, and he recited these couplets. Peace be to her, who visits me in sleeping fantasy, stirring desire and growing love to uttermost degree. Verily from that dream I rose with passion maddened for sight of fairest phantom come in peace to visit me, say me, can dreams declare the truth anent the maid I love, and quench the fires of thirst and heal my lovesick malady? Anon to me she is liberal and she strains me to her breast, anon she soothes mine anxious heart with sweetest pleasantry, from off her dark red damask lips the dew I wont to sip the fine old wine that seemed to reek of musk's perfumery. I wondered at the wondrous things between us done in dreams, and won my wish and all my will of things I hoped to see, and from that dreamery I rose, yet ne'er could hope to find trace of my phantom save my pain and fiery misery, and when I looked on her a morn, 'twas as a love mad and every eve was drunk, and yet no wine brought jollity. O breathings of the northern breeze, by Allah throw me bear them towards the greetings of my love, and best salams that be, say them, the wight with whom he made that plight of fealty time with his changes made him drain death's cup, and slain is he. Then he went out and ceased not to weep till he came to her house, and looking on it, saw it empty and void. Presently, it seemed to him he beheld her form before him, whereupon fires flamed in him and his griefs redoubled and he fell down as wound. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 856th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Masrur saw the vision of Zayn al-Mawasif and felt her embrace, he joyed with passing joy. As soon as he awoke he sought her house, but finding it empty and void he fell down a swoon, and when he came to himself, he recited these couplets. Throw them in hail scent of otter and of ban, so fair with heart which ecstasies of love and man, I'd heal thy longings, lovesick lover, by return to sight of beauty void sans friend or mate to scan. But still it sickeneth me with parting's ban and bane, minding mine olden plight with friend and partisan. When he had made an end of these verses, he heard a raven croak beside the house and wept, saying, Glory be to God. the raven croaketh not save over a ruined homestead. Then he moaned and groaned and recited these couplets. What ails the raven that he croaks my lover's house hard by, and in my vitals lights a fire that flameth fierce and high? For times now past and gone I spent in joyance of their love, with love my heart hath gone to waste, and I saw pain abye. I die of longing love, and lo still in my liver raging, and wrote to her, but none there is who with the writ may hie. Ah, well away the wasted frame hath fared forth my friend, and if she will o' night's return, no would that thing what I. Then, ho thou breeze of east, and thou by morn ere visit her, greet her from me, and stand where doth her tribe encamped lie. Now Zayn al-Mawasif had a sister, by name Nasib. There's Etha who stood espying him from a high place, and when she saw him in this plight, she wept and sighed and recited these couplets. How oft bewailing the place shall be this coming and going, while the house bemoaneth its builder with dear flood ever flowing. Here was bestest joy fared my friend with the caravan hieing and its dwellers, and brightest sends FN number 358, ne'er ceased in its walls a glowing, where be those fullest moons that here were always arising. Bedimmed them the shafts of days, their charms of spirit unknowing. Leave then what is past of the fair thou wast ever with love spying, and looked, for haply the days may restore them without foreshowing, for hadst thou not been, its dwellers had never departed flying, nor hadst thou seen the crow with a loam and croquet trying. Masrur wept sore hearing these verses and apprehending their significance. Now Nassim knew that which was between him and her sister of love and longing, ecstasy and passion, so she said to him, Allah upon thee, O Masrur, away from this house, lest any see thee and deem thou comest on my account. Indeed thou hast caused my sister quit it, and now thou wouldest drive me also away. Thou knowest that, but for thee, the house would not now be void of its dwellers, so be consoled for her loss and leave her. What is past is past. When he heard this, he wept bitterly and said to her, O Nassim, if I could, I should fly for longing after her, so how can I be comforted for her? Quoth she, Thou hast no device save patience. And quoth he, I beseech thee, for Allah's sake, write me a writ to her, as from thyself, and get me an answer from her, to comfort my heart and quench the fire in my vitals. She replied, with love and gladness, and took inkcase and paper, whilst Masrur began to set out to her the violence of his longing and what tortures he suffered for the anguish of severance, saying, This letter is from the lover despairing and sorrowful, the bereaved, the woeful, with whom no peace can stay nor by night nor by day, but he weepeth copious tears alway. Indeed, tears his eyelids have ulcerated, and his sorrows have kindled in his liver a fire unsated. His lamentation is lengthened, and restlessness is strengthened, and he is as he were a bird unmated, while for sudden death he awaiteth. Alas, my desolation for the loss of thee, and alas, my yearning affliction for the companionship of thee. Indeed, emaciation hath wasted my frame, and my tears a torrent became mountains, and plains are straitened upon me for grief, and of the excess of my distress, I go saying. Still cleaves to this homestead mine ecstasy, and redoubled bine for its dwellers I dree, and I send to your quarters the tale of my love, and the cup of your love gave the cup boy to me. And for faring of you and your farness from home my wounded lids are from tears ne'er free. O thou leader of litters, turn back with my love, for my heart redoubleth its ardency. Greet my love and say him that naught except those brown red lips deals me remedy. They bore him away, and our union rent, and my vitals with severance shaft shot he. My love, my low and my longing to him convey, for of parting no cure I see. I swear an oath by your love that I will keep pact and covenant faithfully. To none I'll incline nor forget your love. How shall love so clever forgetful be? So with you be the peace, and my greeting fair in letters that perfume of musk pod bear. Her sister Nassim admired his eloquence of tongue, and the goodliness of his speech, and the elegance of the verses he sang, and was moved to ruth for him. So she sealed the letter with the virgin musk, and incensed it with nard scent and ambergris, after which she committed it to a certain of the merchants, saying, deliver it not to any save to Zayn al-Mawasif or to her handmaid Hubab. Now when the letter reached her sister, she knew it for Masroor's dictation and recognized himself in the grace of its expression. So she kissed it and laid it on her eyes, whilst the tears streamed from her lids, and she gave not over weeping, till she fainted. As soon as she came to herself, she called for pencase and paper and wrote him the following answer, complaining the while of her desire and love-longing and ecstasy, and what was hers to endure of pining for her lover and yearning to him, and the passion she had conceived for him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 857th night, she pursued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Zayn al-Mawasif wrote the following reply to Masroor's missive. This letter to my lord and master I indite the king of my heart and my secret sprite. Indeed, wakefulness agitateth me and melancholy increaseth on me, and I have no patience to endure the absence of thee. O thou who excellest sun and moon in brilliancy, desire of repose despoileth me, and passion destroyeth me, and how should it be otherwise with me, seeing that I am of the number of the dying? O glory of the world and ornament of life, she whose vital spirits are cut off, shall her cup be sweet to quaff? For that she is neither with the quick nor with the dead. And she improvised these couplets and said, Thy writ, O Masroor, stirred my sprite to pine, for by Allah, all patience and solace I tine. When I read thy scripture, my vitals yearned and watered the herbs of the world these ear. On night's wings I'd fly in a bird, and sans thee I weet not the sweets of wine. Life's unlawful to me since thou faredest far, to bear parting low is no force of mine. Then she sprinkled the letter with powder of musk and ambergris, and, having sealed it with her signet, committed it to a merchant, saying, Deliver it to none save to my sister. When it reached Nasr, she sent it to Masroor, who kissed it and laid it on his eyes and wept till he fell into a trance. Such was the case, but as regards the Jew, he presently heard of their correspondence and began again to travel from place to place with Zayn al-Mawasif and her damsels, till she said to him, Glory to God! How long wilt thou fare with us and bear us afar from our homes? Quoth he, I will fare on with you a year's journey, so no more letters may reach you from Masroor. I see how you take all my monies and give them to him, so all that I miss I shall recover from you, and I shall see if Masroor will profit you or have power to deliver you from my hand. Then he repaired to a blacksmith, after stripping her and her damsels of their silken apparel and clothing them in raiment of haircloth, and bade him make 3 pairs of iron shackles. When they were ready, he brought the smith in to his wife, having said to him, Put the shackles on the legs of these 3 slave girls. The first that came forward was Zayn al-Mawasif, and when the blacksmith saw her, his sense forsook him, and he bit his fingertips, and his wit fled forth his head, and his transport grew sore upon him. So he said to the Jew, What is the crime of these damsels? Replied the other, They are my slave girls, and have stolen my good and fled from me. Cried the smith, Allah disappoint thy jealous whims. By the Almighty, were this girl before the Qazi of Qazis, FN number 359, he would not even reprove her, though she committed 1,000 crimes a day. Indeed, she showeth not thief's favour, and she cannot brook the laying of irons on her legs. And he asked him as a boon not to fetter her, interceding with him to forbear the shackles. When she saw the blacksmith taking her part in this wise, she said to her husband, I conjure thee, by Allah, bring me not forth before yonder strange man. Said he, Why then camest thou forth before Masroor? And she made him no reply. Then he accepted the smith's intercession, so far as to allow him to put a light pair of irons on her legs, for that she had a delicate body, which might not brook harsh usage, whilst he laid her handmaids in heavy bilboes, and they ceased not, all 3, to wear haircloth night and day till their bodies became wasted and their colour changed. As for the blacksmith, exceeding love had fallen on his heart for Zayn al-Mawasif, So he returned home in great concern, and he fell to reciting extempore these couplets. Whither thy right, O smith, which made her bear those iron chains her hands and feet to wear? Thou hast ensoiled a lady soft and bright, marvel of marvels, fairest of the fair. Hast thou been just, those anklets ne'er had been of iron, nay, of purest gold they were. By Allah, did the Qazi cite her charms, he'd seat her in the highest chair. Now it chanced that the Qazi of Qazis passed by the smith's house and heard him improvise these lines. So he sent for him, and as soon as he saw him, said to him, O blacksmith, who is she on whom thou callest so instantly and eloquently, and with whose love thy heart is fulfilled? The smith sprang to his feet, and kissing the judge's hand, answered, Allah prolong the days of our Lord the Qazi and ample his life. Then he described to him Zayn al-Mawasif's beauty and loveliness, brilliancy and perfection, and symmetry and grace, and how she was lovely-faced and had a slender waist and heavenly based, and acquainted him with the sorry plight wherein she was for abasement and durance vile and lack of victual. When the Qazi heard this, he said, O blacksmith, send her to us and show her that we may do her justice, for thou art become accountable for the damsel, and unless thou guide her to us, Allah will punish thee at the day of doom. I hear and obey, replied the smith, and betook himself without stay and delay to Zayn al-Mawasif's lodging, but found the door barred, and heard a voice of plaintive tone that came from heart forlorn and lone, and it was Zayn al-Mawasif reciting these couplets. I and my love in union will unite, and filled my friend to me cups clearly bright. Between us reigned high mirth and jollity, nor eve nor morn brought annoyance or affright. Indeed, we spent most joyous time, with cup and lute and dulcimer to add delight, till time estranged our fair companionship. My lover went, and blessing turned to blight. Ah, would the severance ravens croak with stilled, and union dawn of love show blessed light. When the blacksmith heard this, he wept like the weeping of the clouds. Then he knocked at the door, and the women said, Who is at the door? Answered he, 'Tis I, the blacksmith, and told them what the Qazi had said, and how he would have them appear before him and make their complaint to him, that he might do them justice on their adversary. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 858th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the blacksmith told Zayn al-Mawasif what the Qazi had said, and how he summoned them that he might apply the lex talionis to their adversary, she rejoined, How can we go to him, seeing the door is locked on us and our feet shackled, and the Jew hath the keys? The smith replied, I will make the keys for the padlocks, and therewith open door and shackles. Asked she, But who will show us the Qazi's house? And he answered, I will describe it to you. She inquired, But how can we appear before him, clad as we are in haircloth reeking with sulphur? And the smith rejoined, The Qazi will not reproach this to you, considering your case. So saying, he went forthright and made keys for the padlocks, wherewith he opened the door and the shackles, and loosing the irons from their legs, carried them forth and guided them to the Qazi's mansion. Then Hubab did off the haircloth garments from her lady's body and carried her to the hammam, where she bathed her and attired her in silken raiment, and her colour returned to her. Now it happened, by exceeding good fortune, that her husband was abroad at a bride feast in the house of one of the merchants. So Zayn al-Mawasif, the adornment of qualities, adorned herself with the fairest ornaments and repaired to the Qazi, who at once on espying her rose to receive her. She saluted him with softest speech and winsomest words, shooting him through the vitals the while with the shafts of her glances, and said, May Allah prolong the life of our Lord the Qazi and strengthen him to judge between man and man. Then she acquainted him with the affair of the blacksmith, and how he had done nobly by them, whereas the Jew had inflicted on her and her women heart-confounding torments, and how his victims deathwards he drave, nor was there any found to save. O damsel, quoth the Qazi, what is thy name? My name is Zayn al-Mawasif, adamant of qualities, and this my handmaid's name is Hubab. Thy name accordeth with the named, and its sound conformeth with its sense. Whereupon she smiled and veiled her face, and he said to her, O Zayn al-Mawasif, hast thou a husband or not? I have no husband, and what is thy faith? That of al-Islam, and the religion of the best of men. Swear to me by holy law replete with signs and instances that thou ownest the creed of the best of mankind. So she swore to him and pronounced the profession of the faith. Then asked the Qazi, How cometh it that thou wastest thy youth with this Jew? And she answered, No, O Qazi, may Allah prolong thy days in contentment and bring thee to thy will in thine acts with benefits. Seal, that my father left me, after his death, 15,000 dinars, which he placed in the hands of this Jew, that he might trade therewith and share his gains with me, the head of the property FN number 360, being secured by legal acknowledgement. When my father died, the Jew coveted me and sought me in marriage of my mother, who said, How shall I drive her from her faith and cause to become a Jewess? By Allah, I will denounce thee to the rulers. He was affrighted at her words, and taking the money, fled to the town of Ad-Dan. FN number 361. When we heard where he was, we came to Ad-Dan in search of him, and when we foregathered with him there, he told us that he was trading in stuffs with the monies and buying goods upon goods. So we believed him, and he ceased not to cozen us till he cast us into jail and fettered us and tortured us with exceeding sore torments. And we are strangers in the land and have no helper save Almighty Allah and our Lord the Qazi. When the judge heard this tale, he asked Hubab the nurse, Is this indeed thy lady, and are ye strangers, and is she unmarried? And she answered, Yes. Quoth he, Marry her to me, and on me be incumbent manumission of my slaves, and fasting, and pilgrimage, and almsgiving, all my good, and I do not justice on this dog, and punish him for that he hath done. And quoth she, I hear and obey. Then said the Qazi, Go, hearten thy heart and that of thy lady, and tomorrow, Inshallah, I will send for this miscreant and do you justice on him, and ye shall see prodigies of his punishment. So Hubab called down blessings upon him and went forth from him with her mistress, leaving him with passion and love longing fraught and with distress and desire distraught. Then they inquired for the house of the second Qazi, and presenting themselves before him, told him the same tale. On likewise did the twain, mistress and maid, with the third and the fourth, till Zayn al-Mawasif had made her complaint to all the four Qazis, each of whom fell in love with her and besought her to wed him, to which she consented with a yes, nor wist any one of the four that which had happened to the others. All this passed without the knowledge of the Jew, who spent the night in the house of the bridal feast. And when morning morrowed, Hubab arose and gat ready her lady's richest raiment. Then she clad her therewith and presented herself with her before the four Qazis in the court of justice. As soon as she entered, she veiled her face and saluted the judges, who returned her salam, and each and every of them recognized her. One was writing, and the reed pen dropped from his hand, another was talking, and his tongue became tied, and a third was reckoning and blundered in his reckoning, and they said to her, O admirable of attributes and singular among beauties, be not thy heart other than hearty, for we will assuredly do thee justice and bring thee to thy desire. So she called down blessings on them and farewelled them and went her ways. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 859th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Qazis said to Zayn al-Mawasif, O admirable of attributes and singular among beauties, be not thy heart other than hearty for our doing thy desire and thy winning to thy will. So she called down blessings on them and farewelled them and went her ways, the while her husband abode with his friends at the marriage banquet and knew naught of her doings. Then she proceeded to beseech the notaries and scribes and the notables and the chiefs of police to succor her against that unbelieving miscreant and deliver her from the torment she suffered from him. Then she wept with sore weeping and improvised these couplets. Rain showers of torrent tears, O in and see, and they will quench the fires that flame in me. After my robes of gold embroidered silk I wake to wear the frieze of monkery, and all my raiment reeks of sulphur fumes when erst my shift shed musky fragrancy. And hast thou, O Masrur, my case descried, ne'er hadst thou borne my shame and ignominy. And eke Hubub in iron chains is laid by miscreant who knows God's unity. The greed of Jewry I renounce and home, the Muslim's faith accepting faithfully eastwards. FN number 362. I prostrate self in fairest guise holding the only true belief that be, Masrur. Forget not love between us twain and keep our vows and troth with goodly gree. I've changed my faith for sake of thee, and I for stress of love will cleave to secrecy, so haste to us, and us in heart thou bear, as noble spirit, nor as laggard fair. After this she wrote a letter to Masrur, describing to him all that the Jew had done with her from first to last and enclosed the verses aforesaid. Then she folded the scroll and gave it to her maid Hubub, saying, Keep this in thy pocket, till we send it to Masrur. Upon these doings lo and behold, in came the Jew and seeing them joyous, said to them, How cometh it that I find you merry? Say me, hath the letter reached you from your bosom friend Masrur? Replied Zayn al-Mawasif, We have no helper against thee save Allah, extolled and exalted be He. He will deliver us from thy tyranny, and except thou restore us to our birthplace and homestead, we will complain of thee tomorrow to the governor of this town and to the Qazi. Quoth he, who struck off the shackles from your legs. But needs must I let make for each of you fetters 10 pounds in weight and go round about the city with you. Replied Hubub, All that thou purposest against us thou shalt fall into thyself, so it please Allah the Most High, by token that thou hast exiled us from our homes, and tomorrow we shall stand, we and thou, before the governor of the city. They nighted on this wise, and next morning the Jew rose up in haste and went out to order new shackles, whereupon Zayn al-Mawasif arose and repaired with her women to the courthouse, where she found the 4 Qazis and saluted them. They all returned her salutation, and the Qazi of Qazis said to those about him, Verily this damsel is lovely as the Venus star. FN number 363, and all who see her love her and bow before her beauty and loveliness. Then he dispatched 4 sergeants, who were sheriffs, FN number 364, saying, Bring ye the criminal after abjectest fashion. So, when the Jew returned with the shackles and found none in the house, he was confounded, but, as he abode in perplexity, suddenly up came the officers and laying hold of him beat him with a sore beating and dragged him face downwards before the Qazi. When the judge saw him, he cried out in his face and said to him, Woe to thee, O foe of God! Is it come to such a pass with thee that thou dost the deed thou hast done and bringest these women far from their country and stealest their monies and wouldst make them Jews? How durst thou seek to make miscreants of Muslims? Answered the Jew, O my lord, this woman is my wife. Now when the Qazis heard this, they all cried out, saying, Throw this hound on the ground and come down on his face with your sandals and beat him with sore blows, for his offence is unpardonable. So they pulled off his silken gear and clad him in his wife's raiment of haircloth, after which they threw him down and plucked out his beard and belaboured him about the face with sandals. Then they sat him on an ass, faced to gripper, assy versy, and making him take its tail in his hand, paraded him round about the city, ringing the bell before him in every street, after which they brought him back to the judges in sorriest plight, and the 4 Qazis with one voice condemned him to have his feet and hands cut off and lastly to be crucified. When the accursed heard this sentence his sense forsook him and he was confounded and said, O my lords the Qazis, what would ye of me? They replied, Say thou, this damsel is not my wife and the monies are her monies, and I have transgressed against her and brought her far from her country. So he confessed to this and the Qazis recorded his confession in legal form and taking the money from him, gave it to Zayn al-Mawasif, together with the document. Then she went away, and all who saw her were confounded at her beauty and loveliness, whilst each of the Kazis looked for her committing herself to him. But, when she came to her lodging, she made ready all matters she needed and waited till night. Then she took what was light of load and weighty of worth, and setting out with her mates under cover of the murks 3 days with their nights fared on without stopping. Thus it was with her. But as regards the Kazis, they ordered the Jew to prison. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 860th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Kazis ordered the Jew to prison, and on the morrow they looked for Zayn al-Mawasif coming to them, they and their assessors, but she presented herself not to any of them. Then said the chief Qazi, I wish today to make an excursion without the town on business there. So he mounted his she-mule and taking his page with him, went winding about the streets of the town, searching its length and width for Zayn al-Mawasif, but never finding her. On this errand he came upon the other 3 Kazis, going about on the same, each deeming himself the only one to whom she had given tryst. He asked them whither they were riding and why they were going about the streets, when they told him their business, whereby he saw that their plight was as his plight and their quest as his quest. So they all 4 rode throughout the city, seeking her, but could hit on no trace of her, and returned to the houses, sick for love, and lay down on the bed of languor. Presently the chief Qazi bethought himself of the blacksmith, so he sent for him and said to him, O blacksmith, knowest thou aught of the damsel whom thou didst direct to me? By Allah, and thou discover her not to me, I will whack thee with whips. Now when the smith heard this, he recited these couplets. FN number 365. She whom I all of love, by love of her hath one owns every beauty, and for others leaves she none. She gazes, a gazelle, she breathes, fresh ambergris she waves, a lake, she sways, a bow, she shines, a Sunday. Then said the blacksmith, By Allah, O my lord, since she fared forth from thy worshipful presence, FN number 366, I have not set eyes on her, no, not once. Indeed, she took possession of my heart and wits, and all my talk and thoughts are of her. I went to her lodging but found her not, nor found I any who could give me news of her, and it is as if she had dived into the depths of the sea or had ascended to the sky. Now when the Qazi heard this, he groaned a groan, that his soul was like to depart therefore, and he said, By Allah, well it were had we never seen her. Then the smith went away, whilst the Qazi fell down on his bed and became sick of languor for her sake, and on likewise fared it with the other 3 Qazis and assessors. The mediciners paid them frequent calls, but found in them no ailment requiring a leech, so the city notables went into the chief Qazi and saluting him, questioned him of his case, whereupon he sighed and showed them that was in his heart, reciting these couplets. Stint ye this blame, enough I suffer from love's malady, nor chide the Qazi frail, who fain must deal to folk decree. Who doth accuse my love, let him for me find some excuse, nor blame, for lovers blameless are in lover's slavery. I was a Qazi whom my fate deigned aid with choicest aid by writ and reed, and raised me to wealth and high degree, till I was shot by sharpest shaft, that knows nor leech nor cue, by damsel's glance who came to spill my blood and murder me. To me came she, a Muslimah, and of her wrongs she plained with lips that upon orient pearls ranged fair and orderly. I looked beneath her veil and saw a wedding moon at full rising below the wings of night, gloomed with blackest blee, a brightest favour and a mouth bedight with wondrous smiles. Beauty had brought the loveliest garb and robed her cap up. By Allah, ne'er beheld my eyes a face so fairly fair mid mankind, whoever are, Arab or Ajami. My fair, what promise didst thou make? What time to me thou saidst, winners I promise I perform, O Qazi, faithfully. Such is my stead and such my case, calamitous and dire, and ask me not, ye men of spunk, what dreadful teen I dree. When he ended his verse he wept with sore weeping and sobbed one sob, and his spirit departed his body, which seeing they washed him and shrouded him and prayed over him and buried him, graving on his tomb these couplets. Perfect were lovers' qualities in him, was brought a morn, slain by his love and his beloved, to this untimely grave. Kazi was he amid the folk, and it was his delight to foster all the folk and keep a sheath the justice glaive. Love caused his doom, and ere we saw among mankind before the Lord and Master lighting low before his thralled slave. Then they committed him to the mercy of Allah and went away to the second Kazi, in company with the physician, but found in him nor injury nor ailment needing a leech. Accordingly they questioned him of his case and what preoccupied him, so he told them what ailed him. Whereupon they blamed him and chid him for his predicament, and he answered them with these couplets. Blighted by her yet am I not to blame, struck by the dart at me her fair hand threw. And to me came the woman called Hubab, chiding the world from year to year anew, and brought a damsel showing face that shameful moon that sails through night tide's blackest hue. She showed her beauties and she plained her blame, which tears in torrents from her eyelids drew. I to her words gave ear and gazed on her as with smiling lips she made me rue. Then with my heart she fared where'er as she fared, and left me pledged to sorrow's soul subdue. Such is my tale. So pity ye my case, and this my page with Kazi's gear endue. Then he sobbed one sob, and his soul fled his flesh, whereupon they gat ready his funeral and buried him, commending him to the mercy of Allah. After which they repaired to the third Kazi and the fourth, and the baffled them the like of what baffle their brethren. FN number 367. Furthermore, they found the assessors also sick for love of her, and indeed all who saw her died of her love, and they died not, lived on tortured with a low of passion. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 861st night, she pursued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the city folk found all the Kazis and the assessors sick for love of her, and all who saw her died lovesick, and they died not, lived on tortured with a low of passion for stress of pining to no purpose. Allah have mercy on them one and all. Meanwhile Zayn al-Mawasif and her women drave on with all diligence till they were far distant from the city, and it so fortuned that they came to a convent by the way, wherein dwelt a prior called Danis and 40 monks. FN number 368. When the prior saw her beauty, he went out to her and invited her to alight, saying, Rest with us 10 days and after wend your ways. So she and her damsels alighted and entered the convent, and when Danis saw her beauty and loveliness, she debauched his belief and he was seduced by her, wherefore he fell to sending the monks, one after other with love messages, but each who saw her fell in love with her and sought her favours for himself, whilst she excused and denied herself to them. But Danis ceased not his importunities till he had dispatched all the 40, each one of whom fell lovesick at first sight, and plied her with blandishments, never even naming Danis, whilst she refused and rebuffed them with harsh replies. At last when Danis's patience was at an end and his passion was sore on him, he said in himself, Verily, the soothsayer saith, Naught scratcheth my skin but my own nail, and naught like my own feet for mine errand may avail. So up he rose and made ready rich meats, and it was the 9th day of her sojourn in the convent where she had purposed only to rest. Then he carried them in to her and set them before her, saying, Bismillah, favour us by tasting the best of the food at our command. So she put forth her hand, saying, For the name of Allah the compassionating, the compassionate. And ate, she and her handmaidens. When she had made an end of eating, he said to her, O my lady, I wish to recite to thee some verses. Quoth she, Say on, and he recited these couplets. Thou hast won my heart by cheek and eye of thee, I'll praise for love in prose and poesy. Wilt fly a lover, lovesick, love distraught, who strives in dreams some cure of love to see? Leave me not fallen, passion fooled, since I for thine have left and cared the monastery, O fairest, 'tis thy right to shed my blood, So rue my case and hear the cry of me. When Zayn al-Mawasif heard his verses, she answered him with these two couplets. O whoso est union, ne'er hope such delight nor solicit my favours, O hapless wight! Cease to hanker for what thou canst never have, next door are the greedy to sore despite. Hearing this, he returned to his place, pondering in himself and knowing not how he should do in her affair, and passed the night in the sorriest plight. But, as soon as the darkness was darkest, Zayn al-Mawasif arose and said to her handmaids, Come, let us away, for we cannot avail against 40 men, monks, each of whom requireth me for himself. Quoth they, Right willingly. So they mounted their beasts and issued forth the convent gate. Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 862nd night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Zayn al-Mawasif and her handmaids issued forth the convent gate and, under favour of the night, rode on till they overtook a caravan, with which they mingled and found it came from the city of Adan, wherein the lady had dwelt. Presently, Zayn al-Mawasif heard the people of the caravan discoursing of her own case and telling how the qazis and assessors were dead of love for her and how the townsfolk had appointed in their stead others who released her husband from prison. Whereupon she turned to her maids and asked them, Heard ye that? And Hubab answered, If the monks were ravished with love of thee, whose belief it is that shunning women is worship, how should it be with the qazis, who hold that there is no monkery in al-Islam? But let us make our way to our own country, whilst our affair is yet hidden. So they drave on with all diligence. Such was the case, but as regards the monks, on the morrow, as soon as it was day, they repaired to Zayn al-Mawasif's lodging, to salute her, but found the place empty, and the hearts sickened within them. So the first monk rent his raiment and improvised these couplets. Ho ye, my friends, draw near, for I forthright from you depart, since parting is my lot. My vitals suffer pangs, O fiery love, flames of desire in heart burn high and hot, for sake of fairest girl who sought our land, whose charms horizon's full moon evens not. She fared and left me victimed by her love and slain by shaft those lids death-dealing shot. Then another monk recited the following couplets. O ye who with my vitals fled, have ruth on this unhappy, hasty homeward bound. They fared, and fared fair peace on farthest track, yet lingers in mine ear that sweetest sound. Fared far, and further fain, would heaven I saw their shade in vision float my couch around. And when they went with them they bore my heart, and in my tear floods all of me left drowned. A third monk followed with these extempore lines. Throne you on highmost stead, heart, ears and sight, your wounds my heart, mine all's your dwelling sight. Sweeter than honey is your name, my lip, running, as neath my ribs runs vital sprite. For love hath made me as a toothpick. FN number 368. Lean and drowned in tears of sorrow and despite, let me but see you in my sleep, belike shall clear my cheeks of tears that lovely sight. Then a fourth recited the following couplets. Dumb is my tongue and scant my speech for thee, and love the direst torture gars me dree. O thou full moon, whose place is highest heaven, for thee but double bine and pain in me. And a fifth these, FN number 370. I love moon of comely shapely form, whose slender waist hath title to complain, whose lip dews rival mist and long kept twine, whose heavy haunches haunt the minds of men. My heart each morning burns with pain and pine, and the night talkers note I'm passion slain, while down my cheeks carnelian like the tears of rosy red shower down like railing rain. And a sixth the following. O thou who shunnest him thy love misled, O branch of ban, O star of highmost stead, to thee of bine and passion I complain. O thou who fired me with cheeks rose-eyed, did e'er such love lose his soul for thee, or from prostration and from prayers fled? And a seventh. He seized my heart and freed my tears to flow, brought strength to live and bade my patience go. His charms are sweet as bitter his disdain, and shafts of love his suitors overthrow. Stint blame, O blamer, and for past repent none will believe thee who dost love and know. And on likewise all the rest of the monks shed tears and repeated verses. As for Danes, the prior, weeping and wailing redoubled on him, for that he found no way to her enjoyment, and he chanted the following couplets FN number 371. My patience failed me when my lover went and fled that day my name and best intent. O guide, O litters lead their camels fair, haply some day they'll deign with me to tent. On parting day sleep parted from my lids and grew my grieving and my joy was shent. I moan to Allah what for love I dread my wasted body and my force is spent. Then, despairing of her, they took counsel together and with one mind agreed to fashion her image and sat it up with them, and applied themselves to this till there came to them the destroyer of delights and severer of societies. Meanwhile, Zayn al-Mawasif fared on, without ceasing, to find her lover Masrur, till she reached her own house. She opened the doors, and entered. Then she sent to her sister Nasim, who rejoiced with exceeding joy at the news of her return and brought her the furniture and precious stuffs left in her charge. So she furnished the house and dressed it, hanging the curtains over the doors and burning aloes wood and musk and ambergris and other essences till the whole place reeked with the most delightful perfumes. After which the adornment of qualities donned her finest dress and decorations and sat talking with her maids, whom she had left behind when journeying, and related to them all that had befallen her first and last. Then she turned to Hubab and giving her dirhams, bade her fetch them something to eat. So she brought meat and drink, and when they had made an end of eating and drinking, FN number 372, Zayn al-Mawasif bade Hubab go and see where Masrur was and how it fared with him. Now he knew not of her return, but abode with concern overcast and sorrow might not be overpast. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 863rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Zayn al-Mawasif entered her house she was met by her sister Nasim, who brought her the furniture and stuffs wherewith she furnished the place, and then she donned her finest dress. But Masrur knew naught of her return and abode with concern overcast and sorrow might not be overpast. No peace prevailed with him nor was patience possible to him. When as spine and passion, desire and distraction waxed on him, he would solace himself by reciting verse and go to the house and set him its walls to bus. It chanced that he went out that day to the place where he had parted from his mistress and repeated this rare song. My wrongs hide I, with all they show to sight, and now mine eyes from sleep to wake are died. I cry when melancholy tries my sprite last not, O world no work more despite, low hangs my soul twixt hardship and affright. Were the Sultan hight love but fair to me, slumber mine eyes companion were to me, my lords, some little mercy spare to me, chief of my tribe, be deep near to me, whom love cast down, erst rich now pauper white. Censors may blame thee but I look beyond mine ears, I stop and leave their lies anchored and keep my pact with those I love so fond. They say, thou lovest a runaway. I respond, wist. When as fate descends she blinds the sight. Then he returned to his lodging and sat weeping, till sleep overcame him, when he saw in a dream as if Zayn al-Mawasif were come to the house, and awoke in tears. So he set off to go thither, improvising these couplets. Shall I be consoled when love hath mastered the secret of me and my heart is aglow with more than the charcoal's ardency? I love her whose absence I plain before Allah for parting stower and the shifts of the days and doom which allotted me destiny. When shall our meeting be, O wish, O my heart and will? O favour of fullest moon, when shall we reunion see? As he made an end of his recitation, he found himself walking down in Zayn al-Mawasif's street and smelt the sweet savour of the pastils wherewithal she had incensed the house. Wherefore his vitals fluttered and his heart was like to leave his breast and desire flamed up in him and distraction redoubled upon him. when lo, and behold, Hubub, on her way to do her lady's errand, suddenly appeared at the head of the street, and he rejoiced with joy exceeding. When she saw him, she went up to him, and saluting him, gave him the glad news of her mistress's return, saying, She hath sent me to bid thee to her. Whereat he was glad indeed, with gladness naught could exceed, and she took him and returned with him to the house. When Zayn al-Mawasif saw him, she came down to him from the couch and kissed him, and he kissed her, and she embraced him, and he embraced her, nor did they leave kissing and embracing till both swooned away for stress of affection and separation. They lay a long while senseless, and when they revived, Zayn al-Mawasif bade Hubub fetch her a gugglet of sherbet of sugar and another of sherbet of lemons. So she brought what she desired, and they sat eating and drinking nor ceased before nightfall, when they fell to recalling all that had befallen them from commencement to conclusion. Then she acquainted him with her return to al-Islam, whereat he rejoiced, and he also became a Muslim. On likewise did her women, and they all repented to Allah Almighty of their infidelity. On the morrow she made send for the Qazi and the witnesses, and told them that she was a widow and had completed the purification period and was minded to marry Masrur. So they drew up the wedding contract between them, and they abode in all delight of life. Meanwhile, the Jew, when the people of Adan released him from prison, set out homewards and fared on nor ceased faring till he came within 3 days' journey of the city. Now as soon as Zayn al-Mawasif heard of his coming, she called for her handmaid Hubub and said to her, Go to the Jew's burial place and dig a grave and plant on it sweet basil and jessamine and sprinkle water thereabout. If the Jew come and ask thee of me, answer, My mistress died 20 days ago of chagrin on thine account. If he say, Show me her tomb, take him to the grave, and after weeping over it and making moan and lament before him, contrive to cast him therein and bury him alive. FN number 373, and Hubub answered, I hear and I obey. Then they laid up the furniture in the store closets, and Zayn al-Mawasif removed to Masrur's lodging, where he and she abode eating and drinking, till the 3 days were past, at the end of which the Jew arrived and knocked at the door of his house. Quoth Hubub, Who's at the door? And quoth he, Thy master. So she opened to him, and he saw the tears railing down her cheeks, and said, What aileth thee to weep, and where is thy mistress? She replied, My mistress is dead of chagrin on thine account. When he heard this, he was perplexed and wept with sore weeping, and presently said, O Hubub, where is her tomb? So she carried him to the Jew's burial ground and showed him the grave she had dug, whereupon he shed bitter tears and recited this pair of couplets, FN number 374. 2 things there are, for which if eyes wept tear on tear of blood, till they were like indeed to disappear, they never could fulfill the tithe of all their due, and these are prime of youth and loss of loveling dear. Then he wept again with bitter tears and recited these also. Alack and alas! Patience taketh flight, and from parting of friend to sore death I'm dight. Oh how woeful this farness from dear one, and oh how my heart is rent by mine own unright. Would heaven my secret I erst had kept, nor had told the pangs and my liver blight. I lived in all solace and joyance of life till she left and left me in piteous plight. Oh, Zayn al-Mawasif, I would there were no parting departing my frame and sprite. I repent me for troth breach and blame my guilt of unwrath to her whereon hopes I built. When he had made an end of this verse, he wept and groaned and lamented till he fell down a swoon, whereupon Hubub made haste to drag him to the grave and throw him in, whilst he was insensibly yet quick withal. Then she stopped up the grave on him, and returning to her mistress acquainted her with what had passed, whereat she rejoiced with exceeding joy and recited these 2 couplets. The world swear that forever to'd gar me grieve, 'tis false, O world, so thine oath retrieve. FN number 375. The blamer is dead and my love's in my arms. Rise to herald of joys and take high thy sleeve. FN number 376. Then she and Masrur abode each with other in eating and drinking and sport and pleasure and good cheer, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and sunderer of societies and slayer of sons and daughters. And I have also heard tell the following tale of Ali Nur al-Din and Miriam the Girdle Girl FN number 377. There was once in days of yore and in ages and times long gone before in the parts of Cairo, a merchant named Taj al-Din who was of the most considerable of the merchants and of the chiefs of the freeborn. But he was given to travelling everywhere and loved to fare over wild and wold, waterless lowland and stony waste, and to journey to the isles of the seas, in quest of dirhams and dinars, wherefore he had in his time encountered dangers and suffered duros of the way such as would grizzle little children and turn their black hair grey. He was possessed of black slaves and mamelukes, eunuchs and concubines, and was the wealthiest of the merchants of his time and the goodliest of them in speech, owning horses and mules and Bactrian camels and dromedaries, sacks great and small of size, goods and merchandise and stuffs such as muslins of Hums, silks and brocades of black, cotton of Mary, stuffs of India, gauzes of Baghdad, burnouses of Moreland and Turkish white slaves and Abyssinian castratos and Grecian girls and Egyptian boys, and the coverings of his bales were silk with gold purfled fair, for he was wealthy beyond compare. Furthermore he was rare of comeliness, accomplished in goodliness, and gracious in his kindliness, even as one of his describers doth thus express. A merchant I spied whose lovers were fighting in furious guise. Quoth he, why this turmoil of people? Quoth I, trader, for those fine eyes. And saith another in his praise and saith well enough to accomplish the wish of him. Came a merchant to pay us a visit whose glance did my heart surprise. Quoth he, what surprised thee so? Quoth I, trader, 'twas those fine eyes. Now that merchant had a son called Ali Nur al-Din, as he were the full moon when as it meeteth the sight on its 14th night, a marvel of beauty and loveliness, a model of form and symmetrical grace, who was sitting one day as was his wont, in his father's shop, selling and buying, giving and taking, when the sons of the merchant skirt him around and he was amongst them as moon among stars, with brow flower white and cheeks of rosy light and down the tenderest dight, and body like alabaster bright even as saith of him the poet. Describe me. A fair one said. Said I, thou art beauty's queen. And, speaking briefest speech, all charms in thee are seen. And as saith of him one of his describers, his mole upon plain of cheek is like ambergris scrum on marble plate, and his glances like as the sword proclaim to all love's rebels the Lord is great. FN number 378. The young merchants invited him saying, O my lord Nur al-Din, we wish thee to go this day a-pleasuring with us in such a garden. And he answered, wait till I consult my parent, for I cannot go without his consent. As they were talking, behold, up came Taj al-Din, and his son looked at him and said, O father mine, the sons of the merchants have invited me to wend a-pleasuring with them in such a garden. Dost thou grant me leave to go? His father replied, Yes, O my son, fare with them, and gave him somewhat of money. So the young men mounted their mules and asses, and Nur al-Din mounted a she-mule and rode with them to a garden, wherein was all that desireth and that high charmeth. It was high of walls which from broad base were seen to rise, and it had a gateway vault-wise with a portico like a saloon and a door as you as the skies, as it were one of the gates of paradise. The name of the doorkeeper was Rizwan, FN number 379, and over the gate were trained 100 trellises which grapes overran, and these were of various dyes, the red like coralline, the black like the snouts of Sudan FN number 380 men, and the white like egg of the pigeon hen. And in it peach and pomegranate were shown, and pear, apricot and pomegranate were grown, and fruits with and without stone hanging in clusters or alone, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 864th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the sons of the merchants entered the verdure, they found therein all that soul desireth or eye charmeth, grapes of many hues grown, hanging in bunches or alone, even as saith of them the poet. Grapes tasting with the taste of wine, whose coats like blackest ravens shine, their sheen, amid the leafage shows, like women's fingers henna'd fine. And as saith another on the same theme, grape bunches likest as they sway ace talk, my body frail and snell, honey and water thus in jar, when sourness past, make hydromel. Then they entered the arbor of the garden, and say there is one the gatekeeper sitting, as he was one the paradise guardian, and on the door were written these lines. Garth heaven watered wherein clusters waved on boughs which full of sap to bend were fain, and, when the branches danced on Zephyr's palm, the Pleiades showered as gifts FN number 381, fresh pearls for rain. And within the arbor were written these two couplets. Come with us, friend, and enter thou this garth that cleanses rust of grief. Over their skits the zephyrs strip FN number 382, and flowers in sleeve to laugh our leaf. FN number 383. So they entered and found all manner fruits in view and birds of every kind and hue, such as ring-dove, nightingale and curlew, and the turtle and the cushat sang their love lays on the sprays. Therein were rills that ran with limpid wave and flowers suave, and bloom for whose perfume we cravened it was even as saith of it the poet in these two couplets. Their zephyr breatheth o'er its branches, like fair girls that trip as in fair skirts they pace. Its rills resemble swords in hands of knights drawn from the scabbard and containing case. FN number 384. And again as singeth the songster. The streamlet swings by branchy wood, and I joys in its breast those beauties to display, and Zephyr noting this, for jealousy hastens and bends the branches other way. On the trees of the garden were all manner fruits, each in two sorts, amongst them the pomegranate, as it were a ball of silver dross, FN number 385, whereof saith the poet and saith the right well. Granados of finest skin, like the breasts of maid firm standing in sight of male, when I strip the skin, they at once display the rubies compelling all sense to quail. And even as quoth an of the bard, close pressed appear to him who views th inside red rubies in brocaded skirts bedight, Granado I compare with marble dome or virgin's breasts delighting every sight. Therein is cure for every ill as e'en left, and Hades the prophet pure of sprite, and Allah, glorify his name, eke deigned a noble say in holy book indite. FN number 386. The apples were the sugared and the musky and the damani, amazing the beholder, whereof saith Hassan the poet. Apple which joins hues twain, and brings to mind the cheek of lover and beloved combined. Two wondrous opposites on branch they show this dark FN number 387, and that with hue incarnadine that twain embraced when spied the spy and turned this red, that yellow for the shame designed. FN number 388. There also were apricots of various kinds, almond and camphor and gelani and antabi, FN number 389, whereof saith the poet. And almond apricot suggesting swain whose lovers visit all his wits hath ta'en. Enough of lovesick lovers plighted shows of face deep yellow and heart torn in twain. FN number 390. And saith another and saith well. Look at that apricot whose bloom contains gardens with brightness gladding all men's e'en, like stars the blossoms sparkle when the boughs are clad in foliage dight with sheen and shine. There likewise were plums and cherries and grapes, that the sick of all diseases is sane and do away giddiness and yellow choler from the brain, and figs the branches between, vari-coloured red and green, amazing sight and sense, even as saith the poet. 'Tis as the figs with clear white skins outthrown by foliage trees, athwart whose green they peep, were sons of room that guard the palace roof when shades close in a night-long ward they keep. FN number 391. And saith another, and saith well. Welcome FN number 392, the fig. To us it comes ordered in handsome plates they bring, likest a surfer. FN number 393 cloth we draw to shape of bag without a ring. And how well, saith a third. Give me the fig sweet flavoured, beauty glad, whose inner beauties rival outer sheen, and when it fruits thou tastest it to find camomile's scent and sugar's saccharine, and eke it favoureth on platters poured puff balls of silken thread and sandal green. And how excellent is the saying of one of them. Quoth they, and I had trained my taste thereto nor cared for other fruits whereby they swore, why lovest so the fig? Whereto quoth I some men love fig and others sycamore. FN number 394. And are yet goodlier those of another. Pleaseth me more the fig than every fruit when ripe and hanging from the sheeny bough, like devotee who, when the clouds pour rain, sheds tears and Allah's power doth avow. And in that garth were also pears of various kinds, syntic, FN number 395, alpine and Grecian growing in clusters and alone, parcel green and parcel golden dot. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 865th night, she pursued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the merchants' sons went down into the garth they saw therein all the fruits we mentioned and found pears, syntic, alpine and Grecian of every hue, which here clustering there single grew, parcel green and parcel yellow to the gazer a marvel view, as saith of them the poet. With thee that pair agree, whose hue Amon is hue of hapless liver yellow pale, like virgin cloistered straight in strong harem whose face like racing steed outstrips the veil. And Sultani FN number 396, peaches of shades varied, yellow and red, whereof saith the poet. Like beech in verdure growing and sheen of Andam FN number 397, showing, whose balls of yellow gold are dyed with blood gouts flowing. There were also green almonds of passing sweetness, resembling the cabbage FN number 398, of the palm tree, with their kernels within 3 tunics lurking of the munificent king's handiworking, even as is said of them. 3 coats yon freshest form in due God's work of varied shape and hue, hardness surrounds it night and day, prisoning without to sin to rue. And as well saith another, say'st not that almond plucked by hand of man from bough where wont to dwell, peeling it shows the heart within as union pearl in oyster shell. And as saith a third better than he, how good is almond green eye view. The smallest fills the hands of you, its nap is as the down upon the cheeks where yet no beardle it grew, its kernels in the shell are seen, O bachelors or married too, as pearls they were of lucent white cased and lapped in jasper's hue. And as saith yet another and saith well. Mine eyes ne'er looked on aught the almond like for charms, when blossoms FN number 399, in the prime show bright, its head to hoariness of age inclines the while its cheek by youth's fresh down is dight. And juju plums of various colours, grown in clusters and alone whereof saith one, describing them. Look at the lote tree. Note on boughs arrayed like goodly apricots on reed strewn floor, FN number 400, their morning hue to viewer's eye is like cascavels FN number 401, cast of purest golden ore. And as saith another and saith the right well. The jujube tree each day robeth in bright array, as though each bump thereon would self to sight display, like falcon bell of gold swinging from every spray. And in that garth grew blood oranges, as they were the coal engine, FN number 402, whereof quoth the enamoured poet, FN number 403. Red fruits that fill the hand, and shine with sheen of fire, alb the scarf skins white as snow. 'Tis marvel snow on fire doth never melt and, stranger still, ne'er burns this living low. And quoth another and quoth well. and trees of orange fruiting fairly fair to those who straightest have their charm surveyed, like sheiks of women who their forms have decked for holiday in robes of gold brocade. And yet another as well, like how the orange hills FN number 404, when Zephyr breathes swaying the boughs and spray with airy grace, her cheeks that glow with lovely light when met at greeting tide by cheeks of other face. And a fourth as fairly and fairest fawn, we said to him, portray this scarf and oranges thine eyes survey, and he, your garden favoureth my face, who gathereth orange gathereth fire alway. In that garden too grew citrons, in colour as virgin gold, hanging down from on high and dangling among the branches, as they were ingots of growing gold, FN number 405, and saith thereof the named poet, has seen a citron copse so weighed down thou fearest bending roll their fruit on mould, and seemed, when Zephyr passed athwart the tree its branches hung with bells of purest gold. And shaddocks, FN number 406, that among their boughs hung laden as though each were the breast of a gazelle-like maiden, contenting the most longing wight, as saith of them the poet and saith aright. And shaddock mid the garden paths, on bough freshest like fairest damsel met my sight, and to the blowing of the breeze it bent like golden ball to bat of chrysolite. And the lime sweet of scent, which resembleth the hen's egg, but its yellowness ornamenteth its ripe fruit, and its fragrance hearteneth him who plucketh it, as saith the poet who singeth it. Saith not the lemon, when it taketh form, catch rays of light and all to gaze constrain, like egg of pullet which the huckster's hand adorneth dyeing with a saffron stain. Moreover in this garden were all manner of other fruits and sweet-scented herbs and plants and fragrant flowers, such as jessamine and henna and water lilies FN number 407, and spikenard FN number 408, and roses of every kind and plantain FN number 409, and myrtle and so forth, and indeed it was without compare, seeming as it were a piece of paradise to whoso beheld it. If a sick man entered it, he came forth from it like a raging lion, and tongue availeth not to its description, by reason of that which was therein of wonders and rarities which are not found but in heaven, and how should it be otherwise when its doorkeeper's name was Rizman? Though widely different were the stations of those twain. Now when the sons of the merchants had walked about gazing at the garden after taking their pleasure therein, they sat down in one of its pavilions and seated Nur al-Din in their midst. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 866th night, she resumed, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the sons of the merchants sat down in the pavilion they seated Nur al-Din in their midst on a rug of gold purfled leather of Altf, FN number 410, leaning on a pillow FN number 411, of mine never, stuffed with ostrich down, and they gave him a fan of ostrich feathers, whereon were written these two couplets. A fan whose breath is fraught with fragrant scent, minding of happy days and times forspent, wafting at every time its perfumed air or face of noble youth on a bent. Then they laid by their turbans and outer clothes and sat talking and chatting and inducing one another to discourse, while they all kept their eyes fixed on Nur al-Din and gazed on his beauteous form. After the sitting had lasted an hour or so, up came a slave with a tray on his head, wherein were platters of china and crystal containing viands of all sorts, for one of the youths had so charged his people before coming to the garden, and the meats were of whatever walketh earth or wingeth air or swimmeth waters, such as carter grouse and fat quails and pigeon poults and mutton and chickens and the delicatest fish. So, the tray being sat before them, they fell to and ate their fill, and when they had made an end of eating, they rose from meat and washed their hands with pure water and musk-scented soap, and dried them with napery embroidered in silk and bugles. But to Nur al-Din they brought a napkin laced with red gold whereon he wiped his hands. Then coffee FN number 412 was served up, and each drank what he would, after which they sat talking, till presently the garden keeper who was young went away, and returning with a basket full of roses, said to them, "What say ye, O my masters, to flowers?" Quoth one of them, "There is no harm in them, FN number 413, especially roses, which are not to be resisted." Answered the gardener, "'Tis well, that it is of our wont not to give roses but in exchange for pleasant converse, so whoever would take aught thereof, let him recite some verses suitable to the situation." Now they were 10 sons of merchants, of whom one said, "Agreed, give me thereof and I will recite thee somewhat of verse apt to the case." Accordingly the gardener gave him a bunch of roses FN number 414, which he took and at once improvised these 3 couplets. The rose in highest stead I rate, for that her charms ne'er satiate. All fragrant flows be troops to her, their general of high estate. Where she is not they boast and vaunt, but, when she comes, they stint their prate. Then the gardener gave a bunch to another, and he recited these 2 couplets. Take, O my lord, to thee the rose recalling scent by mush be shed. Like virginette by lover-eyed who with her sleeves FN number 415, enveileth head. Then he gave a bunch to a third who recited these 2 couplets. Choice rose that gladdens heart to see her sight, of nad recalling fragrance exquisite. The branchlets clip her in her leaves for joy, like kiss of lips that never spake in spite. Then he gave a bunch to a fourth, and he recited these 2 couplets. Say'st not that rosary where rosy flowering displays mounted upon her steed of stalk those marvels manifold? As though the bud were ruby stone, and girded all around with chrysolite, and held within a little hoard of gold. Then he gave a posy to a fifth, and he recited these 2 couplets. Wands of green chrysolite bare issue, which were fruits like ingots of the growing gold. FN number 416, and drops, a-dropping from its leaves, were like the tears my languorous eyelids railed and rolled. Then he gave a 6th bunch, and he recited these 2 couplets. O rose, thou rare of charms that dost contain all gifts and Allah's secrets singular, thou right like the loved one's cheek where lover fond and fain of union sticks the golden hour. FN number 417. Then he gave a bunch to a 7th, and he recited these 2 couplets. To rose quoth I, what gars thy thorns to be put forth for all who touch thee cruelest injury? Quoth she, these flowery troops are troops of me who be their lord with spines for armoury. And he gave an 8th a bunch, and he recited these 2 couplets. Allah save the rose which yellows amon florid, vivid and likest the nugget whore, and bless the fair sprize that displayed such flowers and mimic sun's gold begilded bow. Then he gave a bunch to a 9th, and he recited these 2 couplets. The bushes of golden-hued rose excite in the lovesick lover joys manifold. 'Tis a marvel shrub watered every day with sylvan lymph, and it fruiteth gold. Then he gave a bunch of roses to the 10th and last, and he recited these 2 couplets. Say'st not how the hosts of the rose display red hues and yellow in rosy field? I compare the rose and her arming thorn to emerald lance-piercing golden shield. And whilst each one hent bunch in hand, the gardener brought the wine service, and setting it before them, on a tray of porcelain arabesqued with red gold, recited these 2 couplets. Dawn heralds daylight, so wine pass round, old wine, fooling sage till his wits he tine, what I not for its purest clarity, and 'tis wine in capotus cup in wine. FN number 418. Then the gardener filled and drank, and the cup went round, till it came to Nur al-Din's turn, whereupon the man filled and handed it to him, but he said, This thing I wot it not, nor have I ever drunken thereof, for therein is great offence, and the Lord of Almight hath forbidden it in his book. Answered the gardener, O my lord Nur al-Din, and thou forbear to drink only by reason of the sin. Verily Allah, extolled and exalted be He, is bountiful, of sufferance great, forgiving and compassionate, and pardoneth the mortalest sins. His mercy embrasseth all things. Allah's ruth be upon the poet who saith, Be as thou wilt, For Allah is bountiful, and when thou sinnest feel thou not alarm, but were of twofold sins, nor ever dare to give God partner or mankind to harm. Then quoth one of the sons of the merchants, My life on thee, O my lord Nur al-Din, drink of this cup. And another conjured him by the oath of divorce, and yet another stood up persistently before him, till he was ashamed, and taking the cup from the gardener, drank a draught, but spat it out again, crying, "'Tis bitter." Said the young gardener, O my lord Nur al-Din, knowest thou not that sweets taken by way of medicine are bitter? Were this not bitter, 'twould lack of the manifold virtues it possesseth, amongst which are that it digesteth food and disperseth cark and care and dispelleth flatulence and clarifieth the blood and glueth the complexion and quickeneth the body and hearteneth the hen-hearted and fortifieth the sexual power in man, but to name all its virtues would be tedious. Quoth one of the poets, We'll drink and Allah pardon sinners all, and purer vills by sucking cups I'll find, nor aught the sin deceives me. Yet said he in it the be advantage FN number 419, to mankind. Then he sprang up without stay orderly and opened one of the cupboards in the pavilion, and taking out a loaf of refined sugar, broke off a great slice which he put into Nur al-Din's cup, saying, O my lord, and thou fear to drink wine, because of its bitterness, drink now, for 'tis sweet. So he took the cup and emptied it, whereupon one of his comrades filled him another, saying, O my lord Nur al-Din, I am thy slave, and another did the like, saying, I am one of thy servants, and a third said, For my sake, and a fourth, Allah upon thee, O my lord Nur al-Din, heal my heart. And so they ceased not plying him with wine, each and every of the 10 sons of merchants, till they had made him drink a total of 10 cups. Now Nur al-Din's body was virgin of wine bibbing, or never in all his life had he drunken vine juice till that hour, wherefore its fumes wrought in his brain, and drunkenness was stark upon him, and he stood up, and indeed his tongue was thick and his speech stammering, and said, O company, by Allah, ye are fair, and your speech is goodly, and your place pleasant, but the needeth hearing of sweet music. For drink without melody lacks the chief of its essentiality, even as saith the poet. Pass round the cup to the old and the young man, too, and take the bowl from the hand of the shining moon, FN number 420, but without music, I charge you, forbear to drink. I see even horses drink to a whistled tune. FN number 421. Therewith up sprang the garden. A ladder mounting one of the young men's mules, was absent a while, after which he returned with a cane girl, as she were a sheep's tail, fat and delicate, or an ingot of pure silver, or a dinar on a porcelain plate, or a gazelle in the wold for law. She had a face that put to shame the shining sun, and eyes Babylonian, FN number 422. And brows like bows bended, and cheeks rose-painted, and teeth pearly-hued, and lips sugared, and glances languishing, and breast ivory white, and body slender and slight, full of folds, and with dimples dight, and hips like pillows stuffed, and thighs like columns of Syrian stone, and between them what was something like a sachet of spices in wrapper swathe. Quoth the poet of her in these couplets, Had she shown her shape to idolaters' sight, they would gaze on her face and their gods detest, and if in the east to a monk she'd showed, he'd quit eastern posture and bow to west. FN number 423, and she crooked in the sea, and the briniest sea her lips would give it the sweetest zest. And quoth another in these couplets, Brighter than moon at full, with cold eyes she came like doe, on chasing whelps of lioness intent. A night of murky locks lets fall a tent on her, a tent of hair, FN number 424, that lacks no pegs to hold the tent, and roses lighting up her roseate cheeks are fed by hearts and livers flowing fire for languishment, and spied her all the ages, fair to her they'd rise humbly, FN number 425, and cry the meat belongs to precedent. And how well saith a third bard, FN number 426. 3 things forever hinder her to visit us, for fear of the intriguing spy and eke the rancorous envier, her forehead's lustre and the sound of all her ornaments and the sweet scent her creases hold of ambergris and myth. Grant with the border of her sleeve she hide her brow and doff her ornaments, how shall she do her scent away from her? She was like the moon when at fullest on its 14th night, and was clad in a garment of blue, with a veil of green, over brown flower white that all wits amazed and those of understanding amated. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying his permitted say. When it was the 867th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the gardener brought a girl whom we have described, possessed of the utmost beauty and loveliness and fine stature and symmetrical grace, as it were she the poet signified when he said, FN number 427. She came apparelled in a vest of blue, that mocked the skies and shamed their azure hue. I thought thus clad she burst upon my sight, like summer moonshine on a wintry night. And how goodly is the saying of another, and how excellent. She came thick-veiled, and cried I, Oh, display that face like full moon bright with pure white ray. Quoth she, I fear disgrace. Quoth I, cut short this talk, no shift of days thy thoughts affray. Whereat she raised her veil from fairest face, and crystal spray on gems began to stray, and I forsooth was fain to kiss her cheek, lest she complain of me on judgment day. And at such tide before the Lord on high we first of lovers were redressed to pray. So Lord, prolong this reckoning and review, prayed I, that longer I may cite my May. Then said the young gardener to her, Know thou, O lady of the fair, brighter than any constellation which illumineth ere we sought, in bringing thee hither naught but that thou shouldst entertain with converse this comely youth, my lord Nur al-Din, for he hath come to this place only this day. And the girl replied, Would thou hadst told me, that I might have brought what I have with me. Rejoined the gardener, O my lady, I will go and fetch it to thee. As thou wilt, said she, and he, Give me a token. So she gave him kerchief, and he fared forth in haste and returned after a while, bearing a green satin bag with slings of gold. The girl took the bag from him and opening it shook it, whereupon there fell through 32 pieces of wood, which she fitted one into other, male into female and female into male FN number 428, till they became a polished lute of Indian workmanship. Then she uncovered her wrists and laying the lute in her lap, bent over it with the bending of mother over babe, and swept the strings with her fingertips, whereupon it moaned and resounded, and after its sultan home yearned, and it remembered the waters that gave it drink and the earth whence it sprang and wherein it grew, and it minded the carpenters who made it their merchandise and the ships that shipped it, and it cried and called aloud and moaned and groaned. And it was as if she asked it of all these things, and it answered her with the tongue of the case, reciting these couplets, FN number 429. A tree while here was I the bulbuls home, to whom for love I bowed my grass-green head, they moaned on me, and I their moaning learned, and in that moan my secret all men read. The woodman fell me falling sans offence, and slender lute of me, as view ye, made, but when the fingers smite my strings, they tell how man despite my patience did me dead. Hence boon companions when they hear my moan distracted wax as though by wine misled, and the Lord softens every heart of me, and I am hurried to the highmost stead. All who in charms excel fain clasp my waist, gazelles of languid ear and remade, Allah ne'er part fond lover from his joy nor live the loved one who unkindly fled. Then the girl was silent a while, but presently taking the lute in lap, again bent over it, as mother bendeth over child, and prelude in many different modes. Then, returning to the first, she sang these couplets. Would they, FN number 430, the lover seek without ado, he to his heavy grief had bid adieu, with him had vied the nightingale FN number 431. On bough as one far parted from his lover's view, rouse thee. Awake. The moonlight's union night, as though such union woke the moon anew. This day the blamers take of us no heed, and lute strings bid us all our joys ensue. Seest not how fourfold things conjoin in one rose, myrtle, scents and blooms of golden hue. FN number 432. Here this day the four chief joys unite, drink and dinners, beloved and lover true. So in thy worldly joy, for joys go past, and naught but storied tales and legends last. When Nur al-Din heard the girl sing these lines, he looked on her with eyes of love, and could scarce contain himself for the violence of his inclination to her, and on likewise was it with her, because she glanced at the company who were present of the sons of the merchants, and she saw that Nur al-Din was amongst the rest as moon among stars, for that he was sweet of speech and replete with amorous grace, perfect in stature and symmetry, brightness and loveliness, pure of all defect, than the breeze of morn softer, than Tasnim blander, as saith of him the poet, FN number 433. By his cheeks unfading damask and his smiling teeth I swear, by the arrows that he feathers with the witchery of his air, by his sides so soft and tender and his glances bright and keen, by the whiteness of his forehead and the blackness of his hair, by his arched imperious eyebrows, chasing slumber from my lids with their yeas and noes that hold me twixt rejoicing and despair, by the scorpions that he launches from his ringlet clustered brows, seeking still to slay his lovers with his rigours unaware, by the myrtle of his whiskers and the roses of his cheek, by his lips incarnate rubies and his teeth's fine pearls and rare, by the straight and tender sapling of his shape, which for its fruit doth the twin pomegranates, shining in his snowy bosom, where, by his heavy hips that tremble, both in motion and repose, and the slender waist above them, all too slight their weight to bear, by the silk of his apparel and his quick and sprightly wit, by all attributes of beauty that are fallen to his share, lo, the musk exhales its fragrance from his breath, and eke the breeze from his scent the perfume borrows, that it scatters everywhere. Ye, the sun in all his splendour cannot with his brightness vie, and the crescent moon's a fragment that he from his nails doth bear. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 868th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nur al-Din was delighted with the girl's verses, and he swayed from side to side for drunkenness, and fell a praising her and saying, a lutanist to us inclined, and stole our wits bemused with wine, and said to us, her lute, the Lord bade us discourse by voice divine. When she heard him thus improvise, the girl gazed at him with loving eyes, and redoubled in passion, and desire for him increased upon her, and indeed she marvelled at his beauty and loveliness, symmetry and grace, so that she could not contain herself, but took the luting lap again and sang these couplets. He blames me for casting on him my sight, and parts fro me bearing my life and sprite. He repels me but kens what my heart endures, as though Allah himself had inspired the white. I portrayed his portrait in palm of hand, and cried to mine eyes, weep your doleful plight. For neither shall eyes of me spy his like, nor my heart have patience to bear its blight. Wherefore will I tear thee from breast, O heart, as one who regards him with jealous spite. And when say I, O heart, be consoled for pine, 'tis that heart to none other shall e'er incline. Nur al-Din wondered at the charms of her verse, and the elegance of her expression, and the sweetness of her voice, and the eloquence of her speech, and his wit fled for stress of love and longing, and ecstasy and distraction, so that he could not refrain from her a single moment, but bent to her and strained her to his bosom, and she in like manner bowed her form over his and abandoned herself to his embrace, and burst him between the eyes. Then he kissed her on the mouth, and played with her at kisses, after the manner of the billing of doves, and she met him with like warmth, and did with him as she was done by, till the others were distracted and rose to their feet, whereupon Nur al-Din was ashamed and held his hand from her. Then she took her lute and, preluding thereon in manifold modes, lastly returned to the first and sang these couplets. A moon, When he bends him those eyes lay bare a brand that gars gazing gazelle despair. A king, rarest charms are the host of him, and his lance-like shape man with Cain compare. Were his softness of sides to his heart transferred, his friend had not suffered such cark and care. For hardest heart and for softest sides, why not that to these alter, make here go the. O thou who accusest my love excuse, take eternal and leave me the transient share. FN number 434. When Nur al-Din heard the sweetness of her voice and the rareness of her verse, he inclined to her for delight and could not contain himself for excess of wonderment, so he recited these couplets. Methought she was the forenoon sun until she donned the veil, but lit she fire in vitals mine still flaring fierce and high. How had it hurt her and she deigned return my porcelain with fingertips, or e'en vouchsafed one little wink of eye? The cavalier who spied her face was wholly stupefied by charms that glorify the place, and every charm out of thee. Be this the fair who makes thee pine and long for loveless? Indeed thou art excused. This is my fairest she, quoth I, who shot me with the shaft of looks, nor deigns to rue my woes of strangerhood and broken heart and love I must abide. I rose a morn with vanquished heart, to longing love a praying weep I through the livelong day, and all the night I cry. The girl marvelled at his eloquence and elegance, and taking her lute, smote thereon with the goodliest of performance, repeating all the melodies, and sang these couplets. By the life o' thy face, O thou life o' my sprite, I'll e'er leave thy love for despair or delight. When that cruel thy vision stands hard by my side, and the thought of thee haunts me when far from sight. Oh, who saddenest my glance albweeting that I know love, but thy love will forever requite. Thy cheeks are of rose, and thy lips dews are wine. Say, wilt grudge them to us in this charming sight? Kirit Nur al-Din was gladdened with extreme gladness, and wondered with the utmost wonder, so he answered her thus with these couplets. The sun yellowed not in the murk gloom line, but lay pearl enveiled neath horizon chine, nor showed its crest to the eyes of morn, but took refuge from parting with morning shine. FN number 435. Take my teardrops that trickle as chain on chain, and they tell my case with the clearest sign. And my tears be likened to Nile flood, like Malik's. FN number 436. Flooded flat be this love of mine. Quoth she, bring thy riches. Quoth I, come, take. And thy sleep? Yes, take it from lids of ear. When the girl heard Nur al-Din's words and noted the beauty of his eloquence, her senses fled and her wit was dazed, and love of him gat hold upon her whole heart. So she pressed him to her bosom and fell to kissing him like the billing of doves, whilst he returned her caresses with successive kisses. But pre-eminence appertaineth to precedence. FN number 437. When she had made an end of kissing, she took the lute and recited these couplets. Alas, alack, and well away for blameless calumny. Whether or not I make my moan or plead or show no plea, O spurner of my love, I ne'er of thee so hard would deem that I of thee should be despised, of thee my property. I wont at lovers' love to rail and for their passion chide, but now I fain debase myself to all who rail at thee. Yea, only yesterday I wont all amorists to blame, but now I pardon hearts that pine for passion's ecstasy, and of my stress of parting stower on me so heavy weighs at morning prayer to him I'll cry, in thy name, O Ali. And also these two couplets. His lovers said, unless he deign to give us all a drink of wine, of fine old wine his lips deal in their purity, we to the Lord of threefold worlds will pray to grant our prayer, and all exclaim with single cry in thy name, O Ali. Nur al-Din, hearing these lines and their rhyme, marvelled at the fluency of her tongue, and thanked her, praising her grace and passing seductiveness, and the damsel, delighted at his praise, arose without stay orderly, and doffing that was upon her of outer dress and trinkets till she was free of all encumbrance, sat down on his knees and kissed him between the eyes and on his cheek mole. Then she gave him all she had put off. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 869th night, she pursued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the girl gave to Nur al-Din all she had doffed, saying, O beloved of my heart, in very sooth the gift is after the measure of the giver. So he accepted this from her and gave it back to her and kissed her on the mouth and cheeks and eyes. When this was ended and done, for naught is durable save the living, the eternal, provider of the peacock and the owl, FN number 438, Nur al-Din rose from the seance and stood upon his feet, because the darkness was now fallen and the stars shone out, whereupon quoth the damsel to him, whither away, O my lord? And quoth he, to my father's home. Then the sons of the merchants conjured him to night with them, but he refused and mounting his camel, rode, without stopping, till he reached his parents' house, where his mother met him and said to him, O my son, what hath kept thee away till this hour? By Allah, thou hast troubled myself and thy sire by thine absence from us, and our hearts have been occupied with thee. Then she came up to him, to kiss him on his mouth, and smelling the fumes of the wine, said, O my wine-bibber and a rebel against him to whom belong creation and commandment. But Nur al-Din threw himself down on the bed and lay there. Presently in came his sire and said, What aileth Nur al-Din to lie thus? And his mother answered, Twould seem his head acheth for the air of the garden. So Taj al-Din went up to his son, to ask him of his ailment, and salute him, and smelt the reek of wine. FN number 439, Now the merchant loved not wine drinkers, so he said to Nur al-Din, Woe to thee, O my son! Is folly come to such a pass with thee, that thou drinkest wine? When Nur al-Din heard his sire say this, he raised his hand, being yet in his drunkenness, and dealt him a buffet, when by degree of the decree the blow lit on his father's right eye which rolled down on his cheek, whereupon he fell a swoon and lay therein a while. They sprinkled rose water on him till he recovered, when he would have beaten his son, but the mother withheld him, and he swore, by the oath of divorce from his wife that, as soon as morning morrowed, he would assuredly cut off his son's right hand. FN number 440, When she heard her husband's words, her breast was straitened and she feared for his son and ceased not to soothe and appease his sire, till sleep overcame him. Then she waited till moonrise, when she went into her son, whose drunkenness had now departed from him, and said to him, O Nur al-Din, what is this foul deed thou didst with thy sire? He asked, And what did I with him? And answered she, Thou dealtest him a buffet on the right eye and struckest it out so that it rolled down his cheek, and he hath sworn by the divorce oath that, as soon as morning shall morrow he will without fail cut off thy right hand. Nur al-Din repented him of that he had done, whereas repentance profited him naught, and his mother said to him, O my son, this penitence will not profit thee, nor will aught avail thee but that thou rise forthwith and seek safety in flight. Go forth the house privily and take refuge with one of thy friends, and there what Allah shall do await, for he changeth case after case and state upon state. Then she opened a chest and taking out a purse of 100 dinars said, O my son, take these dinars and provide thy wants therewith, and when they are at an end, O my son, send and let me know thereof, that I may send thee other than these, and at the same time cover to me news of thyself privily. Haply Allah will decree thee relief and thou shalt return to thy home. And she farewelled him and wept passing sore, naught could be more. Thereupon Nur al-Din took the purse of gold and was about to go forth, when he espied a great purse containing 1,000 dinars, which his mother had forgotten by the side of the chest. So he took this also and binding the two purses about his middle, FN number 441, set out before dawn threading the streets in the direction of Bulak, where he arrived when day broke and all creatures arose, attesting the unity of Allah the Opener, and went forth each of them upon his several business, to win that which Allah had unto him allotted. Reaching Bullock, he walked on along the riverbank till he sighted a ship with her gangway out and her 4 anchors made fast to the land. The folk were going up into her and coming down from her, and Nur al-Din, seeing some sailors standing, asked them whither they were bound, and they answered, to Rosetta City. Quoth he, take me with you, and quoth they, welcome, and welcome to thee, O goodly one. So he betook himself forthright to the market, and buying what he needed of vivers and bedding and covering, returned to the port and went on board the ship, which was ready to sail, and tarried with him but a little while before she weighed anchor and fared on, without stopping, till she reached Rosetta, FN number 442, when Nur al-Din saw a small boat going to Alexandria. So he embarked in it, and traversing the sea arm of Rosetta fared on till he came to a bridge called Al-Jami, where he landed and entered Alexandria by the gate called the Gate of the Low Tree. Allah protected him, so that none of those who stood on guard at the gate saw him, and he walked on till he entered the city. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 870th night, she resumed, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Nur al-Din entered Alexandria he found it a city goodly of pleasaunces, delightful to its inhabitants and inviting to inhabit therein. Winter had fared from it with his cold, and Prime was come to it with his roses. Its flowers were kindly ripe, and welled forth its rills. Indeed, it was a city goodly of ordinance and disposition, its folk were of the best of men, and when the gates thereof were shut, its folk were safe. FN number 443, and it was even as is said of it in these couplets. Quoth I to a comrade one day, a man of good speech and rare, describe Alexandria. Quoth he, 'tis a march town fair. Quoth I, is there living therein? And he, and the wind blow there. Or, as saith one of the poets, Alexandria's a frontier, FN number 444, whose dews of lips are sweet and clear, how fair the coming to it is, so one therein no raven spear. Nur al-Din walked about the city and ceased not walking till he came to the merchants' bazaar, whence he passed on to the mart of the many changers, and so on in turn to the markets of the confectioners and fruiterers and druggists, marvelling, as he went, at the city, for that the nature of its qualities accorded with its name. FN number 445, as he walked in the druggist's bazaar, behold, an old man came down from his shop and saluting him, took him by the hand and carried him to his home. And Nur al-Din saw a fair by-street, swept and sprinkled, whereon the zephyr blew and made pleasantness pervaded, and the leaves of the trees overshaded it. Therein stood 3 houses, and at the upper end a mansion, whose foundations were firm sunk in the water, and its walls towered to the confines of the sky. They had swept the space before it, and they had sprinkled it freshly, so it exhaled the fragrance of flowers, borne on the zephyr which breathed upon the place, and the scent met there who approached it on such wise as it were one of the gardens of paradise. And, as they had cleaned and cooled the by-street's head, so was the end of it with marble spread. The sheikh carried Nur al-Din into the house, and setting somewhat of food before him ate with his guest. When they had made an end of eating, the druggist said to him, when camest thou hither from Cairo? And Nur al-Din replied, this very night, O my father. Quoth the old man, what is thy name? And quoth he, Ali Nur al-Din. Said the druggist, O my son, O Nur al-Din, be the triple divorce incumbent on me, and thou leave me so long as thou abidest in this city, and I will set thee apart a place wherein thou mayst dwell. Nur al-Din asked, O my lord the sheikh, let me know more of thee, and the other answered, know, O my son, that some years ago I went to Cairo with merchandise, which I sold there and bought other, and I had occasion for 1,000 dinars. So thy Sayyid Taj al-Din weighed them out, FN number 446, for me, all unknowing me, and would take no written word of me, but had patience with me till I returned hither, and sent him the amount by one of my servants, together with a gift. I saw thee, whilst thou wast little, and, if it please Allah the Most High, I will repay thee somewhat of the kindness thy father did me." When Nur al-Din heard the old man's story, he showed joy and pulling out with a smile the purse of 1,000 dinars, gave it to his host the sheikh and said to him, "Take charge of this deposit for me, against I buy me somewhat of merchandise whereon to trade." Then he abode some time in Alexandria city, taking his pleasure every day in its thoroughfares, eating and drinking and indulging himself with mirth and merriment till he had made an end of the 100 dinars he had kept by way of spending money, whereupon he repaired to the old druggist, to take of him somewhat of the 1,000 dinars to spend, but found him not in his shop and took a seat therein to await his return. He sat there gazing right and left and amusing himself with watching the merchants and passers-by, and as he was thus engaged, behold, there came into the bazaar a Persian riding on a she-mule and carrying behind him a damsel, as she were argent of alloy free or a fishbowl DFN number 447, in mimixy or a doe gazelle on desert lea. Her face outshone the sun in shine, and she had witching ear and breasts of ivory white, teeth of marguerite, slender waist and sides dimple deep, and calves like tails of fat sheep, FN number 448, and indeed she was perfect in beauty and loveliness, elegant stature and symmetrical grace, even as saith one, describing her, FN number 449. Was as by will of her she was create nor short nor long, but beauty's mould of mate, rose blushes reddest when she sees those cheeks, and fruits the bow those marvel charms amet, moon is her favour, musk the scent of her branch is her shape, she passeth man's estate, to seen as was she cast in freshest pearl, and every limblet shows a moonlight. Presently the Persian lighted down from his she-mule and, making the damsel also dismount, loudly summoned the broker and said to him as soon as he came, "Take this damsel and cry her for sale in the market." So he took her and leading her to the middlemost of the bazaar disappeared for a while, and presently he returned with a stool of ebony, inlaid with ivory, and setting it upon the ground, seated her thereon. Then he raised a veil and discovered a face as it were a median Taj FN number 450, or a cluster of pearls. FN number 451, and indeed she was like the full moon, when it filleth on its 14th night, accomplished in brilliant beauty. As saith the poet, "Vied the full moon for folly with her face, but was eclipsed." FN number 452, and split for age full sore, and if the spiring barn with her content perish her hands who load of fuel bore. FN number 453. And how well saith another, "Say to the fair in the wroughten veil, how hast made that monk-like worshipper ail? Light of veil and light of face, under it made the hosts of darkness to fly from bale, and, when came my glance to steal look at cheek, with a meteor shaft the guard made me quail." FN number 454. Then said the broker to the merchants, FN number 455, "How much do ye bid for the union pearl of the diver and prize quarry of the fowler?" Quoth one, "She is mine for 100 dinars. And another said, 200, and a third, 300, and they ceased not to bid, one against other, till they made her price 950 dinars, and there the biddings stopped awaiting acceptance and consent. FN number 456. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 871st night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the merchants bid one against other till they made the price of the girl 950 dinars. Then the broker went up to her Persian master and said to him, "The biddings for this thy slave girl have reached 950 dinars, so say me, wilt thou sell her at that price and take the money?" Asked the Persian, "Doth she consent to this? I desire to fall in with her wishes, for I sickened on my journey hither, and this handmaid tended me with all possible tenderness, wherefore I swear not to sell her but to him whom she should like and approve, and I have put her sale in her own hand. So do thou consult her, and if she say, I consent, sell her to whom thou wilt, but an she say, no, sell her not. So the broker went up to her and asked her, O princess of fair ones, know that thy master putteth thy sale in thine own hands, and thy price hath reached 950 dinars, dost thou give me leave to sell thee? She answered, Show me him who is minded to buy me before clinching the bargain. So he brought her up to one of the merchants, a man stricken with years and decrepit, and she looked at him a long while, then turned to the broker and said to him, O broker, art thou gin mad or afflicted in thy wit? Replied he, Why dost thou ask me this, O princess of fair ones? And said she, Is it permitted thee a valet to sell the like of me to yonder decrepit old man, who saith of his wife's case these couplets? Quoth she to me, and sore enraged for wounded pride was she, for she in sooth had bidden me to that which might not be, and if thou swive me not forthright, as one should swive his wife, thou be made a cuckold straight, reproach it not to me. Meseems thy yard is made of wax, for very flacidness, for when I rub it with my hand, it softens instantly. FN number 457. And said he likewise of his yard, I have a yard that sleeps in base and shameful away when grants my love a boon for which I sue and pray, that when I wake home mornings FN number 458, all alone in bed, 'tis fain no fine and fence and fears for fetter play. And again quoth he thereof of his yard, I have a froward yard of temper ill dishonouring him who shows it most regard, it stands when sleep I, when I stand it sleeps heaven pity not who pitieth that yard. When the old merchant heard this ill flouting from the damsel, he was wroth with wrath exceeding beyond which was no proceeding, and said to the broker, O most ill-omened of brokers, thou hast not brought into the market this ill-conditioned wench that to gibe me and make mock of me before the merchants. Then the broker took her aside and said to her, O my lady, be not wanting in self-respect. The sheikh at whom thou didst mock is the syndic of the bazaar and inspector FN number 459, thereof, and a committee man of the council of the merchants. But she laughed and improvised these two couplets. It behoveth folk rule in a time, and 'tis one of the duties of magistrateship, to hand up the wally above his door and beat with a whip the mohtasib. Adding, By Allah, O my lord, I will not be sold to yonder old man, so sell me to other than him, for haply he will be abashed at me and vend me again, and I shall become a mere servant. FN number 460, and it beseemeth not that I sully myself with menial service, and indeed thou knowest that the matter of my sale is committed to myself. He replied, I hear and I obey, and carried her to a man which was one of the chief merchants. And when standing hard by him the broker asked, How sayest thou, O my lady? Shall I sell thee to my lord Sharif Alden here for 950 gold pieces? She looked at him and, seeing him to be an old man with a dyed beard, said to the broker, Art thou silly, that thou wouldest sell me to this worn-out further antic? Am I cotton refuse or threadbare rags that thou marchest me about from grey beard to grey beard, each like a wall ready to fall or an ifrit smitten down of a fireball? As for the first, the poet had him in mind when he said, FN number 461. I sought of a fair maid to kiss her lips of coral red, but, no, by him who fashioned things from nothingness. She said, and to the white of hoary hairs I never had a mind, and shall my mouth be stuffed, forsooth, with cotton, ere I am dead? And how goodly is the saying of the poet. The wise have said that white of hair is light that shines and robes the face of man with majesty, and light that awes the sight. Yet until hoary seal shall stamp my parting place of hair, I hope and pray that same may be black as the blackest night. Albtime whitened beard of man be like the book he bears. FN number 462. When to his lord he must return, I'd rather it were not white. And yet goodlier is the saying of another. A guest hath stolen on my head and on the may he lack. The sword a milder deed hath done that dared these locks to hack. Avaunt, O whiteness, FN number 463, wherein naught of brightness gladdens sight thou right blacker in the eyes of me than very blackest black. As for the other, he is a model of wantonness and scurrilousness and a blackener of the face of hoariness. His dye acteth the foulest of lies, and the tongue of his case reciteth these lines, FN number 464. Quoth she to me, I see thou dist thy hoariness, and I do but hide it from thy sight, O thou mine errand eye. She laughed out mockingly and said, A wonder 'tis indeed. Thou so aboundest in deceit that even thy hair's a lie. And how excellent is the saying of the poet. O thou who dyest hoariness with black, that youth with thee abide, at least in show, look ye, my lot was dyed black whilom and, take my word, none other hued will grow. When the old man with dyed beard heard such words from the slave girl, he raged with exceeding rage in fury's last stage and said to the broker, O most illumined of brokers, this day thou hast brought to our market naught save this gibing baggage to flout at all who are therein, one after other, and fleer at them with flighting verse and idle jest. And he came down from his shop and smote on the face the broker, who took her in angered and carried her away, saying to her, By Allah, never in my life saw I a more shameless wench than thyself. FN number 465. Thou hast cut off my daily bread and thine own this day, and all the merchants will bear me a grudge on thine account. Then they saw on the way a merchant called Shihab al-Din who bid 10 dinars more for her, and the broker asked her leave to sell her to him. Quoth she, Trot him out that I may see him and question him of a certain thing, which if he hath in his house, I will be sold to him, and if not, then not. So the broker left her standing there and going up to Shihab al-Din, said to him, O my lord, know that yonder damsel tells me she hath a mind to ask thee somewhat, which an thou have, she will be sold to thee. Now thou hast heard what she said to thy fellows, the merchants, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 872nd night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the broker said to the merchant, Thou hast heard what this handmaid said to thy fellows, the traders, and by Allah, I fear to bring her to thee, lest she do with thee like as she did with thy neighbours, and so I fall into disgrace with thee. But, an thou bid me bring her to thee, I will bring her. Quoth the merchant, Hither with her to me. Hearing and obeying, answered the broker, and fetched for the purchaser the damsel, who looked at him and said, O my lord, Shihab al-Din, hast thou in thy house round cushions stuffed with ermine strips? Replied Shihab al-Din, Yes, O princess of fair ones, I have at home 60 such cushions, but I conjure thee by Allah, tell me, what wilt thou do with them? Quoth she, I will bear with thee till thou be asleep, when I will lay them on thy mouth and nose and press them down till thou die. Then she turned to the broker and said to him, O thou refuse of brokers, meseemeth thou art mad, in that thou showest me this hour past, first to a pair of grey beards, in each of whom are 2 faults, and then thou profferest me to my lord Shihab al-Din wherein be 3 defects, and thirdly, he is dwarfish, secondly, he hath a nose which is big, and thirdly, he hath a beard which is long. Of him quoth one of the poets, We never heard of wight nor yet espied who amid men 3 gifts hath unified, to wit, a beard 1 cubit long, a snout span long and figure tall a finger wide. And quoth another poet, From the plane of his face springs a minaret like a bezel of ring on his finger set. Did creation enter that vast he knows no created thing would elsewhere be met. When Shihab al-Din heard this, he came down from his shop and seized the broker by the collar, saying, O scurviest of brokers, what aileth thee to bring us a damsel to flout and make mock of us, one after other, with her verses and talk that a curse is? So the broker took her and carried her away from before him and fed, saying, By Allah, all my life long, since I have plied this profession, never set I eyes on the like of thee for unmanliness, nor aught more cursed to me than thy star, for thou hast cut off my livelihood this day, and I have gained no profit by thee save cuffs on the neck, nape, and catching by the collar. Then he brought her to the shop of another merchant, owner of negro slaves and white servants, and stationing her before him, said to her, Wilt thou be sold to this my lord Aladdin? She looked at him, and seeing him hump-backed, said, This is a gobbo, and quoth the poet of him, Drawn in thy shoulders are in spine thrust out, as seeking star which Satan gave the lout. FN number 466. Or, as he tasted at first smack of scourge and looked in marvel for a second bout. And saith another on the same theme. As one of you who mounted mule, a sight for me to ridicule, is he not a farce? Who feels surprise and start and bolt with him the mule. And another on a similar subject. Oft hunchback addeth to his bunchy back faults which gar folk upon his front look black, like branch distort and dried by length of days, with citrons hanging from it loose and slack. With this the broker hurried up to her and, carrying her to another merchant, said to her, Wilt thou be sold to this one? She looked at him and said, In very sooth this man is blue-eyed. FN number 467. How wilt thou sell me to him? Quoth one of the poets. His eyelids sore and bleared, weakness of frame denote. Arise, ye folk, and see within his eyes the mote. Then the broker carried her to another, and she looked at him, and seeing that he had a long beard, said to the broker, Fie upon thee. This is a ram, whose tail hath sprouted from his gullet. Wilt thou sell me to him, O unluckiest of brokers? Hast thou not heard say, all long of beard are little of wits? Indeed, after the measure of the length of the beard is the lack of sense, and this is a well-known thing among men of understanding. As saith one of the poets, Ne'er was a man with beard grown overlong, though be he therefore reverenced and feared, but who the shortness noted in his wits added to longness noted in his beard. And quoth another, FN number 468. I have a friend with a beard which God hath made to grow to a useless length, it is like unto one of the nights of winter long and dark and cold. With this the broker took her and turned away with her, and she asked, Whither goest thou with me? He answered, Back to thy master the Persian. It soiceth me what hath befallen me because of thee this day, for thou hast been the means of spoiling both my trade and his by thine ill manners. Then she looked about the market right and left, front and rear, till, by the decree of the decree, her eyes fell on Ali Nur al-Din the Kane. So she gazed at him and saw him, FN number 469, to be a comely youth of straight slim form and smother face, 14 years old, rare in beauty and loveliness and elegance and amorous grace, like the full moon on the 14th night, with forehead flower white, and cheeks rosy red, neck like alabaster, and teeth and jewels and dews of lips sweeter than sugar, even as saith of him one of his describers. Came to match him in beauty and loveliness rare full moons and gazelles, but quoth I, soft fare, fare softly, gazelles, nor yourselves compare with him, and, O moons, all your pains forbear. And how well saith another bard, slim-waisted levelling, from his hair and brow men way came on in night and light renewed. Blame not the mole that dwelleth on his cheek, I knew humans blue my show's spot negro hued. When the slave girl beheld Nur al-Din, he interposed between her and her wits. She fell in love to him with a great and sudden fall, and her heart was taken with affection for him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 873rd night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the slave girl beheld Nur al-Din, her heart was taken with affection for him. So she turned to the broker and said to him, Will not yonder young merchant, who is sitting among the traders in the gown of striped broadcloth, bid somewhat more for me? The broker replied, "O lady of fair ones, yonder young man is a stranger from Cairo, where his father is chief of the trader guild and surpasseth all the merchants and notables of the place. He is but lately come to this our city and lodgeth with one of his father's friends, but he hath made no bid for thee nor more nor less." When the girl heard the broker's words, she drew from her finger a costly signet ring of ruby and said to the man, "Carry me to yonder youth, and if he buy me, this ring shall be thine, in requital of thy travail with me this day." The broker rejoiced at this and brought her up to Nur al-Din, and she considered him straitly and found him like the full moon, perfect in loveliness and a model of fine stature and symmetric grace, even as saith of him one of his describers, "Waters of beauty o'er his cheeks flow bright, and rain his glances shafts that sorely smite. Choked are his lovers and he deal disdains bitterest draught denying love delight. His forehead and his stature and my love are perfect perfected perfection dight. His raiment folds enfold a lovely neck as crescent moon in collar button tight. His zean twin moles and tears of me a night that nighteth to the nightliest night. His eyebrows and his features and my frame FN number 470. Crescents on crescents are as crescents slight. His pupils pass the wine cup to his friends which, alb sweet, tastes bitter to my sprite, and to my thirsty throat pure drink he dealt from smiling lips. What day we will unite, then is my blood to him, my death to him is right and rightful and most righteous right. The girl gazed at Nur al-Din and said, "O my lord, Allah upon thee, am I not beautiful?" And he replied, "O princess of fair ones, is there in the world a comelier than thou?" She rejoined, "Then why sayest thou all the other merchants bid high for me and art silent nor sayest a word neither addest 1 dinar to my price? 'Twould seem I please thee not, O my lord." Quoth he, "O my lady, were I in my own land, I had bought thee with all that my hand possesseth of monies." And quoth she, "O my lord, I said not, buy me against thy will, yet, didst thou but add somewhat to my price, it would hearten my heart, though thou buy me not. So the merchants may say, were not this girl handsome, yonder merchant of Cairo had not bidden for her, for the Kens are connoisseurs in slave girls." These words abashed Nur al-Din and he blushed and said to the broker, "How high are the biddings for her?" He replied, "Her price hath reached 960 dinars, FN number 471, besides brokerage. As for the Sultan's dues, they fall on the seller." Quoth Nur al-Din, "Let me have her for 1,000 dinars, brokerage and price." And the damsel, hastening to the fore and leaving the broker, said, "I sell myself to this handsome young man for 1,000 dinars." But Nur al-Din held his peace. Quoth one, "We sell to him," and another, "He deserveth her," and a third, "Accursed, son of accursed, is he who biddeth and doth not buy," and a fourth, "By Allah, they befit each other." Then, before Nur al-Din could think, the broker fetched qazis and witnesses, who wrote out a contract of sale and purchase, and the broker handed the paper to Nur al-Din, saying, "Take thy slave girl and Allah bless thee in her, for she beseemeth none but thee and none but thou beseemeth her." And he recited these 2 couplets. Whom fortune sought him in humblest way, FN number 472, and came to him draggle-tailed, all astir, and none is fittest for him but she, and none is fittest but he for her. Hereat Nur al-Din was abashed before the merchants, so he arose without stay or delay and weighed out the 1,000 dinars which he had left as a deposit with his father's friend the druggist, and taking the girl, carried her to the house wherein the sheikh had lodged him. When she entered and saw nothing but ragged patched carpets and worn-out rugs, she said to him, "O my lord, have I no value to thee, and am I not worthy that thou shouldst bear me to thine own house and home wherein are thy goods, that thou bringest me into thy servant's lodging? Why dost thou not carry me to thy father's dwelling?" He replied, "By Allah, O princess of fair ones, this is my house wherein I dwell, but it belongeth to an old man, a druggist of this city, who hath set it apart for me and lodged me therein. I told thee that I was a stranger and that I am of the sons of Cairo city. She rejoined, O my lord, the least of houses ceaseth till thy return to thy native place, but, Allah upon thee, O my lord, go now and fetch us somewhat of roast meat and wine and dried fruit and dessert. Quoth Nur al-Din, By Allah, O princess of fair ones, I had no money with me but the 1,000 dinars I pay down to thy price, nor possess I any other good. The few dirhams I own was spent by me yesterday. Quoth she, Hast thou no friend in the town, of whom thou mayst borrow 50 dirhams and bring them to me, that I may tell thee what thou shalt do therewith? And he said, I have no intimate but the druggist. Then he betook himself forthright to the druggist and said to him, Peace be with thee, O uncle. He returned to Salam and said to him, O my son, what hast thou bought for 1,000 dinars this day? Nur al-Din replied, I have bought a slave girl. And the oldster rejoined, O my son, art thou mad that thou givest 1,000 dinars for one slave girl? But I knew what kind of slave girl she is. Said Nur al-Din, She is a damsel of the children of the Franks. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 874th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nur al-Din said to the ancient druggist, The damsel is of the children of the Franks, and the sheikh said, O my son, the best of the girls of the Franks are to be had in this our town for 100 dinars, and by Allah, O my son, they have cheated thee in the matter of this damsel. However, and thou have taken a fancy to her, lie with her this night and do thy will of her, and tomorrow morning go down with her to the market and sell her, through thou lose by her 200 dinars, and reckon that thou hast lost them by shipwreck or hast been robbed of them on the road. Nur al-Din replied, Right is thy rede, O uncle, but thou knowest that I had but the 1,000 dinars wherewith I purchased the damsel, and now I have not a single dirham left to spend, so I desire of thy favour and bounty that thou lend me 50 dirhams, to provide me withal, till tomorrow, when I will sell her and repay thee out of her price. Said the old man, Willingly, O my son, and counted out to him the 50 dirhams. Then he said to him, O my son, thou art but young in years and the damsel is fair, so belike thy heart will be taken with her and it will be grievous to thee to vend her. Now thou hast nothing to live on, and these 50 dirhams will readily be spent, and thou wilt come to me and I shall lend thee once and twice and thrice, and so on up to 10 times, but, and thou come to me after this, I will not return thy salam. FN number 473, and our friendship with thy father will end ill. Nur al-Din took the 50 dirhams and returned with them to the damsel, who said to him, O my lord, wend thee at once to the market and fetch me 20 dirhams worth of stained silk of 5 colours, and with the other 30 buy meat and bread and fruit and wine and flowers. So he went to the market and purchasing for her all she sought, brought it to her, whereupon she rose and tucking up her sleeves, cooked food after the most skilful fashion, and set it before him. He ate and she ate with him, till they had enough, after which she set on the wine, and she drank and he drank, and she ceased not to ply him with drink and entertain him with discourse, till he became drunken and fell asleep. Thereupon she arose without stay orderly and taking out of her bundle a budget of twy leather, FN number 474, opened it and drew forth a pair of knitting needles, wherewith she fell to work and stinted not till she had made a beautiful zone, which she folded up in a wrapper after cleaning it and ironing it, and laid it under her pillow. Then she doffed her dress till she was mother naked, and lying down beside Nur al-Din shampooed him till he awoke from his heavy sleep. He found by his side a maiden like virgin silver, softer than silk and delicater than a tail of fatted sheep, than standard more conspicuous and goodlier than a red camel, FN number 475, in height 5 feet tall with breasts firm and full, brows like bended bows, eyes like gazelle's eyes and cheeks like blood-red anemones, a slender waist with dimples laced and a navel holding an ounce of the unguent bends on, thighs like bolsters stuffed with ostrich down, and between them what the tongue fails to set forth, and at mention whereof the tears jet forth. Brief it was as it were she to whom the poet alluded in these two couplets. From her hair is night, from her forehead noon, from her side face rose, from her lip wine boon, from her union heaven, her severance hell, pearls from her teeth, from her front full moon. And how excellent is the saying of another bard, FN number 476. A moon she rises, willow on she waves, breathes ambergris and gazeth the gazelle. Meseems that sorrow woos my heart and wins, and when she wends makes haste therein to dwell. Her face is fairer than the stars of wealth, FN number 477, and sheeny brows the crescent moon excel. And quoth a third also, they shine fullest moons, unveil crescent bright, sway tenderest branches and turn wild kine, mid which is a dark-eyed for love of whose charms the sailors FN number 478, would joy to be ground low line. So Nur al-Din turned to her at once, and clasping her to his bosom, sucked first her upper lip and then her underlip, and slid his tongue between the twain into her mouth. Then he rose to her and found her a pearl unthridden and a filly none but he had ridden. So he abated her maidenhead and had of her amorous delight, and there was knitted between them a love bond which might never know breach nor severance. FN number 479, he rained upon her cheeks kisses like the falling of pebbles into water, and struck with stroke upon stroke, like the thrusting of spears in battle brunt. For that Nur al-Din still yearned after clipping of necks and sucking of lips and letting down of dress and pressing of waist and biting of cheek and cavalcading on breast with cane buckings and Yamani wrigglings and Abyssinian sobbings and Hindi pamoisans and Nubian lasciviousness and riffy leg liftings FN number 480, and Damiette moanings and Sadi FN number 481. Hotness and Alexandrian languishment FN number 482, and this damsel united in herself all these virtues, together with excess of beauty and loveliness, and indeed she was even as saith of her the poet. This is she I will never forget till I die nor draw near, but to those who to her draw nigh, a being for semblance like moon at full praise her maker, her modeler glorify. O be so my sin-seeking loveless on Esperance day ne'er repent can I, a couplet reciting which none can know save the youth who in couplets and rhymes shall cry, none weeteth love but who bears its load nor passion, save pleasures and pains hereby. So Nur al-Din lay with the damsel through the night in solace and delight, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 875th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nur al-Din lay with that damsel through the night in solace and delight, the twain garbed in the closely buttoned garments of embrace, safe and secure against the misways of nights and days, and they passed the dark hours after the goodliest fashion, fearing naught, in their joys love fraught, from excess of talk and prate. As saith of them the right excellent poet, FN number 483. Go, visit her thou lovest, and regard not the words detractors utter, envious churls can never favour love. Oh! Sure, the merciful ne'er make a thing more fair to look upon, than two fond lovers in each other's arms, speaking their passion in a mute embrace. When heart has turned to heart, the fools would part them strike idly on cold steel. So when thou'st found one purely, wholly thine, accept her true heart, and live for her alone. Oh! Thou that blamest the love-struck for their love, give all thy talk. How canst thou minister to a mind diseased? When the morning morrowed in sheen and shone, Nur al-Din awoke from deep sleep and found that she had brought water, FN number 484, so they made the ghusl ablution, he and he performed that which behoved him of prayer to his Lord, after which he set before him meat and drink, and he ate and drank. Then the damsel put her hand under her pillow and pulling out the girdle which she had knitted during the night, gave it to Nur al-Din, who asked, whence cometh this girdle? FN number 485, answered she, "O my lord, 'tis the silk thou boughtest yesterday for 20 dirhams. Rise now and go to the Persian bazaar and give it to the broker, to cry for sale, and sell it not for less than 20 gold pieces in ready money." Quoth Nur al-Din, "O princess of fair ones, how can a thing that cost 20 dirhams and will sell for as many dinars be made in a single night?" And quoth she, "O my lord, thou knowest not the value of this thing, but go to the market therewith and give it to the broker, and when he shall cry it, its worth will be made manifest to thee." Herewith he carried the zone to the market and gave it to the broker, bidding him cry it, whilst he himself sat down on a masonry bench before a shop. The broker fared forth and returning after a while said to him, "O my lord, rise, take the price of thy zone, for it hath fetched 20 dinars money down." When Nur al-Din heard this, he marvelled with exceeding marvel and shook with delight. Then he rose, between belief and misbelief, to take the money, and when he had received it, he went forthright and spent it all on silk of various colours, and returning home, gave his purchase to the damsel, saying, "Make this all into girdles and teach me likewise how to make them, that I may work with thee, for never in the length of my life saw I a fairer craft than this craft, nor a more abounding in gain and profit. By Allah, 'tis better than the trade of a merchant 1,000 times." She laughed at his language and said, "O my lord, go to thy friend the druggist and borrow other 30 dirhams of him, and tomorrow repay him from the price of the girdle the 30 together with the 50 already loaned to thee." So he rose and repaired to the druggist and said to him, "O uncle, lend me other 30 dirhams, and tomorrow, Almighty Allah willing, I will repay thee the whole fourscore." The old man weighed him out 30 dirhams, wherewith he went to the market and buying meat and bread, dried fruits, and flowers as before, carried them home to the damsel whose name was Miriam, FN number 486, the girdle girl. She rose forthright and making ready rich meats, set them before her lord Nur al-Din, after which she brought the wine service and they drank and plied each other with drink. When the wine began to play with their wits, his pleasant address and inner grace pleased her, and she recited these 2 couplets. Said I to Slim Waist, who their wine and grace brought in musk-scented bowl and a superfine, "Was it pressed from thy cheek?" He replied, "Nay, nay. When did man from roses e'er press the wine?" And the damsel ceased not to carouse with her lord and ply him with cup and bowl and require him to fill for her and give her to drink of that which sweeteneth the spirits, and whenever he put forth hand to her, she drew back from him, out of coquetry. The wine added to her beauty and loveliness, and Nur al-Din recited these 2 couplets. Slim Waist craved wine from her companion, cried, in meeting of friends when he feared for his fear, "And thou pass not the wine, thou shalt pass the night, banished my bed." And he felt sore fear. They ceased not drinking till drunkenness overpowered Nur al-Din and he slept, whereupon she rose forthright and fell to work upon her zone, as was her wont. When she had wrought it to end, she wrapped it in paper and doffing her clothes, lay down by his side and enjoyed dalliance and delight till morn appeared. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 876th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Miriam the girdle girl, having finished her zone and wrapped it in paper, doffed her dress and lay down by the side of her lord, and then happened to them what happened of dalliance and delight, and he did his devoy like a man. On the morrow, she gave him the girdle and said to him, "Carry this to the market and sell it for 20 dinars, even as thou soldest its fellow yesterday." So he went to the bazaar and sold the girdle for 20 dinars, after which he repaired to the druggist and paid him back the 80 dirhams, thanking him for the bounties and calling down blessings upon him. He asked, "O my son, hast thou sold the damsel?" And Nur al-Din answered, "Wouldst thou have me sell the soul out of my body?" And he told him all that had passed, from commencement to conclusion, whereat the druggist joyed with joy galore, than which could be no more, and said to him, By Allah, O my son, thou gladdenest me. Inshallah, mayst thou ever be in prosperity. Indeed I wish thee well by reason of my affection for thy Atha and the continuance of my friendship with him. Then Nur al-Din left the sheikh, and straightway going to the market, bought meat and fruit and wine and all that he needed according to his custom, and returned therewith to Miriam. They abode thus a whole year in eating and drinking and mirth and merriment and love and good comradeship, and every night she made a zone, and he sold it on the morrow for 20 dinars, wherewith he bought their needs and gave the rest to her, to keep against a time of necessity. After the 12th month she said to him one day, O my lord, whenas thou sellest the girdle tomorrow, buy for me with its price silk of 6 colours, because I am minded to make thee a kerchief to wear on thy shoulders, such as never son of merchant, no, nor king's son, ever rejoiced in its like. So next day he fared forth to the bazaar, and after selling the zone brought her the dyed silks she sought, and Miriam the girdle girl wrought at the kerchief a whole week, for, every night, when she had made an end of the zone, she would work a while at the kerchief till it was finished. Then she gave it to Nur al-Din, who put it on his shoulders and went out to walk in the marketplace, whilst all the merchants and folk and notables of the town crowded about him, to gaze on his beauty and that of the kerchief, which was of the most beautiful. Now it chanced that one night, after this, he awoke from sleep and found Miriam weeping passing sore and reciting these couplets. Nears my parting fro my love, nigh draws the severance day, are well away for parting, and again are well away. And in twice torn my heart, and opine I'm doomed to bear for the nights that erst witnessed our pleasurable play. No help for it but envy that win of us is pie with evil eye, and win to us is lamentable way. For naught to us is sorer than the jealousy of men and the backbiter's ear that with calumny affray. He said, O my lady Miriam, FN number 487, what aileth thee to weep? And she replied, I weep for the anguish of parting, for my heart presseth me thereof. Quoth he, O lady of fair ones, and who shall interpose between us, seeing that I love thee above all creatures and tender thee the most? And quoth she, and I love thee twice as well as thou me, but fair opinion of the fortune still garreth folk fall into affliction, and right well saith the poet, FN number 488. Think'st thou thyself all prosperous, in days which prosperous be, nor fearest thou impending ill, which comes by heaven's decree? We see the orbs of heaven above, how numberless they are, but sun and moon alone eclipsed, and ne'er a less is star. And many a tree on earth we see, some bare, some leafy green, of them, not one is hurt with stone save that has fruitful been. Seest not th refluent ocean, their carrion on its tide, while pearls beneath its wavy flow, fixed in the deep, abide? Presently she added, O my lord Nur al-Din, and thou desire to non-suit separation, be on thy guard against a swart-visaged oldster, blind of the right eye and lame of the left leg, for he it is who will be the cause of our severance. I saw him enter the city, and I opine that he is come hither in quest of me. Replied Nur al-Din, O lady of fair ones, if my eyes light on him, I will slay him and make an example of him. Rejoined she, O my lord, slay him not, but talk not nor trade with him, neither buy nor sell with him, nor sit nor walk with him, nor speak one word to him, no, not even the answer prescribed by law, FN number 489, and I pray Allah to preserve us from his craft and his mischief. Next morning, Nur al-Din took his own and carried it to the market, where he sat down on a shop bench and talked with the sons of the merchants, till the drowsiness preceding slumber overcame him, and he lay down on the bench and fell asleep. Presently, behold, up came the Frank whom the damsel had described to him, in company with 7 others, and seeing Nur al-Din lying asleep on the bench, with his head wrapped in the kerchief which Miriam had made for him and the edge thereof in his grasp, sat down by him and hent the end of the kerchief in hand and examined it, turning it over for some time. Nur al-Din sensed that there was something and awoke. Then, seeing the very man of whom Miriam had warned him sitting by his side, cried out at him with a great cry which startled him. Quoth the Frank, "What aileth thee to cry out thus at us? Have we taken from thee aught?" And quoth Nur al-Din, "By Allah, O accursed, hadst thou taken aught from me, I would carry thee before the chief of police." Then said the Frank, "O Muslim, I conjure thee by thy faith and by that wherein thou believest, inform me whence thou hadst this kerchief." And Nur al-Din replied, "'Tis the handiwork of my lady mother." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 877th night, she pursued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Frank asked Nur al-Din anent the maker of the kerchief, he answered, saying, In very sooth this kerchief is the handiwork of my mother, who made it for me with her own hand." Quoth the Frank, "Wilt thou sell it to me and take ready money for it?" And quoth Nur al-Din, "By Allah, I will not sell it to thee or to any else, for she made none other than it. Sell it to me and I will give thee to its price this very moment 500 dinars, money down, and let her who made it make thee another and a finer. I will not sell it at all, for there is not the like of it in this city. O my lord, wilt thou sell it for 600 ducats of fine gold?" And the Frank went on to add to his offer 100 by 100, till he bid 900 dinars, but Nur al-Din said, "Allah will open to me otherwise than by my vending it. I will never sell it, not for 2,000 dinars nor more than that, no, never." The Frank ceased not to tempt him with money, till he bid him 1,000 dinars, and the merchants present said, "We sell thee the kerchief at that price, FN number 490, pay down the money." Quoth Nur al-Din, "I will not sell it, I swear by Allah." FN number 491, but one of the merchants said to him, "Know thou, O my son, that the value of this kerchief is 100 dinars at most, and that to an eager purchaser, and if this Frank pay thee down 1,000 for it, thy profit will be 900 dinars, and what gain canst thou desire greater than this gain? Wherefore 'tis my rede that thou sell him this kerchief at that price and bid her who wrought it make the other finer than it, so shalt thou profit 900 dinars by this accursed Frank, the enemy of Allah and of the faith." Nur al-Din was abashed at the merchants and sold the kerchief to the Frank, who, in their presence, paid him down 1,000 dinars, with which he would have returned to his handmaid to congratulate her on what had passed, but the stranger said, "Hark, O company of merchants, stop, my lord Nur al-Din, for you and he are my guests this night. I have a jar of old Greek wine and a fat lamb, fresh fruit, flowers and confections, wherefore do ye all cheer me with your company tonight and not one of you tarry behind." So the merchants said, "O my lord Nur al-Din, we desire that thou be with us on the like of this night, so we may talk together, we and thou, and we pray thee, of thy favour and bounty, to bear us company, so we and thou may be the guests of this Frank, for he is a liberal man." And they conjured him by the oath of divorce FN number 492, and hindered him by main force from going home. Then they rose forthright and shutting up their shops, took Nur al-Din and fared with the Frank, who brought them to a goodly and spacious saloon, wherein were 2 daises. Here he made them sit and set before them a scarlet tray cloth of goodly workmanship and unique handiwork, wroughten in gold with figures of breaker and broken, lover and beloved, asker and asked, whereon he ranged precious vessels of porcelain and crystal, full of the costliest confections, fruits and flowers, and brought them a flagon of old Greek wine. Then he bade slaughter a fat lamb and kindling fire, proceeded to roast of its flesh and feed the merchants therewith and give them draughts of that wine, winking at them the while to ply Nur al-Din with drink. Accordingly they ceased not plying him with wine till he became drunken and took leave of his wits. So when the Frank saw that he was drowned in liquor, he said to him, "O my lord Nur al-Din, thou gladdenest us with thy company tonight, welcome, and again welcome to thee." Then he engaged him a while in talk, till he could draw near to him, when he said, with dissembling speech, O my lord, Nur al-Din, wilt thou sell me thy slave girl, whom thou boughtest in presence of these merchants a year ago for 1,000 dinars? I will give thee at this moment 5,000 gold pieces for her, and thou wilt thus make 4,000 ducats profit. Nur al-Din refused, but the Frank ceased not to ply him with meat and drink and lure him with lucre, still adding to his offers, till he bid him 10,000 dinars for her, whereupon Nur al-Din, in his drunkenness, said before the merchants, I sell her to thee for 10,000 dinars, hand over the money. At this the Frank rejoiced with joy exceeding and took the merchants to witness the sale. They passed the night in eating and drinking, mirth and merriment, till the morning, when the Frank cried out to his pages, saying, Bring me the money. So they brought it to him, and he counted out 10,000 dinars to Nur al-Din, saying, O my lord, take the price of thy slave girl, whom thou soldest to me last night, in the presence of these Muslim merchants. Replied Nur al-Din, O accursed, I sold thee nothing, and thou list anent me, for I have no slave girls. Quoth the Frank, In very sooth thou didst sell her to me, and these merchants were witnesses to the bargain. Thereupon all said, Yes, indeed. Thou soldest him thy slave girl before us for 10,000 dinars, O Nur al-Din, and we will all bear witness against thee of the sale. Come, take the money and deliver him the girl, and Allah will give thee a better than she in her stead. Doth it irk thee, O Nur al-Din, that thou boughtest the girl for 1,000 dinars, and hast enjoyed for a year and a half her beauty and loveliness, and taken thy fill of her converse and her favours? Furthermore thou hast gained some 10,000 golden dinars by the sale of the zones which she made thee every day, and thou soldest for 20 sequins. And after all this thou hast sold her again at a profit of 9,000 dinars over and above her original price. And withal thou deniest the sale, and belittlest and makest difficulties about the profit. What gain is greater than this gain, and what profit wouldest thou have profitabler than this profit? And thou love her, thou hast had thy fill of her all this time, so take the money and buy thee another handsomer than she, at a dowry of less than half this price, and the rest of the money will remain in thy hand as capital. And the merchants ceased not to ply him with persuasion and special arguments till he took the 10,000 dinars, the price of the damsel, and the Frank straightway fetched qazis and witnesses, who drew up the contract of sale by Nur al-Din of the handmaid hight Miriam the girdle girl. Such was his case, but as regards the damsels, she sat awaiting her lord from morning till sundown, and from sundown till the noon of night, and when he returned not, she was troubled and wept with sore weeping. The old druggist heard her sobbing and sent his wife, who went in to her, and finding her in tears, said to her, O my lady, what aileth her? And finding her in tears, said to her, O my lady, what aileth thee to weep? Said she, O my mother, I have sat waiting the return of my lord, Nur al-Din, all day, but he cometh not, and I fear lest some one have played a trick on him, to make him sell me, and he have fallen into the snare and sold me. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 878th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Miriam the girdle girl said to the druggist's wife, I am fearful lest some one have been playing a trick on my lord to make him sell me, and he have fallen into the snare and sold me. Said the other, O my lady Miriam, were they to give thy lord this haul full of gold as thy price, yet would he not sell thee, for what I know of his love to thee. But, O my lady, belike the be a company come from his parents at Cairo, and he hath made them an entertainment in a lodging where they alighted, being ashamed to bring them hither, for that the place is not spacious enough for them, or because their condition is less than that he should bring them to his own house, or belike he preferred to conceal thine affair from them, so pass the night with them, and Inshallah, tomorrow he will come to thee safe and sound. So burden not thy soul with cark and care, O my lady, for of a certainty this is the cause of his absence from thee last night, and I will abide with thee this coming night and comfort thee. until thy lord return to thee. So the druggist's wife abode with her and cheered her with talk throughout the dark hours, and, when it was morning, Miriam saw her lord enter the street followed by the frank and Amidelmost, a company of merchants, at which sight her side muscles quivered and her colour changed, and she fell a-shaking, as ship shaketh in mid-ocean for the violence of the gale. When the druggist's wife saw this, she said to her, O my lady Miriam, what aileth thee that I see thy case changed and thy face grown pale and showed disfeatured? Replied she, By Allah, O my lady, my heart forebodeth me of parting and severance of union. And she bemoaned herself with the saddest sighs, reciting these couplets, FN number 493. Incline not to parting, I pray, for bitter its savour is aye. E'en the sun at his setting turns pale to think he must part from the day, and so, at his rising, for joy of reunion, he's radiant and gay. Then Miriam wept passing sore wherewith a nought could be more, making sure of separation, and cried to the druggist's wife, O my mother, said I not to thee that my lord Nur al-Din had been tricked into selling me? I doubt not that he hath sold me this night to yonder Frank, albeit I bade him beware of him, but deliberation availeth not against destiny. So the truth of my words is made manifest to thee. Whilst they were talking, behold, in came Nur al-Din, and the damsel looked at him and saw that his colour was changed and that he trembled, and there appeared on his face signs of grief and repentance. So she said to him, O my lord Nur al-Din, meseemeth thou hast sold me. Whereupon he wept with sore weeping and groaned and lamented and recited these couplets, FN number 494. Whene'er the Lord gainst any man, would fulminate some harsh degree, and he be wise, and skilled to hear, and used to see, he stops his ears, and blinds his heart, and from his brain ill judgment tears, and makes it bald as 'twere a scalp, reft of its hairs, FN number 495. Until the time when the whole man be pierced by this divine command, then he restores him intellect to understand. Then Nur al-Din began to excuse himself to his handmaid, saying, By Allah, O my lady Miriam, verily runneth the reed with whatso Allah hath decreed. The folk put a cheat on me to make me sell thee, and I fell into the snare and sold thee. Indeed, I have sorely failed of my duty to thee. But haply he who decreed our disunion will vouchsafe us reunion. Quoth she, I warned thee against this, for this it was I dreaded. Then she strained him to her bosom and kissed him between the eyes, reciting these couplets. Now, by your love I'll ne'er forget, though lost my life for stress of pine and fret, I weep and wail through livelong day and night as moans the dove on sandhill tree beset. O fairest friends, your absence spoils my life, nor find I meeting place as erst we met. At this juncture, behold, the Frank came into them and went up to Miriam, to kiss her hands, but she dealt him a buffet with her palm on the cheek, saying, Avaunt, O accursed! Thou hast followed after me without surcease, till thou hast cozened my lord into selling me. But O accursed, all shall yet be well, Inshallah. The Frank laughed at her speech and wondered at her deed and excused himself to her, saying, O my lady Miriam, what is my offence? Thy lord Nur al-Din here sold thee of his full consent and of his own free will. Had he loved thee, by the right of the Messiah, he had not transgressed against thee. And had he not fulfilled his desire of thee, he had not sold thee. Quoth one of the poets, whom I irk let him fly through me fast and faster. If I name his name I am no director. Nor the wide world is to me so narrow that I act expector to this rejecter. FN number 496. Now this handmaid was the daughter of the King of France, the which is a wide and spacious city, FN number 497, abounding in manufactures and rarities and trees and flowers and other growths, and resembleth the city of Constantinople, and for her going forth of her father's city there was a wondrous cause, and thereby hanged the marvellous tale which we will set out in due order, to divert and delight the hearer. FN number 498. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 879th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the cause of Miriam the girdle girl leaving her father and mother was a wondrous and thereby handed the marvellous tale. She was reared with her father and mother in honour and indulgence, and learnt rhetoric and penmanship and arithmetic and cavalarice and all manner crafts, such as broidery and sewing and weaving and girdle making and silk cord making and damascening, gold on silver and silver on gold, brief all the arts both of men and women, till she became the union pearl of her time and the unique gem of her age and day. Moreover, Allah, to whom belong might and majesty, had endowed her with such beauty and loveliness and elegance and perfection of grace that she excelled therein all the folk of her time, and the kings of the isles sought her in marriage of her sire, but he refused to give her to wife to any of her suitors, for that he loved her with passing love and could not bear to be parted from her a single hour. Moreover, he had no other daughter than herself, albeit he had many sons, but she was dearer to him than all of them. It fortuned one year that she fell sick of an exceeding sickness and came nigh upon death, wherefore she made a vow that, if she recovered from her malady, she would make the pilgrimage to a certain monastery, situate in such an island, which was high in repute among the Franks, who used to make vows to it and look for a blessing therefrom. When Miriam recovered from her sickness, she wished to accomplish her vow and entered the monastery, and her sire dispatched her to the convent in a little ship, with sundry daughters of the city notables to wait upon her and patrician knights to protect them all. As they drew near the island, there came out upon them a ship of the ships of the Muslims, champions of the faith, warring in Allah's way, who boarded the vessel and making prize of all therein, knights and maidens, gifts and monies, sold their booty in the city of Kairouan. FN number 499. Miriam herself fell into the hands of a Persian merchant, who was born impotent. FN number 500, and for whom no woman had ever discovered her nakedness, so he set her to serve him. Presently, he fell ill and sickened well nigh unto death, and the sickness abode with him 2 months, during which she tended him after the goodliest fashion, till Allah made him whole of his malady, when he recalled her tenderness and loving kindness to him and the persistent zeal with which she had nursed him, and being minded to requite her the good offices she had done him, said to her, Ask a boon of me. She said, O my lord, I ask of thee that thou sell me not but to the man of my choice. He answered, So be it. I guarantee thee. By Allah, O Miriam, I will not sell thee but to him of whom thou shalt approve, and I put thy sale in thine own hand. And she rejoiced herein with joy exceeding. Now the Persian had expounded to her al-Islam, and she became a Muslimah and learnt of him the rules of worship. Furthermore, during that period the Persian had taught her the tenets of the faith and the observances incumbent upon her. He had made her learn the Quran by heart and master somewhat of the theological sciences and the traditions of the Prophet, after which he brought her to Alexandria city and sold her to Nur al-Din, as we have before set out. Meanwhile, when her father, the king of the Franks, heard what had befallen his daughter and her company, he saw doomsday break and sent after her ships full of knights and champions, horsemen and footsmen, but they fell not in any trace of her whom they sought in the islands. FN number 501, of the Muslims. So all returned to him, crying out and saying, Well away! And ruin! And well worth a day! The king grieved for her with exceeding grief and sent after her that one-eyed lamiter, blind of the left, FN number 502, for that he was his chief wazir, a stubborn tyrant and a froward devil. FN number 503, full of craft and guile, bidding him make search for her in all the lands of the Muslims and buy her, though with a shipload of gold. So the accursed sought her, in all the islands of the Arabs and all the cities of the Muslims, but found no sign of her till he came to Alexandria city, where he made quest for her and presently discovered that she was with Nur al-Din Ali the Kain, being directed to the trace of her by the kerchief aforesaid. for that none could have wrought it in such goodly guise but she. Then he bribed the merchants to help him in getting her from Nur al-Din and beguiled her lord into selling her, as hath been already related. When he had her in his possession, she ceased not to weep and wail, so he said to her, O my lady Miriam, put away from thee this mourning and grieving and return with me to the city of thy sire, the seat of thy kingship and the place of thy power and thy home, so thou mayst be among thy servants and attendants and be quit of this abasement and this strangerhood. Enough hath betided me of travail, of travel and of dispersing monies on thine account, for thy further bade me buy thee back, though with a shipload of gold, and now I have spent nigh a year and a half in seeking thee. And he fell to kissing her hands and feet and humbling himself to her, but the more he kissed and grovelled she only redoubled in wrath against him, and said to him, O accursed, may Almighty Allah not vouchsafe thee to win thy wish. Presently his pages brought her a chamel with gold embroidered housings, and mounting her thereon, raised over her head a silken canopy, with staves of gold and silver, and the Franks walked round about her, till they brought her forth the city by the sea gate, FN number 504, where they took boat with her and rowing out to a great ship in harbour embarked therein. Then the monocular wazir cried out to the sailors, saying, Up with the mast. So they set it up forthright, and spreading the newly bent sails and the colours manned the sweeps and put out to sea. Meanwhile Miriam continued to gaze upon Alexandria, till it disappeared from her eyes, when she fell a weeping in her privacy with sore weeping. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 880th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the wazir of the Frankish king put out to sea in the ship bearing Miriam the girdle girl, she gazed Alexandria wards till the city was hidden from her sight, when she wailed and wept copious tears and recited these couplets. O dwelling of my friends, say, is there no return usage? But what can I of matters Allah made? Still fair the ships of severance, sailing hastily, and in my wounded eyelids tear have ta'en their stead, for parting from a friend who is my wish and will heal every ill and every pain and pang allayed. Be thou, O Allah, substitute of me for him such charge some day the care of thee shall not evade. Then she could not refrain from weeping and wailing. So the patrician FN number 505, knights came up to her and would have comforted her, but she heeded not their consoling words, being distracted by the claims of passion and love-longing. And she shed tears and moaned and complained and recited these couplets. The tongue of love within my vitals speaketh, saying, This love a boon of love I seeketh, and burn my liver hottest coals of passion, and parting on my heart sore suffering wreaketh. How shall I face this fiery love concealing, when fro my wounded lids the tear I leaketh? In this plight Miriam abode during all the voyage. No peace was left her at all, nor would patience come at her call. Such was her case in company with the wazir, the monocular, the lametta, but as regards Nur al-Din the Kane, when the ship had sailed with Miriam, the world was straitened upon him, and he had neither peace nor patience. He returned to the lodging where they twain had dwelt, and its aspect was black and gloomy in his sight. Then he saw the métier wherewith she had been wont to make the zones and her dress that had been upon her beauteous body, so he pressed them to his breast, whilst the tears gushed from his eyes, and he recited these couplets. Say me, will union after parting ere return to be after long-lasting torments, after hopeless misery? Alas! Alas! What wont to be shall never more return, but grant me still return of dearest her these e'en may see. I wonder me, will Aladdin our parted lives unite, and will my dear one's plighted troth preserve with constancy? Naught am I save the prey of death, since parting parted us, and will my friends consent that I am a weird so deadly dream? Alas my sorrow! Sorrowing the lover scant avails, indeed I melt away in grief and passion's ecstasy. Past is the time of my delight when were we two conjoined. Would heaven I wot if destiny mine esperance will degree. Redouble then, O heart, by pains and, O mine eyes, o'erflow with tears till not a tear remain within thee e'en of me? Again alas for loved ones lost and loss of patience seek. For helpers fail me and my griefs are grown beyond degree. The Lord of threefold worlds I pray he deign to me return my lover and we meet as wont in joy in a jubilee. Then Nur al-Din wept with weeping galore than which naught could be more, and peering into every corner of the room, recited these two couplets. I view their traces and with pain I pine, and by their sometime home I weep and yearn, and him I pray who parting deign decree some day he deign vouchsafe me their return. Then Nur al-Din sprang to his feet and locking the door of the house, fared forth running at speed, to the seashore whence he fixed his eyes on the place of the ship which had carried off his Miriam, whilst sighs burst from his breast and tears from his lids as he recited these couplets. Peace be with you, sans you naught compensateth me the near, the far, two cases only here I see, I yearn for you at every hour and tide as yearns for water place wayfarer plodding wearily. With you abide my hearing, heart and eyesight and, sweeter than a honeycomb, your memory? Then, O my grief when fed afar your retinue and bore that ship away my sole expectancy. And Nur al-Din wept and wailed, bemoaned himself and complained, crying out and saying, O Miriam! O Miriam! Was it but a vision of thee I saw in sleep or in the illusions of dreams? And by reason of that which grew on him of regrets, he recited these couplets, FN number 506. Mazed with thy love no more I can feign patience, this heart of mine has held none dear but thee. And if mine eye hath gazed on other's beauty, ne'er be it joyed again with sight of thee. I've sworn an oath I'll ne'er forget to love thee, and sad's this breast that binds to meet with thee. Thou'st made me drink love cup full of passion, blessed time, when I may give the draught to thee. Take with thee this my form where'er thou goest, and when thou right dead let me be laid near thee. Call on me in my tomb, my bones shall answer and sigh responses to a call from thee. If it were asked, what wouldest thou heaven should order? His will, I answer, first, and then what pleases thee. As Nur al-Din was in this case, weeping and crying out, O Miriam! O Miriam! Behold, an old man landed from a vessel and coming up to him, saw him shedding tears and heard him reciting these verses. O Miriam of beauty FN number 507, return, for these e'en are as densest clouds railing drops in line, ask amid mankind and my railers shall say that mine eyelids are drowning these eyeballs of mine. Said the old man, O my son, meseems thou weepest for the damsel who sailed yesterday with the Frank? When Nur al-Din heard these words of the sheikh he fell down in a swoon and lay for a long while without life, then, coming to himself, he wept with sore weeping and improvised these couplets. Shall we e'er be unite after severance tide and return in the perfectest cheer to bide? In my heart indeed is a low of love and I'm pained by the spies whom I pain deride. My days I pass in amaze distraught, and her image a nights I would see by side. By Allah, no hour brings me solace of love, and how can it when make-baits vex me and chide? A soft-sided damsel of slenderest waist her arrows of ear on my heart hath plied. Her form is like ban FN number 508 tree branch and doth shame her charms the sun who his face most hide. Did I not fear God, be he glorified, my fair be glorified. Had I cried. The old man looked at him and noting his beauty and grace and symmetry and the fluency of his tongue and seductiveness of his charms, had ruth on him and his heart mourned for his case. Now the sheikh was the captain of a ship, bound to the damsel's city, and in this ship were 100 Muslim merchants, men of the saving faith, so he said to Nur al-Din, have patience and all will yet be well, I will bring thee to her and it be the will of Allah. Extolled and exalted be he. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 881st night, she pursued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the old skipper said to Nur al-Din, I will bring thee to her, inshallah. The youth asked, when shall we set out? And the other said, come but 3 days more and we will depart in peace and prosperity. Nur al-Din rejoiced at the captain's words with joy exceeding and thanked him for his bounty and benevolence. Then he recalled the days of loveless year and union with his slave girl without peer, and he shed bitter tears and recited these couplets. Say, will to me and you the ruthful union show, my lords? Shall e'er I win the wish of me or no? A visit boon by you will shifty time vouchsafe, and seize your image eyelids which so hungry grow. With you union to be sold, I fain would buy, but I see such grace doth all my means outgo. Then Nur al-Din went forthright to the market and bought what he needed of viaticum and other necessaries for the voyage and returned to the Reis, who said to him, O my son, what is that thou hast with thee? Said he, my provisions and all whereof I have need for the voyage. Thereupon quoth the old man, laughing, O my son, art thou going a-pleasuring to Pompey's pillar? FN number 509. Verily, between thee and that thou seekest is 2 months' journey, and the wind be fair and the weather favourable. Then he took of him somewhat of money, and going to the bazaar, bought him a sufficiency of all that he needed for the voyage and filled him a large earthen jar FN number 510, with fresh water. Nur al-Din abode in the ship 3 days until the merchants had made an end of their precautions and preparations and embarked, when they set sail and putting out to sea, fared on 51 days. After this, there came out upon them corsairs, FN number 511, pirates who sacked the ship and taking Nur al-Din and all therein prisoners, carried them to the city of France and paraded them before the king, who bade cast them into jail, Nur al-Din amongst the number. As they were being led to prison, the galleon FN number 512 arrived with the Princess Miriam and the one-eyed Wazir, and when it made the harbour, the Laymitar landed and going up to the king gave him the glad news of his daughter's safe return, whereupon they beat the kettle drums for good tidings and decorated the city after the goodliest fashion. Then the king took horse, with all his guards and lords and notables, and rode down to the sea to meet her. The moment the ship cast anchor she came ashore, and the king saluted her and embraced her, and mounting her on a blood steed, bore her to the palace, where her mother received her with open arms, and asked her of her case and whether she was a maid as before or whether she had become the woman carnally known by man. FN number 513, she replied, O my mother, how should a girl, who hath been sold from merchant to merchant in the land of Muslims, a slave commanded, abide virgin? The merchant who bought me threatened me with the bastinado and violenced me and took my maidenhead, after which he sold me to another and he again to a third. When the queen heard these her words, the light in her eyes became night, and she repeated her confession to the king, who was chagrined thereat, and his affair was grievous to him. So he expounded her case to his grandees and patricians FN number 514, who said to him, O king, she hath been defiled by the Muslims, and naught will purify her save the striking off of 100 Mohammedan heads. Whereupon the king sent for the true believers he had imprisoned, and they decapitated them, one after another, beginning with the captain, till none was left save Nur al-Din. They tear off a strip of his skirt, and binding his eyes therewith, led him to the rug of blood and were about to smite his neck, when behold, an ancient dame came up to the king at that very moment and said, O my lord, thou didst vow to bestow upon each and every church 5 Muslim captives, to hold us in the service thereof, so Allah would restore thee thy daughter the Princess Miriam, and now she is restored to thee, so do thou fulfill thy vow. The king replied, O my mother, by the virtue of the Messiah and the veritable faith, there remaineth to me of the prisoners but this one captive, whom they are about to put to death, so take him with thee to help in the service of the church, till there come to me more prisoners of the Muslims, when I will send thee other 4. Hast thou come earlier, before they hewed off the heads of these, I had given thee as many as thou wouldest have. The old woman thanked the king for his boon and wished him continuance of life, glory and prosperity. Then, without loss of time, she went up to Nur al-Din, whom she raised from the rug of blood, and, looking narrowly at him, saw a comely youth and a dainty, with a delicate skin and a face like the moon at her full, whereupon she carried him to the church and said to him, O my son, doff these clothes which are upon thee, for they are fit only for the service of the Sultan. FN number 515. So saying, the ancient dame brought him a gown and hood of black wool and a broad girdle, FN number 516, in which she clad and cowled him, and, after binding on his belt, bade him do the service of the church. Accordingly, he served the church 7 days, at the end of which time behold, the old woman came up to him and said, O Muslim, don thy silken dress and take these 10 dirhams and go out forthright and divert thyself abroad this day, and tarry not here a single moment, lest thou lose thy life. Quoth he, what is to do, O my mother? And quoth she, know, O my son, that the king's daughter, the Princess Miriam, the girdle girl, hath the mind to visit the church this day, to seek a blessing by pilgrimage and to make oblation thereto. Adducer FN number 517, of thank offering for her deliverance from the land of the Muslims and in fulfillment of the vows she vowed to the Messiah, so he would save her. With her are 400 damsels, not one of whom but is perfect in beauty and loveliness, and all of them are daughters of wazirs and emirs and grandees. They will be here during this very hour, and if their eyes fall on thee in this church, they will hew thee in pieces with swords. Thereupon Nur al-Din took the 10 dirhams from the ancient dame, and donning his own dress, went out to the bazaar and walked about the city and took his pleasure therein, till he knew its highways and gates, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 882nd night, she resumed, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nur al-Din, after donning his own dress and taking the 10 dirhams from the ancient dame, fared forth to the market streets and wandered about a while till he knew every quarter of the city, after which he returned to the church FN number 518, and saw the Princess Miriam, the girdle girl, daughter of the King of France, come up to the fane, attended by 400 damsels, high-bosomed maids like moons, amongst whom was the daughter of the one-eyed wazir and those of the emirs and lords of the realm, and she walked in their midst as she were moon among stars. When his eyes fell upon her, Nur al-Din could not contain himself, but cried out from the core of his heart, O Miriam! O Miriam! When the damsels heard his outcry, they ran at him with swords shining bright like flashes of levin light and would have slain him forthright. But the princess turned and looking on him, knew him with fullest knowledge, and said to her maidens, leave this youth, doubtless he is mad, for the signs of madness be manifest on his face. When Nur al-Din heard this, he uncovered his head and rolled his eyes and made signs with his hands and twisted his legs, foaming the while at the mouth. Quoth the princess, said I not that the poor youth was mad? Bring him to me and stand off from him, that I may hear what he saith, for I know the speech of the Arabs and will look into his case and see if his madness admit of cure or not. So they laid hold of him and brought him to her, after which they withdrew to a distance, and she said to him, hast thou come hither on my account and ventured thy life for my sake and feignest thyself mad? He replied, O my lady, hast thou not heard the saying of the poet? FN number 519. Quoth they, thou right surely raving mad for her thou lovest, and I, there is no pleasantness in life but for the mad. Reply, compare my madness with herself for whom I rave, if she accord therewith, then blame me not for that which I abide. Miriam replied, by Allah, O Nur al-Din, indeed thou hast sinned against thyself, for I warned thee of this before it befell thee. Yet wouldst thou not hearken to me, but followest thine own lust, albeit that whereof I gave thee to know I learnt not by means of inspiration nor physiognomy FN number 520, nor dreams, but by eyewitness and very sight, for I saw the one-eyed wazir and knew that he was not come to Alexandria but in quest of me. Said he, O my lady Miriam, we seek refuge with Allah from the error of the intelligent. FN number 521. Then his affliction redoubled on him, and he recited this saying, FN number 522. Pass all my fault, for 'tis the wise man's wont of others' sins to take no harsh account, and as all crimes have made my breast their sight, so thine all shapes of mercy should unite. Who from above would mercy seek to know, should first be merciful to those below. Then Nur al-Din and Princess Miriam ceased not from lovers' chiding, which to trace would be tedious, relating each to other that which had befallen them, and reciting verses and making moan, one to other, of the violence of passion and the pangs of pine and desire, whilst the tears ran down their cheeks like rivers, till there was left them no strength to say a word, and so they continued till day departed and night darkened. Now the princess was clad in a green dress, purfled with red gold and broidered with pearls and gems, which enhanced her beauty and loveliness and inner grace, and right well quoth the poet of her, FN number 523. Like the full moon she shineth in garments all of green, with loosened vest and collars and flowing hair beseen. What is thy name? I asked her, and she replied, I'm she who roasts the hearts of lovers on coals of Levantine. I am the pure white silver, and the gold wherewith the bondsman from strait prison and released been. Quoth I, I'm all with rigours consumed, but on a rock, said she, such as my heart is, thy plaints are wasted clean. Even if thy heart, I answered, be rock in very deed, yet hath God caused fair water well from the rock, I ween. And when night darkened on them, the lady Miriam went up to her women and asked them, have ye locked the door? And they answered, indeed ye have locked it. So she took them and went with them to a place called the Chapel of the Lady Mary the Virgin, Mother of Light, because the Nazarenes hold that there are her heart and soul. The girls betook themselves to prayer for blessings from above and circuited all the church, and when they had made an end of their visitation, the princess turned to them and said, I desire to pass the night alone in the Virgin's chapel and seek a blessing thereof, for that yearning after it hath betided me, by reason of my long absence in the land of the Muslims. And as for you, when ye have made an end of your visitation, do ye sleep whereso ye will. Replied they, with love and goodly gree, be it as thou wilt, and leaving her alone in the chapel, dispersed about the church and slept. The lady Miriam waited till they were out of sight and hearing, then went in search of Nur al-Din, whom she found sitting in a corner on live coals, awaiting her. He rose and kissed her hands and feet, and she sat down and seated him by her side. Then she pulled off all that was upon her of raiment and ornaments and fine linen, and taking Nur al-Din in her arms strained him to her bosom. And they ceased not, she and he, from kissing and clipping and strumming to the tune of Hocus Pocus, FN number 524, saying the while, how short are the nights of union and the nights of disunion, how long are they? And reciting these verses. O night of union, time's virginal prized, white star of the nights with auroral dyes, thou garest dawn afternoon to rise, say art thou coal in morning's eyes, or wast thou slumber to bleed eye leaf? O night of parting, how long thy stay, whose latest hours I the first portray, this endless circle that now ways may show breach till the coming of judgment day, day when dies the lover of parting grief. FN number 525. As they were in this mighty delight and joy engrossing, they heard one of the servants of the saint, FN number 526, smite the gong, FN number 527, upon the roof, to call the folk to the rites of their worship, and he was even as saith the poet. I saw him strike the gong and asked of him straightway, who made the phone, FN number 528, at striking going so knowing, and to my soul, what smiting irketh thee the more, striking the gong or striking note of going? FN number 529, say. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 883rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nur al-Din and Miriam the girdle girl rose forthwith and donned her clothes and ornaments, but this was grievous to Nur al-Din, and his gladness was troubled. The tears streamed from his eyes and he recited these couplets. I ceased not to kiss that cheek with budding roses dight and eyes downcast and bit the same with most emphatic bite, until we were in Gloria FN number 530, and lay him down the spy and sank his eyes within his brain declining further sight, and struck the gongs as they that had the charge of them were like muezzin crying duty prayers in Allah's book indite. Then rose she upright hastily and donned the dress she doffed sore fearing lest a shooting star FN number 531, upon our heads alight, and cried, O wish and will of me, O end of all my hopes! Behold the morning comes to us in brightest whitest light. I swear if but one day of rule were given to my life and I were made an emperor of majesty and might, adown I'd break the buttresses of churches one and all and by their slaughter rid the earth of every shaveling wight. Then the Lady Miriam pressed him to her bosom and kissed his cheek and asked him, O Nur al-Din, how long hast thou been in this town? 7 days. Hast thou walked about in it, and dost thou know its ways and issues and its sea gates and land gates? Yes. Knowest thou the way to the offertory chest FN number 532, of the church? Yes. Since thou knowest all this, as soon as the first third FN number 533, of the coming night is over, go to the offertory chest and take thence what thou wishest and willest. Then open the door that giveth upon the tunnel FN number 534, leading to the sea, and go down to the harbour, where thou wilt find a little ship and 10 men therein, and when the Reis shall see thee, he will put out his hand to thee. Give him thy hand and he will take thee up into the ship, and do thou wait till I come to thee. Beware and have a care lest sleep overtake thee this night, or thou wilt repent whenas repentance shall avail thee naught. Then the princess farewelled him and going forth from Nur al-Din, aroused from sleep her women and the rest of the damsels, with whom she betook herself to the church door and knocked, whereupon the ancient dame opened to her and she went forth and found the knights and valets standing without. They brought her a dapple she-mule and she mounted, whereupon they raised over her head a canopy FN number 535, with curtains of silk, and the knights took hold of the mule's halter. Then the guards FN number 536, encompassed her about, drawn brand in hand, and fared on with her, followed by her, till they brought her to the palace of the king her father. Meanwhile, Nur al-Din abode concealed behind the curtain, under cover of which Miriam and he had passed the night, till it was broad day, when the main door was opened and the church became full of people. Then he mingled with the folk and accosted the old prioress, the guardian FN number 537, of the shrine, who said to him, Where didst thou lie last night? Said he, In the town as thou badest me. Quoth she, O my son, thou hast done the right thing, for, hast thou nighted in the church, she had slain thee on the foulest wise. And quoth he, Praise be Allah who hath delivered me from the evil of this night. Then he busied himself with the service of the church and ceased not busying till day departed and night with darkness stack, and when he arose and opened the offertory chest and took thence of jewels whatso was light of weight and weighty of worth. Then he tarried till the first watch of the night was past, when he made his way to the postern of the tunnel and opening it, went forth, calling on Allah for protection, and ceased not faring on until, after finding and opening the door, he came to the sea. Here he discovered the vessel moored to the shore near the gate, and her skipper, a tall old man of comely aspect with a long beard, standing in the waist, his 10 men being ranged before him. Nur al-Din gave him his hand, as Miriam had bidden him, And the captain took it and pulling him on board of the ship cried out to his crew, saying, "Cast off the moorings and put out to sea with us, ere daybreak." Said one of the 10, "O my lord the captain, how shall we put out now, when the king hath notified us that tomorrow he will embark in this ship and go round about the sea, being fearful for his daughter Miriam from the Muslim thieves?" But the Reis cried out at them, saying, "Woe to you, O accursed! Dare ye gainsay me and bandy words with me?" So saying, the old captain bared his blade and with it dealt the sailor who had spoken a thrust in the throat, that the steel came out gleaming from his nape. And quoth another of the sailors, "What hath our comrade done of crime, that thou shouldst cut his throat?" Thereupon the captain clapped hand to sword and smote the speaker's head, nor did he leave smiting the rest of the sailors till he had slain them all, one after other, and cast the 10 bodies ashore. Then he turned to Nur al-Din and cried out at him with a terrible great cry, that made him tremble, saying, "Go down and pull up the moorings at." Nur al-Din feared lest he should strike him also with the sword, so he sprang up and leapt ashore and pulling up the stake jumped aboard again, swiftlier than the dazzling levin. The captain ceased not to bid him do this and do that and tack and wear hither and thither and look at the stars, and Nur al-Din did all that he bade him, with heart quaking for affright, whilst he himself spread the sails, and the ship fared with it wing into the dashing sea, swollen with clashing billows. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 884th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the old skipper had made sail he drave the ship, aided by Nur al-Din, into the dashing sea before a favouring gale. Meanwhile, Nur al-Din held on to the tackle immersed in deep thought, and drowned in the sea of solicitude, knowing not what was hidden for him in the future, and whenever he looked at the captain, his heart quaked and he knew not whither the Reis went with him. He abode thus, preoccupied with care and doubt, till it was high day, when he looked at the skipper and saw him take hold of his long beard and pull at it, whereupon it came off in his hand, and Nur al-Din, examining it, saw that it was but a false beard glued on. So he straightly considered that same Reis, and behold, it was the Princess Miriam, his mistress and the dealing of his heart, who had contrived to waylay the captain and slay him and skinned off his beard, which she had stuck onto her own face. At this Nur al-Din was transported for you, and his breast broadened, and he marvelled at her prowess and the stoutness of her heart, and said to her, "Welcome, O my hope and my desire and the end of mine every wish." Then love and gladness agitated him, and he made sure of winning to his hopes and his expectancy, wherefore he broke out into song and chanted these couplets. To all who unknown my love for the maid from whom fate disjoins me, oh say, I pray, ask my kith and kin of my love that sweetens my verses to lovely lay, for the loss of the tribesmen my life forsway. Their names when named heal all malady, cure and chase from heart every pain I dree, and my longings for love reach so high degree that my sprite is maddened each morn I see, and am grown of the crowd to be sore and say, no blame in them will I e'er espy, no, nor aught of solace sans them descry. Your love hath shot me with pine, and I bear in heart a flame that shall never die, but fire my liver with fiery ray. All folk my sickness for marvel score, that in darkest night I wake evermore. What ails them to torture this heart forlorn, deem right for loving my blood tea outpour, and yet how justly and just have they. Would I what hoot was could obtain of you to wrong a youth who's so fain of you, by my life and by him who made men of you, and despite all aught I complain of you he lies, by Allah, in foulest way. May the Lord my sickness never dispel, nor ever my heart of its pains be well. What day I regret that in love I fell, O Lord, any land but wherein ye dwell, wring my heart and ye will all make glad and gay. I have vitals shall ever be true to you, though racked by the rigours not new to this wrong and this right I but suit to you. Do what you will to thrall who to you shall ne'er grudge his life at your feet to lay. When Nur al-Din ceased to sing, The Princess Miriam marvelled at his song and thanked him therefore, saying, Whoso's case is thus, it behoveth him to walk the ways of men and never do the deed of curs and cowards. Now she was stout of heart and cunning in the sailing of ships over the salt sea, and she knew all the winds and their shiftings and every course of the main. So Nur al-Din said, O my lady, hast thou prolonged this case on me? FN number 538, I had surely died for stress of affright and chagrin, more by token of the fire of passion and love-longing and the cruel pangs of separation. She laughed at his speech and rising without stay or delay brought out somewhat of food and liquor, and they ate and drank and enjoyed themselves and made merry. Then she drew forth rubies and other gems and precious stones and costly trinkets of gold and silver and all manner things of price, light of weight and weighty of worth, which she had taken from the palace of her sire and his treasuries, and displayed them to Nur al-Din, who rejoiced therein with joy exceeding. All this while the wind blew fair for them and merrily sailed the ship nor ceased sailing till they drew near the city of Alexandria and sighted its landmarks, old and new, and Pompey's pillar. When they made the port, Nur al-Din landed forthright and securing the ship to one of the fulling stones, FN number 539, took somewhat of the treasures that Miriam had brought with her, and said to her, O my lady, tarry in the ship, against I return and carry thee up into the city in such way as I should wish and will. Quoth she, It behoveth that this be done quickly, for tardiness in affairs engendereth repentance. Quoth he, There is no tardiness in me, and, leaving her in the ship, went up into the city to the house of the druggist his father's old friend, to borrow of his wife the Miriam veil and mantilla, and walking boots and petticoat trousers after the usage of the women of Alexandria, and knowing that there was appointed to betide him of the shifts of time, the father of wonders, that which was far beyond his reckoning. Thus it befell Nur al-Din and Miriam the girdle girl, that as regards her sire the king of the France, when he arose in the morning, he missed his daughter and questioned her women and her eunuchs of her. Answered they, O our lord, she went out last night, to go to church, and after that we have no tidings of her. But, as the king talked with them, behold, there arose so great a clamour of cries below the palace, that the place rang thereto, and he said, What may be the news? The folk replied, O king, we have found 10 men slain on the seashore, and the royal yacht is missing. Moreover we saw the postern of the church, which giveth upon the tunnel leading to the sea, wide open, and the Muslim prisoner, who served in the church, is missing. Quoth the king, And my ship be lost, without doubt or dispute. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 885th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the king of France missed his daughter they brought him tidings of her, saying, Thy yacht is lost. And he replied, And the craft be lost, without dispute or doubt my daughter is in it. So he summoned without stay or delay the captain of the port and cried out at him, saying, By the virtue FN number 540, of the Messiah and the faith which is no liar, except thou and thy fighting men overtake my ship forthright and bring it back to me, with those who are therein, I will do thee die the foulest of deaths and make a terrible example of thee. Thereupon the captain went out from before him, trembling, and betook himself to the ancient dame of the church, to whom said he, Heardest thou aught from the captive that was with thee, anent his native land and what countryman he was? And she answered, He used to say, I come from the town of Alexandria. When the captain heard the old woman's words he returned forthright to the port and cried out to the sailors, Make ready and set sail. So they did his binding and straightway putting out to sea, fared night and day till they sighted the city of Alexandria at the very time when Nur al-Din landed, leaving the princess in the ship. They soon espied the royal yacht and knew her, so they moored their own vessel at a distance therefrom and putting off in a little frigate they had with them, which drew but 2 cubits of water, and in which were 100 fighting men, amongst them the one-eyed was ear, for that he was a stubborn tyrant and a froward devil and a wily thief. None could avail against his craft, as he were Abu Muhammad Albert al-FN number 541. They ceased not rowing till they reached the bark, and boarding her, all at once, found none therein save the Princess Miriam. So they took her and the ship, and returning to their own vessel, after they had landed and waited a long while, FN number 542, set sail forthright for the land of the Franks, having accomplished their errand, without a fight or even drawing sword. The wind blew fair for them, and they sailed on, without ceasing and with all diligence, till they reached the city of France, and, landing with the Princess Miriam, carried her to her father, who received her, seated on the throne of his kingship. As soon as he saw her, he said to her, "Woe to thee, O traitress! What ailed thee to leave the faith of thy fathers and forefathers and the safeguard of the Messiah, on whom is a reliance, and follow after the faith of the vagrants?" FN number 543, to wit, the faith of Al-Islam, the which arose with the sword against the cross and the images. Replied Miriam, "I am not at fault. I went out by night to the church, to visit the Lady Mary and seek a blessing of her, when there fell upon me unawares a band of Muslim robbers, who gagged me and bound me fast, and carrying me on board the bark, set sail with me for their own country. However, I beguiled them and talked with them of their religion, till they loosed my bonds, and ere I knew it thy men overtook me and delivered me. And by the virtue of the Messiah and the faith which is no liar, and the cross and the crucified thereon, I rejoiced with joy exceeding in my release from them, and my bosom broadened, and I was glad for my deliverance from the bondage of the Muslims." Rejoined the king, "Thou list, O whore, O adulteress, by the virtue of that which is revealed of prohibition and permission in the manifest evangel, FN number 544, I will assuredly do thee die by the foulest of deaths, and make thee the vilest of examples. Did it not suffice thee to do as thou didst the first time, and put off thy lies upon us, but thou must return upon us with thy deceitful inventions?" Thereupon the king bade kill her and crucify her over the palace gate, but, at that moment the one-eyed wazir, who had long been enamored of the princess, came into him and said, "O king, sally her not, but give her to me to wife, and I will watch over her with the utmost warding, nor will I go in unto her, till I have built her a palace of solid stone, exceeding high of foundation, so no thieves may avail to climb up to its terrace roof, and when I have made an end of building it, I will sacrifice 13 Muslims before the gate thereof, as an expiatory offering to the Messiah for myself and for her." The king granted his request, and bade the priests and monks and patriarchs marry the princess to him, so they did his binding, whereupon he bade set about building a strong and lofty palace, befitting her rank, and the workmen fell to work upon it. On this wise it betided the Princess Miriam and her sire and the one-eyed wazir, but as regards Nur al-Din, when he came back with the petticoats, trousers and mantilla and walking boots and all the attire of Alexandrian women which he had borrowed of the druggist's wife, he found the air void and the fane afar. FN number 545, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 886th night, she resumed, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Nur al-Din found the air void FN number 546, and the fane afar, his heart sank within him, and he wept floods of tears, and recited these verses, FN number 547. The phantom of Soda came by night to wake me towards morning while my companions were sleeping in the desert, but when we awoke to behold the nightly phantom, I saw the air vacant, and the place of visitation distant. Then Nur al-Din walked on along the seashore and turned right and left, till he saw folk gathered together on the beach, and heard them say, O Muslims, there remaineth no honour to Alexandria city, since the Franks enter it and snatch away those who are therein and return to their own land, at their leisure. FN number 548, nor pursued of any of the Muslims or fighters for the faith. Quoth Nur al-Din to them, what is to do? And quoth they, O my son, one of the ships of the Franks, full of armed men, came down but now upon the port and carried off a ship which was moored here, with her that was therein, and made unmolested for their own land. Nur al-Din fell down a swoon, on hearing these words, and when he recovered they questioned him of his case, and he told them all that had befallen him first and last, whereupon they all took to reviling him and railing at him, saying, why couldst thou not bring her up into the town without mantilla and muffler? And all and each of the folk gave him some grievous word, berating him with sharp speech, and shooting at him some shaft or reproach, albeit one said, let him be, that which hath befallen him swisseth him, till he again fell down in a fainting fit. And behold, at this moment, up came the old druggist, who, seeing the folk gathered together, drew near to learn what was the matter, and found Nur al-Din lying a swoon in their midst. So he sat down at his head and arousing him, said to him as soon as he recovered, O my son, what is this case in which I see thee? Nur al-Din said, O uncle, I had brought back in a bark my lost slave girl from her father's city, suffering patiently all I suffered of perils and hardships, and when I came with her to this port, I made the vessel fast to the shore, and leaving her therein, repaired to thy dwelling and took of thy consort what was needful for her, that I might bring her up into the town. But the Franks came, and capturing bark and damsel made off unhindered, and returned to their own land. Now when the sheikh, the druggist, heard this, the light in his eyes became night, and he grieved with sore grieving for Nur al-Din, and said to him, O my son, why didst thou not bring her out of the ship into the city without mantilla? But speech availeth not at this season, so rise, O my son, and come up with me to the city. Haply Allah will vouchsafe thee a girl fairer than she, who shall console thee for her. Alhamdulillah, praise be Allah, who hath not made thee lose aught by her. Nay, thou hast gained by her. And bethink thee, O my son, that union and disunion are in the hands of the Most High King. Replied Nur al-Din, by Allah, O uncle, I can never be consoled for her loss, nor will I ever leave seeking her, though on her account I drink the cup of death. Rejoined the druggist, O my son, and what art thou minded to do? Quoth Nur al-Din, I am minded to return to the land of the Franks. FN number 549, and enter the city of France and imperil myself thee, come what may, loss of life or gain of life. Quoth the druggist, O my son, there is an old saw, not always doth the crock escape the shock, and if they did thee no hurt the first time, belike they will slay thee this time, more by token that they know thee now with full knowledge. Quoth Nur al-Din, O my uncle, let me set out and be slain from the love of her straightway, and not die of despair for her loss by slow torments. Now as fate determined, there was then a ship in port ready to sail, for its passengers had made an end of their affairs. FN number 550, and sailors had pulled up the mooring stakes, when Nur al-Din embarked in her. So they shook out the canvas, and relying on the compassionate, put out to sea and sailed many days, with fair wind and weather, till behold, they fell in with certain of the Frank cruisers, which were scouring those waters and seizing upon all ships they saw, in their fear for the king's daughter from the Muslim corsairs, and as often as they made prize of a Muslim ship, they carried all her people to the king of the Franks, who put them to death in fulfillment of the vow he had vowed on account of his daughter Miriam. So, seeing the ship wherein was Nur al-Din, they boarded her, and taking him and the rest of the company prisoners, to the number of 100 Muslims, carried them to the king and set them between his hands. He bade cut their throats. Accordingly they slaughtered them all forthwith, one after another, till there was none left but Nur al-Din, whom the headsman had left to the last, in pity of his tender age and slender shape. When the king saw him, he knew him right well, and said to him, Art thou not Nur al-Din, who was with us before? Said he, I was never with thee, and my name is not Nur al-Din, but Ibrahim. Rejoined the king, thou liest, thou art Nur al-Din, he whom I gave to the ancient dame the prioress, to help her in the service of the church. But Nur al-Din replied, O my lord, my name is Ibrahim. Quoth the king, wait a while, and bade his knights fetch the old woman forthright, saying, when she cometh and seeth thee, she will know an thou be Nur al-Din or not. At this juncture, behold, in came the one-eyed wazir who had married the princess, and kissing the earth before the king said to him, Know, O king, that the palace is finished, and thou knowest how I vowed to the Messiah that, when I had made an end of building it, I would cut 30 Muslims' throats before its doors, wherefore I am come to take them of thee, that I may sacrifice them and so fulfill my vow to the Messiah. They shall be at my charge, by way of loan, and whenas they come prisoners to my hands, I will give thee other 30 in lieu of them. Replied the king, by the virtue of the Messiah and the faith which is no liar, I have but this one captive left. And he pointed to Nur al-Din, saying, Take him and slaughter him at this very moment, and the rest I will send thee when they come to my hands of the prisoners of the Muslims. Thereupon the one-eyed wazir arose and took Nur al-Din and carried him to his palace, thinking to slaughter him on the threshold of the gate. But the painters said to him, O my lord, we have 2 days painting yet to do, so bear with us and delay to cut the throat of this captive, till we have made an end of our work. Haply by that time the rest of the 30 will come, so thou mayst dispatch them all at one bout and accomplish thy vow in a single day. Thereupon the wazir bade imprison Nur al-Din. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 887th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the wazir bade imprison Nur al-Din, they carried him to the stables and left him there in chains, hungering and thirsting and making moan for himself, for indeed he saw death face to face. Now it fortuned, by the ordinance of destiny and foreordained fate, that the king had 2 stallions, own brothers, FN number 551, such as the Chosru kings might sigh in vain to possess themselves of one of them. They were called Sabak and Lahik FN number 552, and one of them was pure sylvan white while the other was black as the darksome night. And all the kings of the isles had said, Whoso stealeth us one of these stallions, we will give him all he seeketh of red gold and pearls and gems, but none could avail to steal them. Now one of them fell sick of a jaundice, and there came a whiteness over his eyes, FN number 553. Whereupon the king gathered together all the farriers in the city to treat him, but they all failed of his cure. Presently the wazir came into the king, and finding him troubled because of the horse, thought to do away his concern and said to him, O king, give me the stallion and I will cure him. The king consented and caused carry the horse to the stable wherein Nur al-Din lay chained, but, when he missed his brother, he cried out with an exceeding great cry and neighed, so that he affrighted all the folk. The wazir, seeing that he did this but because he was parted from his brother, went to tell the king, who said, If this, which is but a beast, cannot brook to be parted from his brother, how should it be with those that have reason? And he bade his grooms take the other horse and put him with his brother in the wazir's stables, saying, Tell the minister that the 2 stallions be a gift from me to him, for the sake of my daughter Miriam. Nur al-Din was lying in the stable, chained and shackled, when they brought in the 2 stallions, and he saw that one of them had a film over his eyes. Now he had some knowledge of horses and of the doctoring of their diseases, so he said to himself, This by Allah is my opportunity. I will go to the wazir and lie to him, saying, I will heal thee this horse, then will I do with him somewhat that shall destroy his eyes, and he will slay me and I shall be at rest from this woeful life. So he waited till the wazir entered the stable, to look upon the steed, and said to him, O my lord, what will be my due, and I heal this horse, and make his eyes whole again? Replied the wazir, As my head liveth, and thou cure him, I will spare thy life and give thee leave to crave a boon of me. And Nur al-Din said, O my lord, bid my hands be unbound. So there Wazir bade unbind him, and he rose, and taking virgin glass, FN number 554, brayed it and mixed it with unslaked lime and a menstruum of onion juice. Then he applied the whole to the horse's eyes and bound them up, saying in himself, Now will his eyes be put out and they will slay me, and I shall be at rest from this woeful life. Then he passed the night with a heart free from the uncertainty FN number 555 of cark and care, humbling himself to Allah the Most High and saying, O Lord, in thy knowledge as that which dispenseth with asking and raving. Now when the morning morrowed and the sun shone, the Wazir came to the stable and, loosing the bandage from the horses' eyes, considered them and found them finer than before, by the ordinance of the king who openeth evermore. So he said to Nur al-Din, O Muslim, never in the world saw I the like of thee for the excellence of thy knowledge. By the virtue of the Messiah and the faith which is no liar, thou makest me with wonder to admire, for all the farriers of our land have failed to heal this horse. Then he went up to Nur al-Din and, doing off his shackles with his own hand, clad him in a costly dress and made him his master of the horse. And he appointed him stipends and allowances and lodged him in a story over the stables. So Nur al-Din abode a while, eating and drinking and making merry and bidding and forbidding those who tended the horses, and whoso neglected or failed to fodder those tied up in the stable wherein was his service, he would thrown down and beat with grievous beating and lay him by the legs in bilboes of iron. Furthermore, he used every day to descend and visit the stallions and rub them down with his own hand, by reason of that which he knew of their value in the Wazir's eyes and his love for them, wherefore the minister rejoiced in him with joy exceeding, and his breast broadened, and he was right glad, and knowing what was to be the issue of his case. Now in the new palace, which the one-eyed Wazir had bought for Princess Miriam, was a lattice window overlooking his old house and the flat wherein Nur al-Din lodged. The Wazir had a daughter, a virgin of extreme loveliness, as she were a fleeing gazelle or a bending branchlet, and it chanced that she sat one day at the lattice aforesaid, and behold, she heard Nur al-Din singing and solacing himself under his sorrows by improvising these verses. O my censor, who wakest a morn to see the joys of life and its jubilee, had the fangs of destiny bitten thee in such bitter case, thou hadst pled this plea, me, for love and his case, me, my heart is burnt by the fires I dree. But from fate's despite thou art safe this day, from her falsest fray and her crying nay. Yet blame him not whom his woes waylay, who distraught shall say in his agony, me, for love and his case, me, my heart is burnt by the fires I dree. Excuse such lovers in flight, abhor not love's distresses thine aid afford, lest thyself be bound by same binding cord and drink of love's bitterest injury. Me, for love and his case, me, my heart is burnt by the fires I dree. In his service I wont as the days went by with freest heart through the nights to lie, nor tasted wake, nor of love aught recked ere my heart to subjection summoned he, me, for love and his case, me, my heart is burnt by the fires I dree. None weet of love and his humbling wrong, save those he sickened so sore, so long, who have you lost their wits mid the lover throng, draining bitterest cup by his hard decree, me, for love and his case, me, my heart is burnt by the fires I dree. How oft in night's gloom he caused wake to rule lovers e'en, and from eyelids their sleep withdrew, till tears to the railing of torrents grew, overflowing cheeks and confined and free, me, for love and his case, me, my heart is burnt by the fires I dree. How many a man he has joyed to steep in pain, and for pine hath he plundered sleep, made on garb of mourning the deepest deep, and even his dreaming forced to flee, me, for love and his case, me, my heart is burnt by the fires I dree. How oft sufferance fails me, how bones are wasted, and down my cheeks torrent teardrops hasted, and embittered she all the food I tasted, however sweet it was wont to be, me, for love and his case, me, my heart is burnt by the fires I dree. Most hapless of men who like me must love, and must watch when night droops her wing from above, who, swimming the main where affection drove, must sign and sink in that gloomy sea. Ah me, for love and his case, ah me, my heart is burnt by the fires I dree. Who is he to whom love e'er stinted spite, and who scaped his springes and easy sleight, who free from love lived in life's delight? Where is he can boast of such liberty? Ah me, for love and his case, ah me, my heart is burnt by the fires I dree. Deign Lord such suffering wight maintain, then best protector, protect him deign. Establish him and his life a sane, and defend him from all calamity. Ah me, for love and his case, ah me, my heart is burnt by the fires I dree. And when Eraldin ended his say and ceased to sing his rhyming lay, the Wazir's daughter said to herself, by the virtue of the Messiah and the faith which is no liar, verily this Muslim is a handsome youth. But doubtless he is a lover separated from his mistress. Would heaven I wot and the beloved of this fair one is fair like unto him, and if she pine for him as he for her, and she be seemly as he is, it behoveth him to pour forth tears and make moan of passion. But, and she be other than fair, his days are wasted in vain regrets, and he is denied the taste of delights. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 888th night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir's daughter said to herself, and his beloved be fair as he, it behoveth him to pour forth tears, and, if other than fair, his heart is wasted in vain regrets. Now Miriam the girdle girl, the minister's consort, had removed to the new palace the day before, and there was Wazir's daughter knew that she was straitened of breast, so she was minded to seek her and talk with her and tell her the tidings of the young man and the rhymes and verses she had heard him recite, but, before she could carry out her design, the princess sent for her to cheer her with her converse. So she went to her and found her heavy at heart and her tears hurrying down her cheeks, and whilst she was weeping with sore weeping she recited these couplets. My life is gone, but love longings remain, and my breast is straitened with pine and pain, and my heart for parting to melt is fain, yet hoping that union will come again, and join us in one who now art twain. Stint your blame to him who in hearts your thrall with the wasted frame which his sorrows gall, nor with aim of arrow his heart appall, for parted lover is saddest of all, and love's cup of bitters is sweet to drain. Quoth the Wazir's daughter to her, what aileth thee, O princess, to be thus straitened in breast and sorrowful of thought? Whereupon Miriam recalled the greatness of the delights that were past and recited these two couplets. I will bear in patience estrangement of friend, and on cheeks rail tears that like torrents wend. Haply Allah will solace my sorrow, for he neath the ribs of unease maketh ease attend. Said the Wazir's daughter, O princess, let not thy breast be straitened, but come with me straightway to the lattice, for there is with us in the stable FN number 556, a comely young man, slender of shape and sweet of speech, and meseemeth he is a parted lover. Miriam asked, and by what sign knowest thou that he is a parted lover? And she answered, O queen, I know it by his improvising odes and verses all watches of the night and tides of the day. Quoth the princess in herself, if what the Wazir's daughter says be true, these are assuredly the traits of the baffled, the wretched Ali Nur al-Din. Would I knew if indeed he be the youth of whom she speaketh. At this thought, love-longing and distraction of passion redoubled on her, and she rose at once, and walking with the maiden to the lattice, looked down upon the stables, where she saw her love and Lord Nur al-Din, and fixing her eyes steadfastly upon him, knew him with the bestest knowledge of love, albeit he was sick, of the greatness of his affection for her and of the fire of passion, and the anguish of separation and yearning and distraction. So upon him was emaciation, and he was improvising and saying, my heart is a thrall, my tears ne'er abate, and there reigns the railing of cloud summit, twixt my weeping and watching and wanting love, and whining and pining for dearest mate. are my burning heat, my desire, my low. For the plagues that torture my heart are 8, and 5 upon 5 are in sweet of them, so stand and listen to all I state. Memory, madding thoughts, moaning languishment, stress of longing love, plight disconsolate, in travail, affliction and strange agony, and annoying joy when on her I wait. Fail me patience and stay for engrossing care and sorrows my suffering soul regret. On my heart the possession of passion grows. Oh, who ask of what fire in my heart's create, why my tears in vitals should kindle flame, burning heart with ardours insatiate. No, I'm drowned in deluge. FN number 557, of tears, and my soul from Larsalow fares to holy goal. FN number 558. When the Princess Miriam beheld Nur al-Din and heard his eloquence and verse and speech, she made certain that it was indeed her lord Nur al-Din, but she concealed her case from the Wazir's daughter and said to her, by the virtue of the Messiah and the faith which is no liar, I thought not thou knewest of my sadness. Then she arose forthright and withdrawing from the window, returned to her own place, whilst their Wazir's daughter went to her own occupations. The princess awaited patiently a while, then returned to the window and sat there, gazing upon her beloved Nur al-Din and delighting her eyes with his beauty and inner and outer grace. And indeed, she saw that he was like unto moon at full on 14th night, but he was ever sighing with tears never drying, for that he recalled whatso he had been. So he recited these couplets. I hope for union with my love which I may ne'er obtain at all, but bitterness of life is all the gain I gain. My tears are likest to the main for ebb and flow of tide, but when I meet the blame white to staunch my tears I'm fain. Woe to the wretch who gad us part by spelling of his spells. FN number 559, could I but hent his tongue in hand I'd cut his tongue in twain, yet will I never blame the days for whatso deed they did mingling with me wrist. Pure as gold the cup they made me drain. To whom shall I address myself, and whom but you shall seek a heart left hostage in your court, by you a captive ta'en? Who shall avenge my wrongs on you? FN number 560, tyrant despotical whose tyranny but grows the more I dare complain. I made him ignorant of my soul that he the reigner sane, but me he wasted, wasting to the soul I gave to reign. Ho thou, the fawn, whom I solely first gathered to my breast, and now of severance tasted I to own its might and main, through right he whose favours joined in one all beauties known to man, yet I thereon have wasted all my patience fair domain. I entertained him in my heart where do he brought unrest, but I am satisfied that I such guest could entertain. My tears forever flow and flood, like as the surging sea, and would I what the track to take that I there to attain. Yet sore I fear that I shall die in depths of my chagrin, and must despair forevermore to win the wish I'd win. When Miriam heard the verses of Nur al-Din the loving-hearted, departed, they kindled in her vitals a fire of desire, and while her eyes ran over with tears, she recited these 2 couplets. I longed for him I love, but, when we met, I was amazed nor tongue nor eyes I found. I had got ready volumes of reproach, but when we met, could syllable no sound. When Nur al-Din heard the voice of Princess Miriam, he knew it and wept bitter tears, saying, by Allah, this is the chanting of the Lady Miriam. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Volume 8. Arabian Nights, Volume 8 Footnotes. FN number 1, Ironice. We are safe as long as we are defended by such a brave. FN number 2, Blue, Azure. This is hardly the place for a protest, but I must not neglect the opportunity of cautioning my readers against rendering Bahr al-Azraq, Blue River, by Blue Nile. No Arab ever knew it by that name or thereby equaled it with the White Nile. The term was a pure invention of Abyssinian Bruce, who was well aware of the fact he was propagating, but his inordinate vanity and self-esteem, contrasting so curiously with many noble qualities, especially courage and self-reliance, tempted him to this and many other a traveller's tale. FN number 3, This is Orthodox Muslim doctrine, and it does something for the dignity of human nature which has been so unwisely depreciated and degraded by Christianity. The contrast of Muslim dignity and Christian abasement in the East is patent to every unblind traveller. FN number 4, here ends Volume 3 of the Mac. Edit. FN number 5. This famous tale is a sister prose poem to the Arabian Odyssey Sindbad the Seaman, only the Bisarites travels are in Jinland and Japan. It has points of resemblance and fundamental outline with the Persian romance of the fairy Hassan Banu and King Bahramaiga. See also the Katha, SS, and the two sons of the Ashuramaya, the Tartar Sai-Kur, Tales of the Vampire or Enchanted Corpse, translated by Mr. W. J. Doms, the father of folklore in 1846, in Lays and Legends of Various Nations, the Persian Bahari Danish, Prime of Law. Ms. Stokes' Indian Fairy Tales, Ms. Freer's Old Deacon Days, and Mrs. F. A. Steele's Tale of the King and His 7 Sons, with notes by Lieutenant, now Captain, R. C. Temple, Folklore of the Punjab, Indian Antiquary of March, 1882. FN number 6, in the Mac. Edit. Volume 4. The merchant has 2 sons who became one a brazier, dealer in copper wares, says Lane 3. 385, and the other a goldsmith. The Bressel. Edit. V. 264, mentions only one son, Hassan, the hero of the story, which is entitled, Tale of Hassan al-Basri and the Isles of Wakwak. FN number 7, Arab. Shashobiyas. This distinctive sign of the true believer was adopted by the Persian to conceal his being a fire worshipper, Majinogbra. The latter word was introduced from the French by Lord Byron, and it is certainly far superior to Morsgeba. FN number 8, Persians being always the suspected folk. FN number 9, Arab. Al-Budika, afterwards used, Night-6, in the sense of crucible or melting pot, in modern parlance a pipe bowl, and also written Butika, in Arab distortion of the Persian Buta. FN number 10, Arab. Sindan or Sindian, dozy. Sandan, anvil, Sindan, big, strong, stingas. FN number 11, Arab. Chemia, see volume I. 305, properly the substance which transmutes metals. The philosopher's stone, which, by the by, is not a stone, and comes from a fluid, a wet drug, as opposed to a dry drug. Those who care to see how it is still studied will consult my History of Sind, Chapter 7, and my experience, which pointed only to the use made of it in base coinage. Hence in mod. Tongue Kimi, an alchemist, means a coiner, a smasher. The reader must not suppose that the transmutation of metals is a dead study. I calculate that there are about 100 workers in London alone. FN number 12, Arab. Alka, a bellows, also equals Kur, a furnace. For the full meaning of this sentence, see my Book of the Sword, p. 119. FN number 13, Lit. Bade him lean upon it with the shears, Alkaz. FN number 14. There are many kinds of coals, Hindus. Sima and Kaj, used in medicine and magic. See Herklots, p. 227. FN number 15, Arab. Sabika equals bar, lamina, from sabk equals melting, smelting. The lump in the crucible would be hammered out into an ingot in order to conceal the operation. FN number 16, that is £375. FN number 17, such report has cost many a life. The suspicion was and is still deadly as heresy in a new Christian under the Inquisition. FN number 18, here there is a double entendre. Openly it means, few men recognize as they should the bond of bread and salt. The other sense would be, and that accounts for the smile, what the deuce do I care for the bond? FN number 19, Arab. Kabat in the Bressel. Edit. Clibban, Lane, 3. 519, reads Ka'ab Plur, of Ka'abakap. FN number 20, a most palpable sneer. But Hassan is purposely represented as a softy till aroused and energized by the magic of love. FN number 21, Arab. Alexa, scene night 6, Supra P. 9. The Greek word which has returned from a trip to Arabia and reappeared in Europe as elixir. FN number 22, a whack blur. Of ukia, the well-known oak, or oak, a weight varying from 1 to 2 pounds in Morocco. It is pronounced ukia, and equals the Spanish ounce, p. 279 Rudimentos de la Vulga, etc., by Fr. José de la Chundi, Madrid, Rivadeneira, 1872. FN number 23, these lines have occurred in volume 4. 267, where references to other places are given. I quote Lane by way of variety. In the text they are supposed to have been written by the Persian, a hint that Hassan would never be seen again. FN number 24, that is a superfetation of iniquity. FN number 25, Arab. Qurbaan equals offering, oblation to be brought to the priest's house or to the altar of the tribal god Yahweh, Jehovah, Levit. 2, 2, 3, etc. Amongst the Maronites Qurbaan is the host, wafer, and amongst the Turks Said al-Qurbaan, sacrifice feast, is the Greater Bayram, the time of pilgrimage. FN number 26, Na equals fire, being feminine, like the names of the other elements. FN number 27, the Egyptian cabbage of hippopotamus hide, Burke. Nubia, pp. 62,282, or elephant hide, Turner 2. 365. Hence the Fr. Cravat, as cravat is from Croat. FN number 28, in Mac. Edit. Barrier, in Bressel. Edit. Nuwatia. See volume Vi. 242, 4, Navita, Nota. FN number 29, in Bressel. Edit. 4. 285, Yakwaja, for which see volume Vi. 46. FN number 30, Arab. Tabl, Vulg. Baz, equals a kettle drum about half a foot broad held in the left hand and beaten with a stick or leathern thong. Lane refers to his description, Me2. Chapt. V, of the dervish's drum of tinned copper with parchment face, and renders zakma or zakma, strap, stirrup leather, by plectrum, which gives a wrong idea. The Bressel. Edit. Ignores the strap. FN number 31, the Spartivento of Italy, mostly a tall headland which divides the clouds. The most remarkable feature of the kind is the Dalmatian island, Belagosa. FN number 32, the rocks, Al-Arkak, in the Bressel. Edit. 4. 290. The Rackham equals aquiline vulture. FN number 33, Lane here quotes a similar incident in the romance Saif Zualiazan, so called from the hero, whose son, Misr, is sewn up in a camel's hide by Bahram, a treacherous Magian, and is carried by the rooks to a mountain top. FN number 34, these lines occurred in Night 26. Volume I. 275, I quote Mr. Payne for variety. FN number 35, thus a Muslim can not only circumcise and marry himself but can also bury canonically himself. The form of this prayer is given by Lane M. E. Chapt. 15. FN number 36, that is if I fail in my self-imposed duty, thou shalt charge me therewith on the judgment day. FN number 37, Arab. Al-Alan, blur. Of lawn, color. The latter in Egyptian Arabic means a dish of meat. See Burkhardt No. 279. I repeat that the great traveller's Arabic proverbs wants republishing for two reasons. First, he had not sufficient command of English to translate with the necessary laconism and assonance. Secondly, in his day British Philistinism was too rampant to permit a literal translation. Consequently the book falls short of what the Oriental student requires, and I have prepared it for my friend Mr. Quaritch. FN number 38, that is lofty, high-builded. See Night Clicks the Eye. Volume 7. p. 347. In the Bressel. Edit. Al-Masad, as in Al-Kazwini, in the Mac. Edit. Al-Mashid. FN number 39, Arab. Munkati here equals cut off from the rest of the world. Applied to a man, and a popular term of abuse in Al-Hijaz, it means one cut off from the blessings of Allah and the benefits of mankind, a poor Messiah. Pilgrimage 2. 22. FN number 40, Arab. Barazo Juzam, the two common forms of leprosy. See volume 4. 51. Popular superstition in Syria holds that coition during the menses breeds the Juzam, Dal-Kabir, great evil, or Dal-Fil, elephantine evil, that is elephantiasis, and that the days between the beginning of the flow, to that of coition shows the age when the progeny will be attacked. For instance, if it take place on the first day, the disease will appear in the 10th year, on the 4th, the 40th, and so on. The only diseases really dreaded by the Bedouin are leprosy and smallpox. Coition during the menses is forbidden by all Eastern faiths under the severest penalties. Al-Masudi relates how a man thus begotten became a determined enemy of Ali, and the ancient Jews attributed the magical powers of Joshuan Azaranius to this accident of his birth, the popular idea being that sorcerers are thus impurely engendered. FN number 41. By adoption, see volume 3. 151. This sudden affection, not love, suggests the come to my arms, my slight acquaintance, of the anti-Jacobin. But it is true to Eastern nature, and nothing can be more charming than this fast friendship between the princess and Hassan. FN number 42, Entaut Biana, Tentaut Honor, be it understood. FN number 43. He had done nothing of the kind, but the feminine mind is prone to exaggeration. Also Hassan had told them a fib, to prejudice them against the Persian. FN number 44. These nervous movements have been reduced to a system in the Turk. Ihtilajnum equals book of palpitations, prognosticating from the subtiltis tendinum and other involuntary movements of the body from head to foot, according to Jafar the Just, Daniel the Prophet, Alexander the Great, the sages of Persia and the wise men of Greece. In England we attend chiefly to the idea. FN number 45. Revenge, amongst the Arabs, is a sacred duty, and, in their state of civilization, society could not be kept together without it. So the slaughter of a villain is held to be a sacrifice to Allah, who amongst Christians claims for himself the monopoly of vengeance. FN number 46, Arab. Zindik. See volume V. 230. FN number 47. Lane translates this put for him the remaining food and water, but Ayakar, Mac. Edit, evidently refers to the Najib, dromedary. FN number 48. We can hardly see the heroism of the deed, but it must be remembered that Bahram was a wicked sorcerer, whom it was every good Muslim's bounden duty to slay. Compare the treatment of witches in England 2 centuries ago. FN number 49. The mother in Arab tales is Marmia, now becoming somewhat ridiculous in France on account of the overuse of that venerable personage. FN number 50. The forbidden closet occurs also in Saif Zualiazan, who enters it and finds the bird girls. Trebuchet 2, 208 says, Ilist says remarkable coexisten Almani and tradition ape presemblable. Et qui for nila sujet dende constamusus, enttu, lavoyale and leave. Here Hassan is artfully left alone in a large palace without other companions but his thoughts, and the reader is left to divine the train of ideas which drove him to open the door. FN number 51, Arab. Bahira, Bressel. Edit. Bara, the tango cistern in the Hosh, courtyard, of an eastern house. Here, however, it is a rain cistern on the flat roof of the palace, see Night Kvi. FN number 52. This description of the view is one of the most gorgeous in the nights. FN number 53. Here again are the Swan Maidens. See volume V. 346. One of the primitive myths, the common heritage of the whole Aryan, Iranian, race. In Persia Miga, when carried off by the Difsapid, seizes the Piri's dovecote. In a Santhali folklore Dorica, the goat herd steals the garment doffed by one of the daughters of the sun, and hence the 12 birds of Russian story. To the same cycle belong the seal tales of the Faroe Islands, Thorpe's northern mythology, and the wise women or mermaids of Shetland, Hibbert. Rayland the Smith captures a wife by seizing a mermaid's raiment, and so did Sir Hagen by annexing the wardrobe of a Danubian water nymph. Lettsom, the translator, mixes up this swan raiment with that of the Valkyries or choosers of the slain. In real life, stealing women's clothes is an old trick and has often induced them, after having been seen naked, to offer their persons spontaneously. Of this I knew 2 cases in India, where the theft is justified by divine example. The blue god Krishna, a barbarous and grotesque Hindu Apollo, robbed the raiment of the pretty Gopalis, cowherdesses, who were bathing in the Arjun river, and carried them to the top of a kanduna tree, nor would he restore them till he had reviewed the naked girls and taken one of them to wife. See also Imral case, of the Mu'allaka, with Oneza at the port of Darat Jiltu, Clouston's Arabian Poetry, p. 4. A critic has complained of my tracing the origin of the Swan Maiden legend to the physical resemblance between the bird and a hybrid girl, volume V. 346. I should have explained my theory, which is shortly, that we must seek a material basis for all so-called supernaturalisms, and that anthropomorphism satisfactorily explains the Swan Maiden, as it does the angel and the devil. There is much to say on the subject, but this is not the place for long discussion. FN number 54, Arab. Nafs Amara, corresponding with our canting term the flesh. Nafs al-Natika is the intellectual soul or function, Nafs al-Ghaz Abiyah equals the animal function, and Nafs al-Shawaniya equals the vegetative property. FN number 55, the lines occur in volume 2. 331, I have quoted Mr. Payne. Here they are singularly out of place. FN number 56, not the green gown of Anglo-India that is a white ball dress with blades of grass sticking to it in consequence of a fall backwards. FN number 57, these lines occur in volume I. 219, I have borrowed from Trans, p. 219. FN number 58, the appearance of which ends the fast and begins the lesser festival. See volume I. 84. FN number 59, C note, volume I. 84, for notices of a large navel, much appreciated by Easterns. FN number 60, Arab. Shea al-Walagan equals the love-distraught poet, Lane has a distracted poet. My learned friend Professor Alois Springer has consulted, upon the subject of al-Walagan, the well-known professor of Arabic at Ali, Dr. Thorbeck, who remarks that the word, here is further on, must be an adjective, mad, love-distraught, not a laqab or poetical cognomen. He generally finds it written al-Shea al-Walagan, the love-demented poet, not al-Walahan. Al-Shea equals Walahan the poet. Note this burst of song after the sweet youth falls in love. It explains the cause of this quotation in the Nights, poetry being the natural language of love and battle. FN number 61, them as usual for her. FN number 62, here Lane proposes a transposition, for wahua, and he, fil hubby, to read fil hubby wahua, wahwa, but the latter is given in the Mac. Edit. FN number 63, for the pun in sabr equals aloe or patience. See volume I. 138. In Herlandberg, I. 93, we find a misunderstanding of the couplet. Archive West Sabri, Kalabi, Azum, Hamuda, Kaltu, Xientakarini. The effects of patience, or aloes, quoth one, are praiseworthy. Quoth I, much I fear lest it make me stool. Hamuda is not only unlaxative, but a slang name for a confection of aloes. FN number 64, Arab. Akuna fidaka. Fida equals ransom, self-sacrifice, and fidean equals instead of. The phrase, which everywhere occurs in the Nights, means, I would give my life to save thine. FN number 65, thus accounting for his sickness, improbably enough but in flattering way. Like a good friend, feminine, she does not hesitate a moment in prescribing a fib. FN number 66, that is the 25,000 Amazons who in the breast. Edit. 2. 308, are made to be the king's Banat equals daughters or protégées. The Amazons of Dahomey, see my mission, who may now number 5,000 are all officially wives of the king and are called by the lieges our mothers. FN number 67, the tale-teller has made up his mind about the damsel, although in this part of the story she is the chief and eldest sister and subsequently she appears as the youngest daughter of the supreme Jinn king. The mystification is artfully explained by the extraordinary likeness of the two sisters. See Night Xi. FN number 68, this is a reminiscence of the old-fashioned marriage by capture, of which many traces survive, even among the civilized who wholly ignore their origin. FN number 69, meaning her companions and suite. FN number 70, Arab. Abavulg. Abaya. See volume 2. 133. FN number 71, feet in the East lack that development of sebaceous glands which afflicts Europeans. FN number 72, that is cutting the animals' throats after Muslim law. FN number 73, in Night vi. Supra p.5, we find the orthodox Muslim doctrine that a single mortal is better in Allah's sight than 1,000 jinns. 4. I repeat, Al-Islam systematically exalts human nature which Christianity takes infinite trouble to degrade and debase. The results of its ignoble teaching are only too evident in the East. The Christians of the so-called, and miscalled, Holy Land are a disgrace to the faith and the idiomatic Persian term for a Nazarene is Tasa equals Funka, coward. FN number 74, Arab. Sakabakraha, the forge in which children are hammered out. FN number 75, Arab. Mal-Malahat equals water, brilliancy, of beauty. FN number 76, the fourth of the seven heavens, the garden of eternity, made of yellow coral. FN number 77, how strange this must sound to the young woman of London in the 19th century. FN number 78, 40 days is a quasi-religious period amongst Muslims for praying, fasting and religious exercises. Here it represents our honeymoon. See volume V. p. 62. FN number 79, year later, still popular. Herr Carlo Landberg, Proverbs et Dictons du Peuple Arabe, volume I. Of Syria, Leiden, E. J. Brill, 1883. Explains later Vorator equals Reator by permutation of liquids and argues that the contraction is ancient, p. 42. But the hair is no Arabist, later means would to heaven, or, simply I wish, I pray, for something possible or impossible, whilst Lila, perhaps, it may be, prays only for the possible, and both are simply particles governing the noun in the oblique or accusative case. FN number 80, is for her, that is herself, making somewhat of confusion between her state and that of her son. FN number 81, that is his mother, the words are not in the Mac. Edit. FN number 82, Baghdad is called House of Peace, amongst other reasons, from the Dijla, Tigris, river and valley of peace. The word was variously written Baghdad, Baghdad, Arol Bagdad and Baghdad. Bagzaz, Bagzan, Bagdan, Bagzam and Magdad as Maker and Baka, Quran 3. 90. Religious Muslims held back, idol, and dad, gift, an Elomant conjunction, and the Greeks changed it to iron apolis. C. Lee's Oriental Collections, Volume I. Pages 18 to 20. FN number 83. This is a popular saying but hardly a vulgar proverb. Lane 3. 522. It reminds rather of Shakespeare's "So loving to my mother, that he might not beteem the winds of heaven visit her face too roughly." FN number 84. That is, God forbid that I should oppose thee. FN number 85. Here the writer again forgets apparently that Shahrazad is speaking. She may, however, use the plural for the singular when speaking of herself. FN number 86. That is, she would have pleaded ill treatment and lawfully demanded to be sold. FN number 87. The Hindus speak of the only bond that woman knows, her heart. FN number 88. That is a rarity, a present, especially in Persian. FN number 89. Arab. Al-Bisat wal Masnad lit. The carpet and the cushion. FN number 90. For Bab al-Ba and Bab al-Basi volume 3. 281. FN number 91. She was the daughter of Juf'ar bin Mansur, but, as will be seen, the Knights again and again called her father Al-Qasim. FN number 92. This is an error, for the fifth which occurs in the popular saying, "Is he the fifth of the sons of Al-Abbas?" That is Harun al-Rashid. Lane, note, Im loco, thus accounts from the frequent mention of the Caliph, the greatest of the Abbasids in the Knights. But this is a causa non-causa. FN number 93. That is, I find thy beauty all sufficient. So the proverb, the son of the quarter, young neighbour, filleth not the eye, which prefers a stranger. FN number 94. They are mere doggerel, like most of the pieces de circonstance. FN number 95. Afterwards called wok-wok, and in the Bresl. Edit. Wok al-Wok. See Lane's notes upon these islands. Arab geographers evidently speak of the two wok-woks. Ibn al-Faqih and al-Masudi, Fr. Transl, Volume 3. 6-7. Locate one of them in East Africa beyond Zanzibar and Sofla. Literaturiad des Anges, Zanzibar Negroids, Commenso Canal, Al-Khalij, derived du Haut Nil, the Jund River. Et se prolonge jusqu'au pays Sofla et de Wok-Wok. It is simply the peninsula of Gaddafi, Chad Hafun, occupied by the Gullahs, pagans and Christians, before these were ousted by the Muslim Samal, and the former perpetually ejaculated Wok, God, as Muslims cry upon Allah. This identification explains a host of other myths such as the Amazons, who as Marco Polo tells us held the female island Socotra, Yule 2. 396. The fruit which resembled a woman's head, whence the puello waquaquiensis hanging by the hair from trees, and which when ripe called out wok-wok and Allah al-Khalaq, the creator, refers to the calabash tree, Adasonia digitata, that grotesque growth, a vegetable elephant, whose gourds, something larger than a man's head, hang by a slender filament. Similarly, the cocoa got its name, in port, equals goblin, from the fancied face at one end. The other wok-wok has been identified in turns with the Seychelles, Madagascar, Malacca, Sunda or Java, this by Langels, China and Japan. The learned Professor Dego, Arabisch Berichten over Japan, Amsterdam, Müller, 1880, informs us that in Canton the name of Japan is Wokok, possibly a corruption of the Kotan, the ebony tree, Diospyros ebonum, which Ibn Cordoba and others find together with gold in an island 4,500 parasangs from Suez and east of China. And we must remember that Basra was the chief starting place for the Celestial Empire during the rule of the Tang dynasty, 7th and 9th centuries. Colonel J.W. Watson of Bombay suggests New Guinea or the adjacent islands where the bird of paradise is said to cry wok-wok. Mr. W. F. Kirby in the preface, p. 9, to his neat little book The New Arabian Nights, says, the islands of Wok-Wok, 7 years' journey from Baghdad, in the story of Hassan, have receded to the distance of 150 years' journey in that of Majan, of Khorasan. There is no doubt that the Kora Islands, near New Guinea, are intended for the wonderful fruits which grow there are birds of paradise, which settle in flocks on the trees at sunset and sunrise, uttering this very cry. Thus, like Offa, Wak Wak has wandered all over the world and has been found even in Peru by the Turkish work Tariq al-Hind al-Gabi equals History of the West Indies, Orient. Col. 3189. FN number 96, I accept the emendation of Lane's Sheikh, Nassim, Zephyr, Benadim, Cup Companion. FN number 97, Jannat al-Naim equals Garden of Delights is no. The heaven, made of white diamond. FN number 98, this appears to her very prettily put. FN number 99, this is the house of sadness of our old chivalrous romances. See Chapt. Vi. Of Palmerin of England, by Francisco de Moraz, Ob. 1572, translated by old Anthony Munday, dateless, 1590, and corrected, read spoiled, by Robert Southey, London, Longmans, 1807. FN number 100, the lines have occurred in Night Clicks. Volume 3. 183. I quote Mr. Payne who, like Lane, prefers in my bosom to beneath my ribs. FN number 101, in this tale the Bresl. Edit. More than once adds and letters and you send a blessing to the Lord of Lords, or to Muhammad, or to the Prophet, and in volume v. p. 52 has a long prayer. This is an act of contrition in the tale-teller for romancing against the expressed warning of the founder of Al-Islam. FN number 102, from Bresl. Edit. Vi. 29, the 4 in the Mac. Edit. Are too irrelevant. FN number 103, Arab. Gay ear jealous, an admirable epithet which Lane dilutes to changeable, making a truism of a metaphor. FN number 104, these lines have occurred before. I quote Mr. Payne. FN number 105, that is one fated to live 10 years. FN number 106, this poetical way of saying 14 suggests Camus, the Lusiads, Canto V. 2. FN number 107, Arab. Surah, lit. Equals a verse. A few lines lower down it is called Elba equals a box which, of course, may have contained the bag. FN number 108, the month which begins the Muslim year. FN number 109, as an Arab often does when deep in thought. Lane appositely quotes John 8:6. Jonas stooped down, and with his finger wrote on the ground. Mr. Payne translates, he fell a drumming on the earth with his fingers, but this does not complete the sense. FN number 110, that is in the peace of Allah be upon thee. That will end thy story. The Arab formula, Wassalam, Pron. Wassalam, is used in a variety of senses. FN number 111, like Camus, one of the model lovers, he calls upon love to torment him still more ad majorem amoris, gloriam. FN number 112, Pron. Abu Ruwaish, the father of the little feather, he is afterwards called son of the daughter of the accursed Abla, yet, as Lane says, he appears to be a virtuous person. FN number 113, Arab. Kantaru al-Lijam Fikabas, Bow, Sajif. FN number 114, I do not translate beckoned because the word would give a wrong idea. Our beckoning with a finger moved towards the beckoner makes the so beckoned Eastern depart in all haste. To call him you must wave the hand from you. FN number 115, the Arabs knew what large libraries were, and a learned man could not travel without camel loads of dictionaries. FN number 116, Arab. Adim, now called Bulgar, our Moroccan leather. FN number 117, Arab. Zinad, which Lane renders by instruments for striking fire, and Mr. Payne, after the fashion of the translators of Al-Hariri, flint and steel. FN number 118, a congener of Hassan and Hussein, little used except in Syria where it is a favorite name for Christians. The Mu'at of Boutros al-Bostani, SV, tells us that it also means a bird called Abu Hassan and supplies various Egyptian synonyms. In Mod. Arab grammar, the form thal is a diminutive as Hamad for Ahmad, Ammo for Amu. So the form Fala, for example, Kaduga equals little Kadaja and Nafu acutes are equals little Nafisa, Ara equals little clitoris, whereas in Heb, it is an incrementative, for example Dabla a large dabla, cake or lump of dried figs, etc. FN number 119, in the Mac. Edit. Soldiers of Al-Dalam, that is warlike as the Dalamites or Medes. See volume 2. 94. FN number 120, Bilqis, it will be remembered, is the Arab name of the Queen of Sheba who visited Solomon. In Abyssinia she is termed Kabrazan Negist or Zamekada, the latter, according to Ferdinand Wern's African Wanderings, Longmans, 1852, being synonymous with Ethiopia or Habash, Ethiopia or Abyssinia. FN number 121, Arab. Dhaka, which Lane translates by city. FN number 122, Arab. Anba al-Kam, the latter word, raw, being pure Persian. FN number 123, the author neglects to mention the ugliest part of old womanhood in the East, long empty breasts like tobacco pouches. In youth the bosom is beautifully high, arched and rounded, firm as stone to the touch, with the nipples erect and pointing outwards. But after the girl mother's first child, in Europe la première imbellet, all changes. Nature and bodily power have been overtasked, then comes the long suckling at the mother's expense. The extension of the skin and the enlargement of its vessels are too sudden and rapid for the diminished ability of contraction, and the bad food aids in the continual consumption of vitality. Hence, among Eastern women age and ugliness are synonymous. It is only in the highest civilization that we find the handsome old woman. FN number 124, the name has occurred in the knightly tale of King Omar and his sons, Volume 2. 269. She is here called Mother of Calamities, but in P. 123, Volume 4. Of the Mac. Edit. She becomes Lady Zat al-Dawai. It will be remembered that the title means calamitous to the foe. FN number 125. By this address she assured him that she had no design upon his chastity. In Muslim lands it is always advisable to accost a strange woman, no matter how young, with yummy equals "Oh my mother." This is pledging one's word, as it were, not to make love to her. FN number 126. Apparently the Wakites numbered their islands as the Anglo-Americans do their streets. For this they have been charged with want of imagination, but the custom is strictly classical. See at Pompeii Reg. IO, I, Ins, OR, 1, via Prima, Secunda, etc. FN number 127. These are the Wakienses of whom Ibn al-Wadi relates after an ocular witness. Here too is a tree which bears fruits like women who have fair faces and are hung by their hair. They come forth from integuments like large leathern bags, clubbish gourds. And when they sense air and scent they cry walk, walk, God, God, till their hair is cut, and when it is cut they die, and the islanders understand this cry wherefrom the augural. The Ajay Balhind, Chapt. 15, places in Wakland the same andal, a bird which enters the fire without being burnt, evidently the Egyptian pibeni, which the Greeks metamorphized to phoenix. It also mentions a hare-like animal, now male than female, and the Samal behind Gape Gardafui tell the same tale of the Sanhyanas. FN number 128, that is I will keep thee as though thou wert the apple of my eye. FN number 129, a mere exaggeration of the Gulf fares noted by travellers in sundry islands as Ascension and the Rock of Brazilian Santos. FN number 130, Arab. Kamil Wabasat Wawafir equals the names of 3 popular meters, for which see the terminal essay. FN number 131, Arab. Manashef equals drying towels, plur, of Menshafa, and the popular term which Dr. Jonathan Swift corrupted to Menisaf. Lane, Nights, Introduct. p. 9. FN number 132, Arab. Shafaf opposed to shave of the mouth lips. FN number 133, Fountains of Paradise. This description is a fair instance of how the Sajja, prose rhyme, dislocates the order. An Arab begins with hair, forehead, eyebrows and lashes, and when he reaches the nose, he slips down to the toes for the sake of the assonance. If the latter be neglected, the whole list of charms must be otherwise ordered, and the student will compare Mr. Payne's version of this passage with mine. FN number 134, a fair specimen of the Arab logograph derived from the Abjad alphabet, which contains only the Hebrew and Syriac letters, not the 6 Arabic. Thus 4 by 5 equals 20, which represents the Kaf, K, and 6 by 10 equals 60, or Sin, S. The whole word is Thuskos, the Greek or, and the lowest word, in Persian as in Arabic, for the female pudenda, extensively used in a vulgar abuse. In my youth we had at the university something of the kind. To 5 and 55, the first of letters add to make a thing to please a king and drive a wise man mad. And Sevilla. Very interesting to the anthropological student is this excursus of Hassan, who, after all manner of hardships and horrors and risking his life to recover his wife and children, breaks out into song on the subject of her privities. And it can hardly be tale-teller's gag, as both verse and prose show considerable art in composition. C.P. 348. Supplementary note to Hassan of Bassora. Note p.93. There is something wondrous naive in a lover who, when asked by his mistress to sing a song in her honor, breaks out into versical praises of her parts. But even the classical Arab authors did not disdain such themes. See in Al-Hariri, As. of Ma'if Farrakhan, where Abu Zayd laments the impotency of old age in form of a rasi or funeral oration, Preston p. 484, and Chenery p. 221. It completely deceived Sir William Jones, who inserted it into the chapter de Poésie Funèbre, p. 527, Poesios Asiatis Commentarii, gravely noting, Ac elegy non ad modum dissimilis esse vigia pulchera melius carminis de sole et genathani abitu, ad caedeo versus istu provocunt adversarios nunquam redit pun contention sin spiculo sanguine imbuto, ex hebredi vigia. A sanguine oxysorum, a fortium virum adic, arcus genathani non rediteratus. I need hardly say with Captain Lockett, 226, that this sub-warrior, this Arabian Achilles, is the celebrated Bonus Deus or Hellespontiacus of the ancients. The oration runs thus: O folk, I have a wondrous tale, so rare much shall a prophet hear as wise and where. I saw in Salagiers a potent, brave and sharp of edge and point his warrior Glaive, who entered joust and list with hardiment fearless of risk, of victory confident, his vigorous onset straightest places apt and easy passage through all narrows groped. He ne'er encountered foe in single fight but came from tilt with spear in blood-stained bright, nor stormed a fortress house so strong and stark with fenced gates defended deep and dark when shone his flag without auspicious credence for valor and fair victory nigh. Thus wise full many a night his part he played in strength and youth tides stately garb arrayed, dealing to fair young girl delicious joy and no less welcome to the blooming boy. But time ne'er ceased to stint his wondrous strength, steadfast and upright as the gallows' length. until the knights o'erthrew him by their might, and friends contemned him for a feckless wight. Nor was a wizard but wasted skill over his case, nor leech could heal his ill. Then he abandoned arms, abandoned him who gave and took salutes so fierce and grim, and now lies prostrate, drooping haughty crest. The who lives longest him most ills molest. Then see him, here he lies on bier for bet semicolon, who will a shroud bestow on stranger dead? A fair measure of the difference between Eastern and Western manners is afforded by such a theme being treated by their gravest writers, and the verses being read and heard by the gravest and most worshipful men, whilst amongst us Preston and Chenery do not dare even to translate them. The latter, indeed, has all that immodest modesty for which English professional society is notable in this 6th century. He spoiled by needlessly excluding from a scientific publication, ras, all of my Proverbia Communia Syriaca, c. Unexplored Sraya, I. 364, and every item which had a shade of double entendre. But Nemesis frequently found him out, during his short and obscure rule in Printing House Square. The Thunderer was distinguished by 2 of the foulest indecencies that ever appeared in an English paper. The well-known Quranic verse, whereby Allah is introduced into an indecent tale and Holy Writ is penned upon. I have noticed, 3. 206, that victory fatlit dot equals opening everything, as for example a maidenhead. FN number 135, Egyptian and Syrian vulgar term for Mawia or Mawia, a short poem on subjects either classical or vulgar. It generally consists of 5 lines, all rhyming except the penultimate. The meter is a species of the bassett which, however, admits of considerable poetical license, this being according to Lane the usual weight. / The scheme is distinctly anapaestic, and Mr. Lyell, Translations of Ancient Arabic Poetry, compares with the cognate meter, the toil, certain lines in Octvogala, for example. Ye know why the forms are fair, ye hear how the tale is told. FN number 136, that is repeat the chapter of the Quran termed the opening, and beginning with these words, have we not opened thy breast for thee and eased thee of thy burden which galled thy back? Verily with the difficulty cometh ease. Quran Sif. Volume 1, 5. FN number 137. Lane renders Nur al-Huda, light of salvation, by light of day which would be Nur al-Hada. FN number 138, in the Brassel. Edit. Yasalam equals O safety exclamation mark a vulgar ejaculation. FN number 139, a favourite idiom meaning from the mischief which may, or will, come from the Queen. FN number 140. He is not strong-minded, but his feminine persistency of purpose, likest to that of the sitting hen, is confirmed by the consolations of religion. The character is delicately drawn. FN number 141, in token that she intended to act like a man. FN number 142, this is not rare even in real life. Muslim women often hide and change their names for superstitious reasons, from the husband and his family. FN number 143, Arab. Sabab, which also means cause. Volume 2. 14. There is the same metaphorical use of Habel equals cord and cause. FN number 144, Arab. Hema, a word often occurring in Arab poetry. Domain, a pasture or watered land forcibly kept as far as a dog's bark would sound by some masterful chief like King Kuleb. See Volume 2. 77. This tenure was forbidden by Muhammad except for Allah and the Apostle, that is himself. Lane translates it asylum. FN number 145. She was a maid and had long been of marriageable age. FN number 146. The young man had evidently kissed the Blarney Stone, but the flattery is the more telling as he speaks from the heart. FN number 147, Inshallah here being equals D. V. FN number 148, that is the place of light, Pharos, or of splendor. Here we find that Hassan's wife is the youngest sister, but with an extraordinary resemblance to the eldest, a very masterful young person. The ananerizis is admirably well managed. FN number 149, that is the sweetmeats of the feast provided for the returning traveller. The old woman, like others, cannot resist the temptation of a young man's lips. Happily for him she goes so far and no farther. FN number 150, the first, fourth, fifth and last names have already occurred, the others are in order. Star o Morn, son of Unton and honor of maidenhood. They are not merely fanciful, but are still used in Egypt and Syria. FN number 151, Arab. Fajira and elsewhere Ahira, equals whore and strumpet used often in loose talk as mere abuse without special meaning. FN number 152, this to Westerns would seem a most improbable detail, but Easterns have their own ideas concerning al-muhabbat al-ghuriziyya equals natural affection, blood speaking to blood, etc. FN number 153, one of the hells, see volume 4. 143. Here it may be advisable to give the names of the seven heavens, which are evidently based upon Ptolemaic astronomy, and which correspond with the seven hells after the fashion of Arabian systemania. 1. Dar al-Jal, House of Glory, made of pearls. 2. Dar al-Salam, of rest, rubies and jacinths. 3. Jannat al-Mawa, garden of mansions, not of mirrors, as Herclots has it, p. 98, made of yellow copper. 4. Jannat al-Khuld, of eternity, yellow coral. 5. Jannat al-Nam, of delights, white diamond. 6. Jannat al-Firdaus, of paradise, red gold. And 7. Jannat al-Adn, of Eden, or al-Kar equals of everlasting abode, which some make number 8, of red pearls or pumisk. The seven hells are given in volume V. 241, they are intended for Muslims, Jahannam, Christians, Lazar, Jews, Hatama, Sabians, Sa, Gbals, Sikar, pagans or idolaters, Jahim, and hypocrites, Hoya. FN number 154, Arab. Atb, more literally equals blame, reproach. FN number 155, Bresl. Edit. In the Mac. It returned to the place whence I had brought it an inferior reading. FN number 156. The dreams play an important part in the romances of chivalry, for example the dream of King Perion in Amadis de Gaul, Chapt. 2. London, Longmans, 1803. FN number 157. Amongst Muslims bastardy is a sore offence and a love child is exceedingly rare. The girl is not only carefully guarded but she also guards herself knowing that otherwise she will not find a husband. Hence seduction is all but unknown. The wife is equally well guarded and lacks opportunities, hence adultery is found difficult except in books. Of the Ibn, or Walad, Haram, bastard as opposed to the Ibn, the proverb says, "This child is not thine, so the madder he be the more is thy glee." Yet strange to say public prostitution has never been wholly abolished in al-Islam. Al-Masudi tells us that in Arabia were public prostitutes Bagaya, even before the days of the Apostle, who affected certain quarters as in our day the Tartusha of Alexandria and the Hoshbardak of Cairo. Here says Herr Carlo Landberg, p. 57, Syrian Proverbs, Els parlen den long tout al. So pretentious and dogmatic a writer as the author of Proverbs et Dictons de la Province de Syrie, ought surely to have known that the Hoshbardak is the headquarters of the Cain gypsies. This author, who seems to write in order to learn, reminds me of an acute Oxonian undergraduate of my day who, when advised to take a coach, became a coach himself. FN number 158. These lines occur in volume 7. p. 340. I quote Mr. Payne. FN number 159, she shows all the semi-maniacal rancor of a good woman, or rather a woman who has not broken the 11th commandment, thou shalt not be found out, against an erring sister who has been discovered. In the East also these unkagid dames have had, and too often have, the power to carry into effect the cruelty and diabolical malignity which in London and Paris must vent itself in scan, mag, and anonymous letters. FN number 160. These faintings and trances are as common in the romances of chivalry, for example Amadis of Gaul, where they'd unlace the garments to give more liberty, pour cold water on the face and bathe the temples and pulses with a diluted vinegar, for rose water, exactly as they do in the nights. FN number 161, so Hafiz, Badai Saber Chubagzari etc. FN number 162, Arab. Takiya. See volume I. 224 and for the Dan Cap volume 4. p. 176. In the Syntharsnad Watransati, Vilgo. Singhasan Batazi, or 32 Tales of a Throne, we find a bag always full of gold, a bottomless purse, earth which rubbed on the forehead overcomes all, a rod which during the first watch of the night furnishes jeweled ornaments, in the second a beautiful girl, in the third invisibility, and in the fourth a deadly foe or death, a flower garland which renders the possessor invisible and an unfading lotus flower which produces a diamond every day. FN number 163, Arab. Judad, plur. Of jaded, lit. Equals new coin, ergo applied to those old and obsolete, 10 Judad were equals 1 Nus 4 half dirham. FN number 164, Arab. Raf, a shelf proper, running round the room about 7 1/2 feet from the ground. During my day it was the fashion in Damascus to range in line along the rough splendid porcelain bowls brought by the caravans in olden days from China, whilst on the table were placed French and English specimens of white and gold china worth perhaps a franc each. FN number 165. Lane supposes that the glass and chinaware had fallen upon the divan running round the walls under the roof and were not broken. FN number 166. These lines have occurred in Night 6, Volume 7. p. 119. I quote Lane. FN number 167. The lines have occurred before. I quote Mr. Payne. FN number 168. This formula, I repeat, especially distinguishes the tale of Hassan of Bassora. FN number 169. These lines have occurred in volume 1. 249. I quote Lane. FN number 170. She speaks to the gallery, who would enjoy a loud laugh against Mistress Goodabout. The end of the sentence must speak to the heart of many a widow. FN number 171. These lines occur in volume I. 25. So I quote Mr. Payne. FN number 172, Arab. Muzahaka, the more usual term for a tribade is sahika from sak in the sense of rubbing. Both also are applied to onanists and masturbators of the gender feminine. FN number 173, that is by way of halter. This jar is like the cask in our Buck's Keller, and has already been used by witches. Night VI. Volume VI. 158. FN number 174. Here they are 10 but afterwards they are reduced to 7. I see no reason for changing the text with Lane and Payne. FN number 175. Wazir of Solomon. See volume I. 42 and volume 3. 97. FN number 176, Arab. Ism Azam, the ineffable name, a superstition evidently derived from the Talmudic fancies of the Jews concerning their tribal god, Yah or Yahweh. FN number 177, The tradition is that Muhammad asked Akaf al-Wada hast a wife, and when answered in the negative, then thou appertainest to the brotherhood of Satans. And thou wilt be one of the Christian monks then companieth with, but an thou be of us, know that it is our custom to marry. FN number 178, the old woman, in the east as in the west, being the most vindictive of her kind. I have noted, Pilgrimage 3:70, that a Badawi will sometimes though in shame take the blood wit, but that if it be offered to an old woman she will dash it to the ground and clutch her knife and fiercely swear by Allah that she will not eat her son's blood. FN number 179, neither dome nor fount etc. are mentioned before, the normal inadvertency. FN number 180, in Eastern travel the rest comes before the eating and drinking. FN number 181, Arab. Id. Quran.8, which I have said, volume I. 42, 317, is applied to the two great annual festivals, the fete of sacrifice, and the break fast. The word denotes restoration to favor, and Muslims explain as the day on which Adam and Eve, who had been expelled from paradise for disobedience, was re-established, by the relenting of Allah. But the name doubtless dates amongst Arabs from days long before they had heard of the Lord nomenclature. FN number 182, alluding to Hassan seizing her feather dress and so taking her to wife. FN number 183, Arab. Karau equals they, mask, went forth, a vulgarism for Karajna, them. FN number 184, note the notable housewife who, at a moment when youth would forget everything, looks to the main chance. FN number 185, Arab. Al-Malikat, not Malkat as in Fatag, a Sufi term for the world of spirits, Delacy Christ, I. 451. Amongst Keystone Christians it is vulgarly used in the theme, and means the kingdom of heaven, also the preaching of the gospel. FN number 186, this is so rare, even amongst the poorest classes in the East, that it is mentioned with some emphasis. FN number 187, a booty among the Egyptians, not the Arabs. FN number 188, true fellowship. FN number 189, alluding to the well-known superstition, which has often appeared in the nights, that the first object seen in the morning, such as a crow, a cripple, or a cyclops, determines the fortunes of the day. Notices in Eastern literature are as old as the days of the Hittopedisa, and there is a something instinctive in the idea to a race of early risers. At an hour when the senses are most impressionable, the aspect of unpleasant spectacles has double effect. FN number 190, Arab. Masuka, the stick used for driving cattle, Baton Gordon, dozy. Lane applies the word to a wooden plank used for leveling the ground. FN number 191, that is the words I am about to speak to thee. FN number 192, Arab. Sahifa, which may mean page, lane, or book, pane. FN number 193, pronounce, Abbasadat equals father of prosperities. Lane imagines that it came from the Jew's daughter being called Sayyidat, but the latter is the Jew's wife, Night, and the word in the text is plural. FN number 194, Arab. Fergsaymaklit, a fish chick, an Egyptian vulgarism. FN number 195, Arab. Al-Razif, usually a river key, levee, an embankment. Here it refers to the Great Dike which distributed the Tigris water. FN number 196, Arab. Dajla, see volume I, p. 180. It is evidently the origin of the biblical Hiddekel. Hid equals fierceness, swiftness. FN number 197, Arab. Bayats, a kind of silk. S. Bajad, Fusk, which Sunni calls Baito, Saksat and Heberd, also Boga, the Ka, an ox. The skin is lubricous, the flesh is soft and insipid, and the fish often grows to the size of a man. Captain speak, and I found huge specimens in the Tanganyika Lake. FN number 198, Arab. Mu'alim, Vulg. Mulim, prop. Equals teacher, master isp. Of a trade, a craft. In Egypt and Syria it is a civil address to a Jew or a Christian, as Hajj is to a Muslim. FN number 199, Arab. Garama, an exaction, usually on the part of government like a kavi, etc. The European-Egyptian term is avania, itil, or avani, French. FN number 200, Arab. Sayyibhu, an Egyptian vulgarism found also in Syria. Hence Sayyiba, a woman who lets herself go, a whoring, etc. It is sin. With Dasha, which Dozy believes to be a softening of Jasha, and Jash became Dash. FN number 201, the Silpers is generally so called in English on account of its feel-erecting mustachios. FN number 202, Sinite Kvi, Volume 8. p. 94. FN number 203, this extraordinary confusion of two distinct religious mythologies cannot be the result of ignorance. Educated Muslims know at least as much as Christians do on these subjects, but the Ra'i or storyteller speaks to the gallery. In fact, it becomes a mere chaff, and the knights give some neat specimens of our modern linguistic. FN number 204, see Volume 2. 197. Al-Siddiqa, them, is a title of Asher, who, however, does not appear to have deserved it. FN number 205, the Jew's wife. FN number 206, here is a double entendre. The fisherman meant a word or two. The Jew understood the shibboleth of the Muslim creed, popularly known as the two words, I testify that there is no Allah, God, but Allah, the God, and I testify that Muhammad is the messenger of Allah. Pronouncing this formula would make the Jew a Muslim. Some writers are surprised to see a Jew ordering a Muslim to be flogged, but the former was rich and the latter was poor. Even during the worst days of Jewish persecutions, their money bags were heavy enough to lighten the greater part, if not the whole of their disabilities. And the Muslim saying is, the Jew is never your, Muslim or Christian, equal, he must be either above you or below you. This is high, because unintentional praise of the self-chosen people. FN number 207, he understands the two words, Kalmadan-i, the Muslims' double profession of belief, and Khalifa's reply embodies the popular idea that the number of Muslims who will be saved is preordained and that no art of man can add to it or take from it. FN number 208, Arab. Mamar al-Tajja, passing place of the traders, which lane renders a chamber within the place through which the traders passed. At the end of the tale, 90cccxlv, we find him living in a khan, and the Bressel. Edit. See my terminal note, makes him dwell in a magazine, that is ground floor storeroom, of a ruined khan. FN number 209, the text is somewhat too concise, and the meaning is that the fumes of the hashish he had eaten, his mind under the influence of hashish, says Lane, suggested to him, etc. FN number 210, Arab. Mrak, either a simple aperture in ceiling or roof for light and air, or a more complicated affair of lattice work and plaster. It is often octagonal and crowned with a little dome. Lane calls it Memrak, after the debased Kane pronunciation, and shows its base in his sketch of a Ka-me introduction. FN number 211, Arab. Gama. This is a practice especially amongst pilgrims. In Hindustan the girdle, usually a waist shawl, is called kamarband or old kamarband. Easterns are too sensible not to protect the pit of the stomach, that great ganglionic center, against sun, rain and wind, and now are soldiers in India wear flannel belts on the march. FN number 212, Arab. Fa'ima alayka biha, that is weather, let go, against it or let go with it. FN number 213, O vilest of sinners, alludes to the thief. A general plunge into worldly pursuits and pleasures announced the end of the pilgrimage ceremonies. All the devotees were now whitewashed. The book of their sins was a tabula rasa. Too many of them lost no time in making a new departure down south and in opening a fresh account. Pilgrimage 365. I have noticed that my servant at Jeddah would carry a bottle of raki, uncovered by an Afghan, through the main streets. FN number 214. The copper cucubites in which Solomon imprisoned the rebellious jinns, often alluded to in the Nights. FN number 215, that is son of the chase, it is prob. A corruption of the Persian kunnaz, a pimp, a cuckold, and introduced by way of chaff, intelligible only to a select few fast men. FN number 216, for the name see volume 261. In the tale of Ghanim bin Ayub where the caliph's concubine is also drugged by the Lady Obeida. FN number 217, we should say, what is this? Etc. The lines have occurred before, so I quote Mr. Payne. FN number 218, Zubaydah, I have said, was the daughter of Jafar, son of the Caliph al-Mansur, second Abbasid. The storyteller persistently calls her daughter of Al-Qasim for some reason of his own, and this he will repeat in Night 6. FN number 219, Arab. Shirks, a word which has travelled as far as Hindustan. FN number 220, Arab. Shamala described in dictionaries as a cloak covering the whole body. Bohaizam, girdle, the breast. Edit. Read Hiram Vug. Aram, the waistcloth, the pilgrim's attire. FN number 221, he is described by Al-Sayuti, p. 309, as very fair, tall, handsome and of captivating appearance. FN number 222, Arab. Use nalkafalit, ear of the basket, which vulgar Egyptians pronounce wizn, so waj, face, becomes wish and so forth. FN number 223, Arab. By Fardain equals with two baskets, lit. Two singles, but the context shows what is meant. English frail and French frail are from Arab. Fasalwa pasel, nawisp. Of coffee beans, evidently derived from the Low Lat. Pasla, Ducange, Paris, Firmin died at 1845. Comparim, Volume V. 109. FN number 224, Arab. Satar, a kind of chopper which here would be used for the purpose of splitting and cleaning and scaling the fish. FN number 225, and, consequently, that the prayer he is about to make will find ready acceptance. FN number 226, Arab. Nubila Fuzul, lit. Excess, exceeding, still a popular phrase. FN number 227, that is better give the fish than have my head broken. FN number 228, said ironize, a favourite figure of speech with the fella, the day began badly and threatened to end unluckily. FN number 229, the penalty of theft. See volume I. 274. FN number 230. This is the model of a courtly compliment, and it would still be admired wherever Arabs are not Frankified. FN number 231, Arab. Shaibaba, Lane makes it a kind of reed flageolet. FN number 232, these lines occur in volume I. 76, I quote Mr. Payne. FN number 233. The instinctive way of juggling with heaven like our sanding the sugar and going to church. FN number 234, Arab. Yash Ukair, from Sheikha, being red, clay, etc. Shuka is an anemone or a tulip and Shukair is its dim form. Lane's Sheikh made it a dim. Of Ashkar equals tawny, ruddy, of complexion, so the former writes, O Shuki. Mr. Payne prefers O rosy cheeks. FN number 235, for sandal, see volume 2. 50. Sandally properly means an unit clean raise, but here sandal is a PN equals sandalwood. FN number 236, Arab. Yamumatil, one who retards payment. FN number 237, Arab. Kershal nakl equals guts of bran, a term too little fitted for the handsome and distinguished Persian. But Khalifa is a filagrazioso of normal assurance shrews withal. He blunders like an Irishman of the last generation, and he uses the first epithet that comes to his tongue. See night xi, for the sudden change in Khalifa. FN number 238, so the Persian may your shadow never be less means, I have said, the shadow which you throw over your servant. Shade, cold water and fresh breezes are the joys of life in arid Arabia. FN number 239, when a fellah demanded money due to him by the government of Egypt, he was at once imprisoned for arrears of taxes and thus prevented from being troublesome. I am told that matters have improved under English rule, but I doubt the fact. FN number 240, this freak is of course not historical. The tale-teller introduces it to enhance the grandeur and majesty of Harun al-Rashid, and the vulgar would regard it as a right kingly diversion. Westerns only wonder that such things could be. FN number 241, Uncle of the Prophet, for his death see Pilgrimage 2. 248. FN number 242, first cousin of the Prophet, son of Abu Talib, a brother of Al-Abbas from whom the Abbasids claimed descent. FN number 243, that is I hope thou hast Torah grant thou have good tidings to tell me. FN number 244, Arab. Nakhuz Azulate. The former, from the Persian nakhoda or ship captain, which is also used in a playful sense a godless white, one owning no, nak god, cuter. Zulate equals a low fellow, blackguard. FN number 245, Yasmin and Narjas, names of slave girls or eunuchs. FN number 246, Arab. Tamarhana, the cheapest of dyes used ever by the poorest classes. Its smell, I have said, is that of newly mown hay, and is prized like that of the tea rose. FN number 247, the formula, meaning, what has he to do here, is by no means complimentary. FN number 248, Arab. Jara, prawn. Gara, a jar. Selane, chapped. V, was deservedly reproached by Baron von Hammer for his superficial notices. The jarra is of pottery, whereas the dist is a large copper cauldron and the kolkina one of lesser size. FN number 249, that is what a bother thou art, etc. FN number 250, this sudden transformation, which to us seems exaggerated and unnatural, appears in many Eastern stories and in the biographies of their distinguished men, especially students. A youth cannot master his lessons. He sees a spider climbing a slippery wall and after repeated falls succeeding. Ali opens the eyes of his mind, his studies become easy to him, and he ends with being an alama, doctissimus. FN number 251, Arab. Bismillah, Naami. Here it is not a blessing, but a simple invitation, now please go to sleep. FN number 252, the modern inkcase of the Universal East is a lineal descendant of the wooden pallet with writing reeds. See an illustration of that of Amasis, the good God and Lord of the two lands, circ. BC 1350, in British Museum, p. 41, The Dwellers on the Nile, by E. A. Wallace Bridge, London, 56, Paternoster Row, 1885. FN number 253, this is not ironical, as Lane and Paine suppose, but a specimen of inverted speech thou art in luck this time. FN number 254, Arab. Mahab equals terrible, Lane reads Mab equals terrified. But the former may also mean, threatened with something terrible. FN number 255, that is Inkat al-Kulub. FN number 256, lit. To the son of thy paternal uncle, that is Muhammad. FN number 257, in the text he tells of the whole story beginning with the eunuch and the 100 dinars, the chest, etc., but, of no avail is a twice-told tale. FN number 258, Quran 39. 54. I have quoted Mr. Rodwell who affects the Arabic formula, omitting the normal copulatives. FN number 259, Easterns find it far easier to get the chill of poverty out of their bones than Westerns. FN number 260, Arab. Dar al-Nam. Name of one of the 7 stages of the Muslim heaven. This style of inscription dates from the days of the hieroglyphs. A papyrus describing the happy town of Ramses ends with these lines. Daily is there a supply of the food, within it gladness doth ever brood. Prolonged, increased, abides the joy, etc., etc. FN number 261, Arab. Ansar equals auxiliaries, the men of Al-Medina, pilgrimage to 130, etc. FN number 262, Arab. Ashab equals the companions of the Prophet who may number 500, pilgrimage to 81, etc. FN number 263, Arab. Hasala prob. A corner of a go-down in some khan or caravanserai. FN number 264, Arab. Fonduke from the GR, whence the Italian fondaco, for example, at Venice the fondaco de Turci. FN number 265, Arab. Esther bleu. Of Satr, in the Mac. Edit. Satyr, both, says Dozy, meaning cooperet, a hatchet. Habicht translates it to measure for small fish, which seems to be a shot and a bad shot as the text talks solely of means of carrying fish. Nor can we accept Dozy's emendation istel, pleur, of sackle, tails, situl. In Peterman's Reisen, I. 89, Satr equals Asiet. FN number 266, which made him expect a heavy haul. FN number 267, Arab. Urkab equals tendon Achilles in man, heifer paston in beast, etc. It is held to be an incrementative form of akab, heel, as kib of cab, heel, and kurtum of katum, snout. FN number 268, Arab. Karmat and Zakzuk. The former, pronounced Garmet, is one of the many Siluri, s. Karmath niloticus, very common and resembling the shell. It is smooth and scaleless with fleshy lips and soft meat, and as it haunts muddy bottoms it was forbidden to the ancient Egyptians. The Zakzuk is the young of the shell, Synodontis shell, Sitzen, its plural form Zakazik, pronounced Zigasig, gave a name to the flourishing town which has succeeded to Old Babastis, under which I have treated in Midian and Midian Revisited. FN number 269, Yahweh equals O1I. That is, the virile member. So the vulgar insult Ibn Allah, as the vulgar pronounce it, O son of Uyad. When Al-Masudi writes, Fr. Trans. 7. 106, Yud Kaluz Buakfana, it must not be rendered il folu of fair violence, thrust thy finger into his eye, ain, means put thy penis up his fundament. Ein being equals uber. The French remarks, on en trouverait l'équivalent dans les bas fonds a notre langue, so in English pig's eye, blind eye, etc. FN number 270, Arab. Nabat equals a quarterstaff, see volume I. 234. FN number 271, Arab. Bani, Vulg. Benny and in lane, Lex. Bunny, the Cyprina spiny, Fusk, a fish somewhat larger than a barbel, with lustrous silvery scales and delicate flesh, which Sanini believes may be the lepidotes, smooth-scaled, mentioned by Athanus. I may note that the Bressel. Edit. 4. 332, also affects the Egyptian vulgarism Fark Bani of the Mac. Edit. Night XXI. FN number 272. The storyteller forgets that Caliph had neither basket nor knife. FN number 273. Arab. Rehan, which may here mean any scented herb. FN number 274. In the text Fard Kolma, a vulgarism. The Mac. Edit. Night DCCCXXXV, more aptly says, 2 words, Kalmadani, vulg. Colmating, the twofold testimonies to the unity of Allah and the mission of his messenger. FN number 275, the lowest cane chaff which has no respect for itself or others. FN number 276, Arab. Carrot aslahu, alluding to the cool skin of healthy men and digesting a very hearty meal. FN number 277, this is the true fellow idea. A peasant will go up to his proprietor with the rint in gold pieces behind his teeth and undergo an immense amount of flogging before he spits them out. Then he will return to his wife and boast of the number of sticks he has eaten instead of paying at once, and his spouse will say, "Verily thou art a man." Europeans know nothing of the fella. Napoleon Bonaparte, for political reasons, affected great pity for him and horror of his oppressors, the beys and pashas, and this affectation gradually became public opinion. The fellow must either tyrannize or be tyrannized over. He is never happier than under a strong-handed despotism, and he has never been more miserable than under British rule, or rather, misrule. Our attempts to constitutionalize him have made us the laughing-stock of Europe. FN number 278. The turban is a common substitute for a purse with the lower classes of Egyptians, and an allusion to the still popular practice of turban snatching will be found in a volume I. p. 259. FN number 279, Arab. Salif, a devotee, here, a naked dervish. FN number 280. Here Caliph is made a conspicuous figure in Baghdad like Boccaccio's Calandrino and company. He approaches in type the old Irishman now extinct, destroyed by the reflux action of Anglo-America, US, upon the miscalled Emerald Isle. He blunders into doing and saying funny things whose models are the Hibernian bulls and acts purely upon the impulse of the moment, never reflecting till, possibly, after all is over. FN number 281, Arab. Kailula, explained in volume I. 51. FN number 282, that is thy bread lawfully gained. The Boak, trumpeter, like the Zama, piper of the Mac. Edit, are discreditable craftsmen, associating with almas and loose women and often serving as their pandas. FN number 283, that is he was indecently glad. Man's shame extends from navel to knees. See volume Vi. 30. FN number 284, Rashid would be equals garden cresses or stones, Rashid the heaven directed. FN number 285, Arab. Ufalaka equals fire upon thee. Uf equals lit. Swords Urium and Duff, a similar term of a disgust equals swords and Gwynam. To the English reader the blows administered to Caliph appear rather hard measure. That a fellow's back is thoroughly broken to the treatment and he would take 10 times as much punishment for a few piastres. FN number 286, Arab. Ziraikdim. Of Azraq equals blue-eyed. See volume 3. 104. FN number 287, of Baghdad. FN number 288, Arab. Hazil, that is sell in a khan for storing goods, elsewhere it is called a migzan, magazine, with the same sense. FN number 289, the Bresl. Text, 4. 347, abbreviates, or rather omits, so that in translation details must be supplied to make sense. FN number 290, Arab. Kaman, vulgar Egyptian, a contraction from kama, as, plus ana, since. because. So Kamanch UA equals wait a bit, Kaman Mara equals once more, and Wakamanaka equals that is why. FN number 291, that is Son of the Eagle, see volume 4. 177. Here, however, as the text shows, it is hawk or falcon. The name is purely fanciful and made mnemonically singular. FN number 292, the Egyptian fellow knows nothing of boxing like the horseman, but he is fond of wrestling after a rude and uncultivated fashion, which would cause shouts of laughter in Cumberland and Cornwall. And there are champions in this line, see volume 3. 93. FN number 293, the usual formula, see volume 2. 5. FN number 294, as the fella still does after drinking a gooplet, fingan he calls it, of sugared coffee. FN number 295, he should have said white, the morning colour under the Abbasids. FN number 296, Anglice, fine feathers make fine birds, and in Eastern parlance, clothe the reed and it will become a bride. Labai al-Buzzer Dabki Aruza, Spitterbay, number 275. I must allow myself a few words of regret for the loss of this savant, one of the most single-minded men known to me. He was vilely treated by the Egyptian government, under the rule of the Jew Muslim Rayas, and, his health not allowing him to live in Austria, he died shortly after return home. FN number 297, Arab. Sorb, Toby, Tabi, see volume 3. 149. FN number 298, in text Kimga, which Dozy also gives Kimk equals chenille, Tissudasoi Velauti, Damaski de soi or et argent de Venice, du Levant, Aphels, etc. It comes from Kumkab or Kimkab, a cloth of gold, the well-known Indian Kimkub. FN number 299, here meaning equals enter in Allah's name. FN number 300, the Arabs have a saying, wine breeds gladness, music merriment, and their offspring is joy. FN number 301, Arab. Jokalsklat, rich kind of brocade on broadcloth. FN number 302, Arab. Hanabat, which Dozy derives from O. German Knipf, Knipnaunaps, thence to the Lat. Hanapus and Hanaperium, Ito. Anapo, Napo, Provence. Enap and French and English Hanap equals rich bowl, basket, bag. But this is known even to the dictionaries. FN number 303, Arab. Kiram, nobles, and Kiram, vines, a word which appears in Carmel equals Karam el, God's vineyard. FN number 304, Arab. Sula Falkandrasi, a contradiction. Salih F equals the tisane of wine. Kandrasi, from Greek, lit. Gruel, applies to old wine. FN number 305, that is in bridal procession. FN number 306, Arab. Al-Aris, one of the innumerable tropical names given to wine by the Arabs. Mr. Payne refers to Granger at La Grange, Anthology Arab, p. 190. FN number 307, here the text of the Mac. Edition is resumed. FN number 308, that is adornment of good qualities. See the name punned on in Nightcly. Lane omits this tale because it contains the illicit amours of a Christian and a Jewess who dupes her husband in various abominable ways. The text has been taken from the Mac and the Bressel. Edits. X. 72 etc. In many parts the former is a mere epitome. FN number 309, the face of her who owns the garden. FN number 310, that is I am no public woman. FN number 311, that is with the sight of the garden and its mistress purposely left vague. FN number 312, Arab. Dardat. Nightglxv. Volume 7. p. 372. FN number 313, meaning respectively awaking, or blowing hard, affairs, or misfortunes, and flowing, blood or water. They are evidently intended for the names of Jewish slave girls. FN number 314, that is the brow curls, or seers. See volume I. 168. FN number 315, Arab. Wish usually applied to woman's broad belt, stomacher, al-haririyas. Afray. FN number 317, the Old Greek Stefan. FN number 317, alluding to the popular fancy of the raindrop which becomes a pearl. FN number 318, Arab. Gaz equals one who fights for the faith. FN number 319, that is people of different conditions. FN number 320, the sudden change appears unnatural to Europeans, but an Eastern girl talking to a strange man in a garden is already half won. The beauty, however, intends to make trial of her lover's generosity before yielding. FN number 321, these lines have occurred in the earlier part of the night. I quote Mr. Payne for variety. FN number 322, Arab. Al-Shamat equals the king is dead, Pers. And Arab. Grotesquely mixed, Europeans explain checkmate in sundry ways, all more or less wrong. FN number 323, cheating, gadr, is so common that Easterns who have no tincture of Western civilization look upon it not only as venial but laudable when one can take advantage of a simpleton. No idea of honor enters into it. Even in England, the old lady whist player of the last generation required to be looked after pretty closely if Mr. Charles Stickins is to be trusted. FN number 324, Arab. Algalia, whence the older English Alglia. See volume I, 128. The Voyage of Linscoten, etc. Society MDCCCLXXXV, with notes by my learned friend the late Arthur Coke Burnell, whose early death was so sore a loss to Oriental students. FN number 325, a favourite idiom, what news bringest thou, O son? Arab. Prof. 2. 589, used by Harris Binamru, king of Kinder, to the old womanism whom he had sent to inspect a girl he purposed marrying. FN number 326, amongst the Jews the Arab Salam becomes Shalom, and a Jewess would certainly not address this ceremonial greeting to a Christian. But Eastern storytellers care little for these minutiae, and the adornment of qualities was not by birth a Jewess, as the sequel will show. FN number 327, Arab. Salafa, the silken plaits used as adjuncts. See volume 3, 313. FN number 328, I have translated these lines in volume I. 131, and quoted Mr. Terrans in volume 4. 235. Here I borrow from Mr. Payne. FN number 329, Mr. Payne notes apparently some place celebrated for its fine bread, as Gonesse in 17th century France. It occurs also in Breslau. Edit. 4. 203, and Dozy does not understand it. But Arj the root equals good odor. FN number 330, Arab. Daz, from Pers. Tassa. M. Charbon, a professor of Arabic at Constantine and member of the Asiatic Soc. Paris, who published the Histoires et Chamzeddin Redain with Maghrabi punctuation, Paris, Hachette, 1852, remarks the similarity of this word to Tatsa on a number of other whimsical coincidences as Zoj, Jugum, Inca, Neger, Matra, Matelus, Ishtira, Ashita, etc., to which I may add Wasat, waist, Zabad, civet, bars, bus, kiss, use rub, pron, zrub, drub, cat, cut, tarik, track, etc., etc. FN number 331, we should say to her, I drink, etc. FN number 332. This is ad captandum. The lovers becoming Muslims would secure sympathy of the audience. In the sequel, Night Clavii, we learn that the willful young woman was a born Muslim who had married the Jew but had never Judaized. FN number 333. The doggerel of this qasida is not so phenomenal as some we have seen. FN number 334. Arab. Andam equals Brazil Wood, Volume 3. 263. FN number 335. Arab. Yima. C. Supra, p. 102. FN number 336. That is, her favours were not lawful till the union was sanctified by heart whole, if not pure, love. FN number 337. Arab. Manso Romanate equals ratio solu to et ligata. FN number 338. That is the Kabbahas. FN number 339, which is not worse than usual. FN number 340, that is ornament of qualities. FN number 341, the Akik, a mean and common stone, ranks high in Muslim poetry on account of the saying of Muhammad recorded by Ali and Lisha seal with seals of carnelian. Akik. FN number 342, see note 2. At the end of this volume. FN number 343, Arab. Full as opposed to the ladies' manzil, which would be better makam. The Arabs had many names for their old habitations, for example, Kaaba, of brick, Sutra, of sun-dried mud, Hazira, of wood, Diraf, a tent of leather, Gaba, of wool, Kisha, of skins, Nakad, of camels or goat's hair, Kema, of cotton cloth, Waba, of soft hair as the camel's undercoat, and Festat, the well-known PN, a tent of horsehair or any hair, Shea, but Waba. FN number 344, this is the Maghribi form of the Arab. Su acute K equals Abazar Street, known from Tangiers, to Timbuktu. FN number 345, Arab. Walima usually equals a wedding feast. According to the learned Nasif Ali Azaji, the names of entertainments are as follows. Al-Jafula equals a general invitation, up to Al-Nakara, a special, Kuz, a childbirth feast, Akika, when the boy babe is first shaved, A'(Z)A or equals circumcision feast, Haizak, when the boy has finished his perlection of the Quran, Milak, on occasion of marriage offer, Wazima, a morning entertainment. Wak Ira equals a housewarming, Naka, on returning from Wayfair, Akira, at beginning of the month Rajab, Kare equals a guest feast, and Maduba, a feast for other cause, any feast. FN number 346, Arab. Anastana the pop. Phrase equals by company gladdens us. FN number 347. Here muakat or making mutual brotherhood would be equals entering into a formal agreement for partnership. For the forms of making brotherhood, see volume 3. 15. FN number 348, Arab. Ishara in classical Arab. Signs with the finger, beckoning, Orma with the hand, Rams, with the lips, Khalaj, with the eyelids, Wink, and Gams with the eye. Ormas is a furtive glance, especially of women, and Ilhaz, a side glance from Lahaza, Limazocles intuitor cyst. See Preston's Al-Hariri, p. 181. FN number 349, Arab. Hordaj, hind. Horda, vulg. Howda equals elephant saddle, the women's camel litter, a cloth stretched over a wooden frame. See the prize poem of Libid, v. 12. FN number 350, that is the 12 days visit. FN number 351, see note, volume 7. 267. So Dryden, Virgil, dash. And the horse raven on the blasted bough by croaking to the left presaged the coming blow. And Gay, fable 37, that raven on the left-hand oak, curse on his ill-betiding croak. In some Persian tales, two crows seem to get there on a good omen. FN number 352. Vulgar Muslims hold that each man's fate is written in the sutures of his skull, but none can read the lines. See volume 3. 123. FN number 353. That is, cease not to bemoan her lot whose moon-faced beloved ones are gone. FN number 354. Arab. Rakbus of a return caravan, and also meaning travellers on camels. The vulgar however apply rakib, the camel rider, to a man on horseback who is properly Faris blur. Kaila, while Kail is a good rider. Other names are Fail, elephant rider, Bagl, mule rider, and Hammer, donkey rider. FN number 355, a popular exaggeration. See volume I. 117. FN number 356, lit. Empty of 10 tropes, Atnab. FN number 357, Arab. A beer, a fragrant powder sprinkled on face, body and clothes. In India it is composed of rice flour or powdered bark of the mango, deodar, Uvaria longifolia, sandalwood, linaloes or curcuma, zarumbat or zadoaria, with rose flowers, camphor, civet and aniseed. There are many of these powders, see in her clots chickser, fuel, oud, sandal, yuga, and urgaja. FN number 358, that is fair-faced boys and women. These lines are from the Bressel. Edit. X. 160. FN number 359, that is the Chief Qazi. For the origin of the office and title see volume 2. 90, and for the Qazi al-Arab who administers justice among the Bedouin see Pilgrimage 3. 45. FN number 360, Arab. Ras al-Mal equals capital, as opposed to riba or rib equals interest. This legal expression has been adopted by all Muslim races. FN number 361, Aradan, which is thus noticed by Abulfida, AD 1331, Hayden in the lowlands of Tahammur, also called Obiana from the man who found it. Built upon the seashore, a station for land travellers, and a sailing place for merchant ships India-bound, is dry and sun-packed, Kashifa, squalid, scorbutic, and sweet water must be imported. It lies 86 parasangs from Sana at Ibn Hawka. Following the travellers makes it 3 stages. The city, built on the skirt of a wall-like mountain, has a water gate and a land gate known as Bab al-Sakain. But Adanla, the modest, the timid, the less known as opposed to Abin, the better known, is a city in the mountains of Sabia, al-Yaman, whence issued the supporters of the Fatimite caliphs of Egypt. Adan etymologically means in Arab, Anheb, pleasure, Eden, the garden, the heaven in which spirits will see Allah, and Akolhol of the East, which we can hardly believe ever to have been an Eden. Mr. Badger, who supplied me with this note, described the 2 Adans in a paper in Ocean Highways, which he cannot now find. In the Ajay al Lukat, Al-Qazwini, Ob. AD 1275, derives the name from Ibn Sinan bin Ibrahim, and is inclined to place the Bir al-Mu'attal, abandoned well, and the Qasr al-Mashid, lofty palace, of Quran 22. 44, and he adds Qasr al-Misyad to those mentioned in the tale of Sayf al-Muluk and Badi al-Jaml. FN number 362, meaning that she had been carried to the westward of Mecca. FN number 363, Arab. Saroya, which contains a kind of double entendre. Fatima, the Prophet's only daughter, is entitled Al-Zahra, the bright blooming, and this is also an epithet of Zohra, the planet Venus. For Fatima see volume Vi. 145. Of her Muhammad said, love your daughters, for I too am a father of daughters and love them, they are the comforters, the dealings. The lady appears in Muslim history a dreary young woman, died at 28, who made this world, like Honorius, a hell in order to win the next world heaven. Her titles are Zara and Batul, Pilgrimage 2. 90, both signifying virgin. Burckhardt translates Zara by bright blooming. The etymological sense, it denotes literally a girl who has not menstruated, in which state of purity the prophet's daughter is said to have lived and died. Batul has the sense of a clean maid and is the title given by Eastern Christians to the Virgin Mary. The perpetual virginity of Fatima even after motherhood, Hassan and Hussein, is a point of orthodoxy in Al-Islam as Junos with the Romans and Ahmad with the Hindu worshippers of Shiva. During her life Muhammad would not allow Ali a second wife, and he held her one of the four perfects, the other three being Asia wife of Pharaoh, the Virgin Mary and Khadijah his own wife. She caused much scandal after his death by declaring that he had left her the Fadak estate, Abul-Fida I, 133. 273, a castle with a fine palm orchard near Kaaba. Abu Bakr dismissed the claim, quoting the Apostles' Hadith, "We prophets are folk who will away nothing, what we leave is alms gift to the poor," and Shias greatly resent his decision. Seed Abistan 3. 51-52 for a different rendering of the words. I have given the popular version of the Lady Fatima's death and burial, Pilgrimage 2. 315. And have remarked that Muslim historians delight in the obscurity which hangs over her last resting place, as if it were an honor even for the receptacle of her ashes to be concealed from the eyes of men. Her repute is a curious comment on Tom Hood's "Where woman has never a soul to save." FN number 364, for Sharif and Sayyid, descendants of Muhammad, see volume 4. 170. FN number 365, these lines have occurred with variants in volume 3. 257, and 450. FN number 366, Arab. Hazrat, Isp. Used in India and corresponding with our medieval Presentivostra. FN number 367. This wholesale slaughter by the tale-teller of worshipful and reverend men would bring down the gallery like a Spanish tragedy in which all the actors are killed. FN number 368. They are called indifferently Rabban equals monks or Batarika equals patriarchs. See volume 2. 89. FN number 369, Arab. Fil. The toothpick, more esteemed by the Arabs than by us, is, I have said, often used by the poets as an emblem of attenuation without offending good taste. Nizami, Layla Majnun, describes a lover as thin as a toothpick. The elegant Hariri, As. of Barcade, describes a toothpick with feminine attributes, shapely of shape, attractive, provocative of appetite, delicate as the leanest of lovers, polished as a poignard and bending as a green bough. FN number 370, from Bressel. Edit. X. 194. FN number 371, Trebuchet, volume 2. 344 Etsek, makes the seven monks sing as many anthems, viz. 1. Congregamini, 2. Vias to as demonstrum mihi, 3. Dominus illuminatis, 4. Custodi linguam, 5. Animpatiae domino, 6. Necat spiciat me vicious, and 7. Turbatus est a furori oculis meus. Danis the abbot aunts anima mea turbatuist volta. FN number 372, a neat and characteristic touch, the wilful beauty eats and drinks before she thinks of her lover. Alas for Masru married. FN number 373, the unfortunate Jew, who seems to have been a model husband, orientally speaking, would find no pity with a coffee house audience because he had been guilty of marrying a Muslimah. The union was null and void, therefore the deliberate murder was neither high nor petty treason. But, the knights, though their object is to adorn a tale, never deliberately attempt to point a moral, and this is one of their many charms. FN number 374, these lines have repeatedly occurred. I quote Mr. Payne. FN number 375, that is by the usual expiation. See volume 3. 136. FN number 376, Arab. Shamiri equals up and ready. FN number 377, I borrow the title from the Bressel. Edit. X. 204. Mr. Payne prefers Ali Neddin and the Frank King's daughter. Lane omits also this tale because it resembles Ali Shah and Zumurrud, Volume 4. 187, and Al-Aldin Abu al-Shamat, Volume 4. 29, neither of which is among the text of the collection. But he has unconsciously omitted one of the highest interest. Dr. Batcher, Jom. Orient. Soc. Finds the original in Charlemagne's daughter Emma and his secretary Eginhard as given in Grimm's Deutsche Sagen. I shall note the points of resemblance as the tale proceeds. The correspondence with the King of France may be a garbled account of the letters which passed between Harun al-Rashid and Nicephorus, the Roman dog. FN number 378, Arab. Allahu Akbar, the Muslim slogan or war cry. See Volume 2. 89. FN number 379, The Gatekeeper of Paradise. See Volume 3. 15, 20. FN number 380, Negroes. Volume 3. 75. FN number 381, Arab. Nakat, with a double meaning of to spot and to handle, especially dancing and singing women, and, as Mr. Payne notes in this acceptation, it is practically equivalent to the English phrase to mark, or cross, the palm with silver. I have translated Anwar by Pleiades, but it means the setting of one star and simultaneous rising of another foreshowing rain. There are 7 Anwar, plur, of Nawar, in the solar year is Al-Badri, September to October, Al-Wazmi, late autumn and December, Al-Wali, to April, Al-Gamir, June, Al-Busri, July, Bari al-Gaze, August, and Rak al-Gawa extending to September 8th. These are tokens of approaching rain, metaphorically used by the poets to express bounty. See Preston's Hariri, p. 43, and Chenery upon the Ars of the Banu Haram. FN number 382, that is they trip and stumble in the hurry to get there. FN number 383, Arab. Come equals sleeve or petal. See Volume V. 32. FN number 384, Arab. Khairab equals sword case of wood, the sheath being of leather. FN number 385, Arab. Akhirawan, both rare words. FN number 386, a doubtful tradition in the Miskat al-Mas'abi declares that every pomegranate contains a grain from paradise. See Volume I. 134. The Quranic reference is to Vi. 99. FN number 387, Arab. Azwad, lit. Black but used for any dark color, here green as opposed to the light to yellow. FN number 388, the idea has occurred in a volume I. 158. FN number 389, so called from the places where they grow. FN number 390, see volume 7. For the almond apricot whose stone is cracked to get at the kernel. FN number 391, for whom see volume 4. 100, in Morocco Rumi means simply European. The tetrastich alludes to the booty of the Greek slaves. FN number 392, Arab. Alan in adverb form lit. Equals as one of the household, so in the greeting Alan wasalan, and at thy knees, wa marhaba, having a wide free place. FN number 393, for the sofa tablecloth see volume I. 178. FN number 394, see volume 3. 302, for the unclean illusion in fig and sycamore. FN number 395, in the text of Torah, see volume 2. 242. The pear is mentioned by Homer and grows wild in South Europe. Dr. Victor Henn, The Wanderings of Plants, etc., Comparing the GR with the Lat. Pyrrhus suggests that the latter passed over to the Celts and Germans, amongst whom the fruit was not indigenous. Our fine pears are mostly from the east. For example, the bergamot is the Beg Ahmed, Prince of Pears, from Angora. FN number 396, that is royal. It may or may not come from Sultaniya, a town near Baghdad. See volume I. 83, where it applies to oranges and citrons. FN number 397, Andam equals dragon's blood. See volume 3. 263. FN number 398, Arab. Jamar, the pampith and cabbage, both eaten by Arabs with sugar. FN number 399, Arab. Anwar equals lights, flowers, mostly yellow, hence the Moroccan war, with its usual abuse of waqf for quiescence. FN number 400, Mr. Payne quotes Eugene Fromentin, and it dans le Sahara, Paris, 1857, p. 194. Apricot drying can be seen upon all the roofs at Damascus where, however, the season for each fruit is unpleasantly short, ending almost as soon as it begins. FN number 401, Arab. Gilaj equals small bells for falcons, in port. Kiscavis, whence our word. FN number 402, Kilungan. Sick all additions, but Karlange, or Kolange adjective Karlangi, a tree with a strong smelling wood which held in hand as a chaplet acts as perfume, as is probably intended. In Span. Arabic it is the erica wood. The Muid tells us that is a tree pastel yellow and red growing in parts of India and China. Its leaf is that of the tamarisk, tafa. Its flower is coloured red, yellow and white. It bears a grain like mustard seed, cardle, and of its wood they make porringers. Hence the poet sings. Yatam wel shadu fi'al jifani, waskalabanu el bhakti fikal zayel karlanji. Honey is served to them in platters for food, camel's milk in bowls of the karlanj wood. The PL. Carlinage is used by Himyan bin Kahafa in this bait. Hatta Izama Kazati al-Hawa wa malat halabaha el-Karlaniya, until she had done every work of hers and with sweet milk had filled the porringers. FN number 403, in text Al-Shaya al-Walagan, volume 3. 226. FN number 404. The orange I have said is the growth of India, and the golden apples of the Hesperides were not oranges but probably golden nuggets. Captain Rolleston, Globe, February 5, 84, on Morocco Lixus, identifies the garden with the mouth of the Lixus River while M. Antigen would transfer it to the hideous and unwholesome Bisagos archipelago. FN number 405, Arab. Ikan, the living gold which is supposed to grow in the ground. FN number 406, from the Kabad or Captain Shaddix's Fruit C volume 2. 310, where it is misprinted Kubad. FN number 407, for Lawfil in Bresl. Edit. Equals Arabian jessamine or cork tree. The Bull. And Mac. Edits. Read Filfil equals pepper or palm fiber. FN number 408, Arab. Sambil Bari, the former word having been introduced into England by patent medicines, Sambil in Arab. And Pers. Means the hyacinth, the spikenard or the sign Virgo. FN number 409, Arab. Lisn al-Hamlet. Equals lamb's tongue. FN number 410, Seen Bresl. Edit. X. 221. A well-known town in the mountain region east of Mecca, and not in the Holy Land, was once famous for scented goat's leather. It is considered to be a fragment of Syria, pilgrimage to 207, and derives its name equals the circumambulator from its having circuited pilgrimage round Kuba, Ibid. FN number 411, Arab. Nkada equals cheek pillow. Ito. Gwanshal. In Bresl. Edit. Mudwara, a round cushion, Sinjabia, of ermine. From Udawara, see Volume 4. 135. FN number 412. Coffee is here evidently an anachronism and was probably inserted by the copyist. See Volume V. 169 for its first metnion. But Cowan may have preserved its original meaning equals strong old wine. Volume 2. 261, and the amount of wine drinking and drunkenness proves that the coffee movement had not set in. FN number 413, that is they are welcome. In Morocco labas means, I am pretty well, in health. FN number 414, the rose, ward, in Arab, is masculine, sounding to us most uncouth. But there is a them. Form water equals a single rose. FN number 415, Arab. Akmam, PL. Of come, a sleeve, a petal. See Volume 4. 107 and Super P. 267. The Muslim woman will show any part of her person rather than her face, instinctively knowing that the latter may be recognized whereas the former cannot. The traveller in the Outer East will see ludicrous situations in which the modest one runs away with hind parts bare and head and face carefully covered. FN number 416, Arab. In which Mr. Payne translates vegetable gold very picturesquely but not quite preserving the idea. See Supra P. 272. FN number 417, it is the custom for fast youths, in Egypt, Syria, and elsewhere to stick small gold pieces, mere spangles of metal on the brows, cheeks and lips of the singing and dancing girls, and the perspiration and mask of cosmetics make them adhere for a time till fresh movement shakes them off. FN number 418, see the same idea in Volume I. 132 and 349. FN number 419, they will ask thee concerning wine and casting of lots, say, in both are great sin and great advantages to mankind, but the sin of them both is greater than their advantage. See Quran 2. 216. Muhammad seems to have made up his mind about drinking by slow degrees, and the Quranic law is by no means so strict as the mullahs have made it. The prohibitions, revealed at widely different periods and varying in import and distinction, have been discussed by Al-Bayzawi in his commentary on the above chapter. He says that the first revelation was in chapter 1669, but, as the passage was disregarded, Omar and others consulted the apostle, who replied to them in chapter 2. 216. Then, as this also was unnoticed, came the final decision in chapter v. 92, making wine and lots the work of Satan. Yet excuses are never wanting to the Muslim. He can drink champagne and cognac, both unknown in Muhammad's day, and he can use wine and spirits medicinally, like sundry of ourselves, who turn up the nose of contempt at the idea of drinking for pleasure. FN number 420, that is a fair-faced cupbearer. The lines have occurred before, so I quote Mr. Payne. FN number 421, it is the custom of the Arabs to call the cattle to water by whistling, not to whistle to them, as Europeans do, whilst making water. FN number 422, that is bewitching. See Volume I. 85. These incompatible metaphors are brought together by the Sajja, prose rhyme, in IIR. FN number 423, Mesopotamian Christians, who still turned towards Jerusalem, faced the west, instead of the east, as with Europeans. Here the monk is so dazed that he does not know what to do. FN number 424, Arab. Beit Shayar equals a house of hair, tent, or a couplet of verse. What a tent peg, also is prosodical, a foot when the two first letters are moved, voweled, and the last is jasmated, quiescent, for example akad. It is termed majmua, united, as opposed to mfuk, separated, for example kabla, when the moved consonants are disjoined by a quiescent. FN number 425, lit. Standing on their heads, which sounds ludicrous enough in English, not in Arabic. FN number 426, these lines are in volume 3. 251. I quote Mr. Payne, who notes the bodies of Eastern women of the higher classes by dint of continual maceration, ester fashion, in aromatic oils and essences, would naturally become impregnated with a sweet sense of the cosmetics used. FN number 427, these lines occur in volume I. 218, I quote Terence for variety. FN number 428, so we speak of a female screw. The allusion is to the dovetailing of the pieces. This personification of the lute has occurred before, but I solicit the reader's attention to it. It has a fullness of oriental flavour all its own. FN number 429, I again solicit the reader's attention to the simplicity, the pathos and the beauty of this personification of the lute. FN number 430, they for she. FN number 431, the Arabs very justly make the andlib equals nightingale, masculine. FN number 432, Anwar equals lights or flowers, C90 CCCLXV. Super P. 270. FN number 433, these couplets have occurred in volume I. 168, so I quote Mr. Payne. FN number 434, that is, you may have his soul but leave me his body, company with him in the next world and let me have him in this. FN number 435, alluding to the Quranic, CI. 1. I take refuge with the Lord of the daybreak from the mischief of that which he hath created, etc. This is shown by the first line wherein occurs the Quranic word gasik, CI. 3, which may mean the first darkness when it overspreadeth or the moon when it is eclipsed. FN number 436, Malak equals level ground, also tracked on the Nile Sea. Plain ME2. 417, and Brakat Nubia 482. FN number 437, this sentiment has often been repeated.